Hong, come to my room. I have something exciting to show you. Yuichi Ju pulled Shiri Hong into his room with a sense of secrecy. Caught off guard while watering plants by the window, Shiri Hong was unexpectedly led into the room. Inhaling the scents in the air, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Yuichi, softly inquiring, "Yuichi, what do you want to show me? This is for you." Yuichi rummaged through his bedside cabinet and retrieved a small and exquisitely crafted picture frame. It was a frame made of 2 glass panes, with a piece of rough white paper nestled in between. Curious about the palm-sized frame, Shiri Hong blinked her large eyes at Yuichi, asking, "What is this? Why is there a piece of paper in the middle?" Upon hearing her question, Yuichi chuckled and took her little hand, leading her to the window, positioning the frame towards the sun. Under the sunlight, the previously rough white paper began to reveal an image of Shiri Hong's face. "What do you think? Do you like it? Today is your birthday, and this is a gift I've prepared for a long time." Shiri Hong nodded, her cheeks still flushed as she gazed at his red hair. Unbeknownst to them, Shiri Hong had approached the doorway, her brows twitching in irritation as a surge of anger welled up within her. This boy only knows how to flirt with her daughter. Every time she saw her daughter gazing at this brat with starry eyes, she felt an urge to slap herself. Yuichi's mother had died during childbirth, and his father sacrificed himself during a mission to save him, leaving the infant Yuichi all alone. Coincidentally, she had a daughter of the same age, so she took Yuichi in to raise him alongside her own. Initially, she thought raising one child was akin to raising two. However, ever since he learned to speak, he had been charming her little cabbage. At first, she naively believed they were simply growing up together, forming a close bond. It wasn't until her daughter expressed a desire to marry Yuichi that she finally realized the implications. This was a classic case of inviting a wolf into the house. Yuichi was a time traveler, though his academic performance was less than stellar in a duel arena. He was struck by a mobile steel body, and just as he prepared to touch his head, he suddenly found himself transformed into a 1-year-old infant. Before he could acclimate to his new surroundings, someone held him and informed him that his father had died. This burden weighed heavily on him for a long time, largely due to the guilt of having crossed over and inadvertently causing the death of his new family. Fortunately, he was taken in by Shiri Hong, during which he also awakened a system of achievements. By accomplishing various feats, he could acquire templates of ninjas from his previous lives in Naruto mobile game. However, the achievements were random and provided no hints, leaving him to explore on his own. When he was finally able to speak, he successfully unlocked an achievement. Achievement unlocked: childhood sweethearts. Wives should be nurtured from a young age. Reward: Naruto Uzumaki Ninja Apprentice. Naruto Uzumaki. Skills: paint, splashing, shadow clone strike with a chance of failure, seduction technique. I shall earn everyone's recognition. Skill 1. Paint splash. Your prowess in the art of painting will be significantly enhanced. However, do take heed, as this may invite a few blows. Skill 2. Doppelganger strike. You possess the ability to summon Schrödinger's doppelganger to deliver an uppercut to your opponent. Yet, be warned, as there exists a 50% chance that you may instead conjure a doppelganger, striking a rather unbecoming pose. Skill 3. Seduction technique. As the name suggests, you can transform into an alluring figure, captivating your adversary. This is an immensely powerful ninjutsu, the legendary Sannin, recognized as the strongest Hokage. The third Hokage and Kagaya Tsutsuki have all been ensnared by this technique. Special talent: Uzumaki bloodline. This encapsulates the abilities of the Golden Finger. In addition to the 3 innate skills of this template, it bestows the symbolic bloodline upon the user. For instance, the first childhood sweetheart achievement grants the template of the 7th Hokage, which includes not only the 3 skills, but also the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Unlike the formidable bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the hair merely transitions to a shade of red over time. "Yuichikin, you are my favorite," Hinata Akane exclaimed, clutching a picture frame, her cheeks flushed and her large red eyes blinking with innocence. At the entrance, Hinata Erasure clenched his fists. The little rascal is infuriating. Just as Yuichi was about to speak, Hinata Erasure stormed in, his expression grim, and delivered a punch to Yuichi's head. "You little brat, Don't lead Akane astray. As he spoke, he ushered Akane downstairs, proclaiming, "Dinner's ready. Hurry and eat." "Oh, understood, Uncle Erasure," Yuichi replied, cradling his head, watching as Akane and her father descended the stairs, inwardly vowing, "Akane will surely unleash her fury on you." Someday, the Hinata household lacked maternal presence, with Erasure fulfilling both paternal and maternal roles in raising Yuichi and Akane. This circumstance also cultivated his exceptional culinary skills. Seated at the dining table, Akane, in front of her father, served Yuichi some food, exclaiming, "Daddy's cooking is delicious." Indeed, Uncle's culinary skills are remarkable. Yuichi grinned at Erasure, giving a thumbs up, observing Yuichi's demeanor. Erasure experienced a moment of nostalgia. This gesture reminded him of a youthful lad clad in a green bodysuit. It was strikingly identical. However, Erasure quickly regained his composure, witnessing Yuichi and his daughter devouring their meal with vigor, a smile gracing his lips. Such a delightful life it is. "You two commence school tomorrow. Do refrain from mischief at school," Erasure advised, casting a glance at Yuichi, who was still indulging in his meal. "Why do you specifically look at me while saying that?" Yuichi retorted, somewhat indignant. "Who doesn't know that I, Yuichi, am the most handsome lad in the vicinity?" "Ha!" Erasure chuckled dryly, harboring no concerns regarding Akane. Her gentle disposition mirrored that of her mother, soft and tender, and she had never exhibited any mischievous behaviors. It was this little rascal, who, after gaining the ability to move freely at the tender age of 2, began to showcase his remarkable talent for mischief. At merely 2 years old, he would playfully tease the newborns of others. By the age of 3, he had developed a knack for stealthily slipping away, leveraging his reputation as a prodigious talent to acquire goods on credit, all in his name. Upon reaching 4, after embarking on the study of chakra refinement, his antics became uncontrollable. This lad seemed to have opened the meridians of energy, bursting with vitality and wreaking havoc wherever he went. He even audaciously ventured to the Hokage Rock, where he shamelessly relieved himself in front of the statues of the third Hokage. At 5, he exhibited a marked improvement in behavior, having befriended a youthful man clad in a tight green outfit, following him in his fitness endeavors. Nevertheless, he still managed to stir up trouble from time to time, embodying the essence of a mischievous spirit. "Just wait," he proclaimed, rising defiantly. "You shall witness my formidable strength," Yuichi Kiyuki declared, having spent these years masquerading as a mischievous child, eager to unlock achievements. Although those accomplishments remained elusive, his spirit had undeniably rejuvenated. Feel the pain of carrying a sack of rice up several flights of stairs. The following morning, gentle sunlight spilled across the earth, and a mild breeze carried with it the scent of mud and fresh grass. Looking up, I beheld a shaft of light. Yuichi Kitsuki stood at the entrance, shielding his eyes from the sun, as a beam of light filtered through his fingers, illuminating the tip of his nose. As I gazed upward, I saw a ray of light that brightened the path along the horizon. Lowering my gaze, I found myself in a dream, one that contained only you. Yuichi Kitsuki spoke, casting a glance at the blushing Hinata Akane beside him. Blissfully unaware of the dark expression on the face of her sibling, Hinata Shinju. "Yuichi-kun, you're so annoying," Akane exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Yet, despite her bashfulness, a joyful smile adorned her face. "I also," she began, but before she could finish, Shinju shot a fierce glare at Yuichi, clearing his throat to interrupt his daughter's spellcasting. "If you don't hurry, you'll be late for your first day at the Ninja Academy." Pouting, Akane turned to her father. "Dad, you're so annoying. Yuichi Onaikin is much better." "Rest assured, Shinju Ajisen, I will take good care of Akane," Yuichi Kitsuki declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "It's because you're here that I feel uneasy." Shinju shot a sidelong glance at Yuichi before speaking again. "Today is the first day of school, so let me accompany you both. Actually, there is no need for an escort. As a well-known handsome youth in the area, I'm quite familiar with the village," Yuichi replied, taking Akane's small hand as they prepared to depart. "Exactly," Akane chimed in, her smile brightening as she swung Yuichi's hand, her big red eyes gazing at Shinju. "We don't need Dad to take us." Upon hearing this, Shinju clenched his fists. What a troublesome brat. What have I done to deserve this? Initially considering him as a godson, It seemed now that he was more akin to a son-in-law. The little darling was utterly smitten by this impudent boy, though they insisted they didn't need him to accompany them. He felt it necessary to see his two little ones off on their first day of school. Shinju followed behind, observing the hand-holding pair, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Although somewhat displeased, he couldn't entirely dismiss the thought of Yuichi taking Akane away. Mischievous and unruly as he might be, Shinju recognized Yuichi as a good kid. Moreover, having grown up alongside Akane, he need not worry about their emotional ties. Good morning. Uncle Hayata, selling fish again? Yuichi greeted as he passed by. Good morning, Sister Naiko. Sister Yukiko, you look exceptionally fair today. Good morning, Uncle Noera. As he walked along, Yuichi greeted everyone he encountered, leaving Shinju in disbelief at the number of villagers the boy knew, far surpassing his own acquaintances as A.J. Nin. Ah, Kakashi. Yuichi's eyes lit up upon spotting Kakashi, and he hurriedly approached with Akane in tow. Good morning, Kakashi. Good morning, Kakashi. Upon recognizing Yuichi, discreetly took a step back while adjusting his mask. Every time he encountered this kid, he felt the urge to steal his mask. Kakashi, you mustn't behave this way. Shikaku pushed Kakashi forward gently. When meeting friends, one should be more enthusiastic. He is not my friend, Kakashi retorted. He had only crossed paths with Yuichi a few times, and that was during a ninja game. That is still unacceptable. It is a display of rudeness, Shikaku continued to instruct. One must always show courtesy to everyone. What a gentle soul, Yuichi thought to himself upon hearing Shikaku's words. Shikaku was a figure of great renown in the ninja world, known as the White Fang of Konoha, possessing genuine strength at the level of a shadow. Such a distinguished individual with a kind demeanor is indeed a rarity. However, glancing at the eye-rolling Kakashi, Yuichi felt a tinge of pity for him. Poor child, soon you shall have no opportunity to behave this way. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. The child wishes to care for their parents, yet the parents do not wait. Ah, Akane, long time no see, Shikaku said, turning to greet Akane. Indeed. It has been a while, Shikaku, Akane replied. The elite J-nin of Konoha were limited, and they were all acquainted with one another. Kakashi, you truly must let me see what lies beneath your mask, Yuichi said as he leaned closer to Kakashi, draping an arm over his shoulder in a familiar manner. My name is Kakashi, not Kakuzuki. Kakashi replied helplessly, glancing at Yuichi, perplexed by his insistence on uncovering his mask. Very well, Kakuzuki, no problem, a 50-50 chance. Yuichi responded as they walked and conversed. Shikaka smiled at the sight of Yuichi clinging to his son. Is Kakashi also starting this year? Yes, he is. Shikaku nodded in response. It's about time. Enrolling him in the ninja school will certainly spare me a great deal of trouble. Akane glanced at Yuichi, nodding in agreement. Viewing the ninja school as a sort of daycare is, after all, a decent choice, haha. Upon hearing Akane's words, Shikaka nodded and exchanged a knowing look with him. Akane reciprocated the sentiment. In that moment, the two single men exchanged glances of mutual understanding. Meanwhile, Yuichi was nestled beside Kakashi, as Akane skipped along behind them with hands behind his back. By the way, Kakuzuki, will you truly not allow me to see your true face? Upon hearing this, a vein throbbed on Kakashi's forehead, his fist clenched tightly, barely able to contain his frustration. Just then, the exuberant voice of Might Guy resonated. Yuichi, this is Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Yuichi then belatedly realized that they had arrived at the entrance of the ninja school. Might Guy and Might Dai had seemingly appeared before them unnoticed. Hey there, young man, good to see you again, Might Dai said, grinning widely, revealing his bright white teeth, while giving Yuichi a thumbs up. Uncle Dai, long time no see. Yuichi Jincheng flashed a grin, giving a thumbs up. Might Dai, a perennial genin of Konoha, lacked ninjutsu skills and spent his days training in taijutsu like a fool, which led to ridicule from nearly everyone in the village. This mockery even extended to the young Might Guy. However, Yuichi Jincheng was an exception. Being aware of the original storyline, he did not share the disdain for Might Dai and Might Guy that others did. After all, one had defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the other had come perilously close to delivering a decisive kick to the climax of the tale. Moreover, Might Guy was indeed capable of opening the 8 gates for his friends, potentially saving his own life one day. Such a person was worth befriending rather than deriding. To do otherwise would be sheer folly. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kakashi Hatake greeted, smiling as he approached the Might father and son duo. Turning to Might Guy, he added, please take good care of Kakashi. No, that's impossible, Might Due replied with a serious expression, rejecting the notion. Why? Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise, taking a step back to exchange a glance with Hinata Makoto. Had he just encountered a legendary monster of a parent? Observing Kakashi's reaction, he explained, this guy didn't pass the school's examination. Oh, my apologies. I encountered you at the entrance of the ninja school and assumed. Kakashi continued, casting a glance at the scars left on Might Guy from his training. Guy will definitely pass the examination. Yuichi Jincheng chimed in, moving closer to Kakashi and placing a hand on his shoulder while giving Might Guy a thumbs up. Youth is capricious, but with hard work, rewards are sure to follow. Absolutely. Might Guy shouted with fervor, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at Yuichi Jincheng. I will pass the retest and become a student of the ninja school. With that declaration, Might Guy strode forward, with Might Due smiling and following closely behind. As they walked away, Kakashi shared a smile with Yuichi Jincheng and remarked, Kakashi, don't let success at the ninja school go to your head. If this continues, that child will surely surpass you. That one? Kakashi scoffed, rolling his eyes at Might Guy's retreating figure. The guy next to me is far superior to him. Yuichi Jincheng interjected, I suspect you are subtly mocking me. But I have no proof. Kakashi, Guy is incredibly strong. His dedication rivals that of anyone else. Yuichi Jincheng stated earnestly. Furthermore, Uncle Due has developed a powerful secret technique that significantly enhances one's strength. Yuichi Jincheng's words did not seem to resonate with Kakashi and Hinata Makoto, who dismissed the sentiments, thinking, what can a child possibly understand about ninjutsu? However, Kakashi acknowledged the truth in his statement, kneeling down with a smile and saying, Yuichi is correct. Did you notice the injuries on that child? They are a testament to his efforts. The school is not so foolish. The supplementary list is yet to be published. We should inquire about his name. He would indeed make a formidable opponent. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, compared to the words of Yuichi Jiyu. He placed greater faith in his father's judgment. Now that his father had spoken, he was genuinely curious about what made this individual capable of matching him. With that thought, Kakashi called out to Might Guy, what is your name? Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Might Guy turned around, revealing a smile and giving a thumbs up to himself. Might Guy, I shall become a man stronger than anyone else. After declaring this, Might Guy departed alongside Might Due. Achievement unlocked, lifelong rival. Nothing commemorates the lives of two men more than this moment. This step is dedicated to you. Reward, Ninjutsu Technique. Guardian, Ninjutsu Technique. Guardian, passively grants a 20 damage reduction effect. Perhaps one could attempt to withstand the heavenly obstruction star and discover what the Pure Land truly embodies. Upon witnessing the triggering of the achievement reward, Yuichi Jiyu's eyes sparkled with joy. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with this reward, if memory served him correctly. It was the secret scroll from his previous life that could reduce damage by 90% when actively used, while passively reducing damage by 20%. Although the reward only provided a passive damage reduction, it was enough to elate him. A decrease in damage equated to an increase in endurance. And with the first achievement reward being the template of Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Apprentice, he possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, already boasting formidable endurance. Acquiring the ninjutsu technique, Guardian would only enhance his strength further. What thrilled him even more was that after all these years of exertion without triggering any achievement rewards, he had inadvertently triggered one now without any effort, leading him to understand how to activate rewards. The first achievement was childhood friends, and the second was witnessing a lifelong rival. Both aspects were intrinsically linked to characters from the original narrative. It seemed that to trigger achievement rewards, one must engage with original characters. He had a general idea of how to achieve this, but practical application was still needed. Yuichi, what's wrong? Kurenai Yui, noticing Yuichi Jiyu standing motionless, curiously shook his hand. Oh. Feeling Kurenai's gesture, Yuichi snapped back to reality and embraced her with excitement. Observing this, Kurenai's forehead twitched with visible frustration, her fist clenching. Kurenai, it appears you have found a fine son-in-law, Shikaka Nara remarked with a teasing grin upon witnessing the scene. Alas. Kurenai sighed at his words, choosing not to respond. However, Yuichi Jiyu found Shikaku's unrefined demeanor somewhat perplexing. Shouldn't the legendary White Fang of Konoha possess a stoic, unyielding countenance? Instead, he seemed more akin to a fool. Whether discussing with Might Due or now jesting with Kurenai, he exuded an air of irreverence. A lower tier Jiraiya, perhaps? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yuichi glanced at Kakashi, who appeared accustomed to it all. before realizing that Kakashi had mentioned in the original narrative that the technique 1,000 Years of Pain was created by his father. The creation of such frivolous ninjutsu as the 1,000-year kill likely indicates that the creator is not particularly serious. Moreover, a compassionate individual willing to forsake a mission for the sake of comrades is probably not very stern either. Allow me to bid you farewell here. You must continue on your own to report to the classroom. As Yuhi Shinku gazed at Yuichi Yuki and Yuhi Red, he spoke, "Remember not to cause mischief and to heed your teachers." "I understand, Father," Yuhi Red replied obediently. "I know too, Father," Yuichi Yuki said. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Kakashi Hatake, instinctively echoing Yuhi Red's words. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Shinku narrowed his eyes slightly. "What did you just call me?" Noticing the displeased expression on his father's face, Yuhi Red tugged at Yuichi Yuki's arm. However, his thoughts remained on Kakashi, and he unconsciously repeated, "Father." "Word of malevolence, you little rascal, Yuichi, I shall personally administer a good thrashing to you," Yuhi Shinku exclaimed, delivering a light punch to Yuichi Yuki's head. Nearby, Kakashi Hatake stepped in to restrain him, saying, "He's still just a child. They're the future of Konoha. Shinku, please, remain calm." Yuichi Yuki, having been struck by Yuhi Shinku, instinctively covered his head. Realizing the situation was turning dire, he exclaimed, "Quick, grab my hand. Red, let us run to school." "Fear not. I shall protect you," Yuichi Yuki declared, leading Yuhi Red away towards the school. As they fled, Yuhi Red blushed, listening to his words. That wretched little imp. Yuhi Shinku's voice echoed from a distance, accompanied by a few admonitions. "Red, do not be deceived by that little rascal." Hearing his father's words, Yuichi Yuki couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, Red has already taken my shape. The ninja school is not as diminutive as depicted in anime. The population of Konoha is quite substantial. Rather than being merely a village, it resembles a city, although there has been no official census. Yuichi Yuki's estimations over the years suggest that the population cannot be less than 400,000 to 500,000, comparable to a small city. With such a large populace, it is only natural that there is but a single ninja school, thus it cannot be small. Yuichi Yuki grasped the delicate hand of Akatsuki Yuhi as they walked along the school corridor. "Akatsuki, I must tell you, there are many yellow-haired individuals in the Ninja Academy. If you encounter any, be sure to inform me," he declared, feigning a menacing expression, for they could indeed be quite perilous. Akatsuki Yuhi, unable to suppress a smile at Yuichi's exaggerated demeanor, leapt up to gently ruffle his hair. "Is this the kind of yellow hair you mean?" she inquired, pointing to a nearby youth with a spiky yellow hairstyle. Yuichi mused, gazing at the individual she indicated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That is not the type of yellow hair I was referring to." "What type then?" she pressed. It's just." Yuichi struggled to articulate his thoughts until he spotted Kakashi passing by, and his eyes lit up. He seized Kakashi's arm and exclaimed to Akatsuki, "It's this kind. They appear rather dapper, but are actually fond of flirting with young girls." Kakashi, bemused, interjected, "I do not flirt with young girls." Yuichi continued, undeterred, still holding Kakashi's arm. "Look at this guy. With his mask and those dead fish eyes, he embodies the quintessential yellow-haired individual who enjoys charming young girls. If you encounter someone like him, you must keep your distance." As he spoke, an unexpected voice interrupted from behind. "You little rascal. Could you refrain from pointing at me when discussing others? It is rather impolite." Turning around, Yuichi exclaimed, "Hello, beautiful lady." "Ha, really?" Kushina Uzumaki chuckled, clearly delighted by the compliment. "What makes me beautiful?" "Your hair is absolutely stunning," Yuichi replied, giving her a thumbs up and tousling his own similarly colored hair. "This color is exclusive to handsome men and beautiful women." "Little rascal, you seem to have quite the discerning eye," Kushina remarked, playfully disheveling his hair. "You three must be the new students entering today?" The yellow-haired Minato Namikaze regarded the trio of small figures before him and spoke gently, seemingly unbothered by the term yellow hair. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement at Minato's inquiry. Akatsuki, looking apologetic, offered, "I am truly sorry. Yuichi didn't mean any harm. We are indeed the new students." Minato waved dismissively. "That's wonderful. We were just like you once." At this, Yuichi beamed, rushing to Akatsuki's side, one arm around her shoulders and the other still grasping a struggling Kakashi. "The legend of the ninja world begins its journey today." Kushina could not help but chuckle at his antics. "So, future legend of the ninja world, what is your name?" "Yuichi, Yuki Yuichi, the future god of ninjas." As Yuichi Ju spoke, He raised his thumb towards Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Kushina could not help but burst into laughter, playfully draping her arm over Minato's shoulder as she mimicked him, declaring, "I am Kushina Uzumaki, the first female Hokage of the future Konohagakure." Minato shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that Kushina remained as boisterous as ever. "Kushina, we must be on our way. The Hokage is waiting for us," he reminded her. Got it. What's the harm in making that old man wait a bit longer?" Kushina retorted, her disdain for Hiruzen Sarutobi evident. Indeed, as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she strode confidently through Konoha, unbothered by any repercussions. Even if she were to cause havoc in Danzo's route, being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki imbued her with a sense of invincibility. Watching the pair recede into the distance, Yuhi Kurenai scratched her head, observing how strikingly confident the older girl appeared. "I want to become someone like that in the future," she thought to herself. Seeing Kurenai's determination, Yuichi chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry, you will undoubtedly become a beautiful and powerful kunoichi." "Yes," Kurenai nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Yuichi. "And Yuichi will surely become a legendary figure in the ninja world." Red. Yuichi. The two locked eyes, while Kakashi stood nearby, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "Hey, Kakashi's gone," they noted, exchanging glances until Kurenai, shyly lowering her gaze, broke the moment. However, she soon realized that Kakashi had vanished. "What a jerk, leaving us behind like that," Kurenai exclaimed, noticing Yuichi was about to voice his thoughts. She grabbed his hand and hurried towards the school building, stating, "Let us go, class is about to start." The ninja school was vast, and they had only been informed that they were assigned to Class A of the first year. There were no signs to guide them, indicating that their first lesson had already commenced. The initial lesson focused on information gathering and investigation. However, this was of little concern to Kurenai and Yuichi. As the beloved daughter and adopted son of Yuhi Shinku, they were exempt from such inquiries, having been told by Shinku where their classroom was when they registered. Perhaps that was the advantage of having connections. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered they were the last to enter. "We're about to be separated," Kurenai remarked, surveying the room. Only 2 seats remained, but they were quite distant from one another, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She had hoped to sit beside Yuichi. Kurenai visibly slumped in disappointment, while Yuichi also looked around, confirming her assessment. As he glanced around, he spotted 2 familiar faces, instantly brightening his eyes. Grasping the hand of the girl beside him, he made his way towards them. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom were also observing their interaction. Upon seeing the girl, the boys erupted with enthusiasm. "How adorable. She is the cutest girl I have ever seen." Conversely, the girls reacted similarly upon noticing Yuichi, praising his handsome appearance. With his striking features and vibrant red hair, Yuichi exuded a charmingly roguish allure, enhanced by his lively demeanor, making him quite the heartthrob. However, when they noticed Yuichi and the girl holding hands, their excitement diminished instantly. A collective sigh of despair filled the room, as students lamented, "He's here. What should we do?" All eyes were fixed on Yuichi and the girl, except for 2 boys in the corner, who appeared somewhat apprehensive. "He wouldn't dare confront us here, would he?" "Surely not," one boy thought, swallowing hard as his legs trembled with fear. Upon seeing Yuichi, memories of their past encounters flooded back. Previously, while playing with friends, they had mocked Might Guy, only to be met with an unexpected retaliation from Yuichi, who had swiftly dealt them a beating. The troubling reality was that even with their group of 4 or 5, they were no match for him alone. Since that incident, they had been haunted by nightmares. Every time they encountered Yuichi, regardless of what they were doing, they would be dragged over for another thrashing. Even their parents were of no help. Upon learning of the situation, they insisted on gratitude rather than sympathy. Who could possibly comprehend such injustice? As Yuichi and the girl, who was named Hinata, approached, their anxiety mounted. "Hello there, it's been a while," Yuichi greeted the 2 boys with a smile. "Ah, yes, it's been a long time," they stammered. "What are you 2 doing sitting in our seats?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "Have you forgotten the virtues I taught you?" The boys gulped, trembling as they replied, "No, we haven't forgotten." With that, they bolted from their seats in a hurried escape, prompting a satisfied nod from Yuichi. "These 2 truly understand their place," he mused, pleased that his mere words had inspired such a swift departure. Upon entering and realizing there were no available seats, Yuichi had fortuitously encountered his old acquaintances. He recalled their earlier mockery of Might Guy and couldn't resist giving them a taste of their own medicine. It was laughable. Really, did they think complaining would yield any results? Clearly, it did not. When their parents came to confront them, Yuichi J.Y. naturally invoked the name of the absent Nin, Akane Y. High, and confidently informed them that it was Akane who had devised his ninja training methodology. He asserted that to aspire to become a ninja, one must endure trials that ordinary individuals would find unbearable. Such rigorous training would ensure that, when the time came, they would not easily fall in the line of duty. In Konohagakure, it is rare to find a civilian who does not wish to become a ninja. Even those who cannot attain that dream fervently hope for their children to succeed. Upon hearing Yuichi mention that this training regimen was specially designed by the esteemed Jonin Akane Y. High, the disgruntled parents' expression softened, and they graciously thanked him. Yuichi, is this truly all right? Akane timidly glanced at Yuichi, her face etched with concern. Father said we should not cause trouble. It's fine, Yuichi reassured her, gently guiding Akane to sit against the wall while he took a seat beside her. Uncle Akane said we should not disrupt the class. But we aren't causing any trouble. They willingly offered us their seats, didn't you too? Yuichi turned his gaze to the two individuals who had just vacated their spots, smiling as he spoke. I didn't compel you, did I? Upon hearing Yuichi's words, the two who had just relinquished their seats quickly shook their heads in denial, fearing repercussions for any perceived delay in their response. No, absolutely not. You are a kind person who teaches us virtues. How could you possibly engage in such behavior? See? They voluntarily gave us their seats. Yuichi remarked as he patted Akane's small head. There are still many good people in Konoha. However, not everyone is as temperamental as Uncle Akane. Akane nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet she did not refute Yuichi's description of her father's temper, as she indeed found it to be rather true. He often took to playfully tapping Yuichi's head, a practice she found most irksome. Just as they were engaged in their quiet exchange, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered the room, observing the gathering below the podium. He could not suppress a slight cough and then rapped his knuckles on the lectern, signaling for silence. Once the classroom settled, he introduced himself, saying, "Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher. In the days to come, I shall impart knowledge of the ninja arts to you all. My name is Ikaku Amiya. I enjoy eating dango, detest butterflies, and my aspiration is to become a responsible teacher. Good morning, teacher." Yuichi was the first to rise and greet him. In the crowd, Kakashi rolled his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, finding the situation somewhat absurd. When Ikaku Amiya noticed Yuichi standing, he turned to look, their gazes meeting in the air. Just a brief encounter, but Ikaku, with years of teaching experience, sensed that this boy was quite the handful. Yuichi, however, was not as contemplative. Upon hearing Ikaku's name, he could not help but think of the esteemed Irika, mentor to the Seventh Hokage. This should be the father of Umino Irika. Ahem. Umino Ikaku exchanged a glance with Yuichi Waiki, and then cleared his throat, indicating that such formalities for the teacher were unnecessary. Let us commence with self-introductions. Umino Ikaku proclaimed, surveying the room before inquiring, who would like to go first? Is there a volunteer? I will. As soon as Umino Ikaku finished speaking, a boy wearing goggles, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem on his back, dashed to the front of the class. Umino Ikaku thought to himself, it seems this class has quite a few troublemakers. I am Uchiha Obito. I detest green peppers, and I enjoy. Uchiha Obito paused momentarily before continuing. I enjoy eating ramen. My dream is to become the fourth Hokage. Hokage. I shall be for certain. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito laughed boisterously at the podium, but was soon interrupted by a harsh voice from within the classroom. Stop dreaming. Being Hokage isn't something you can just declare. A boy resembling a monkey stood up to retort. I will be the next Hokage. My name is Saratobi Asuma, and I will prove my worth. Yuichi Waiki watched from the back, clicking his tongue, noting that Asuma was still a rebellious youth at this stage. That insufferable brat. I will show you all that I will be the first Hokage from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito exclaimed, stomping in indignation. All right. Obito, please return to your seat. Umino Ikaku said, feeling overwhelmed. In less than 5 minutes of entering the classroom, he had already identified 3 troublemakers. Family, who understands? As Obito returned to his seat, Umino Ikaku scanned the room and announced, from now on, there is no need to come to the front. Everyone can introduce themselves from their own seats. Starting from the first row, this time, Umino Ikaku had learned his lesson. He did not allow free rein, but instead designated the first row to begin introductions in turn. The first in the front row was a girl with a forehead protector, her expression somewhat vacant. I am Hige Natsu. I enjoy training, detest cages. And my dream is to be like a bird in the mountains. Hearing her introduction, Yumino Ikaka sighed inwardly, thinking, another child from the Hige branch. However, he said nothing. He was merely a commoner, and the Hige clan was a prominent family in Konoha, so his words would hold little weight. Next, hello everyone. I am Yamanaka Shiori. I enjoy. I detest. My dream is. Next, hello everyone. I am Asagami Kumo. I enjoy following powerful ninjas. I detest evil gods, and my dream is world peace. Yumino Ikaku mechanically repeated, next. In the back row, Waiichi Waiki was thoroughly engaged, listening intently to each introduction. Waiichi, why do you keep staring at her? Yuhi Kurenai noticed his gaze fixated on a girl with painted face and pouted in irritation. As Yuichi Ju turned his head and caught sight of Hinata Akane's expression, he couldn't resist poking her puffed cheek, which was swollen due to her irritation. Hihi, Akane, you are utterly adorable like this. At his words, Akane's face flushed, yet she continued to pout, declaring, I don't need your compliments. I'm merely observing him. Yuichi pointed towards Uchiha Obito, who was seated and gazing intently at Noerin without blinking. He seems to be named Uchiha Obito, doesn't he? Following his gesture, Akane noticed that Obito was indeed fixated on the young girl. Obito was the first to introduce himself and had even engaged in a dispute with Sarutobi Asuma, leaving a rather strong impression. Yes, Yuichi nodded and continued. He appears to have a fondness for that girl. Eh? Akane first looked taken aback, then curiously glanced at Rin and then back at Obito. Just as they were whispering amongst themselves, Kaido Ichijo cleared his throat. It was then that Yuichi belatedly realized that it was his turn for self-introduction, and the eyes of the entire classroom were upon him. Akane, noticing that everyone had caught on to their hushed conversation, felt her cheeks burn. I am Yuichi Ju, the pillar of Konoha, the future of the ninja world. The legend of the future ninja realm. The room fell silent. It was the first time they had encountered such unabashed audacity. The two boys who were frequently on the receiving end of Yuichi's punches exchanged glances and nodded, confirming that this was indeed the person they knew. Meanwhile, Kaido Ichijo's lips twitched in disbelief, unable to refrain from interjecting, just share what you like, what you dislike, and what your dreams are. Oh, Yuichi shrugged, then proceeded with a serious introduction. I am Yuichi Ju. I enjoy being with Akane. I dislike a certain uncle, and my dream is to dance everywhere. Upon the conclusion of Yuichi's introduction, Kaido Ichijo formally called out, next. I am Hinata Akane. I enjoy being with Yuichi. Akane's voice grew softer as she sensed the collective gaze of the class upon her. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her head and stated, I like being with Yuichi. I dislike rude people. My dream is to open a flower shop. Yuichi and Akane sat in the last row against the wall, and with Akane's introduction concluded, Kaido Ichijo let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the crystal ball on his desk, taking a deep drag from his pipe before slowly exhaling the smoke. These two little ones from the Akane family seemed to have quite contrasting personalities. Growing up together, how can one be so mischievous while the other is so gentle? Hiruzen pondered, unable to comprehend the stark differences between the two who had grown up side by side. He had used the crystal ball to observe the introductions of the new students, specifically for Yuichi Ju. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to observe these fresh faces entering the ninja academy. Beside the crystal ball lay a document detailing Yuichi Ju's various information. On the record of his parents' names, Sarutobi Hisashi bore a crimson mark. Father, Waiki Aoi. Note, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. Mother, Waiki Haru, Uchiha Haru. Note, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Waiki Waiichi. Being a hybrid of both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, was eager to see if he could inherit the combined bloodline limits. One could only hope, for the times were far from peaceful. Sarutobi Hisashi took another deep drag from his pipe. Hiss. Huh. Meanwhile, in the classroom, as Yuhi Kurenai took her seat, a chime resonated in Waiichi's mind. Achievement unlocked. The beginning of a ninja. Self-introduction complete. Officially stepping into the Ninja Academy. Reward. Haruno Sakura, Shippuden. Title acquired. Ninja student. Haruno Sakura, Shippuden. Skills. Windmill Palm, Cherry Blossom Clash, Annihilation Strike. I will certainly keep pace with both of you. Skill 1. Windmill Palm, grasping an enemy, leaping into the air, and then crashing down with devastating force. Skill 2. Cherry Blossom Clash, focusing chakra in the hand, striking the ground ahead, causing nearby enemies to be thrown back by the tremor. Skill 3. Annihilation Strike, an immensely powerful secret technique, gathering a vast amount of chakra in the hand. Launching 2 consecutive attacks forward, then leaping into the air and crashing down, sending the enemy flying. Ninja Student. Wearing this title enhances ninjutsu effectiveness by 10% and training efficacy by 20%. Note: only 3 title effects can be enjoyed simultaneously. Gazing at the achievement rewards before him, Yuichi remained silent for a long moment. This Haruno Sakura is rather unimpressive. What use are these 3 skills? Pure body techniques? Not to mention templates. Even without them, Yuichi could achieve such effects. Compared to Haruno Sakura, his chakra was far more abundant. Truly a worthless template. Yuichi murmured softly. Yet, although this template was ineffectual, it did come with a consolation prize. Yuichi promptly donned the title of Ninja Student. It would enhance the power of his ninjutsu and accelerate his training speed. The effect of this title was more formidable than many ninja templates. Not too shabby indeed. With the cake in hand, the bread would not be far behind. Yuichi, what are you looking at in that book? Yuhi Kurenai asked, her big eyes blinking with curiosity as she held a book titled The Will of Fire. After their introductions, Aino Ika had allowed them to preview the textbooks, with formal classes set to begin in an hour. Looking at the book titled The Will of Fire in his hands, Yuichi casually remarked, The Will of Fire is quite intriguing, I assent it. The school had distributed about 10 books, among which the most significant were The Will of Fire and Chakra refinement techniques. In addition, there were books on assassination, intelligence gathering, a ninja encyclopedia, mathematics, and so forth. Yet, none of these volumes were as thick as The Will of Fire. He had perused some of them. The tome of The Will of Fire is not merely encapsulated by the phrase where the leaves dance, the fire shall eternally flourish. Within its pages lie numerous accounts of selfless ninjas and a wealth of profound sayings from the Third Hokage. To thrive in Konoha, one must thoroughly comprehend this book. Yuichi Jincheng and Kurenai Yuhi curiously perused the volume in their hands. Not far from them, a boy who had been previously pushed aside gazed longingly at the chakra refining technique in his possession. Mastering this technique would surely grant him the chakra he needed to avoid being bullied. I shall exact my revenge. The boy silently vowed while casting a glance toward Yuichi Jincheng. What is so impressive about him? He merely relies on his ability to wield chakra. Once I master it, he shall see. His voice was barely a whisper, too soft for those nearby to hear. Naturally, Yuichi Jincheng remained oblivious to the fact that someone had made him their target due to his actions. If he had known, he would have found the notion laughable. In a world that places immense value on lineage, the audacity of a commoner to harbor such thoughts was quite amusing. Moreover, disregarding the facts, Yuichi Jincheng had begun refining chakra at the tender age of 5, an entire year earlier than them. How could he possibly be intimidated by their newfound abilities? Amidst the chatter of the crowd, time swiftly passed. The morning lesson focused on chakra refining techniques. Aikawa's explanations were thorough, yet they bore little relevance to Yuichi Jincheng and Kurenai Yuhi, who had already mastered the art. Although Kurenai displayed a somewhat irritable demeanor, wary of Yuichi's intentions toward her daughter, she was, in truth, quite gentle. What she exhibited was merely a facade. Yuichi could distinctly sense that Kurenai genuinely regarded him as family, albeit with a hint of displeasure at his interest in her daughter. Nevertheless, he was not stingy with his teachings. Kurenai was a genin of Konoha, yet she lacked the familial ties and the age-old secret medicines possessed by the prominent clans. In Konoha, or indeed the ninja world at large, chakra refinement is ideally undertaken after the age of 6, when a child's development is nearly complete. After all, chakra is a synthesis of energy extracted from one's cells and spirit. It is not that there is a reluctance to refine chakra before proper development. The reality is that many in the ninja world are illiterate, and younger children simply lack the necessary development to extract chakra. However, this applies to commoners. Children from illustrious families often begin consuming secret medicines early on to enhance their growth, enabling many ninja clan children to refine chakra by the age of 3. Unfortunately, Kurenai had no access to such resources. The reason Yuichi Jincheng and Kurenai Yuhi were able to refine chakra at 5 was due to Yuichi's exchanges for certain secret medicines from the Nara clan. They would periodically immerse themselves in these concoctions. Nevertheless, prominent families placed great importance on these medicines, and even Kurenai could only procure a few packets occasionally, which were meant for both of them to share. Thus, it was only at the age of 5 that they could commence chakra refinement. If Sunset Red truly prioritized only the extraction of chakra, then even if she couldn't achieve this by the age of 3, she would at least be capable of doing so by 4. The prowess of a ninja is most easily enhanced during their youth. If Sunset Red had extracted chakra a year earlier, her potential would have soared considerably. This principle is one that a J-nin like Sunset True Red would undoubtedly comprehend. Yet, he still chose to administer the secret potion for both individuals. Thus, despite his occasional irritability, Yuichi J-suk refrained from voicing any complaints. Ultimately, he remained mindful of another's daughter, a self-awareness he possessed. It was akin to harboring a troublesome pet at home, who wouldn't feel exasperated. As Yuichi pondered these thoughts, the lecturer, Ikaku Hyane, continued to expound on the methods of chakra extraction on stage. For the entirety of the morning, he reiterated the same 3 to 4 pages of material, looping back time and again. Meanwhile, the students below, apart from those of civilian descent, appeared utterly listless. Among them was Kakashi Hatake, who regretted not choosing a seat at the back. He glanced at Yuichi J-suk in the rear, noting the vacant stare directed forward, clearly lost in thought. Beside him, Sunset Red fixated intently on Ikaku Hyane with her large, expressive eyes. Although she was already familiar with the information, it did not deter her aspiration to be an exemplary student. Just as Kakashi prepared to turn back and continue his daydreaming, his peripheral vision caught sight of a besotted individual in the back row. Is he really such a simpleton? Kakashi murmured under his breath, casting a glance at Obito Uchiha. At that moment, Obito remained entranced by Rin no Era, although the teacher was discussing chakra extraction techniques while he clutched a myriad of assassination tactics. While the instructor might grant some leniency to those who had already mastered chakra extraction, Obito's blatant disregard was unparalleled. Numerous students were drifting off, particularly a certain redhead by the window, a monkey-like fellow, a girl clad in black adorned with the Kato clan's emblem. Alongside himself, in the branch family girl from the Hyuga clan, among others. However, none matched Obito's level of audacity. As Kakashi silently criticized, Ikaku Hyane seemed unable to tolerate the distraction any longer, hurling a piece of chalk that struck Obito squarely on the forehead. Obito Uchiha! With Ikaku's furious exclamation, all eyes in the classroom turned toward Obito. It appeared that only then did Obito snap back to reality. Startled by the teacher's voice, he shot up, exclaiming, "I'm here. Ha ha ha, he is quite amusing. Have the Uchiha clan truly become like this? How foolish." Observing Obito's sudden rise, Ikaku Hyane thought to himself that this was the first lesson of the semester, and he ought not to lose his temper. He needed to leave a favorable impression on his students. Thus, suppressing his ire, he forced a smile and inquired, "Could you kindly enlighten the class on what has been discussed today?" Upon hearing the words of Kaiyu, Uchiha Obito let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest confidently. "Of course, no problem. This lesson focuses on the subtle techniques of ninja assassination." As he spoke, he raised the book titled 10,000 Techniques of Ninja Assassination in his hand, lifted his chin with an air of pride, and remarked, "I am correct, am I not, teacher?" Kaiyu took a deep breath and closed his eyes in silence. "Can anyone tell me the name of today's lesson?" he inquired. At that moment, Yuhi Kurenai raised her hand. JYY glanced at her and then at Uchiha Obito, thinking to himself, it should be fine. At this moment, the labor reform offender still appears to be a foolish youth, likely devoid of grudges. Seeing Kurenai raise her hand, Kaiyu displayed a look of approval. From the very beginning, this girl named Kurenai had been attentively listening, despite the presence of a daydreaming miscreant beside her. "All right, let us have Kurenai share the name of the lesson with us," Kaiyu urged decisively. "This lesson is called Chakra Refinement Technique," Kurenai replied, glancing at Uchiha Obito, who was blushing in embarrassment behind his goggles due to her words. "Please take your seat." Observing Obito's demeanor, Kaiyu sighed and continued. "Although many students have already mastered the chakra refinement technique, we must not be complacent, lest we be surpassed by others. Now, let us proceed." With that, Kaiyu resumed his lecture, reiterating the intricacies of the chakra refinement technique. Wai found himself deeply impressed by his teaching prowess. With merely 3 or 4 pages of material, he managed to analyze and explain without redundancy. While it may not have been of much use to him personally, his explanations were undeniably crucial for the common folk. The chakra refinement technique involves extracting energy from one's cells and spirit. A careless mistake could lead to self-injury. Kaiyu's meticulous and detailed discourse maximizes the avoidance of such perils. "Why, that Uchiha seems rather dim-witted," Kurenai whispered, poking his hand and casting a timid glance at Kaiyu. In response, Y glanced at the bashful Uchiha Obito, who was staring down in shame, and remarked, "Indeed. He differs significantly from the Uchiha I have previously encountered. He appears rather simple-minded, right?" Kurenai chimed in, her pride swelling like a peacock recognized for its keen observations. "I have been exceptionally diligent in my assessments." After realizing her own words, Kurenai bit her finger and tilted her head, asking, "Have you truly fought against members of the Uchiha clan? How was I unaware of this?" Upon hearing Kurenai's puzzled inquiry, Y confidently placed his hands on his hips, declaring, "I have fought many. The Hige clan, Inazuka clan, Yamanaka clan, Uchiha clan, and the Suki clan. I have encountered them all." He unabashedly boasted about those he had bested. Over the years, he had been wandering aimlessly, seeking to trigger achievement rewards, and had essentially engaged in a scuffle with nearly all of his peers from the various clans in Konoha, in addition to the children of the ninja clans. He had also dealt with numerous troublesome brats from civilian families. Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai appeared somewhat perplexed. Time passed swiftly during their conversation, and the first class of Hayano Ichiraku extended all the way to lunchtime. Just as he was about to declare the end of class, a teacher entered, accompanied by a boy clad in a tight green outfit. Upon entering the classroom, the boy smiled at Hayano Ichiraku and said, "Hayano-sensei, this is a specially approved student whom the Hokage sent me to bring." "A specially approved student?" "Indeed, he has passed a special talent examination," the teacher explained. "I have delivered him, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, you may go about your business," Hayano Ichiraku replied. After the teacher exited, he turned to Might Guy and smiled. "Let us begin with a self-introduction." "Sure." Might Guy beamed, revealing a bright, white smile while giving a thumbs up. Hayano Ichiraku observed Might Guy, his mouth twitching slightly. It seemed yet another unusual student had arrived. "I am Might Guy, proficient in taijutsu, and I shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja," Guy declared, raising his thumb towards everyone. Kakashi Hitaki, observing the outstretched hand, couldn't help but frown. He noticed scars on Might Guy's hands, just as his father had mentioned. However, he did not believe that Might Guy would become a formidable rival. Rather than considering this individual as a potential adversary, Kakashi's thoughts shifted as he glanced towards the back row, where a certain red-haired boy was secretly conversing with Yuhi Kurenai. Gesturing animatedly, he had clashed with this red-haired boy before. In pure physicality, Yuki Katsu was somewhat stronger than himself. It was worth noting that Kakashi had been training since childhood, and individuals like Yuki Katsu, who could surpass him in sheer physical prowess, were those he needed to watch out for. Seemingly sensing someone's gaze, Yuki Katsu looked up and met Kakashi's eyes. Their gazes collided in the air for a few seconds before Yuki Katsu flashed a smile and waved. At that moment, Hayano Ichiraku exchanged a few brief words with Might Guy before announcing the end of class. The schedule for the Ninja Academy spanned from 8 in the morning until noon, then resumed from 1 in the afternoon until 5. According to Uncle Akihiro, the curriculum consisted of theoretical lessons in the morning and practical training in the afternoon. However, first-year students focused solely on theory, primarily learning to refine chakra and literacy. Indeed, a significant number of civilian students were illiterate. As Hayano Ichiraku exited the classroom, Kakashi approached Yuki Katsu. 50-50, do you have something to discuss?" Yuki Katsu inquired curiously upon seeing Kakashi approach him. If he recalled correctly, Kakashi had exhibited some reluctance towards him that morning. "Let us have another match," Kakashi stated. "Huh?" Yuki Katsu was taken aback, and Yuhi Kurenai beside him was equally surprised. Yuichi Juchi pondered for a moment before gently declining. "Another match? Weren't you thoroughly defeated last time? Perhaps it would be best to forego it." Upon hearing his words, Kakashi Hitaki clenched his fists, feeling a surge of indignation. Enough with the excuses. Last time was merely an accident. Honestly, it was a 50-50 chance. You are truly not at your best now. Yuichi shook his head and sighed. "This time, I shall employ the Hitaki sword technique." Kakashi gritted his teeth. He had initially intended to assess Yuichi's progress, yet his frustration mounted. "Last time, it was simply a matter of a single misstep, but you were pinned to the ground and pummeled from the outset," Yuichi replied candidly. Observing Kakashi's defiant demeanor, he sighed once more. "I truly have no way of convincing you otherwise. Very well, I accept." Yuichi J. presented an innocuous demeanor, pondering how much better it would be if he had a pair of spectacles at that moment. Kakashi's prowess was, in truth, insufficient to contend with him. The previous encounter where he was subdued was no jest. However, This was under the condition that Yuichi refrained from employing his swordsmanship. Curiously, Yuichi contemplated whether should Kakashi resort to the famed Hatake sword technique, and he himself abstain from trickery, he could indeed prevail over him. Although bolstered by the templates of the Seventh Hokage and Sakura Haruno, those templates did not confer physical attributes. The benefits derived from the templates were merely 3 skills. Had he possessed a bloodline, an additional Kekkei Genkai would have been granted. In essence, the strength Yuichi currently exhibited stemmed primarily from the Uzumaki clan's lineage. Alongside a 20% damage reduction bestowed by the ninjutsu body technique, and a 10% enhancement in ninjutsu from being a ninja trainee. As Yuichi contemplated these matters, the surrounding onlookers, sensing the potential for entertainment, became animated with excitement. They were unfamiliar with either Kakashi or Yuichi, and neither bore any family crests on their garments. "Hooray! Let them fight!" shouted 2 students eager for the spectacle. Beside Yuichi, Kurenai Yuhi tugged at his sleeve with a hint of concern. "Is it really appropriate to engage in battle on the first day of school? My father advised us not to cause trouble." Upon hearing Kurenai's words, Yuichi chuckled reassuringly. "Fear not. It is merely a friendly contest. Uncle Akihiko would surely understand." Realizing that her objections would be futile, Kurenai fell silent, though her worry remained unabated. "Very well," she conceded, retrieving a bandage from her pocket. "Good thing I brought this along, hee. If either of you gets injured, it can be of use." She waved the bandage playfully before Kakashi and Yuichi. "Ah, Kurenai is so gentle. I adore her," exclaimed one boy, while another lamented. "How infuriating that such a kind girl has been snatched away." Kurenai's gesture sparked a flicker of hostility from several boys in the classroom directed towards Yuichi. In response to their remarks, Yuichi narrowed his eyes, silently committing the faces of the 2 boys who had spoken to memory. "You little rascals, once I finish with Kakashi, you'll be next. Let us proceed to the training ground," Kakashi declared, his fists clenched and eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. "This time, I shall make you understand the true essence of the Hatake sword technique." With that, he strode out of the classroom, Yuichi following closely behind. As they moved, nearly everyone in the classroom trailed in their wake. Obito Uchiha walked alongside Rin Noera, remarking, "What's so captivating about this? Rin, shall we go have lunch?" Obito and Rin were already acquainted prior to this encounter. As one of the rare moral exemplars of Konoha, Uchiha Obito encountered the equally virtuous Noera Rin while assisting an elderly lady across the street. At first glance, he found himself ensnared in the depths of love. However, he hesitated to reveal his feelings. Upon hearing Obito's words, Rin displayed a look of concern, stating, "Obito, we are classmates. It would be unfortunate if anyone were to get hurt. I learned how to bandage wounds from my sister Yuzuki at the hospital. If anyone does get injured, I can assist." "Ah, haha, is that so?" Obito chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as he added, "I can help too. After all, I am of the Uchiha clan, and when they lose control, I will step in to stop them." Rin's worry deepened upon hearing Obito's words. Having known him for over half a year, she was well aware of his character. Although Obito belonged to the Uchiha clan, he was quite different from the others. He was kind-hearted, eager to help, and radiated positivity, albeit with a hint of unreliability. While they conversed, others arrived at their destination. Kakashi stood in the arena, brandishing his training wooden sword and gazing at Yuichi Jushu. Unfazed, Yuichi leaped to face him, securing his hands with bandages. The 2 stood approximately 10 meters apart, forming opposing seals. "Kakashi, you cannot possibly defeat me. I will surely win." Kakashi replied with a serious expression, drawing his wooden sword with both hands. "And my name is Hatake Kakashi." "You fool!" Kakashi exclaimed, charging directly at Yuichi. "An adversary who has fallen before me will never be acknowledged as a rival. I shall grant you time to pursue, until you're lost to sight." Yuichi's words ignited a flush of anger on Kakashi's face. So cool. Kakashi was undeniably furious. Yet the surrounding female classmates gazed at him with starry eyes. Seeing this, Yuhi Kurenai glanced down at herself, then clenched her fists, declaring, "Yuichi is mine. He won't like anyone else." In stark contrast to the girls' reactions, the boys expressed their annoyance. "Damn it, he tricked us. What a jerk. Already having a girlfriend, and still trying to charm others. Let's teach him a lesson after school." Despite Yuichi's bravado, he remained vigilant in his battle against Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was a prodigy who graduated at 6, became a nin at 7, and attained Jonin status by 12. In the entirety of Konoha, aside from the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Perhaps only Namake's Minato could rival Kakashi's talents. At the start of the original storyline, Kakashi had been in a prolonged state of despair, even finding the burden of possessing Obito's eye overwhelming. Thoughts swirled in an instant, and before he knew it, Kakashi had closed the distance, his wooden sword aimed directly at Yuichi's neck. Kakashi's speed was astounding, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. However, in the eyes of Yuichi Jy, the pace was somewhat sluggish. He shifted his body to evade Kakashi's downward strike, yet Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this maneuver, deftly redirecting his wooden sword mid-strike to deliver a horizontal slash aimed at Yuichi's waist. Had it been a real blade, a successful hit would have resulted in a grievous wound. Kakashi executed two seemingly simple moves, each crafted with lethal intent. His speed was remarkable, both in motion and in the swing of his weapon. However, there was a brief moment of hesitation as he transitioned from a downward slash to a horizontal cut. And it was this fleeting pause that provided Yuichi the opportunity to react. Amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he leaned back, supporting himself with his hands, and performed a backward somersault, evading Kakashi's strike. Simultaneously, his right foot shot upwards, delivering a powerful kick to Kakashi's hand. The force of the blow was significant. Even Kakashi, who had been trained by the formidable Shikaku Nara to never let go of his weapon, was forced to relinquish his grip. While Yuichi could have merely ducked or sidestepped to avoid the attack, he chose to counter while evading, embodying the romantic ideal he pursued. With Kakashi disarmed, Yuichi completed his backflip, now grasping the wooden sword that had once belonged to Kakashi. He raised the weapon, a mocking smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Little brother? Can you handle this? If not, you might as well join those who cry home to their mothers. What a cheeky brat, thought Kain Ichikaku, observing from the office window, as a nearby teacher stifled a laugh, remarking, "Hey, Ichikaku, those students seem to be from your class, right?" "Indeed," replied Kain, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Another, slightly older teacher, blowing on his thermos, shook his head. "This class seems to have quite a few troublemakers. Ichikaku, your days are going to be tough. Such talented students are not easy to teach." They witnessed the entire exchange between Yuichi and Kakashi unfold before their eyes. Though it consisted of only a few simple exchanges, their years of experience revealed that both Kakashi and Yuichi possessed the strength of a lower-ranked ninja. On the field, Kakashi, unable to tolerate Yuichi's taunts, stepped forward. Unarmed, he still had his fists and martial arts. Yuichi stood his ground, maintaining his composure while continuing to hurl insults. "Can you handle this? If not, you should drink more milk for a couple of years." Just as he spoke, Kakashi launched a punch toward him. This time, Yuichi had no intention of dodging. He had disarmed Kakashi to test his own resilience against blows. Indeed, he was eager to see the effects of the 20% damage reduction from the ninjutsu technique. Why? As Kakashi launched his punch, Yuichi stood firm, mirroring the motion with his own fist. Witnessing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Kakashi's eyes, swiftly replaced by exhilaration. "Come on, let us see who can withstand more punishment. Let the contest begin, 50-50. In but a fleeting moment, their blows collided with resolute force. Kakashi's fist struck Yuichi's abdomen, while Yuichi delivered a kick to Kakashi's shoulder. Both were sent sprawling backward. Yuhi Kurenai, observing the scene, felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed at Yuichi, her face etched with concern, yet she refrained from intervening. This was a battle befitting ninjas, even if it was merely a sparring match between two newly enrolled students. "Red, I'm fine," Yuichi assured as he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. Kakashi's punch had been formidable, yet he had begun to grasp the so-called damage reduction mechanism. Upon impact, he distinctly sensed a diminishment in force. The intensity of the blow had been considerably lessened. Nonetheless, he felt a sharp sting in his abdomen. Kakashi, on the other hand, experienced an entirely different sensation. If Yuichi felt as though he had been struck by a heavy object, Kakashi felt as if he had been rammed by a cart. Wincing, he stood unsteadily, clutching his left arm, which presented a twisted appearance to the onlookers. "Ouch, is this excessive? Is this what combat entails? Stop, you must cease this," shouted their classmates, urging them to halt, but neither Yuichi nor Kakashi paid heed. Kakashi, gritting his teeth, lifted his arm, the bones emitting a sharp crack. Yuichi's kick had dislocated his shoulder. Gasping for breath, Kakashi glared at Yuichi, his fury boiling over. "Yuichi! Ah, Kakashi!" Yuichi retorted, equally furious. The two shouted each other's names in unison, and just as the spectators anticipated another clash, they instinctively retreated. Kakashi, having dislocated his left arm, had managed to reset it. Yet it remained cumbersome. He was reluctant to engage Yuichi in close combat any longer. That kick had significantly deflated his arrogance. Conversely, Yuichi was unafraid of Kakashi's punches, though he harbored a slight apprehension of pain. "Why are you retreating?" Kakashi inquired coolly, adopting Yuichi's taunting demeanor. "Are you perhaps afraid?" "What nonsense!" Yuichi retorted sharply. "If you're afraid, then I certainly am not. What are you backing away for? It is you who is fearful, isn't it?" Yuichi added, pouting in a provocatively defiant manner. "Kakashi-chan, you are truly terrifying." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, watching as Yuichi continued his banter while discreetly forming hand seals. Yuichi, too, squinted, engaging in his own playful taunts while quietly executing his own hand seals. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd presumed that the matter was drawing to a close. However, at that moment, Kakashi took a deep breath, gathering chakra in his throat. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he uttered the incantation, Yuichi Kitsuki, seeing this, darted to the side while hurling insults. "Old coin. You've got no little JJ when you had a son." As he ran, he began to form hand seals. With Kakashi unleashing the great fireball, he no longer feigned restraint. The fireball did not merely fly in a straight line when expelled. Rather, the great fireball technique resembled a flamethrower, channeling chakra directly from the throat and spewing forth flames that would erupt ahead. This was the crux of Yuichi's hand seals while he fled, primarily due to Kakashi's relentless fiery assault. Illusion technique. This place is not. Upon completing his seals, Yuichi dashed into Kakashi's line of sight and waved a hand. This Jinjutsu had been taught to him by Kurenai Yuhi for practice. It took him over a year to master, but despite its complexity, its effects were formidable. Once ensnared, the opponent would become disoriented, perceiving the locale as an entirely different place. In the original narrative, the character Steel had employed this very illusion. As Kakashi caught sight of Yuichi, he fell victim to the technique. Yuichi stood to the left, while Kakashi faced to the right. "Little brat, it's my turn now." Yuichi swiftly advanced, delivering a powerful kick to Kakashi's chin, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Observing Kakashi collapse, Yuichi rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment before seizing him by the collar and sprinting toward the infirmary. Watching Yuichi's rapid pace, Rin Noera, with the ointment prepared in her hands, shook her head in mild disappointment. "I was ready to assist, but it seems they are better off going to the infirmary than my tending." "Obito, those two are remarkably strong," she remarked, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she turned to Uchiha Obito, adding, "We must strive harder ourselves." Noticing Rin's brilliant smile, Obito tightened his hands, feigning bravado. "I was just about to intervene, but alas, they finished before I could." Rin, with a sweet smile, refrained from calling out his pretense, thinking that Obito was impressive in his own right. "Hiki." At her praise, Obito scratched his head and chuckled. "I suppose I did all right." "Hiki." Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi observed as Yuichi dragged Kakashi toward the infirmary. She pressed her lips together and jogged after them. Although she was not as powerful as either Yuichi or Kakashi, nor did she possess their physical prowess, she had refined her chakra. Focusing chakra in her legs, Kurenai's speed was also remarkable. Thus, before the eyes of the onlookers, she vanished in a flash, swiftly pursuing them. How wonderful, she mused. A humble girl, who had been standing beside Hinata for quite some time, couldn't help but feel a flicker of envy as she witnessed Hinata's remarkable speed. Although she had enrolled and was learning the art of chakra refinement, she understood that she might never catch up to her classmates who had already mastered this skill. Meanwhile, as Hinata pursued her goal, several teachers observing the spectacle from the office closed their windows, fully aware that Kakashi had not sustained any significant injuries. Had he been gravely harmed, someone would have rushed to his aid long ago. "Where am I? Why can't I catch my breath?" Kakashi, dazed and confused, opened his eyes only to realize that he was struggling to breathe. As he regained some clarity, he found himself on his heels, being pulled by the collar of his shirt, uncertain of his destination. Instinctively, he began to struggle. Noticing Kakashi's movements, Yuichi Yuzuki paused in surprise and released his grip on Kakashi's collar. The moment Yuichi let go, Kakashi plopped onto the ground with a thud, his mind momentarily blank. "You woke up surprisingly quickly." Yuichi was genuinely curious. His kick had been quite forceful, striking Kakashi squarely on the chin, yet he had regained consciousness so swiftly. Hearing Yuichi's comment, Kakashi snapped out of his daze, stood up, and rubbed his behind while hissing in discomfort. The ground was hard, and the height from which Yuichi had pulled him offered no cushioning, leaving his head spinning. While massaging his rear, Kakashi replied while still catching his breath. I've been soaking in medicinal baths since childhood. My constitution is considerably stronger than the average person's. His feelings towards Yuichi had softened. Although he had lost to him, it had been a fair contest, and he respected that. Oh. It dawned on Yuichi that although the Hatake clan was not a formal family, their strength was undeniable. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was renowned as the White Fang of Konoha. Thus, preparing a medicinal bath for Kakashi was not overly challenging. As they fell into silence, Hinata caught up with them and was taken aback to see Kakashi rubbing his backside while Yuichi fixed an unwavering gaze on Kakashi's groin. The scene appeared rather peculiar. Despite knowing that nothing inappropriate could have transpired, Hinata couldn't help but entertain such thoughts, though in the world of Naruto it seemed quite reasonable. Given its notorious reputation for early maturity. You two? Hinata pointed at Kakashi, frowning as she looked at Yuichi. Hinata, you're here, Kakashi exclaimed, while Yuichi's expression brightened at the sight of her. This guy is all right. We can go eat now. Oh. Upon hearing this, Hinata set aside her concerns and promptly joined Yuichi for a meal. Kakashi remained behind, watching their departing figures, momentarily at a loss for words. He had wanted to discuss a review of their previous battle with Yuichi. However, observing the two individuals, Kakashi chose not to indulge in any frivolity. Just as he was about to depart, someone pursued him from behind. Might Guy, witnessing Kakashi silently rubbing his rear, leaped forward and exclaimed, "My lifelong rival, are you all right?" Despite Might Guy's exuberant familiarity, Kakashi chose to disregard him. Among all his classmates, only a select few could pique his interest, and it was evident that Might Guy was not among them. Nevertheless, Kakashi's indifference did not deter Might Guy. Rather, it only intensified his enthusiasm. Would you like to join me for a meal? I can share some of my bento with you. My father prepared a beef bento for me. No, thank you, Kakashi replied as he walked ahead, while Might Guy continued to chatter behind him. Meanwhile, Yuichi and Kurenai were heading in an entirely opposite direction. Yuichi, what shall we have for lunch? Kurenai queried, rubbing her small belly. Although she had eaten in the morning, she had not consumed much, and by noon, hunger was indeed setting in. However, Kurenai had not prepared any bento for the two of them. It was unclear whether she had simply forgotten. Upon hearing her question, Yuichi smiled broadly. Of course, we'll eat out. Although Kurenai had neglected to prepare a bento, based on his understanding of this devoted father, he expected that even if she had forgotten, she should have remembered by now. Yuichi, did your father give you any money? Kurenai asked curiously upon hearing his words. Yuichi shook his head. No, but I have a feeling Uncle Jinru is just outside the school gate. Oh? Kurenai blinked her large, sparkling eyes in surprise as she looked at him. Uncle Jinru is quite reliable. Yuichi did not elaborate further, instead taking her small hand and leading her towards the school gate. Moments later, how can I phrase this to avoid upsetting Kurenai? As Kurenai stood pondering how to prevent her daughter from becoming upset at the school gate, she looked up just in time to see Yuichi and her daughter running towards her hand in hand. Taking a deep breath, Kurenai forced a smile on her face as she prepared to speak, but her daughter's delighted voice reached her ears first. Yuichi, you are amazing. Dad is really here. Hearing Kurenai's praise, Yuichi puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, I am Yuichi Kitsuki. When did I become a mere backdrop? Observing his daughter gazing at a certain red-haired boy with sparkling eyes, Kurenai fell into contemplation. While she was deep in thought, Yuichi and Kurenai approached. Noticing her pensive demeanor, Yuichi cleared his throat. Ahem. Uncle Jinru, are you here to deliver our bento? Yuichi's question snapped Kurenai back to reality, and she shot him a fierce glare. In response, Kurenai playfully glared back at him before saying, Dad, don't be so harsh with Yuichi. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Akane Yukisaki took a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions. This little darling surely had a way of letting in the chill. Though she lamented inwardly, Akane nonetheless retrieved 2 bento boxes and handed them to Yuichi Yuki, stating, I forgot to prepare lunch for both of you. These bento boxes were purchased from outside. She placed the 2 boxes firmly into Yuichi's hands. With her daughter nearby, she couldn't glare at him. But the weight of the bento boxes served as a mild form of retribution, she mused silently. However, she soon found herself taken aback. When had she started to harbor such thoughts? This troublesome brat had ensnared her entire family. Glancing at Yuichi once more, she sighed. The consequences of her own actions were her burden to bear, and though this boy was somewhat unruly, he could be considered, well, perhaps a decent child. Lost in thought for but a moment, Akane handed the bento to Yuichi and then bid farewell. As she was leaving, for reasons unknown, she casually inquired, "You haven't caused any trouble, have you?" Yuichi, who was about to pull Akane away, immediately bristled at her words. What did she mean by "you haven't caused any trouble"? He retorted indignantly, "I have never caused any trouble. I didn't interrupt the teacher during class today, nor did I skip any classes. How could I possibly cause trouble?" Akane nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his point. What kind of trouble could one cause at a ninja school? Just then, Kakashi approached them. Upon seeing Yuichi, Might Guy gave him a thumbs up and grinned. "Yuichi, I just saw what happened. Truly impressive. You are indeed my lifelong rival. The classmates are all saying you stole the spotlight." Akane's expression froze at Guy's words. "Did you not say you didn't cause any trouble?" "Indeed," Yuichi asserted confidently. "Just after class, Kakashi challenged me to a duel, and I accepted. Engaging in a spar during break can't be considered causing trouble, right?" Akane then glanced at Kakashi, who was standing next to Guy. Kakashi was covered in an unshakable layer of dust, and a noticeable mark marred his chin, presumably from the black mask he wore. Additionally, his left hand moved awkwardly, suggesting an injury. He presented a rather disheveled appearance, clearly in distress. Yuichi also looked over, momentarily caught off guard by the mark on Kakashi's mask. It seemed he had forgotten to remove the mask to see his face. That infuriating white-haired Kakashi must have used a genjutsu to make him forget this detail. Yuichi silently cursed in his mind. Kakashi, having noticed Akane, approached and clarified, "And Akane, it was my initiative to engage him in battle. Any loss was entirely my own fault." As the crimson sunset cast its glow, Akatsuki sighed and glanced at Kakashi, retrieving a healing salve from his pocket. "This is a balm for your wounds. Take it. Next time, have that rascal accompany you in the same manner," he advised. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by the salve in his hand, accepted it quietly. "I will surely do so." Upon hearing his words, Akatsuki chuckled heartily, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. "I will await your good news." Indeed, observing the camaraderie between the two, Yuichi Jincheng cast a suspicious glance at Akatsuki, sensing that the old man harbored ulterior motives. After exchanging a few brief words, Akatsuki departed. The afternoon classes were still under the tutelage of Yuya Inaba. As in the morning, he continued to teach chakra refining techniques. However, he also took the time to instruct illiterate students in reading. This left Yuichi Jincheng feeling bored throughout the afternoon. Finally, as the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day, Yuichi Jincheng seized the moment, grasping Akatsuki's hand and leaping out of the second-floor window with lightning speed. "Wahoo! School's out." His exuberance rendered the classroom silent. In the midst of his lesson, Yuya Inaba's expression darkened as he prepared to finish the page before dismissing the class. The other students mirrored his dismay. A few seated near the window leaned out to witness Yuichi Jincheng, resembling an untamed stallion, sprinting towards the school gate. Meanwhile, Akatsuki, blushing, was nestled against his chest, being carried in a princess hold. Yuya Inaba took a deep breath, moving to the window to unleash his lion's roar technique to call Yuichi Jincheng back. Simultaneously, Kakashi, seated in the front row by the window, observed Yuichi's antics. After a moment of contemplation, he silently opened the closed window and leaped out like a large black rat. Yuichi felt restless, and so did Kakashi. He had long mastered what Yuya Inaba was teaching. While he could feign distraction in the morning, by the afternoon, it was unbearable. One cannot remain in a state of distraction all day. Besides, Yuya's demeanor suggested he intended to continue teaching, so it was better to feign ignorance and escape like Yuichi. Unbeknownst to Yuya Inaba, as he prepared to unleash his lion's roar, he caught a glimpse of a white-haired boy wearing a mask darting out as well. Kakashi's actions seemed to ignite a powder keg. All the students who had mastered chakra, except for Obito Uchiha, dashed out. As for Obito, those who understood the situation knew why he remained behind. Those who did not would remain oblivious. Like Kakashi, any student who had grasped the chakra refining technique could hardly endure the lesson any longer. They were not fools. If Kakashi could discern that the teacher intended to continue, they could certainly perceive it as well. Under the dazed gaze of Kei Ichijaku, moments later, only a third of the students remained in the classroom. Observing the few students left, he sighed and approached the podium, organizing his teaching materials. With a hint of resignation, he announced, "Class is dismissed." After a brief pause, he surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Uchiha Obito for a moment before continuing. However, even though class is over, do not let your guard down. You have already fallen behind a session. Those who just rushed out possess chakra. They are inherently at an advantage over you. You must exert 200 times the effort to surpass them. Ichijaku taught Class A, which was, in essence, an elite class. Yet, it was not solely composed of ninja clan students. Each class included both ninja and civilian students. Even in his Class A, the best performing ninja students and the top civilian students were assigned together, following the traditions of Konoha. The same principle applied to subsequent classes. Noticing the self-deprecating expressions on the faces around him, Ichijaku sighed once more. Over the years, he had observed a recurring theme among his civilian students, a deep-rooted sense of inferiority stemming from their familial backgrounds and lack of strength, something he felt powerless to change. Meanwhile, as Ichijaku was earnestly advising his students, Yuki Yuichi had already dashed out of the school, cradling the blushing Hinata in his arms. Just as they burst onto the street, they coincidentally crossed paths with Uzumaki Kushina, who was en route to Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Yuichi and Hinata emerge from the ninja school, Kushina couldn't help but break into an amused smile. "Yuichi, put me down," Hinata murmured shyly from his embrace. Her voice was barely audible, almost lost to the bustling surroundings. Noticing the amused gazes of those around them, Yuichi's cheeks flushed crimson. Even with his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and gently set Hinata down. "If you do that again, I'll... Hinata pondered for a moment, her cheeks reddening further as she pouted in feigned indignation. "I'll ignore you for 3 days." Yuichi scratched his head in response and grasped Hinata's small hand, their eyes locking. "Hinata, I didn't mean to." Just as he was about to say more, he sensed someone approaching from behind, mistakenly believing it to be Hinata's sister, causing his heart to race. Startled, he turned to find it was Uzumaki Kushina, and he exhaled slowly, relieved to find his anxiety dissipate. If it had indeed been Hinata's sister, he feared he would have faced her wrath once again. Strangely enough, although Hinata was not from the Hyuga clan, he often felt the weight of their Byakugan presence around him. "Little boy, you seem quite nervous," Kushina remarked with a playful smirk, observing Yuichi's reaction. "What is this?" The future legend of the ninja world is trying to flirt with a girl at school, afraid of her family finding out? Her eyes narrowed teasingly as she jested. Upon hearing this, Yuichi jumped up in protest, exclaiming, "How could that be? I merely thought there was danger." "Is that so?" Kushina Uzumaki regarded him with a bemused smile, but upon noticing the rosy blush adorning Kurenai Yui's cheeks, she chose to remain silent. The scene of Yuichi rushing out with Kurenai in his arms evoked memories of her childhood, when Minato Namikaze had rescued her from a kidnapping in another village, cradling her as they escaped. Back then, Minato had held her in precisely the same manner. As Kushina reminisced, a blissful smile graced her lips. She too had blushed with embarrassment, nestled within Minato's embrace. It was from that moment onward that their relationship had blossomed. Yuichi, lifting his gaze to Kushina's radiant smile, felt a peculiar sensation that he could not quite articulate. As an impostor of the Uzumaki clan, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in the presence of the genuine article. He had never contemplated that he possessed the blood of the Uzumaki clan, a fact that was hardly a secret among the higher echelons. Observing Kushina seemingly lost in her thoughts, Yuichi stealthily retreated a few steps before seizing Kurenai's small hand and sprinting away with fervor. At his movement, Kushina roused from her reverie, chuckling softly at the sight of Yuichi fleeing. Shortly thereafter, he and Kurenai paused on a different street, where Kurenai, slightly out of breath, curiously inquired, Yuichi, what are we running from?" "I don't know, but I just wanted to get away." Yuichi began, but before he could finish, Kushina's voice echoed from above, "Get away from what?" His expression faltered for a moment before he boldly replied, "From school. It's a pity I couldn't converse more with that lovely older sister. Let us hope that's truly what you think, little rascal." With that, Kushina leapt down from the rooftop, playfully ruffling Yuichi's hair into a disheveled mess. "Don't touch my head. I absolutely detest it when someone messes with my hair," Yuichi exclaimed, swatting her hand away and attempting to fix his hairstyle while casting her a resentful glance. "I will definitely get my revenge one day." "Humph. That day will never come." Kushina scoffed, extending her hands toward him, but Yuichi deftly evaded her grasp. "When I develop a jutsu for head petting, you won't stand a chance. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it." Kushina winked at Kurenai before cheerfully suggesting, "I originally intended to eat here, and since you both have arrived, Allow me to treat you to some ramen. Pointing to Ichiraku ramen behind them, she ushered the two inside, adding, "This ramen is one of my favorites. The flavors are exquisite. Ha ha ha, as long as the customer enjoys it." The chef, busy preparing the dishes, overheard Kushina's words and laughed heartily, declaring, "I have vowed to become the best ramen chef in the world." As the setting sun cast a warm glow, Hinata Koharu curiously surveyed her surroundings before turning to face Uzumaki Kushina. "Sister, it's time for us to return for dinner." Her adorable demeanor ignited an overwhelming sense of maternal affection in Kushina, who promptly enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Don't worry, I will explain everything to your father." Caught in Kushina's embrace, Hinata found herself slightly breathless amidst the generous softness. Meanwhile, Yuichi Juchi observed from the side, a hint of envy stirring within him as he glanced at Hinata's slender frame, silently wishing he could experience such affection in the future. Sensing Hinata's discomfort, Kushina gently released her and turned her gaze towards Yuichi. "Little brat, order whatever you desire." Unlike her tender approach with Hinata, Kushina's demeanor towards Yuichi was decidedly more brusque. Yet, Yuichi was unfazed. It was his first visit to Ichiraku Ramen, a place he had not considered during his previous adventures in pursuit of achievements. It wasn't that he wished to come. Rather, he had simply overlooked this iconic establishment within the Naruto universe. Now, guided by Kushina, he recalled that this was indeed a must-visit locale in Konoha. Studying the menu hanging on the wall, Yuichi stroked his chin in contemplation before declaring, "I would like a serving of tonkatsu ramen with extra Naruto rolls." "Certainly." The cheerful server responded, then turned to Kushina and Hinata. "And what about you?" "I'll have a bowl of Shia ramen." Kushina replied with a smile before gently encouraging Hinata. "Now, dear, what would you like? Don't be shy with your sister around." Hinata, glancing between Kushina and Yuichi, shyly murmured, "I would like a serving of tonkatsu ramen, please." "Very well, please wait a moment," the server replied, still smiling as he busied himself with preparations. "By the way, I haven't caught your name yet," Kushina inquired as they settled at their table. "I am Uzumaki Kushina, an elite jonin of Konoha," she proclaimed with pride. Yuichi listened intently, recalling the mission statistics from the formula book regarding Kushina: 60 D-rank missions, 43 C-rank missions, 28 B-rank missions, 27 A-rank missions, and 20 S-rank missions, despite being the host of the Nine Tails. And while certain aspects of her character might not align with the original creator's vision, Kushina was undeniably a seasoned elite jonin. Though she was still youthful, suggesting a lesser number of completed missions, she undoubtedly possessed the prowess of an elite jonin, especially while managing the formidable burden of containing the Nine Tails. It was no wonder she could easily best the fourth Hokage, outmatch Jiraiya, and dismiss the third Hokage, leaving even the seventh Hokage in awe. Just as Yuichi's thoughts spiraled into contemplation, the server arrived with their bowls of ramen, interrupting his musings. Meanwhile, Hinata and Kushina engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words and laughter with ease. Observing the joyful expressions of the two, Yuichi Jingu touched his chin, wondering if the red would transform into a blood-red chili. The mere thought of his soft and adorable childhood friend, who could deliver a punch to a child, sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. "Have you fallen under an illusion?" Kushina Izumaki remarked as she saw Yuichi shaking his head, teasing, "Just a moment ago, your eyes were vacant, and you didn't respond when I called you. Now, you're inexplicably shaking your head." Yuichi retorted, "I was contemplating a matter." Kushina clicked her tongue and shook her head. "With my brilliance and your dullness, I'm beginning to doubt our kinship." "I am not dull," Yuichi immediately countered. But as he considered her words, he suddenly stood up, his eyes widening as he gazed at her. "Kinship? Yes, your red hair serves as proof." Kushina seemed quite pleased with his response, smiling brightly as she continued, "Your father is also of the Uzumaki clan." Yuichi had long believed himself to be a mere imitation of the Uzumaki clan, having acquired red hair only after adopting the Seventh Hokage's template, as his original hair was black. "Are you mistaken?" he asked, still unable to fully accept it. However, seeing Kushina's cheerful demeanor reassured him that she was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, Yuichi waved his hand, deciding to accept this new reality while still intending to put on a show. "I do not require the enhancement of bloodline to showcase my strength," he proclaimed, standing atop a stool with great fervor. "I need no ancestral bloodline to empower me. Give me time, and I shall surpass my ancestors." Handa could not help but chuckle at his antics. "Young man, please do not stand on the stool." "Oh, Yuichi exclaimed, jumping down and wiping the stool with his sleeve. Such a show-off. Kushina remarked with a hint of exasperation. Now, eat your ramen before it cools. I shall begin, he declared thrice. During their meal, the trio fell into a comfortable silence. Handa's culinary skills were undeniably exceptional. As the ramen entered his mouth, Yuichi felt an explosion of flavors. The rich aroma lingered, and the texture of the noodles combined with the savory broth and unique toppings elevated the dish to new heights. All these sensations coalesced in Yuichi's mouth into two simple words: delicious. This was undoubtedly the finest ramen he had ever tasted in his 2 lifetimes. On this journey of ramen, I shall refer to you as the strongest, he declared, giving Handa a thumbs up as he stuffed his face with noodles. Ha. Handa beamed at the compliment. You flatter me. I'm quite embarrassed. No, this is my honest opinion, Yuichi replied, swallowing a mouthful of noodles and grinning widely. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear, accompanied by a faintly blue virtual panel that materialized. Achievement unlocked. Checked in at Ichiraku Ramen. If there is a place in this world that one must visit, it is this unremarkable little noodle shop, which has borne witness to countless lives and the journey of the prophesied child. Reward: Ninjutsu Fury. Ninjutsu Fury passively grants a 20 damage amplification effect. Your attacks will inflict an additional 20% damage. Perhaps one could use a kunai to pierce Susanu's defenses? As he perused the description of Ninjutsu Fury, Yuichi Jingu felt a lingering implication, though he lacked concrete evidence. If memory serves him right, the last reward, Ninjutsu Shield, seemed to suggest that he should withstand a strike from the heavenly obstruction star. With a thought, Yuichi summoned his personal profile. Achievements: Childhood Sweetheart, Lifelong Rival. The beginning of a ninja, checked in at Ichiraku Ramen. Rewards: Naruto Uzumaki, Ninja Apprentice, Ninjutsu, Shield, Sakura Haruno Shippuden, Ninjutsu, Fury, Title, Ninja Apprentice, Equipped. Special Reward: Uzumaki Bloodline. Viewing his profile, Yuichi felt overall satisfaction, though he was slightly misled by the special reward, genuinely believing the Uzumaki bloodline was a prize. After finishing a bowl of ramen, Yugao Yuzuki gently rubbed her slightly protruding belly. So delicious, she exclaimed, glancing at Kushina Uzumaki before softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your hospitality, Sister Kushina. Perhaps due to her recent meal, her voice was sweet and soft, evoking a protective instinct in those who heard it. Upon hearing her, Kushina set down her chopsticks, a smile gracing her face. Hana is truly adorable. I wish to have a child just like you. This was a sincere sentiment from Kushina, as she had felt this way since meeting Yugao for the first time. If my future child could be as lovely as Hana, that would be wonderful. Naruto. Kushina paused, momentarily taken aback, before directing her gaze at Yuichi. It took her a moment to realize they were discussing the name of a future child. If it were a girl as cute as Hana, I think naming her Naruto would be splendid. Yugao's cheeks flushed crimson at the mention of her name, and she shyly lowered her head. At that moment, Yuichi also set down his chopsticks, rubbed his belly, and turned to Kushina, saying, though I feel that even a boy could be named Naruto, how lovely it would be. He couldn't help but recall the alluring techniques developed by Naruto Uzumaki and added, perhaps he could transform into a charming girl. Kushina's eyelids drooped slightly as she fixed her gaze on Yuichi. Sensing the malice emanating from Kushina, Yuichi cleared his throat and exclaimed, I was only jesting. If he wishes to learn, I can certainly teach him. However, the heart of Uzumaki Kushina, which had just settled, was once again thrown into disarray. What does it mean that he wants to learn and that I can teach? I intend to convey that I am a brave, upright, and compassionate individual. A mentor endowed with the formidable will of fire, capable of imparting the essence of courage to him. Uzumaki Kushina gazed at him with skepticism, insisting that he better be referring to this matter. The Song of Humanity is a hymn to courage. As the bravest among the denizens of Konohagakure, I am undoubtedly deserving of this title. Yuichi Yagami thumped his chest and spoke with conviction. Looking at his demeanor, Uzumaki Kushina tilted her head, squinting slightly, and inquired, so, you consider yourself quite brave? Of course, I am exceedingly brave, he retorted playfully. Then let me take you to the training ground to see just how brave you truly are. Uzumaki Kushina chuckled, her hands pressing together, producing a disconcerting cracking sound, which made her appear quite fearsome. Upon hearing this, Yuichi Yagami awkwardly smiled, recalling that Uncle Akahoshi was still waiting for them at home. We should head back now. Thank you for your hospitality, sister, He took hold of Hinata's hand and dashed toward the exit. Witnessing his hasty departure, Uzumaki Kushina huffed twice. Little rascal. Does he think he can outmatch me? Seems like the guest has a fondness for children, the chef remarked. Clearing away the bowls that had contained the noodles Yuichi Yagami and Hinata had just finished, smiling warmly at Uzumaki Kushina. With a slow exhalation, Uzumaki Kushina's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she smiled. Children are quite adorable, aren't they? Indeed, the chef agreed with a nod, expressing envy for their boundless energy. He glanced outside, as if yearning to glimpse the world beyond the curtain. Having finished our meal, it is time to depart. Uzumaki Kushina placed her payment on the table and left directly. Shortly after her departure, Kakashi entered with Shikaku, who remarked, "Kakashi, Yuichi, and Hinata just ran out. Why didn't you go greet them?" "I have no intention of doing so," Kakashi replied, his body still marked with bruises from earlier confrontations. Speaking with a hint of pride, the two settled into the seats recently vacated by Yuichi Yagami and Hinata. The ebb and flow of life continues unchanged. From this moment forth, Ichiraka Ramen shall bear witness to the lives of many formidable individuals in Konohagakure. Emerging from Ichiraka Ramen, Yuichi Yagami and Hinata made their leisurely way home. Shortly after exiting, he realized that Uzumaki Kushina had not pursued them, recognizing it as merely a ploy to intimidate him, and thus felt no urgency. "We're home." Upon their return, Akahoshi was seated in the living room, engrossed in the television. Upon seeing them, he cheerfully exclaimed, "You must be hungry. I've prepared a meal, just over there." He gestured towards the food on another table and continued, "I have something to discuss with both of you after you eat." "Daddy, we're done." Hinata indicated her own oil-slicked lips, glistening with remnants of their meal. Finished already?" As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Shiri Jinhong paused momentarily, a look of confusion etched upon his face as he scratched his head. "Yes," he exclaimed, nodding vigorously, his expression brightening. "Sister Kushina treated us to ramen. It was absolutely delicious." Yuki Yuichi, seated nearby, nodded in agreement, and when Shiri Jinhong turned to him, he quietly added, "Indeed, I only just discovered that I possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan." "Oh, you found out?" Shiri Jinhong responded, his demeanor unfazed. The knowledge of Yuki Yuichi's lineage was hardly a secret among the higher echelons. It was merely a matter of time before he learned of it. "Since you have already finished your meal, I shall begin," he stated, switching off the television and straightening his posture, urging Yuki Yuichi and Shiri Hong to take their seats. With a serious expression, he addressed Yuki Yuichi directly. "Indeed, you carry the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. I had intended to inform you today, but it appears Kushina has beaten me to it. Nevertheless, it is not too late to share this with you now. Your hair color and your extraordinary regenerative abilities are hallmarks of the Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai." Yuki Yuichi was momentarily taken aback, struck by the weight of Shiri Jinhong's words. Ever since he acquired the Uzumaki bloodline through an achievement quest, he had felt himself growing stronger each day. He had initially believed that Shiri Jinhong was observing him closely, unaware that he was hardly a matter of concern. However, it made sense, possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. A sudden change in hair color and an increasingly robust physique were hardly surprising. As he pondered this, Shiri Jinhong continued, "With the Uzumaki bloodline, your innate talents will surpass those of ordinary individuals. But has Kushina mentioned that you possess more than just the Uzumaki lineage?" Yuki Yuichi was once again taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he pointed at himself. "What do you mean by more than just the Uzumaki bloodline?" "Quite literally," Shiri Jinhong replied, casting a glance at Yuki Yuichi before sharing a smile with Shiri Hong. "Your father is named Yuki Aomizu, but he was previously known as Uzumaki Aomizu. Your mother is Yuki Haru, but she was once known as Uchiha Haru. Do you understand now?" Shiri Jinhong's words left Yuki Yuichi in a contemplative silence. Shiri Hong, with her large eyes blinking in curiosity, observed the two, sensing that her beloved Yikun was far from ordinary. As she thought, Shiri Hong gently shook the hand she held with Yuki Yuichi and said, "Yuichi." Feeling her subtle gesture, Yuki Yuichi turned to glance at her. "Let it go, Hong," he responded. Perhaps this was the burden one must bear to aspire to become the god of ninjas. Shiri Jinhong thought to himself. Did he truly imply that he would need to carry such burdens? He restrained the urge to curse, suppressing it within. "Well, I have shared everything I needed to with you." As the crimson sun began to set, Yuichi Kyuki was interrupted mid-sentence by a sudden inquiry directed at him. "Uncle Akaharu, do I possess the Uzumaki bloodline?" The question startled Akaharu, who, though perplexed by the reason behind Yuichi's inquiry, understood that it was not a trivial matter. Indeed, Yuichi's words soon reached his ears. I sense the power of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. But I have heard that the Uchiha suffer from a condition known as the red-eye illness. Why do I not exhibit such a condition? Upon hearing this, Akaharu breathed a sigh of relief, only to quickly realize that it was not a mere illness, but rather the Sharingan. The Sharingan will awaken in due time. As long as you behave and refrain from mischief, it shall manifest, he assured. Is that truly the case? Yuichi replied with skepticism. I find it hard to believe. Am I, a jonin of Konoha, capable of deceiving you, a mere ninja student? Akaharu retorted, pointing to himself and then at Yuichi. However, he soon adopted a serious demeanor and stated earnestly, Yet, I hope you never awaken it. As a jonin who had once partnered with Uchiha, he was acutely aware of the conditions required for the Sharingan to manifest. It was a bloodline limit that could only be unlocked through the profound loss of loved ones and comrades. He genuinely wished that Yuichi would never have to awaken the Sharingan, for it would mean enduring unimaginable pain. Among the higher-ups, there were whispers that the Uchiha were a clan inherently inclined towards malevolence. Yet, in Akaharu's eyes, the Uchiha were quite dependable, especially when bonded as comrades. Their formidable strength, though often accompanied by a cold or haughty demeanor, belied a genuinely amiable nature. Crucially, once they recognized you, they would treat you with sincere loyalty, and should they perish, they would awaken their eyes, growing even stronger and seeking vengeance on your behalf. What splendid allies they made. Of course, this was contingent upon avoiding those who would resort to self-harm, shedding tears to awaken their eyes. Such tragedies were witnessed in the case of Yuichi's mother, with whom Akaharu had once shared a team. As Akaharu reminisced, Yuichi pondered aloud, if I possess the Uchiha bloodline, do they not care? Akaharu chuckled at Yuichi's naivety. You little rascal, why would they concern themselves with you? Would they seek to prevent the bloodline from being passed on? Yuichi, puzzled, queried further, but are they not Uchiha? Shouldn't they take measures against the bloodline's external propagation? The Uchiha are not like the Hyuga, Akaharu replied. The Uchiha clan has always permitted intermarriage. Your existence is not particularly rare. You are merely a bit more unique due to your Uzumaki lineage. As long as you do not actively seek their acceptance, they will remain indifferent to you. With a smile directed at Yuichi, Akaharu expressed his satisfaction with the young boy. Their playful banter was merely a reflection of their burgeoning camaraderie. Although he harbored reservations about this young man's interest in his daughter, he felt an undeniable sense of reassurance in entrusting Akane to Yuichi Yagami. Upon hearing Akane's words, ancient memories stirred within Yuichi as if awakened from a long slumber. He suddenly recalled that the original narrative also hinted at such a notion. However, it was not articulated overtly, but rather referenced a certain Uchiha Izumi, who was rumored to be the girlfriend of Uchiha Itachi. Izumi's mother had married a man outside the Uchiha clan, consequently relocating from their family. Yet, following the untimely demise of Izumi's father, her mother returned with her to the Uchiha clan, bestowing upon her the name Uchiha Izumi. Observing Yuichi, Akane inquired, Are there any further questions? None at all, Yuichi replied, shaking his head. Today had indeed revealed an extraordinary piece of information. He had previously contemplated how he would explain acquiring a Uchiha template as a reward in the future. However, it now seemed that no explanation was necessary. What of it if I, a prodigy, awaken a Sharingan? Yuichi mused silently. Although many of his actions mirrored those of a child, he had not forgotten his adulthood. Having spent considerable time among his peers, he had adopted a somewhat juvenile demeanor, yet this was merely a guise. Upon hearing that Yuichi had no questions, Akane cleared her throat and stated, You two have also enrolled today, so you can no longer afford to be so leisurely. With that, she fixed a serious gaze upon the two. Seeing her father in such a manner made Akane a bit anxious. She had never witnessed him like this before. Yuichi, however, was unfazed. He was well accustomed to Akane's expressions. Ever since forging a connection with Akane, if he were to encounter a day without seeing her in this state, there would be no doubt it was an impostor, and he would report it directly to the Hokage's office. Noticing that his expression had not intimidated Yuichi, but rather made his daughter uneasy, Akane sighed and relaxed her demeanor. The first-year curriculum at the Ninja Academy consists of chakra refinement techniques and literacy skills. You both have already mastered these, so to avoid wasting this year, starting tomorrow, you must return promptly after school for me to personally instruct you in the art of Genjutsu. I am the master of Jinjutsu in Konoha. A sense of pride emanated from Akane, for to hold such a title in Konoha, a village renowned for the Uchiha clan, attested to his prowess and mastery of illusion techniques. Observing his proud demeanor, Yuichi hesitated for a moment before quietly murmuring, "Is it possible to opt out?" Akane narrowed his eyes. "What did you say?" "I meant to say, how fortunate we are to have such a powerful ninja as Uncle Akane guiding us, something most would seek for lifetimes." Upon sensing Akane's displeasure, Yuichi quickly amended his statement. "That is more like it." Akane paid little heed to Yuichi's earlier comment and earnestly continued, "Jinjutsu can indeed be a means to navigate through murky waters with great finesse. The circumstances allow both of you to survive on the battlefield more easily than other ninjas." Yuichi J-Ki looked at Akihime Y-Hi in astonishment, surprised that someone with such prominent features could harbor such ulterior motives. "What are you staring at?" Akihime Y-Hi said, somewhat exasperated, before continuing, "From now on, you two will be illusion ninjas. Regardless of the truth, that is how we shall present it to the outside world." Akihime Y-Hi's words left Akihime Haruai somewhat perplexed. She raised her hand and asked, "If the goal is to survive, wouldn't it be better to be a medical ninja?" Upon hearing her daughter's remark, Akihime Y-Hi sighed, thinking of her foolish daughter. Medical ninjas serve a logistical role and lack significant combat prowess. If discovered by the enemy or caught in an ambush, their demise is almost certain. However, illusion ninjas are different. They fall under the category of regular ninjas with a focus on illusion techniques. You can hide in a secure location on the battlefield and cast illusions on others. While concealed, no one can ascertain whether you are employing such techniques. If your illusionary abilities are sufficiently potent, you can manipulate a weaker adversary to engage in combat on your behalf, substantially increasing your chances of survival. Unlike medical ninjas who possess little combat capacity, as Akihime Y-Hi spoke, she affectionately patted her daughter's head. "Remember, surviving on the battlefield is paramount. I cannot always look after you too, but before I cannot, I will share the secrets of survival with you. This is the way of life for AJ Nin. When you sense danger, be sure to keep your distance, understood?" Hearing this, Akihime Haruai nodded her small head, seemingly grasping the concept, then turned to see Yuichi J-Ki nodding vigorously beside her. "Uncle Akihime is right. Let others risk their lives while we focus on surviving," Yuichi J-Ki remarked, bringing a sense of comfort to Akihime Y-Hi, who felt proud that the child was maturing and beginning to align with her views. "All right, training begins tomorrow. You may go play now." Akihime Y-Hi waved her hand, turning on the television once more, granting Yuichi J-Ki and Akihime Haruai the freedom to act as they wished. Akihime Haruai opted to remain at home, while Yuichi J-Ki dashed out like a wild dog. He had begun to discern the triggering mechanism for his achievement system and was eager to experiment. Upon arriving at training ground number 4, not far from the Ninja Academy, he found 7 or 8 individuals already present. "Yuichi!" Mato Guy exclaimed joyously upon spotting Yuichi J-Ki, waving his hand. "Over here." Seeing Mato Guy's exuberance, the others nearby turned their attention. Yuichi J-Ki casually approached, surveying the surroundings. This was their designated area for playing ninja games. Although a few ninjas trained here, they were not numerous, and the locals had grown accustomed to their playful antics. After all, they were not the only group engaging in ninja games. Several clusters of children were gathered nearby. "Guy, it's been a while." Upon hearing Yuki Yuichi's words, even someone as thick-skinned as Mike Guy couldn't help but scoff. "What do you mean long time no see? You just left 2 hours ago." Ignoring Mike Guy's remark, Yuki Yuichi glanced around at the others and inquired curiously, "Where is Kakashi?" "He went back with Uncle Shimo," responded Uchiha Obito, adjusting his goggles and stepping forward with a broad smile. "I recall you were not here before, were you?" Yuki Yuichi asked, intrigued by Obito's cheerful demeanor. "Indeed," Obito nodded enthusiastically. "I am about to embark on the first step towards becoming Hokage. I will ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I shall become Hokage." Obito's voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. The ninjas training in the area couldn't help but smile upon hearing his words. How wonderful it was. They too once harbored similar dreams, but as they grew older, they came to realize that those were merely dreams. Dreams felt distant and unattainable, while ideals offered a chance for realization. Hearing Obito's words now elicited warm smiles from them. However, Yuki Yuichi, suppressing his urge to retort, remarked, "Are you planning to emulate Zhao Gao?" "Zhao Gao? What an odd reference," Obito responded, clenching his fists and looking at Yuki Yuichi with determination. "I, Uchiha Obito, challenge you today," Yuki Yuichi replied. "I haven't forgotten that I came here to test my achievement rewards," promptly rejecting the challenge. "No, you cannot defeat me. I do not relish bullying the weak. Are you afraid to compete with me, Obito the Great?" Obito taunted, hands on his hips. "But of course, I am an Uchiha. It is only natural that you would hesitate to face me." Nearby, Noera Rin, witnessing his taunting of Yuki Yuichi, couldn't help but express concern. "Obito, that's not right. How infuriating." With Obito's arrogant demeanor, Yuki Yuichi found himself unable to contain his frustration. To hell with the achievement task. "Come, let us spar." As soon as Yuki Yuichi finished speaking, several friends who were preparing to engage in a ninja game quickly stepped back, clearing a space for the two of them. Obito and Yuki Yuichi stood facing each other, both forming the necessary hand seals. Once the seals were completed, Obito charged forward without a backward glance. Seeing this, Yuki Yuichi surged forward as well. He felt no need for strategy against the youthful Obito. Although many details eluded him, as a seasoned player, he remembered the protagonist of this mobile game quite well. At this stage, Obito possessed no ninjutsu, lacked proficiency in taijutsu, and was not yet adept at the signature Uchiha Shuriken manipulation technique. One could say that in comparison to an ordinary child from a civilian family, Obito only fared slightly better due to a good diet and the ability to cultivate chakra and read. Beyond that, he was essentially inept. The two individuals charged directly towards one another, but as they approached within 3 meters, Yuichi Ketsuki executed a sudden slide tackle. 1 foot hooked behind Uchiha Obito's knee, applying just enough force to send Obito crashing to the ground. While Uchiha Obito feared the fall, Ketsuki stood tall, daring to challenge me, truly remarkable. Yet the only commendation I can offer you is this. How infuriating. Obito hit the ground hard, his exposed skin bearing various abrasions as he grimaced and rose to his feet. "Enough with the bravado," Obito shouted, his face flushed with anger. "I was simply unprepared. Once I awaken my eyes, you will see." "I await your challenge," Ketsuki replied. "I shall surely bring you to your knees." Clenching his fists, Obito shouted, "And Kakashi too. Lord Obito is invincible." "Huh." Ketsuki dismissed the proclamation, turning to leave, but then paused. Achievement unlocked, Obito's promise. The bond between men always stirs the blood. Reward, Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke Sharingan. Skills, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Sharingan, Chidori. I will definitely kill that man. I swear upon the honor of the Uchiha, I shall slay him. Skill 1. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Gather chakra in the throat and unleash a vast flame to scorch the target. Skill 2. Sharingan. Activate the Sharingan to perceive the target's movements, enhancing the Great Fireball Technique for the next 5 minutes, allowing your fireball to endure longer with the same chakra amount. Skill 3. Chidori. Concentrate a large amount of chakra in one hand and dash forward, striking any target in the path with devastating lightning. Special talent 1. 5 Tomo Sharingan. Ketsuki never anticipated that Obito's actions would lead to an achievement. A promise. He mused, reflecting on Obito's words that echoed in his ears. Many had uttered similar declarations before, so when Obito spoke, Ketsuki merely assumed he was echoing the bravado of those past adversaries. Yet, why had those others failed to trigger an achievement while Obito succeeded? Ketsuki stroked his chin, casting a heated gaze at Obito, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Startled, Obito instinctively shifted closer to Rin Noera. Regaining his focus, Ketsuki beamed a brilliant smile at Obito. Just as Obito readied to flee with Rin, Ketsuki's radiant smile vanished in an instant. "Those who fall before me shall never be regarded as true opponents. To defeat me, you are 2 millennia too early." Upon hearing this, Obito disregarded Ketsuki's previous gaze, glaring fiercely at him as he clenched his fists. "That infuriating scoundrel. Wait until I unlock the bloodline limit. I shall surely defeat you. Let us talk later." Yuichi Jingu shrugged his shoulders and turned to his companion, Might Guy, leading him aside. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha seethed with anger at the scene before him. What an arrogant individual. "Obito, are you alright?" Rin Noera approached him, retrieving some bandages from her pocket. "Fortunately, I always carry bandages for practice. Otherwise, your injury would be quite troublesome." As she spoke, she sat down next to Obito, tending to his wounds while expressing her discontent. "Yuichi-kun is far stronger than you. You could wait until you've trained harder before challenging him. Why rush into a confrontation?" Feeling a flush of embarrassment at Rin's earnest care, Obito averted his gaze and mumbled, "Isn't Rin here?" Obito. Rin, sitting beside him, naturally heard his words and became somewhat irritated. Seeing her annoyance, Obito quickly assured her, "I realized my mistake. I'll train diligently and challenge that arrogant guy later. Humph, if you act like this again, I shall ignore you." Obito hastily made his promise, then pulled out a bottle of eye drops from his pocket. "As long as I take good care of my eyes, I will surely awaken the Sharingan. And then I'll challenge Yuichi Jingu," he declared, lifting his chin as he carefully applied the eye drops. Rin, who had just finished bandaging him, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Obito, is the Sharingan really that powerful?" Her inquiry piqued the interest of their surrounding companions, who, like Rin, came from ordinary families. They were aware of ninjas and some of their skills, yet they had never heard of bloodline limits until they met Obito, learning about such extraordinary abilities among ninjas. Naturally, when Rin posed the question they all secretly wondered about, they gathered closer to listen. Upon hearing Rin's question and noticing the curious gazes of his peers, Obito stood on his seat with confidence. Of course, the Sharingan is the mightiest ocular technique in the ninja world. Once activated, one possesses the strength of a Chunin. There are also the 2-tomo and 3-tomo Sharingan, representing the ranks of Chunin and Jonin. What about above the 3-tomo? Yuichi Jingu had approached unnoticed and could not resist interjecting. Upon hearing Yuichi's question, Obito swelled with pride. The 3-tomo signifies a Jonin. There is nothing beyond that. Is that so? I don't believe it, Yuichi replied, shaking his head. I think there must be other ocular abilities beyond the 3-tomo Sharingan. Impossible, Obito countered, as a member of the Uchiha clan. How could I not know whether there are abilities beyond the 3-tomo? Upon encountering Yuichi J-Ki, Uchiha Obito remained skeptical, gritting his teeth as he spoke. If there were any eyes above the 3-tomo Sharingan, I would leap off the cliff at Managawa without hesitation. Hearing Obito's fierce declaration, Yuichi's expression turned peculiar. Are you trying to cosplay Uchiha Shursui? Might Guy, observing the exchange between Yuichi and Obito, stood by, somewhat troubled and unsure of how to intervene. Having known Yuichi for a longer period, he was well aware of his capricious nature and sharp tongue, though he was fundamentally a good person. To put it kindly, Yuichi was sharp-tongued. To put it less kindly, he was a contrarian. While Guy was in distress, Yuichi noticed the item in Obito's hand and scrutinized him from head to toe. Could I borrow that eye drop you have? Yuichi pointed at the eye drops in Obito's possession, intending to give him a taste of his own medicine. Upon hearing this, Obito glanced down at his eye drops and casually tossed them to Yuichi. Here you go. Is your vision poor? Obito inquired with a hint of concern, despite having been on the receiving end of Yuichi's earlier aggression. After all, aside from himself, anyone else who might require eye drops typically suffered from poor eyesight. I see you're employing the eye drops to awaken the Sharingan. I would like to give it a try too. Huh. Obito nearly toppled off his seat, staring at Yuichi in disbelief. Not just him, but several other youngsters nearby shared the same incredulous expression. What are you staring at? Yuichi retorted, lifting his head as he let the eye drops fall into his eyes. Lin Noera, witnessing Yuichi's actions, placed her hands over her chest, unsure of how to voice her thoughts. Yuichi-kun, the Sharingan can only be awakened by the Uchiha clan. Feeling a soothing sensation in his eyes, Yuichi tossed the eye drops back to Obito. What is the harm in trying? What if it works? Impossible, Obito exclaimed, jumping up in mockery. How could you possibly awaken? Before he could finish, he saw Yuichi's eyes close and then open again, revealing a pair of Sharingan. You. How is it possible for you to awaken the Sharingan? Obito stammered, trembling as he pointed at Yuichi, his eyes wide with disbelief. As Yuichi activated the Sharingan for the first time, he felt the coolness from the eye drops intensify, transforming his vision. The world around him appeared altered, colors more vibrant, and the movements of those around him seemed to slow down. The insects crawling on the distant tree were now vividly discernible. This was the Sharingan, endowed with the abilities of hypnotic gaze, insight, and replication. He had inherited a 1-5-tomo Sharingan from Uchiha Sasuke, which allowed him to perceive and assist with illusions rather than outright hypnotism. As for the desire to emulate Kakashi from the original work and replicate ninjutsu, one must possess the 3-tomo to achieve such a feat. The first tomo signifies insight, the second represents hypnosis, and the third embodies the essence of replication. While one might acquire all three abilities starting from the first tomo, its power is rather feeble. One can barely replicate taijutsu, let alone ninjutsu. At this moment, Obito Uchiha found himself engulfed in confusion. Being an overlooked member of the Uchiha clan, his understanding of the Sharingan was limited. He merely knew that it was categorized into 1, 2, and 3 tomo. Nevertheless, he was aware that awakening the Sharingan necessitated Uchiha bloodline. Observing Obito's demeanor, Yuichi Kitsuki chuckled. Isn't it enough to just have the eyes to awaken the Sharingan? His words pierced Obito's heart like a sharp blade. Could eye drops truly be effective? Obito pondered to himself. Such inherently malevolent Uchiha use required a severe reprimand. Having just pulled Might Guy aside for a brief moment, the achievement reward was not as he had anticipated. However, he unexpectedly accomplished an achievement through Obito, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. After exchanging a few words with the others, Yuichi Kitsuki departed. Upon acquiring the template of Sasuke Uchiha, he began contemplating how to effectively showcase the Sharingan. Consequently, upon completing the experiment with Might Guy, he overheard Obito's remarks and witnessed his application of eye drops. Thus, he directly utilized Obito's eye drops to manifest the Sharingan. Using eye drops to awaken the Sharingan, surely that was not excessive? As for Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, he held no concerns. Ever since he learned that his father belonged to the Uzumaki clan, he realized that Danzo would never be able to abduct him from Konoha. With figures like Uncle Akihiro, Kushina Uzumaki, Minato Namikaze, and even the Uchiha and Jiraiya to safeguard him, he felt secure. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that Hiruzen would allow Danzo to act against him. What was there to fear? Exposing the Sharingan carried certain risks, yet one could choke on water. If he were to be deterred by such trivial dangers and hide his abilities, he might as well resign himself to demise. In Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki was his greatest ally. As long as he didn't act foolishly, he would not provoke hostility with the Jinchuriki. While walking, Yuichi Kitsuki pondered these matters and soon arrived home. Akihiro was still engrossed in watching television, while his daughter, Hinata, obediently munched on fruit beside him, accompanying him in his viewing. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Hinata immediately dropped her fruit and rushed towards the entrance. Yuichi, witnessing his daughter's exuberance, Akihiro lay back in his chair, feeling a sense of despair. Family, who truly understands? He raised a blonde child. No, a red-haired one. Only to have his daughter swept away. I'm back. Oh. Akihiro stared blankly at the television, his mind in turmoil. The mere thought of his daughter's recent joy brought him discomfort, leading him to wish to avoid Yuichi altogether. He paid no mind to the surroundings and stepped in front of the television. And Akane. Hi. I know you're back. You can step aside now. Akane Sayuki sighed. What do you see here? Yuichi pointed to his eyes, then activated his Sharingan. His originally dark pupils rapidly transformed into a vibrant red, with a tomo emerging from the periphery of one eye, while the other sprouted too. Sighing again, Akane Sayuki followed his finger with her gaze. The previously languid and indifferent Akane instantly stood upright. The Sharingan. When did you awaken the Sharingan? She looked at Yuichi with a furrowed brow. Just moments ago. She had explained the Sharingan and the Uchiha clan to him, and now he had awakened it. A sudden realization struck Akane. Her expression shifted. Surely, he hadn't gone so far as to harm a close friend in order to awaken his Sharingan. Just moments ago. Yuichi was oblivious to her concerns and continued to gaze at her with his Sharingan. How did it awaken? Akane's demeanor turned serious, her tone tinged with urgency. If her suspicions were correct, she would need to act quickly to cover up any potential mishaps. Noticing her reaction, Yuichi felt somewhat bewildered but recounted his encounter with Obito Uchiha, omitting any mention of the altercation, only stating that he had accidentally awakened his Sharingan by using Obito's eye drops. After hearing Yuichi's account, Akane looked at him with a peculiar expression, as if she were constipated. She had witnessed many Uchiha striving to awaken their Sharingan, whether through rigorous training or undertaking perilous missions to gain an additional tomo. If word got out about how this boy awakened his Sharingan, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among many. Amused by the thought, Akane couldn't help but chuckle. Their reactions were of no concern to her. In fact, she hoped for more such incidents to occur. Good lad, I knew I was right about you. Akane patted him on the shoulder. I've always said you would become a formidable ninja. Yuichi, witnessing Akane's rapid change in demeanor, felt an inexplicable urge to express his frustrations. Did you pay 2,000 ryo and learn the art of transformation from Jiraiya? The following morning, Akane Sayuki roused Yuichi from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he yawned. Akane, why are you waking me up so early? I still want to sleep. Upon hearing his words, Akane puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. Yuichi, We have to go to school. Her statement jolted Yuichi into awareness. He was now a primary school student and no longer in an age where he could sleep in without consequence. With this realization, Yuichi sighed and sluggishly dressed himself, grabbing breakfast from the table to head out with Akane. That morning, Akane was not home but had left breakfast and lunch money for the two of them on the table. As the crimson sun sets, Yuhi Kurenai now leads a team of newly graduated genin. Each day begins with their departure in the morning, returning by afternoon. On their way, Yuki Yuichi walks alongside Kurenai, observing the modest increase in the money he holds. His awakening of the Sharingan the previous day had brought her immense joy, and she praised him fervently until the very moment they went to bed. Perhaps this was the reason for the slight increase in his funds. Truth be told, witnessing such a radiant Kurenai moved Yuichi deeply. Without her and the presence of Yuhi Kurenai, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to assimilate into this world so swiftly. A mature adult, even if reborn as an infant in a new realm, would struggle to integrate without the bonds formed with those around them. Such individuals often perceive themselves as outsiders, a sentiment Yuichi experienced during the initial months of his arrival. It was a disheartening feeling, filled with loneliness and coldness, rendering existence quite unbearable. As he watched Kurenai skip ahead, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. His desire for strength stemmed not from selfish motives, but from a wish to safeguard those dear to him. He yearned for Kurenai to escape the fate of death at the hands of the Nine Tails. To alter this destiny, numerous paths lay before him. He could choose to hide with Kurenai and Yuhi Kurenai on the fateful night of the Nine Tails attack, or perhaps change certain events to prevent them from occurring altogether. The first option appeared straightforward, yet bore high uncertainty. Thus, he opted for the latter, seeking to instigate change. Yuichi's gaze remained fixed on Kurenai's retreating figure, his expression softening. If only he could share with her the essence of his previous life, a life where he was often perceived as the embodiment of mischief, a guise adopted to trigger achievements. In his past existence, Yuichi was an unsuccessful author, his character neither wholly good nor entirely bad. A touch of darkness and a sharp tongue characterized him, much like many others, embodying a multitude of contradictions. However, he possessed the conscience of a normal individual. While he cherished his current life in Konoha, he could not abide by the absurdity of this world. With the plethora of jutsu and ninjutsu available, why were they predominantly employed for combat? Wouldn't it be more delightful to cultivate the land? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Kurenai turned, her eyes sparkling as she observed him. Yuichi, you seem a bit off today, she remarked. What do you mean by that? Yuichi, snapping back to reality, smiled brightly at her. You haven't taken my hand at all. Kurenai pouted, extending her small hand in a playful manner. You used to always hold my hand. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi dashed forward and grasped her tiny hand. Their hands swung gently as he turned to her, grinning mischievously. I was just lost in thought about something, he confessed. What were you thinking about? Kurenai inquired, puzzled. I was pondering how there could be such an adorable girl like you in this world. The words of Yuichi Yuki caused the cheeks of Akane Yuhi to flush crimson. Yuichi, you are teasing me again, she said, her tone soft and endearing. Though it sounded like a complaint, to Yuichi's ears, it was akin to a playful pout. Gazing at her blushing face, Yuichi could not help but marvel internally. How delightful she was in her childhood, and now, she has blossomed into a refined woman. Splendid, indeed, and I find it quite charming. As they exchanged laughter, the two arrived at the Ninja Academy. Akane, having risen early, naturally prompted Yuichi to do the same. When they entered the classroom, only a handful of students were present. As Yuichi held Akane's delicate hand and stepped inside, the eyes of their classmates turned toward them. Some boys regarded Yuichi with envy and resentment, while a portion of the girls cast jealous glances at Akane. After yesterday's interactions, the students had become acquainted. Among them, Akane and Hinata Natsu garnered the most admiration from the boys. However, Akane's constant companionship with Yuichi had caused most of the boys to abandon their aspirations. Hinata, on the other hand, exuded an icy demeanor that deterred any advances from the boys. Among the boys, Kakashi and Yuichi were the most favored by the girls. One was a masked, white-haired young leader, while the other, Yuichi, with his striking red hair, exemplified the distinguished Uchiha lineage. Even Obito Uchiha, who appeared somewhat unassuming, possessed a handsome visage, albeit obscured by his rustic attire and goggles, which concealed his true appeal. The attention from their classmates did not faze Yuichi and Akane. As they settled into their seats, more students trickled into the classroom. With the ringing of the bell, Ikaku Hainuma entered. Surveying the room, he frowned. Where is Obito Uchiha? Classmates, does anyone know his whereabouts? He inquired, his brow furrowing. He had taught several Uchiha students and was well aware of their prideful nature. Skipping class was not out of the realm of possibility. At that moment, Rin Noera, seated in the middle, raised her hand and spoke. Obito must have encountered someone in need of assistance on his way. Hainuma paused, taken aback. The notion of an Uchiha helping others was indeed perplexing. However, seeing Rin's earnest expression, he chose not to dismiss her idea but nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us commence with the lesson. The students retrieved their textbooks and opened them to the section on the 50 sounds. Just as Hainuma finished speaking, the voice of Obito Uchiha echoed from outside the door. He appeared to have been running, breathless and leaning against his knees as he apologized to Hainuma. I'm sorry, teacher. I encountered an elderly lady who needed help crossing the street, and I assisted her, which caused my delay. Hearing Obito's excuse, Hainuma's lips twitched slightly. Has this lad truly gone to aid others? Observing Uchiha Obito panting heavily, Kaya Ichigo nodded, deeming him a good child. Return to your seat now. Just ensure you are not late next time. Yes. Upon hearing Kaya Ichigo's words, Uchiha Obito gasped for air and assured, I shall not be late again. A chuckle escaped from Yuichi Juchi, eliciting the attention of the entire classroom towards him. Apologies. I am professionally trained. Unless unable to contain himself, he glanced at Yuichi Juchi, and Kaya Ichigo sighed. Such a headstrong bunch. This class is filled with them. Upon returning to his seat, Uchiha Obito shot a fierce glare at Yuichi Juchi. Just wait. I shall achieve monumental accomplishments in the future. Uchiha Obito silently vowed. I will ensure that all ninjas remember my name. I shall become Hokage. Yuichi, what made you laugh just now? Asuka Kurenai leaned closer to Yuichi Juchi, whispering while cautiously glancing at Kaya Ichigo, who had his back turned to them, fearful of being discovered. I merely sensed that Uchiha Obito would inevitably be late. Yuichi Juchi replied softly. How do you know that? Kakashi's voice suddenly cut in from the front. To avoid a repeat of yesterday's monotony, he had chosen to sit at the back today. Not just Kakashi, but all students capable of chakra extraction and literacy had gravitated to the back. Kaya Ichigo paid them no mind. Indeed, these students were ill-suited for such lessons. Yet, that was the curriculum. All must master chakra extraction and literacy. This was the essence of the first-year curriculum. However, chakra extraction typically required only about a month. Students who failed to extract chakra within a month were generally deemed lacking in talent and would be dismissed. After a month, while still covering the topic, the focus would shift from primary instruction to secondary. At that point, they would delve into the will of fire and other theoretical knowledge. This was precisely why Asuka Kurenai deemed their first-year curriculum a waste of time. These matters could be mastered through practical experience. Observing Kakashi's turned head, his lifeless gaze remained. Yuichi Juchi spoke. I merely have a premonition. Hearing this, Kakashi pondered as he gazed in Uchiha Obito's direction. Surely, Uchiha won't be perpetually late? Kakashi mused uncertainly. Obito is somewhat different, you know. Just as Yuichi Juchi was about to elaborate, a piece of chalk flew through the air from Kaya Ichigo. Yuichi Juchi extended his hands forward, deftly catching the chalk piece, which was the size of a fingernail, between his index and middle fingers. However, Kakashi was not so fortunate. Facing away from Kaya Ichigo, he felt the impending danger too late and was struck on the back of his head by the chalk. Arrogant, too arrogant. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such audacious students as Yumino Irika's current class. Had they merely turned around to converse, he might have remained silent. However, the voices of Kakashi Hitaki and Yuichi Jy were resoundingly loud, clearly audible to the students seated in the front. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito continued to cast his gaze upon them both. Irika, pointing towards the door, exclaimed with indignation, You too, step outside. Exchanging glances, Yuichi and Kakashi rose from their seats and proceeded towards the exit. Yet before departing, Yuichi leaned in to whisper something into the ear of Kurenai Yui, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Having said his piece, he and Kakashi made their exit. Once outside, Irika's voice escalated in volume, seemingly intent on ensuring that they could still hear him. Observing this, Yuichi couldn't help but remark, Irika-sensei is truly a good person. Worried that we might not hear him from outside, Kakashi nodded in agreement, a mischievous grin on his face, responding, Indeed, but I don't particularly need that. At this, Yuichi smirked. The young Kakashi appeared somewhat different from the memory he had. Shaking his head, he made his way outside, waving back, "I'm off now. See you this afternoon." The moment Irika had asked him to step out, he had resolved to skip the class. The current lessons were indeed a torment. As Yuichi's figure faded into the distance, Kakashi found himself momentarily stunned, then glanced back towards the classroom, stealthily trailing behind Yuichi as they left together. Walking along the street, Yuichi cast a resigned glance at Kakashi, inquiring, "What are you following me for?" "I have no destination." Kakashi replied with conviction, "I don't know where to go either." "Then why follow me?" Yuichi retorted. "Being with you is better than wandering aimlessly," Kakashi countered. "But I'm equally lost." With that statement, a brief silence enveloped them, leaving them at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Kakashi finally managed to ask, "Then why are you skipping class?" In response, Yuichi asserted with equal confidence, "Because I don't wish to remain in school." Once again, silence descended upon them as they exchanged glances and simultaneously proposed, "How about we train?" Surprised by their simultaneous suggestion, Yuichi chuckled and placed an arm around Kakashi's shoulders, saying, "Who would have thought you could be so diligent? I truly admire you." Kakashi, upon hearing this, was left speechless, retorting, "Don't speak to me in that condescending tone, you jerk." Unfazed, Yuichi waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Since we're talking about training, do you know of any good places? Preferably somewhere secluded, so we can skip class to train without the risk of being caught by Irika-sensei." After pondering Yuichi's request for a moment, Kakashi finally spoke, "There's a clearing in the forest behind Hokage Rock. I've been there before. We can head there." "Well done, Kakashi," Yuichi Yaguki exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "As expected of you." Upon hearing the address, Kakashi Hataki's eyes twitched. "Don't call me that," he retorted. "All right," Yuichi continued, unfazed. "If you dislike that name, then I'll refer to you as Dark Kakashi from now on." He then mimicked Ultraman's pose, pretending to unleash a beam of light. Kakashi was at a loss for words, contemplating a retort, but ultimately resigned. "You may as well call me Kakashi," he conceded. Surprisingly, he found the name Kakashi more acceptable than he had anticipated. "Shall we proceed now?" Kakashi's words elicited a subtle smile from Yuichi. However, Kakashi shook his head. "I need to return and fetch my ninja blade. You can also retrieve your ninja tools. Let's meet atop Hokage Rock." "No need," Yuichi replied, shaking his head. "I don't possess any ninja tools, nor do I require them. I will accompany you back." Kakashi pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, we shall go directly." As Yuichi Juchi followed Kakashi Hataki towards his home, he inquired, "Is anyone home?" Kakashi paused, uncertainty flickering across his face as he glanced back. "There shouldn't be anyone, right?" Yuichi raised an eyebrow. "So you're unaware of whether there's anyone at home? Do you still wish to return?" Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. "I suddenly recalled that training might not require ninja tools. Let us proceed directly." Yuichi clicked his tongue twice, teasing, "Are you perhaps afraid of encountering your father at home, who might reprimand you for skipping class?" "What nonsense!" Kakashi retorted, his demeanor shifting as if he had stepped on a tail. "My father wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters." Seeing his reaction, Yuichi smiled knowingly. "So, shall we visit your home?" At this suggestion, Kakashi, who had previously appeared flustered, regained his composure. Noticing Yuichi's knowing smile, he cleared his throat. "Fine, let us go. I merely remembered that we don't need ninja tools. But since you wish to go, why not?" With that, he set off towards his house. Yuichi stood momentarily taken aback, stroking his chin, pondering. Could it truly be that he is simply not in need of ninja tools? Shaking his head in disbelief, he followed suit. As Kakashi caught sight of Yuichi approaching in his peripheral vision, he huffed disdainfully. Yuichi paid it no mind, understanding that a bit of pride was to be expected from someone like Kakashi. Soon, they arrived at Kakashi's residence. Kakashi hesitated before the door, remaining still. "Open the door." "Why are you dawdling?" Yuichi urged. "It's open. Why the rush?" Kakashi frowned in response. "Just so you know, don't touch my things," he warned. Yuichi, with a reassuring pat on Kakashi's shoulder, replied, "Come now, do you not know who I am? Precisely because I know who you are, I can rest easy." He thought, but kept the thought to himself. With a gulp, he opened the door. Peering inside, Yuichi was greeted by the sight of a standalone house. Upon entry, they were met with a courtyard adorned with various weapons and 2 wooden training posts, the latter bearing signs of wear from repeated strikes. The evidence suggested this was indeed Kakashi's training ground. Elbowing Kakashi playfully, Yuichi remarked, "Your house is quite spacious." "Humph." Kakashi smirked, standing tall with newfound pride. Seeing this, Yuichi couldn't help but tease. "Ah, Kakashi, your pride is quite adorable. And remember, you are a male. But then again, that is not entirely unacceptable," he mused while stroking his chin, casting a glance at Kakashi. Upon hearing the words, Hatake Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then took a couple of steps to the side. "What nonsense are you spouting? I mean, even if you are a boy, you can still beat Sundara." Listening to his words, Yuichi Juchi walked towards his home. "What are you thinking?" Kakashi stammered, I. He ultimately ceased his attempts at evasion. He realized that his tongue was less nimble than that of Yuichi. Unable to best him in conversation, Kakashi followed him inside. First, he glanced out the window, relieved to find no one inside. He truly feared encountering his father at home. Otherwise, explaining the absence from class on the second day of school would be troublesome. If his father were to discover this, a lecture would surely ensue. Yuichi wandered around the yard while Kakashi retrieved 2 wooden swords of moderate weight, tossing one to him. "Here, I don't need it," Yuichi replied, looking at the sword in his hand, but he still expressed his gratitude. With that, he began to swing the sword haphazardly in place. Observing his antics left Kakashi speechless. Not only was he at a loss for words, but even his father, Hatake Tsukumo, who lurked in the shadows, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Contrary to Kakashi's expectations, he did not step out, but instead concealed himself. Listening to the exchange between Kakashi and Yuichi, seeing his son bring a classmate home did not lead him to reprimand Kakashi for skipping class. He was well aware of the curriculum at the Ninja Academy and understood his son's character even better. It was inevitable that Kakashi would skip classes. He merely regarded the academy as a form of daycare. The knowledge imparted over 4 or 6 years at the ninja school paled in comparison to what he could teach in just half a year. He had only enrolled Kakashi in the academy for 2 reasons: to lighten his own burden and to encourage Kakashi to make friends at school. It seemed that the Ninja Academy was proving to be beneficial after all. Tsukumo felt a swell of pride within. It was only the second day, and Kakashi was already bringing boys home. If he brought a boy home today, perhaps he would bring a girl home tomorrow. In a couple of years, he might even have grandchildren. The thought filled him with uncontainable joy. A small step for Kakashi was a significant leap for the Hatake family. Unaware that Hatake Tsukumo was secretly observing them, Kakashi and Yuichi not only grabbed the 2 wooden swords, but also collected some unopened shuriken and kunai for training. "All right, we can go now." With everything prepared, Kakashi, feeling a bit guilty, glanced around before addressing Yuichi. The location of Hokage Rock was familiar to Yuichi. He had previously urinated atop the head of the 3rd Hokage. "I say, Kakashi, are you sure this place is truly suitable for practice?" "Just a bit further ahead," Kakashi replied without turning back. The two continued walking for a while longer. Just as Yuichi J.K. was about to continue his inquiry, Kakashi Hatake suddenly pointed ahead and declared, "We've arrived." Following the direction of his finger, Yuichi J.K.'s eyes brightened. Indeed, it was just as Kakashi had described. A clear expanse lay before them. The ground was carpeted with lush grass, as if someone had meticulously crafted this serene spot. Wait a moment, had someone actually cultivated this place? Yuichi's face contorted in confusion as he pondered this revelation. Are you certain this is an open area and not a place deliberately created by someone else? His question momentarily stumped Kakashi, who replied, "It shouldn't be. I've trained here for quite some time. If there were others, I would have known." Nodding in agreement with Kakashi's reasoning, Yuichi considered that if it were indeed a spot fashioned by someone else, he would have been driven away long ago. "Well then, let us commence our training." Yuichi leapt eagerly into the clearing. The area was quite spacious, circular in shape, with a diameter of approximately 20 meters. Towering trees flanked either side, encircling the clearing like a natural coliseum. As Yuichi wielded his blade, hacking at a flowering bush that stood taller than him, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk. He wondered if giving this fool a wooden sword had been a mistake. Resolved to ignore Yuichi, Kakashi drew his own wooden sword and began methodically striking a large tree. Their kunai and shuriken lay discarded on the ground. "One day, with this blade in hand, I shall cut down all the world's flowers," Yuichi exclaimed, swinging his weapon with fervor. What man does not harbor such dreams? With even a mere stick in hand, one might envision themselves cleaving through fields of rapeseed. Unbeknownst to them, a figure with yellow hair crouched above, observing their antics, particularly amused by Yuichi's vigorous hacking. Minato Namikaze perched upon a tree, his gaze fixed on Yuichi's fiery red hair, which reminded him of Kushina's childhood. The training ground was one he had established himself during his time as a student at the Ninja Academy, and he had invested considerable effort to create it. However, since becoming a ninja, he had seldom returned. This absence had afforded Kakashi an opportunity. Upon hearing voices from below, Minato had swiftly leapt into hiding among the branches. Perhaps this was the essence of being a ninja. Both Minato and his father, Shikaka Nara, concealed themselves, peering down at the scene. Yet, upon witnessing Yuichi's antics, Minato could no longer contain himself, for the flowers Yuichi was hacking at were the very ones he had planted with Kushina. Just as Yuichi swung his blade, Minato appeared silently behind him. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Of course I am." As Yuichi Jincheng uttered 3 words, he suddenly realized something was amiss. He spun around abruptly, only to find a spiky-haired figure before him. The unexpected appearance of Minato Namikaze startled Yuichi. "Minato, brother, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Yuichi address him as brother, Minato was momentarily taken aback, then his expression darkened as he gestured towards his Jonin vest. Seeing the vest, Yuichi froze for a moment, then glanced at Kakashi Hitaki, who had approached due to Minato's sudden arrival, and cautiously replied, "Should one address their rank when away from home?" At these words, Minato sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he glanced at Kakashi, then turned back to Yuichi. "How did you come to be here?" "Naturally. We are here to train," Yuichi asserted confidently. While Yuichi spoke with boldness, Kakashi adopted a more measured approach, explaining, "I noticed this open space, which seemed quite suitable for training, so we decided to practice here." "Is this area one you established, Minato-senpai?" Kakashi inquired, turning to Minato with an apologetic expression. "I sincerely apologize if we have disturbed you. We can leave at once." The contrast between Kakashi's politeness and Yuichi's bravado was stark. Minato, with a hint of exasperation, looked at Kakashi and replied, "It's not a disturbance, but yes, this area was indeed created by me." He paused briefly before continuing. "You may practice here from now on. Since becoming a ninja, I haven't frequented this place often." Kakashi nodded appreciatively, embodying a spirit of gratitude as he bowed deeply. "I am truly grateful." Observing the exchange between Kakashi and Minato, Yuichi stroked his chin and interjected, "Minato, brother, may I challenge you?" Minato was again taken aback. Pointing to himself, "Me?" "Yes," Yuichi affirmed, shedding his earlier nonchalance. "I wish to gauge my own strength. If I remain unaware of my own capabilities, my training would be utterly pointless." Yuichi's seriousness resonated, and Kakashi found himself intrigued as well. Typically, Kakashi received guidance from his father, Shikaku, but he had never before dared to challenge a formidable opponent in such a manner. Noticing Yuichi's determination, Minato smiled, radiating warmth. "In that case, how about both of you take me on together?" He had sensed Kakashi's eagerness and decided to treat them equally, inviting both to engage. "All right," they chorused in unison. Minato, now an elite Jonin, was a formidable challenger, and even if they were to lose, they would undoubtedly gain invaluable experience. The 3 of them took their positions, and Yuichi and Kakashi exchanged a glance, nodding slightly in unison. "I specialize in offense, while you provide support." Kakashi Hitaki nodded in agreement. He too wished to take the lead, yet found himself overshadowed by Yuichi Yuki. After their sparring session at school yesterday, he reflected on the encounter. Yuichi's recovery ability, resilience, strength, and speed surpassed his own. In terms of ninjutsu, Yuichi was proficient in jinjutsu and taijutsu, whereas Kakashi relied on fire release and swordsmanship. Furthermore, even before engaging in combat, he understood that his limited sword techniques and ninjutsu would be inadequate against a ninja of Minato Namikaze's caliber. Although Yuichi was similarly skilled, his taijutsu and physical prowess were distinctly superior. The 3 of them simultaneously formed hand seals. Minato Namikaze remained still, while Yuichi charged forward. Kakashi followed closely behind, wielding a wooden sword. Observing this, Minato's eyes glimmered with admiration. "So, he intends to divert my attention while the other attacks, does he?" Minato noted Yuichi's subtle maneuvers, including his exchanges with Kakashi. "Am I being underestimated?" Minato mused as he evaded Yuichi's punch, swiftly grasping his arm, twisting it, and delivering a kick to his abdomen. Yuichi was propelled backward, yet his formidable physique allowed him to adjust mid-air, executing a backflip before landing gracefully and retreating a few steps. Once again, Minato's eyes sparkled with appreciation. At Yuichi's age, he had not possessed such resilience. At that moment, Kakashi had already drawn his sword. Although it was merely a wooden blade, it sliced through the air with a piercing sound. The wooden sword, propelled by the force of Kakashi's strike, aimed for Minato's chest. Kakashi's focus was solely on his opponent. Inheriting the sword techniques of the Leaf's White Fang, even his rudimentary understanding significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Seizing the opportunity created when Minato kicked Yuichi away, Kakashi believed that if Minato attempted to dodge, he would surely find himself in a precarious position. This was Kakashi's genuine intention. However, the disparity in their abilities proved to be insurmountable. What he envisioned and what transpired were two distinct realities. As he swung his sword, Minato did not evade. Instead, he smiled. The instant the wooden sword made contact, he transformed into a plume of white smoke. Kakashi's wooden blade struck the wooden post, producing a resounding thud. When did this happen? Kakashi gasped in shock, turning to survey his surroundings. When did he form the seals? While he was distracted, Minato reappeared, and upon seeing Kakashi's bewildered expression, remarked, "If one possesses a deep understanding of ninjutsu, it is possible to perform techniques without hand seals." Minato's words were direct, conveying to both of them that he did not require seals to execute the body replacement technique. Just then, Yuichi retrieved the wooden sword he had previously discarded. Minato's kick had been expertly controlled, merely sending him flying without inflicting any harm. He felt a slight discomfort. For an ordinary person, such feelings could impede their combat effectiveness. However, he was not an ordinary individual. He possessed the remarkable regenerative abilities of the Uzumaki clan, even within such a brief period. He quickly overcame his discomfort thanks to this innate power. With his sword in hand, Yuichi Jiki gazed at Minato Namikaze and charged forward once more. Having a sword was undoubtedly better than having none. The art of swordsmanship is simple to learn yet challenging to master, primarily focused on slashing. The sword's true essence lies in its ability to cut. Furthermore, it encompasses a variety of techniques such as thrusting, parrying, intercepting, collapsing, cleaving, slashing, and ensnaring. The essence of swordsmanship is founded on courage. As long as one possesses strength and the ability to slash, one can be deemed proficient in the art. This simplicity is what makes swordsmanship accessible. Anyone can wield a sword with a few strokes. Naturally, Yuichi Jiki was no exception. The distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed creates two entirely different approaches. Upon witnessing Yuichi Jiki charging at him again, a flicker of surprise crossed Minato Namikaze's eyes, but recognition dawned upon seeing his crimson hair. If anyone outside of the Uzumaki clan could claim to understand them best, it would undoubtedly be Minato, having had close encounters with the clan's descendants. His understanding of the Uzumaki clan ran deep. Just then, Yuichi Jiki closed the distance, swinging his sword towards Minato's shoulder and neck. Instead of evading, Minato chose not to employ his substitution technique. Compared to Kakashi Hatake, Yuichi's swordsmanship was so rudimentary that Minato could easily evade it. As Yuichi swung his sword, Minato reached out, preparing to grasp his hand and seize the wooden blade. However, upon seeing his movement, a glimmer of triumph appeared in Yuichi's eyes. At that moment, he suddenly shouted, his Sharingan manifesting, casting a crimson hue upon his pupils. The wooden sword slipped from his grasp as Yuichi swiftly withdrew his hand and formed seals with remarkable speed. Illusion technique. This places not. Whether newly awakened or at other levels, the Sharingan amplifies Jinjutsu. The hypnotic eye played a significant role here. Even if the hypnotic effect of a single Sharingan is not particularly strong, when combined with Jinjutsu, the results can be quite impressive. Even Minato Namikaze, an elite Jonin, found himself momentarily dazed by Yuichi's maneuver. At that instant, Kakashi Hatake rushed in, seizing the opportunity presented by Minato's brief lapse and focus to strike with his wooden sword. True to his elite Jonin status, Minato, a prodigy since childhood, broke free from the Jinjutsu. As he regained his senses, his eyes fell upon Kakashi's wooden sword, and he swiftly reached out to grasp it, smiling at the two. "Well, I have now gauged your strengths," Minato declared, his face radiating a brilliant, sunny smile, akin to a small sun. The warmth of his smile enveloped Yuichi and Kakashi, momentarily leaving them stunned. Especially Yuichi, who couldn't help but marvel internally at Minato's smile, affirming that he truly deserved the title of Little Sunday. Initially, he struggled to comprehend how there could exist individuals capable of infecting others with mere laughter. However, upon experiencing the emotions radiated by Namikaze Minato firsthand, he came to realize that such people indeed inhabit this world. Minato's smile emanated a warmth and harmony that was palpable. Yuichi Jujo inhaled deeply, then earnestly regarded him, stating, "I must trouble you this time, Brother Minato." Kakashi Hitaki, though somewhat slow to grasp the situation, joined Yuichi in expressing gratitude to Minato. "No need to thank me." Minato replied with a gentle, sunny smile. "I currently have nothing else to occupy my time. The Hokage once proclaimed that where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire burns eternally, the flames illuminate the village and nurture the budding trees. I am the fire, and you are the new leaves." Minato truly embodies the will of fire as a ninja. Although some memories eluded him, Yuichi distinctly recalled Minato's self-sacrificing act of resealing the Nine Tails during the chaos, thereby safeguarding others. Many labeled it as a martyrdom, yet such claims lacked substantial evidence. Moreover, even if it were true, what of it? His actions to protect the village and its people were authentic, and that sufficed. In both process and outcome, he had sacrificed himself. The noble gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. In this world, no one is perfect. Compared to Minato, anyone else seemed lacking. This statement holds truth. A ninja who is powerful, kind-hearted, and eager to assist, perfectly inheriting the will of fire, exists as a paragon in this realm. As Yuichi contemplated these thoughts, Minato spoke again. "I have assessed your strengths." Kakashi's expression turned expectant upon hearing this. Yuichi, drawn back from his musings, regarded him with curiosity as well. Observing their reactions, Minato chuckled softly, disregarding the disarray and filth around him as he seated himself on the ground, gesturing for the two to sit as well. "Let us begin with you," Minato said, turning to Kakashi with a smile. "Your abilities are commendable among your peers, particularly your swordsmanship. Many lower-ranked ninjas cannot match you." Minato's praise for Kakashi was unreserved. Hearing such words brought joy to Kakashi, though his mask successfully concealed his delight, leaving only the gleam in his eyes to betray his happiness. Yet, at that moment, Minato's tone shifted. "Your strength now rivals that of freshly graduated lower ninjas, but your shortcomings are equally evident. You lack sufficient power," he remarked, weighing his wooden sword thoughtfully in his hand. "Senior Shikamo's swordsmanship is formidable, but your fixation on it may have led you astray. Perhaps due to your constant use of a wooden sword, your technique appears somewhat light." Kakashi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. He could generate a gust of wind with his strikes. How could they be considered light? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, spoke as he returned the wooden sword to Kakashi Hitaki. "However, I must say, you are still young. Once you grow stronger, this shortcoming will dissipate. For now, though, I assess your abilities to be that of a freshly graduated genin." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the silent Yuichi Jueki, who had just revealed a surprising level of skill, particularly with his Crimson Sharingan. Minato felt little curiosity regarding Yuichi's Sharingan, as he was aware of the boy's Uchiha lineage thanks to Kushina Izumaki. What truly astonished him was how early Yuichi had awakened his Sharingan. Contemplating this, Minato's expression softened with sympathy. Awakening the Sharingan required intense emotional stimuli. Despite being raised by the esteemed Hinata Akane, it was evident that Yuichi must have endured significant hardships. Noticing Minato's unwavering gaze, Yuichi furrowed his brow and asked, "Brother Minato, why do you keep staring at me?" Minato, instead of responding directly, countered, "You must have faced considerable struggles over the years, haven't you?" Yuichi, perplexed, thought, "What are you talking about?" The look on Minato's face made Yuichi realize that he had inferred a narrative of suffering from seeing his Sharingan. After a moment of reflection, Yuichi cautiously replied, "Is it possible that I haven't suffered at all?" "I understand," Minato nodded, interpreting Yuichi's words as an attempt to preserve his pride and youthful defiance. Thus he did not argue, but rather agreed with a gentle nod. Observing Minato's demeanor, Yuichi found it difficult to maintain his composure. If given the chance, he would have liked to continue the conversation in a way that would elicit Minato's sympathy and compassion, thereby securing more assistance. However, he had awakened his eyes under the gaze of many, and he had no intention of concealing this fact. There was no need. With Hinata Akane in his corner, he was free from concerns about resources or jutsu. Moreover, he had the achievement system, which rendered jutsu unnecessary. Kakashi Hitaki, observing the exchange, wore a similar expression to Minato's. He was well aware of the distinct characteristics of the various shinobi clans in Konoha. Sighing, Yuichi finally spoke wearily. "I genuinely have not experienced any hardship. Just yesterday, I encountered Uchiha Ibido at the training ground, and I discovered that he was trying to awaken his eyes using eye drops. I simply thought I'd give it a try. Borrowed his eye drops, and then awakened my Sharingan. There was truly no suffering or stimulus involved." Upon hearing this, Kakashi regarded Yuichi thoughtfully, realizing that eye drops could indeed facilitate the awakening of Uchiha's eyes. Unlike Kakashi, Minato was acutely aware of the challenges associated with awakening the Sharingan. Upon hearing his words, a moment of silence enveloped the room, as the gravity of his previous thoughts and actions weighed heavily on him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Regarding whether Yuichi Jincheng had deceived him, he held a steadfast belief in Yuichi's honesty, further bolstered by his own keen perceptive abilities as a ninja. The expressions and subtle gestures exhibited by Yuichi moments ago did not betray any semblance of deceit. Moreover, his statements were easily verifiable. An unexpected hush fell over the three of them, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. After a considerable pause, Minato Namikaze cleared his throat, sensing the tension in the air, and promptly suggested, "In that case, let us resume our discussion regarding your capabilities." Upon hearing this, both Yuichi Jincheng and Kakashi Hatake straightened in their seats, particularly for Kakashi, while Minato had addressed the matter of his own prowess. He was far more intrigued by Yuichi's situation. This insight would enable him to exploit any weaknesses in their future encounters. Observing their reactions, Minato smiled in satisfaction and remarked, "Your abilities surpass those of Kakashi. However, I must inquire, why do you wield a blade despite not being proficient with it?" His tone was gentle, devoid of reproach, merely reflecting a genuine curiosity. Yuichi understood that he had merely employed the sword as bait. Nonetheless, he was keen to hear Yuichi's perspective on the art of swordsmanship, as it could reveal much about his character. In response, Yuichi nonchalantly stated, "Indeed, I do not require a sword. Yet, is not the purpose of a blade to bestow upon its wielder greater power? Thus, wielding a wooden sword as bait and subsequently relinquishing the use of illusions seems quite reasonable." While Minato remained composed, Kakashi cast an intense glare at Yuichi upon hearing these words. Having been trained in the art of the sword by his father, Tsukumo Hatake, and having suffered the repercussions of his father's tragic demise due to rumors, Kakashi held a sincere passion for the blade. A lack of emotional connection to the sword would yield no accomplishments. Casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi, Yuichi scoffed lightly. "Is a sword truly such a cumbersome object?" Kakashi pointed an accusatory finger at him, momentarily rendered speechless. Observing the interaction, Minato couldn't help but smile, finding the display of youthful exuberance delightful. Intervening, he continued, "Your perspective is not without merit. In battle, one must learn to utilize everything at their disposal. You have excelled in this regard. However, your techniques tend to be rather straightforward." As he spoke, Minato rose to his feet, gesturing for Yuichi to do the same. He guided Yuichi through a reenactment of their initial confrontation, continuing, "Had I not shown restraint during our first encounter, you would have likely sustained severe injuries. In combat, it is crucial to leverage both your own and your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. For instance, during your second approach with the blade, you capitalized on my overconfidence and the advantage of your Sharingan and the disparity in illusionary knowledge. That was executed quite adeptly. Your current prowess and the ability to utilize resources and intelligence surpass that of many lower-ranked ninjas." At this point, Minato Namikaze, beaming with a radiant smile, turned to the two of them and declared, "To celebrate our acquaintance, I shall treat you both to ramen." Minato Namikaze, ever the considerate mentor, not only pointed out their shortcomings, but also invited them for a delightful meal. Kakashi Hatake initially contemplated declining the invitation, but Yuichi Jichuan readily accepted. After all, if there was food involved, he knew where to linger, and he certainly did not wish to train here with Kakashi. Now, with Minato Namikaze graciously inviting them for ramen, should Kakashi, this naive youth, have refused, it would surely leave him irate for 2 days, unable to eat. Observing the two, Minato Namikaze remained silent, his gaze warm and inviting. Standing once more before the entrance of Ichiraka Ramen, Yuichi Jichuan couldn't help but reflect. He would likely become a regular patron here. Just yesterday, Kushina Uzumaki had taken him for a meal, and today, Minato Namikaze had brought him along. Upon entering the shop, he noticed the chef was busily preparing dishes. At that moment, only one other patron occupied the space, which was quite typical. Even the most delectable ramen would not attract a crowd outside of mealtime. As Yuichi pondered this, Minato Namikaze suddenly exclaimed, "Hokage-sama, what brings you here?" It seemed Minato's words had struck a chord as Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to face him, then glanced at Yuichi Jichuan and Kakashi Hatake beside him. "Ah, it's Minato," Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm smile, akin to that of a kindly neighbor, exuding no sense of authority or pressure. Are you here for ramen as well? He inquired, chuckling. This establishment does boast excellent craftsmanship. Nodding in agreement, Minato Namikaze smiled. Well aware of the chef's renowned skills. Only then did Hiruzen Sarutobi's attention shift to Yuichi Jichuan. And who might these young lads be? He queried, feigning ignorance. He had indeed arrived, having observed through Konoha's crystal ball that Minato was bringing guests for ramen. The crystal ball, a creation reliant on Konoha's protective barrier, allowed one to connect with the barrier through a telescope technique, thus revealing all within the village. However, this technique only provided a view of unobstructed areas, and it lacked sound. Yet, for ninjas, the absence of sound posed little challenge. After all, they were trained in lip reading. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's question, Minato Namikaze realized and sheepishly scratched his head. He then gestured towards Kakashi Hatake, introducing him. This is Kakashi Hatake, the child of my esteemed predecessor, SHM. Following Minato's introduction, Kakashi bowed respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi and formally stated, Hokage-sama. The latter, observing the formality, chuckled warmly, no need to be so stiff. Minato then pointed towards Yuichi Jichuan, continuing the introductions. This is Yuichi Jichuan, the child of my venerable predecessor, Shinju. Greetings, Uncle Hokage, exclaimed Yuichi Jichi, his sweet smile brightening the atmosphere. He had always remembered the adage, one should never strike a smiling face. Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen, amused by Yuichi's playful address, erupted into laughter. Turning to Minato Namikaze, he remarked with a hint of curiosity, Yuichi, that surname rings a bell. Do you recall anything, Minato? Minato, sensing the weight of the inquiry, glanced at Yuichi and replied with a smile, he is the child of the esteemed Aoi and Haru, raised by the venerable Akane. Sarutobi feigned enlightenment, directing his gaze back at Yuichi, and laughed heartily once more. Since you've called me uncle, I shall bestow upon you a ninjutsu. Pray tell, what is your chakra nature? Yuichi scratched his head, responding decisively, I do not know. Akane had not conducted any tests to determine their chakra natures, focusing instead on teaching him and Akane the illusionary art of this place is not. Moreover, there had been no need for specialized ninjutsu assessments previously. Pondering this, Sarutobi stroked his chin, frowning slightly. You do not know your chakra nature? Just then, Minato offered a chakra testing paper, cheerily suggesting, I have one here. Let us test it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuichi accepted the chakra paper from Minato's hand. Kakashi, have you tested your chakra nature? Minato inquired, shifting his attention to Kakashi Hatake. If you haven't, I have more. He produced 2 additional sheets of chakra paper from his pocket. Kakashi, shaking his head, declined. I have already tested mine. Nodding in understanding, Minato acknowledged him, while Sarutobi turned to Kakashi, exchanging a friendly smile. Meanwhile, Yuichi was channeling his chakra into the testing paper. The chakra paper, as its name implies, is capable of discerning the nature of a ninja's chakra. Fire, the paper ignites. Wind, the paper splits in 2. Lightning, the paper crinkles. Water, the paper becomes damp. Earth, the paper crumbles. As Yuichi focused, sparks ignited on one half of the chakra paper while the other half crinkled. It appears your chakra possesses both lightning and fire attributes, Sarutobi observed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that case, I shall grant you this ninjutsu. Under Kakashi's envious gaze, Sarutobi produced a scroll from his robes. This is the Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique Scroll. Although it is a C-rank ninjutsu, its power is formidable. With a wink at Yuichi, he continued, once mastered, you will unleash a linear jet of flames, possessing speed and strength capable of severing large trees. Upon receiving the scroll, Jiching glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then at Minato Namikaze, nodding appreciatively. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, brother Minato. Hiruzen laughed heartily, waving his hand. Since you've called me uncle, how could I not bestow something upon you? With that, he declared, in that case, I shall take my leave. As Hokage, there are numerous matters that require my attention. Under the gaze of the two, Hiruzen departed with his hands clasped behind his back. Opening the scroll, Jiching examined its contents. After a mere glance, he promptly sealed it again. Minato chuckled beside him. So, what do you think? Can't make sense of it, can you? Well, Jiching nodded. He recognized the characters, yet the phrases eluded his comprehension, rendering him akin to an illiterate. Never had he loathed his ignorance as he did at that moment. It felt as though he possessed a treasure trove, yet remained unable to claim it. When Kyuubi taught him illusion techniques, it was fed to him in a simple, digestible form. Conversely, this scroll contained instructions on how to manipulate chakra, condense it into flames, and projected outward. All were C-rank ninjutsu, yet he found himself at a loss. As for Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, great fireball technique, he could effortlessly execute it with a mere thought, a technique known as no-hand seals ninjutsu. This was a hidden benefit of the character template. Once a jutsu was acquired, mastery followed instantaneously. Kakashi Hatake observed the two with curiosity, intrigued by the scroll's contents, but he understood that it was a secret not to be questioned. Such knowledge was typically imparted in ninja school. Minato advised, "You two should consider attending classes more regularly." "Brother Minato, you know we skip classes?" Kakashi exclaimed alongside Jichinyu. Minato, upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, was rendered speechless. "Ninja school just commenced yesterday. I only saw you both then." Kakashi suddenly realized he had posed a rather foolish question. Shouta timely presented the ramen. Observing that his bowl was significantly fuller than those of Minato and Kakashi, Jichinyu turned to Shouta. "Thank you, Uncle Shouta." "Haha. You are the first to address me thus. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Kakashi glanced at Jichinyu's bowl of ramen. "You're quite popular." "Haha. This is the treatment befitting a future legend of the ninja world." 50-50, my capacity is not something you can surpass. Kakashi retorted, perplexed. "I was merely expressing admiration." Inwardly, Kakashi scoffed and countered, "Your capacity cannot possibly exceed mine. Let us wait and see then. This long-awaited throne of the sky shall ultimately welcome its rightful owner." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, as Sarutobi Hiruzen settled into his seat, a loud bang echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open. He did not lift his gaze. It was evident that the source of the commotion could only be that scoundrel Danzo. As the footsteps drew nearer, Danzo's voice reached his ears. "Hiruzen, what does this mean?" Danzo slammed a document onto the desk with force. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the paper detailing the reduction in the Umbu budget before raising his eyelids to meet Danzo's gaze. "What are you talking about? I am unaware of such matters." "Humph," Danzo scoffed. "You know precisely what I am referring to. Why have you decreased the funding for the route? This is not a personal affront to you, but rather a decision affecting the entire Umbu." "I care not." Danzo persisted stubbornly. "My budget cannot be compromised." "Danzo, this matter is beyond your control." With a thud, Hiruzen struck the table, his voice commanding. Observing his demeanor, Danzo regarded him quietly for a long moment, seemingly conceding, before taking his seat across from Hiruzen. "If cuts are necessary, then I demand 2 individuals." "Whom do you mean?" Hiruzen inquired, frowning. "Kushina Uzumaki and Yuichi Yagami." "Impossible." Hiruzen slammed the table once more, his tone resolute. Hearing his refusal, Danzo rose to his feet. "Hiruzen, I have stated many times that you must hand over the Nine Tails. I will forge a true weapon for Konoha." "Danzo, I have also made my stance clear." Upon seeing Danzo's stand, Hiruzen rose as well. "The Nine Tails cannot be entrusted to you. Neither can Kushina. Abandon this futile hope." Hiruzen had no intention of retreating, for the Nine Tails represented his unwavering boundary. Danzo, noticing his determination, displayed little disappointment. His visit had never truly been about the Nine Tails or Kushina Uzumaki. He desired her for himself, but his dear friend Hiruzen had persistently denied him. Thus, today he broached the subject again, only to learn that his aspirations remained unfulfilled. "Then give me Yuichi Yagami." Danzo unveiled his true intention. Yuichi Yagami. The previous discussions regarding the Umbu funding and Kushina were mere ruses. His genuine objective was Yuichi Yagami. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen sat down, taking a puff from his pipe. "Now, this is your true aim, isn't it?" Having known Danzo for so long, spending more time together than with his own wife, Hiruzen understood him better than anyone else in the world. Initially, Danzo had presented both Kushina and Yuichi together, with his focus on Kushina. Now, realizing the true intent behind Danzo's words, Hiruzen comprehended the final goal. "Danzo, Yuichi Yagami is not yours to take." "Hiruzen." Danzo's fury ignited at Hiruzen's assertion, feeling the weight of being denied funding, the Nine Tails, and the Jinchuriki. Now, even the request for another individual was rebuffed. This was intolerable. Upon witnessing Danzo rise in fury, Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly tapped the table, declaring, "Your anger is futile. He should bask in the sunlight. He is a naturally malevolent Uchiha." Danzo's voice resonated with a chilling indifference. "An evil Uchiha ought to dwell with me in the shadowy depths, becoming the roots of this grand tree." "He is not an Uchiha," Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted with a scoff. "His surname is Yaguki. He is a descendant of Kushina." Hiruzen's words were resolute. Yet, Danzo paid no heed, insisting, "Even if he possesses the Uzumaki bloodline, He remains a wicked Uchiha. You must be aware that he awakened the Sharingan yesterday. Look at him, such a nefarious creature. He unlocked the Sharingan at the age of 6, earlier than any other Uchiha. You assert that he is not an evil Uchiha? Surrender, Danzo. I shall never relinquish him to you. As Hiruzen listened, puffing on his pipe, he added, he is unlike you. He can only bask in the sunlight, becoming a part of the leaves. Realizing that Hiruzen would never hand over Yaguki to him, Danzo snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. With that, as Danzo exited, the door to the Hokage's office slammed against the frame, producing a dull thud. Observing Danzo's departure, Hiruzen gently tapped the table and called out, someone. Lord Third. Instantly, the Umbu appeared before him. The funding for the Umbu has been restored to its original state. Yes. The Umbu acknowledged their orders and prepared to depart when Hiruzen halted them again. Wait. The funds for route remain slashed. Your budget shall be adjusted accordingly. Once the Umbu had left, Hiruzen gazed at the door, murmuring, Danzo, forgive me. In the afternoon, Yaguki Yuichi and Hatake Kakashi arrived at the Ninja Academy. As they settled in, Yuhi Kurenai prodded Yuichi with her small hand. Yuichi, I heard that teacher Ano was quite upset this morning when he noticed your absence from school. Her voice was soft and somewhat anxious, reflecting her concern for Yuichi. Ano's anger had appeared quite fearsome. Kakashi, seated in front of them, perked up his ears, eager to hear how Yuichi planned to evade this predicament. He wished to learn from him. Glancing at Kakashi, who had leaned back at his desk with his head tilted, Yuichi quickly understood his intentions and replied, It's fine, Kurenai. When Ano-sensei inquires, I shall simply say that the Hokage had urgent matters and took us away. With that, Yuichi glanced subtly at Kakashi, who had now withdrawn his head. Upon hearing Yuichi's words, Kurenai's eyes widened in surprise. Yuichi, did the Hokage truly summon you? Seeing her reaction, Yuichi smiled. Of course. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his pocket. This is the ninjutsu rewarded to me by Lord Hokage. Yuichi handed the ninjutsu scroll to Yuhi Kurenai. This scroll, bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, bore a distinct emblem, a character for fire. This indicated that the scroll originated from the Hokage's office or was earned through the accumulation of merits from missions. Such a treasure is not typically accessible to ordinary individuals. Naturally, Kurenai understood this. She held the scroll without opening it, instead revealing a sweet smile. Yuichi-kun, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, returning the scroll to him. However, Yuichi did not take it back. Instead, he playfully tousled Kurenai's hair. Could you kindly keep this scroll for me, Red? When we return, let us make Uncle Shinju happy. Gazing at the scroll in her hand, and then back at Yuichi, Kurenai nodded earnestly. I will take good care of it. Yes, I trust you. The two spoke as if oblivious to their surroundings, while Kakashi and their other companions wore expressions of exasperation. 6 years old. They are only 6. They lamented. Is it really appropriate for you two to flaunt your bond so openly? Just then, Kaido Hyane entered the room. Without uttering a word, he stood at the podium, surveying the room before placing his book down and clearing his throat. Kakashi Hatake, Yuichi-ju, follow me to the office. Without further comment, he turned and walked toward the door. Kakashi and Yuichi exchanged glances and then followed suit. Be careful, you two, Uchiha Obito warned, casting a cautious glance toward the door. The teacher was quite irate this morning. Although Obito had been on the receiving end of Yuichi's earlier reprimand, he bore no grudge. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance before haughtily turning away. There is nothing to worry about. We were summoned by Lord Hokage. Absolutely nothing to worry about. Yuichi, on the other hand, beamed a radiant smile at Obito. The sight of her smile sent a shiver down Obito's spine, reminding him of the explosive moment when he awakened his Sharingan yesterday with eye drops. As Yuichi and Kakashi arrived at the office door, Kaido Hyane was already waiting there. The office was currently vacant, as the teachers were busily engaged at the start of the school year. Shouldn't you two offer an explanation to the teacher? Kaido Hyane asked, suppressing his urge to reprimand them, and spoke with a strained smile. Yuichi took a half-step back, positioning Kakashi protectively in front of him. Noticing this gesture, Kakashi smirked and replied, Teacher, we were called by Lord Hokage to assist. Kaido's fists clenched, but he refrained from speaking further, turning his gaze to Yuichi, awaiting his justification, curious to hear what new excuse he would conjure. Upon meeting his gaze, Yuichi cleared his throat and performed a deep 90-degree bow, embodying the spirit of an earnest craftsman as he apologized. I am truly sorry. I mistakenly believed that the teacher had granted us freedom of activity and sought an excuse. However, I did not anticipate misinterpreting the teacher's intentions. Once more, Yuichi expressed his contrition. I sincerely apologize. There shall be no next time. I assure you. Teacher Iku. His demeanor left Kakashi Hitaki in a state of perplexity. Just moments ago, his words had not reflected the same sentiment. Iku Hainu observed Yuichi, then turned his gaze to Kakashi, taking a deep breath. Yuichi's commendable attitude towards acknowledging his mistake had significantly alleviated Iku's prior irritation. A child who recognizes and amends their errors is indeed his favorite. Having acknowledged his fault, it was time for Yuichi to return. Please inform my classmates to commence self-study on the will of fire. I shall return shortly for inspection. Upon realizing that Hainu had spared him, Yuichi felt a surge of relief and turned to Kakashi, who remained in a daze, feigning disappointment with a dramatic sigh and shake of his head. As Yuichi began to leave, Kakashi instinctively wished to follow, presuming that Hainu intended for them both to return together. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, Hainu approached with a stern expression and promptly closed the office door. Although both had skipped class, he reasoned that they were literate and capable of chakra refinement. A brief lesson would suffice. He anticipated some form of evasion from them, yet he had not expected Yuichi's admirable acknowledgement of his mistake. While he could have tolerated some clever excuses, it was evident that Yuichi's demeanor starkly contrasted with Kakashi's. It was time for him to deliver a proper reprimand to this deceitful child. Emerging from the office, Yuichi traversed the corridor, where sounds of noise emanated from their classroom. Upon entering, all voices ceased abruptly. Under the collective gaze of his peers, Yuichi sauntered to the podium, cleared his throat twice, and then forcefully struck the podium with his hand. You have learned nothing and understood nothing. The moment the teacher departs, you begin to indulge in frivolity. This cohort is the most lackluster I have ever encountered. After delivering these words, he cleared his throat once more, reiterating that these sentiments were imparted to him by Teacher Iku, who had tasked them with self-studying the will of fire and would be returning for evaluation. Yuichi's initial voice resonated throughout the classroom, reaching the ears of the young instructor next door, who momentarily faltered in his lecture, silently lamenting the keen awareness of Hainu's students, who maintained order in the absence of their teacher. Upon returning to his seat, Kurenai Yuhi cautiously glanced outside the classroom, her expression tinged with concern as she quietly inquired, Yuichi, are you all right? I am fine, Yuichi replied with a shake of his head. Teacher Iku is quite understanding. A simple apology was sufficient for my return. Oh. Kurenai nodded, then glanced at the empty seat in front of her, curiosity piquing her interest as she asked, but where is Kakashi? As Yuichi pondered the reprimand directed at Kakashi Hitaki, he discreetly masked his embarrassment before casually remarking he did not apologize, instead making excuses when the teacher caught him. Thus, the teacher continues to lecture this wayward youth. Observing Yuichi, though reluctant to concede, Kurenai Yuhi couldn't help but feel that her beloved Yuichi resembled a delinquent more than Kakashi did. The two exchanged hushed words in their seats, while Obito Uchiha cast an envious glance their way, yearning for a connection with Rin Noera akin to theirs. What a fortunate life he led, possessing formidable strength, awakening his Sharingan with eye drops, and having a childhood sweetheart by his side. Obito Uchiha felt a genuine envy. The sorrows and joys of individuals seldom resonate with one another. While Yuichi and Kurenai shared tender moments, Kakashi Hitaki sagged under the weight of despair. When Kankuro admonished him, he had attempted to retort, but was rendered speechless by a single query. The Hokage has summoned you. Do you have any evidence? With that, Kakashi fell utterly silent, devoid of any proof. The Hokage had entrusted the scroll to Yuichi. That despicable scoundrel. One day I shall reclaim what I have lost today, Kakashi vowed in his heart. After a lengthy conversation with Kankuro, they returned to the classroom, only to find that half of the afternoon session had already elapsed. Observing the diligent students in the front rows and the idlers in the back, Kankuro cleared his throat and commenced a pop quiz on the will of fire. Classmates, what insights have you gleaned from your self-study of the will of fire? His warm smile bore no trace of the earlier reprimand directed at Kakashi. When no hands were raised, Kankuro frowned and prepared to call on someone. Just then, Yuichi's hand shot up. Me. Kankuro was taken aback, but then smiled with satisfaction. Initially, he had perceived this lad as a troublemaker, only to realize that Yuichi was quite commendable. Excellent. Let us hear from Yuichi about his insights from the will of fire. Upon hearing this, Yuichi rose to his feet. Kurenai watched him with wide, admiring eyes. having not discerned much from the text herself. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. The first Hokage imparted the will of fire, and the second and third Hokages magnified its legacy. Before expounding further, Yuichi began with 3 grand compliments, then paused to continue. Within this book, I have witnessed the deeds of many heroes, ninja who willingly sacrificed themselves for their village and its people. They are all shinobi of the will of fire. Kenkaro gazed at Yuichi with a smile. While these insights were rather elementary and well documented in the will of fire, they remain scattered throughout the narrative. Now, when Yuki Yuichi articulates his thoughts, it is evident that he genuinely comprehends the will of fire. Is there more? Upon hearing this, Yuki nodded, affirming, indeed, there is more. This morning, I encountered Brother Minato and Uncle Hokage. As these words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom. Even Heian Ichigo gazed at him in surprise, before seemingly recalling something and casting a glance at Kakashi Hitaki. Yuki continued, this morning, I practiced atop Hokage Rock with Gokai, and we were fortunate enough to meet Brother Minato. We sought his guidance, and he readily agreed. After imparting his wisdom, he even treated us to ramen. Perhaps this exemplifies the essence of the will of fire described in the texts. Yuki directed his gaze towards Heian Ichigo. Heian nodded, encouraging him to proceed. Although the warmth in his smile had grown gentler, without hesitation, Yuki elaborated. While enjoying ramen, we encountered Uncle Hokage. He was truly gentle and even gifted me a ninjutsu technique. Upon discovering that I had yet to test my chakra nature, Brother Minato presented me with a chakra test paper. Though these may not seem like monumental events, I could clearly perceive the will of fire within them. Selfless assistants, kind mentors, and elder brothers. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. I aspire to become such a ninja. Heian Ichigo, upon hearing this, was the first to applaud, clapping his hands. Your understanding is profound, Yuichi, though they may seem trivial. Recognizing the manifestation of the will of fire within these moments indicates that you have grasped its true essence. The classroom erupted in applause at Heian's words. Yuki took a seat, pondering whether he truly possessed the will of fire. Those closest to him understood his situation. He had no genuine grasp of such a concept. If it were up to him, he would prefer to avoid such indoctrination entirely. However, in the environment of Konoha, especially after awakening his Sharingan, he felt compelled to exhibit a robust will of fire. Internally, he may scoff and disdain the will of fire, yet outwardly, he must proclaim it with fervor. Aspiring to the dream of becoming Hokage. This is the political correctness of Konoha. Heian Ichigo proceeded to quiz several other students, and thus, the afternoon classes concluded. As Yuki and Yuhi Kurenai strolled along the street, he appeared somewhat disenchanted, his posture slumped. In contrast, Yuhi Kurenai walked beside him, brimming with excitement. Yuichi, Mr. Ichigo praised you. Father would be so pleased to hear this. She skipped joyfully, exuding delight. Yuki, walking alongside her, managed a faint smile. He knew very well that Yuhi Kurenai would not be genuinely thrilled. Anyone capable of uttering such words as Jinjutsu for survival did not embody the will of fire in his eyes. In fact, anyone with a semblance of understanding would not blindly venerate the will of fire. Of course, there are exceptions, such as a certain Kakashi Hitaki and a certain Minato Namikaze. Both are paragons of the will of fire. We're back. As Yuichi J.K. pushed open the door, he wearily uttered a greeting. Before he could settle in, Akane Hinata rushed into the room, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, we're back. Back already? Replied Akane's father, Jin Hinata, who emerged from the kitchen clad in an apron. With a smile, he reassured them, dinner will be ready shortly. You two should take a moment to rest. Seated at the table, Yuichi inhaled the enticing aroma of the meal and could not help but compliment. Uncle Jin, your culinary skills have truly improved. Since the passing of Akane's mother, Jin had donned the dual roles of both father and mother, mastering the art of cooking in the process. Upon hearing the praise, a subtle smile graced Jinna's lips as he waved his hand dismissively. Let us eat. Soon it will be time for your special training. Yes. Akane nodded earnestly from the side. I will become stronger, she added, glancing at her father, and I want to protect Yuichi. Jin chuckled to himself, thinking, the little one's innocence is truly delightful. The meal unfolded amidst a blend of warmth and laughter, filling Jinna's heart with a bittersweet joy. Family, he mused, should indeed be cherished in such a manner. Observing Yuichi and Akane, Jin silently wished for their swift growth. Envisioning a day when he could retire and spend time with his grandchildren. Even ninjas could retire, if one no longer wished to be a ninja, they could simply apply for retirement. Yet, whether such a request would be granted was another matter entirely. For a ninja like Jin, even in retirement, he would likely hold a nominal position. After the meal, Jin regarded the two with a serious expression, poised to speak. When Akane presented him with a scroll inscribed with the character for fire and interrupted him, declaring, "Daddy, this is from Lord Hokage for Yuichi." Nodding, Yuichi recounted the events of the morning. Holding the scroll, Jin fell silent as he gazed at Yuichi. He was no fool and understood the improbability of encountering Saratobi Hiruzen at the ramen shop, especially to receive a ninjutsu scroll. This was clearly an attempt to foster goodwill. In contrast, he hadn't regarded the initial encounter with Minato Namikaze with much significance. Jin was well aware of the relationship between Kushina, Uzumaki, and Yuichi, and Minato undoubtedly knew as well. It was only natural that he and Kakashi would train at the training ground established by Minato, a location well known among the villagers of Konoha. Sighing as he contemplated the scroll in his hands, Jin recalled how he had anticipated the day Yuichi would attract attention, especially after demonstrating his Sharingan. However, he had not expected it to happen so soon. Perhaps this was indeed a fortuitous development, Jin thought to himself, relieved that he would no longer have to grapple with how to discuss the Sharingan with the Uchiha clan. With Lord Hokage's attention now drawn to Yuichi, the matter of the Sharingan was likely already known. Let the esteemed Hokage handle the matters concerning the Uchiha clan. He need only feign ignorance. With this thought in mind, Hinata Akane unfurled the scroll in her hands. The first sight that met her eyes was the name of a ninjutsu, fire release, dragon fire technique. She recognized this technique as a common C-rank fire ninjutsu, aside from techniques like the body flicker technique and the shadow clone technique, which possess a low threshold of mastery yet a high ceiling of potential. This C-rank ninjutsu is among the easiest to learn. The rank of a ninjutsu is determined by the difficulty of its acquisition. A C-rank ninjutsu does not imply that its destructive power is confined to that classification. However, the initial potency of a ninjutsu correlates with its learning difficulty, thereby influencing its rank. Thus, it is not entirely erroneous to gauge the power of ninjutsu by its classification. Since the Hokage has bestowed upon you this ninjutsu, allow me to instruct you both in it first, Akane declared, producing 2 sheets of chakra test paper from her pocket. She then turned to Yuichi J-Suk and said, "Although you have already undergone testing in front of the Hokage, I have procured 2 additional sheets of chakra paper. It would be wasteful to let them go unused, so please test again." Yuichi, upon hearing this, did not object. He took one of the sheets and infused it with chakra. As before, one half of the paper ignited with sparks while the other half crinkled. Observing this, Akane nodded, though she still harbored some skepticism regarding Yuichi's claims. After all, this young man had not left her with a particularly reliable impression over the past few years. Imitating him, Akane took the other sheet of chakra paper and infused it with chakra, gazing expectantly as she blinked her large eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, sparks gradually ignited around the chakra paper, but soon ceased to change. Not disheartened by this outcome, Akane understood that chakra attributes were merely a starting point. This aspect could be cultivated. Possessing only fire-type chakra now did not preclude the possibility of future developments. Moreover, her intention was to nurture Yuichi as an illusionist ninja, thus mitigating the inherent dangers involved. This arrangement is quite fitting. After the 2 completed their chakra attribute tests, Akane continued, "All right, the preliminary matters are settled. Next, I shall instruct you both in ninjutsu." With that, she fully opened the scroll and added, "I initially intended to teach you an illusion technique. But since the Hokage has provided this scroll and you both possess fire-type chakra, we shall commence with the fire release technique." Yuichi and Akane sat quietly in their places, directing their attention towards Akane. "You two likely cannot comprehend this scroll," Akane remarked with a smile while pointing at it. Indeed, Akane nodded enthusiastically. "I couldn't understand it when Yuichi first showed it to me," Yuichi admitted. "I recognize the individual characters, but when combined, they elude my understanding." Upon hearing their responses, Akane nodded in acknowledgement. "That is quite normal. Are you aware of the essence of ninjutsu?" The essence? Upon hearing these words, Yuichi Jueki was momentarily taken aback, then tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting to release ninjutsu using chakra?" The answer was both affirmative and negative. Akihime Uus shook her head, and upon noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, she chose not to keep them in suspense, but rather stated directly, "The essence of ninjutsu lies in its release through chakra. However, the method of this release is what truly matters. Typically, chakra flows within the body, specifically through the meridians. The fundamental nature of ninjutsu is to guide chakra along specific pathways, thereby manifesting various elemental techniques. Ultimately, the essence of ninjutsu is the flow of chakra. If you are well-versed in the flow path of a particular ninjutsu and possess high control over chakra, you can simplify the hand signs required to perform a technique from 10 to 4 or 5. Yui's explanation was quite straightforward and easy to comprehend. Yuichi Jueki regarded her thoughtfully and asked, "So, can all ninjutsu be performed without hand signs?" "Indeed," replied Yui, elaborating on the theoretical aspects for quite some time. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, Yuichi's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he absorbed this knowledge. This was an understanding and insight from A.J. Nin that was not depicted in the original narrative. For a ninja apprentice who had never practiced ninjutsu, mastering it was not merely a matter of memorizing the sequence of chakra flow and hand signs from a scroll. Such intricate maneuvers were exceedingly challenging to execute. Although in the future, Kakashi Hatake would achieve the remarkable ability to replicate ninjutsu during combat, this did not imply simplicity. Who exactly was Kakashi Hatake? He was a prodigy. Having entered the academy at the age of 5, graduated the same year, became a CH Nin at 6, a J Nin at 12, and the captain of the Umbu at 15. Such are some sounded almost like a tale from a novel. By the time Yui imparted the nuances and methods of the fire release, dragon fire technique to the two of them, night had completely descended. Yuichi Jueki was eager to try but frowned at the pitch-black sky outside. Despite his playful demeanor, he was not an actual troublemaker at this late hour. Where could he possibly practice ninjutsu? Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Yui chuckled lightly, suggesting, "If you wish to try, then the courtyard would be an excellent place." The Yui household was not situated in the heart of Konohagakure, thanks to Yui's status as A.J. Nin and her accumulated savings. Coupled with the fact that this area was not particularly bustling, the house they purchased was quite spacious. Naturally, the courtyard was also expansive. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi sprang up from his seat and dashed outside, silently reciting the sequence of hand signs for the ninjutsu Yui had just taught him. Si, Chun, In, and In. Yuichi stood on one side of the courtyard, with Yui beside him. It seemed that Yui was convinced he would not succeed, leaning lazily against the doorframe. Yuichi's speed in forming hand signs was commendable. Although he had certain advantages, he had never relinquished his dedication to honing the craft of a ninja. From a young age, he consciously engaged in exercises to enhance the dexterity of his fingers. As he manifested each seal, the flow of chakra within him began to be manipulated. The originally cool chakra now surged with a tumultuous energy, converging towards his throat. As the chakra gathered in his throat increased, Yuichi Kesho felt an intense heat. Si, Chun. Mao In. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. When the searing temperature at his throat became unbearable, Yuichi Kesho deflated like a punctured balloon, pouting his lips and exhaling outward. At that moment, a furious blaze erupted. However, due to his pouting, the flames that should have surged forth coalesced into a slender pillar of fire. Yet, upon the emergence of the fire pillar, Yuichi Kesho sensed an inexplicable surge of energy, which subsequently caused the fire line to expand by a third. Before his eyes, the fire pillar flowed like a rushing river, sweeping towards the wall on the opposite side. The high temperature of the fire release made Kurenai Yuhi step back a few paces, her eyes narrowing to crescent shapes, filled with excitement. When she witnessed Yuichi Kesho successfully execute the fire release ninjutsu, she nearly tumbled from the door upon which she leaned. She truly did not anticipate that Yuichi Kesho could master this ninjutsu. It is well known that for an average genin, a C-rank ninjutsu is quite challenging. Yet, Yuichi Kesho had learned it in mere hours. Is this reasonable? It is not reasonable at all. Ignoring Kurenai Yui's exasperation, Yuichi Kesho's ninjutsu continued unabated. The fire pillar struck the wall, causing flames to spread in all directions, while the wall bore a gaping hole from the technique. It was only then that Kurenai Yuhi realized the extent of the damage, her expression shifting dramatically as she hurriedly formed hand seals. Water release, waterfall technique. With her incantation, a waterfall cascaded from above, extinguishing Yuichi Kesho's flames. Kurenai then dashed to the wall, relieved to find that the damage was not catastrophic. Yuichi Kesho and Kurenai Yuhi followed suit. Gazing at the destruction he had caused, Yuichi Kesho was momentarily stunned. Like Kurenai, he had never considered that he could wield ninjutsu. He had spent a considerable amount of time mastering genjutsu. Yet today, The learning of fire release had brought an unexpected delight. With this realization, Yuichi Kesho felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that he truly is a genius? Beside him, Kurenai Yuhi cast a glance his way, pondering the same thought. Could he genuinely be a prodigy? In that instant, Yuichi Kesho recalled the sudden transformation of his ninjutsu and, as if struck by inspiration, two achievements materialized before him. Ninja Apprentice. Wearing this title enhances ninjutsu effectiveness by 10% and training effectiveness by 20%. Ninjutsu Technique. Fury. Passive ability that grants a 20% damage stacking effect. Your attacks and damage will inflict an additional 20%. Perhaps this could penetrate Susanu's defenses? The inexplicable amplification of the Dragonfire technique seemed to align perfectly with these two achievements. Moreover, the title has further enhanced his cultivation effects. Contemplating this, Yuichi Jasuk shook his head in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His current achievements were solely the result of his own relentless efforts, entirely unrelated to these two reward titles. After tidying up, Akane Wai took a deep breath, turned to Akane K, and said, "K, why don't you give it a try?" Eh? Akane K blinked her large eyes at her father. Glancing nervously at the wall that had sustained a considerable breach, she hesitantly asked, "Isn't this a bit reckless?" "Not at all," Akane Wai reassured her upon noticing her apprehension. "It's already like this, and it can't possibly get any worse. If it truly comes to that, I will extinguish it with water release." With this reassurance, Akane K nodded. Unlike Yuichi Jasuk, she had not engaged in extensive training. Each seal she formed was executed smoothly, without any stumbles. After a brief moment, Akane K took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled. At that instant, Akane Wai stood ready. Should a massive fire pillar erupt again, he would extinguish it in an instant. However, disappointment awaited him as Akane K, though her appearance was fearsome, merely emitted a few sparks with her breath. Simultaneously, she began to cough violently, releasing wisps of black smoke. Akane Wai promptly handed her the water he had prepared earlier and nodded in approval. This was the state of a novice. Yet, what was the matter with that boy? Turning his gaze to Yuichi Jasuk, who was patting Akane K's back in an attempt to help her regain her composure. Akane Wai found himself puzzled. If he was not mistaken, the fire pillar that had initially erupted had not been so substantial, had it? Perhaps he had misjudged. Dismissing the thought, he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Akane K's performance truly resembled that of a beginner. With this in mind, he directed his attention back to Yuichi. He found the boy standing there, seemingly lost in thought, utterly dazed. Not bad, but do not let it inflate your ego. What you achieved is merely within the realm of the ordinary. Akane Wai coughed lightly and boldly stated, "When I first learned ninjutsu, I too mastered it in a similar time frame." In response, Yuichi Jasuk shot him a disdainful glance. "Uncle Akane, I am no longer a mere child of 4 or 5. You cannot deceive me." He was already 6 years old. Akane Wai. He had forgotten how much this boy had learned. The following day, Yuichi Jasuk languidly rested his chin on his desk, while Akane K eagerly perused a book on assassination techniques beside him. "K, what are you looking at?" Yuichi said, his voice languid as he lay atop the desk. "Eh?" Akane K turned to him, puzzled and bewildered. "Aren't ninjas supposed to learn these things?" As she spoke, she offered the book to Yuichi, pointing to a particular theory within its pages. "Look at this. The tasks of a ninja demand discretion, confidentiality, and the successful completion of missions through stealth and various means, including but not limited to poisoning, ambush, infiltration, and disguise. This book offers a wealth of knowledge." Upon hearing this, Yuichi Jueki glanced at the passage indicated by Yuhi Kurenai, which indeed contained such a statement. However, he shook his head. He held his own understanding. The formidable figures in the ninja realm are extraordinary beings, capable of toppling entire nations single-handedly. Do such beings truly require poison and ambushes? Yuichi Jueki never believed that he, with his extraordinary abilities, was inferior to them. He boldly asserted, "Why complicate matters? If no one witnesses you executing a mission, isn't that the essence of perfect stealth?" Kurenai, upon hearing this, looked at him with a puzzled expression and curiously inquired, "But how can one ensure that no one sees them carry out their tasks?" "Quite simple," he replied. "Eliminate anyone who might witness the assassination, and thus, no one will see you perform your duty." His words bore a chilling intent, yet in this ninja world, people would merely perceive the flaw in his reasoning, not in his character. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki approached, catching the tail end of the conversation, and scoffed disdainfully. "You are a brute, not a ninja. Come on, lighten up." Yuichi Jueki said cheerfully, draping his arm over Kakashi's shoulder. Noticing Jueki's hand on his shoulder, Kakashi shrugged it off with a swift motion. I have no desire to engage with you. Only he knew the extent of his humiliation after being chastised by Hate Ichijo the previous day. He never expected Yuichi Jueki would dig a pit for him. Where was the promised meeting with the Hokage? Kakashi's demeanor did not faze Yuichi Jueki in the slightest. After all, it was only natural for a child to harbor a bit of resentment after being tricked. I'm merely looking out for your best interests. Yuichi feigned a look of deep concern. Kakashi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Was his vigilance insufficient? Ridiculous. He, the son of Konoha's White Fang, was exceptionally alert. Observing Kakashi's expression, Yuichi continued his act of concern. Your vigilance is far too lax. I could easily lead you to your demise before our teacher. He added, if you become a ninja in the future, you might find yourself betrayed and counting your losses. With that, he seized the ninja assassination techniques from the bewildered Kurenai and pointed to the very section she had just shown him. Look at this, Kakashi. Kakashi found himself momentarily bewildered by Yuichi's barrage of words. After hesitating while examining the passage, he eventually nodded. Yuichi, relieved at his response, maintained his expression and continued. See. It states that a ninja's tasks must be accomplished by any means necessary. In the future, someone may exploit this very notion and betray you. And you would end up thanking them for it. In ordinary circumstances, one might dig a pit and fall into it, merely receiving a reprimand. However, in the future, it could cost you your life. You might wonder, am I not doing this for your benefit? Hatake Kakashi instinctively nodded, but soon realized the implication. His face contorted with anger as he glared at Yuichi Juk. So you are the one who digs the pit for me and expects my gratitude. Initially taken aback by Juk's words, he quickly regained his composure, for he was Kakashi after all. Observing his reaction, Juk coughed lightly and said, it's merely a coincidence. But consider whether my words hold any truth. This statement rendered Kakashi momentarily silent. Though reluctant to concede, he could not deny the validity of Juk's assertion. His pride forbade him from yielding, so he coldly huffed, this time I shall let it pass. Should it happen again, I will surely teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Juk wore a peculiar expression. You cannot defeat me, little brother. Upon seeing Kakashi take a seat, Juk made a peace sign towards Hinata, who responded with a sweet smile. Having spent considerable time together, Hinata, although maintaining her gentle demeanor, had become adept at discerning Juk's thoughts and intentions. With class yet to commence, Juk settled back down, playfully poking Kakashi's back. He could even feel his spine and mused that this must be the backbone. What are you doing? Kakashi replied impatiently, turning around. Kakashi, can you not show me your true self? Get lost. Kakashi turned back, indifferent to Juk's persistent poking. If you don't turn around, I shall poke your spine, Juk declared, and he jabbed at Kakashi's spine. Instantly, Kakashi spun around. I will not show you. No. Juk shook his head. I merely wanted to inquire if we should head to the training grounds after this. Kakashi hesitated at this suggestion. He too wished to skip class, but had just been scolded by the teacher yesterday. Noticing his indecision, Juk slumped against the desk. We already know all this. Attending class is merely passing the time. Training would be far more beneficial. Kakashi nodded in agreement this time. But the teacher will be upset, won't they? Hinata timidly interjected. You two just skipped class yesterday. If you do so again today, although Hinata did not finish her sentence, both Juk and Kakashi understood her implication. Juk waved his hand nonchalantly. It's nothing to worry about. They might scold us again, but if we can learn something new, we wouldn't be skipping class in the first place. Juk contemplated, glancing at the descendants of ninja or the ninja clans who had already settled in the back row. He found it hard to believe that the previous generations of ninjas never skipped class. The rigors of training are undeniably arduous, however. In comparison to the seemingly redundant situation of attending classes on subjects he has already mastered, he would much prefer to engage in rigorous training. At least such endeavors would enhance his strength. Despite possessing a system, he would not be so naive as to merely await its rewards. As his thoughts swirled and Hatake Kakashi hesitated, Sarutobi Asuma approached, leaning in closer to the two. Are you planning to skip class today? Yuichi Jiechuan was momentarily taken aback by the voice, then turned to regard the second-generation Hokage, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey. Noting Yuichi's gaze upon him, Sarutobi Asuma wasted no time. If you're skipping class, I'd like to join you. This lecture is utterly tedious, consisting of material we've already mastered. Asuma declared, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes alight with fervor. Rather than squander this time, I would prefer to train. I wish to grow stronger. Upon hearing his words, Yuichi immediately acquiesced. All right, let us leave at once. His declaration took Sarutobi Asuma by surprise, who then pointed towards the window. Now, of course, if the teacher arrives, we will only waste more time. Yuichi asserted, casting a glance at Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai, why not join us? Eh? Kurenai innocently pointed to herself. Me? Indeed, Yuichi nodded affirmatively. Kurenai hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? My father instructed us not to cause trouble at school. Uncle Kakashi won't take it to heart, Yuichi replied confidently. Seeing his assurance, Kurenai pondered for a moment before nodding and breaking into a radiant smile. All right then. Witnessing her agreement, Yuichi grasped her small hand and promptly opened the window, both leaping down simultaneously. Sarutobi Asuma, observing their daring act, followed suit. Hatake Kakashi, initially indecisive, watched their retreating figures, clenched his teeth, and resolved to join them as well. He would rather face reprimand than endure another monotonous lesson. Shortly after their departure, Inuma Ichigo emerged from the office, a book in hand and a smile on his face. Confident that his guidance from the previous day would keep Kakashi in line, he aimed to swiftly conclude the reading and chakra refinement classes, thus setting everything back on the right path. With this thought in mind, Inuma Ichigo entered the classroom, cheerfully placing the textbook on the desk, and instinctively surveyed the room. Everyone is being quite well behaved. However, it didn't take long for him to sense something amiss. Several desks were conspicuously empty. Narrowing his eyes, Inuma Ichigo realized that something was wrong. Moments later, his voice echoed through the classroom in a furious roar. Yuichi Jechuan, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha. Was that Obito Uchiha? As he walked down the path, Sarutobi Asuma expressed surprise upon seeing Obito sprinting wildly ahead of him. Good morning, Obito. Yuichi J. greeted Uchiha Obito with a cheerful smile. Kurenai Yuhi also chimed in. Good morning, Obito. Kakashi Hitaki remained silent, directing a vacant stare at him. Upon seeing Yuichi and the others, Uchiha Obito momentarily froze, yet upon hearing their greetings, a smile graced his face. Good morning to you four, he replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Although he was aware of his tardiness, it seemed that Yuichi and his companions were late as well, which eased his anxiety. People tend to conform, and tardiness is no exception. If he were the only one late, Obito would have felt flustered, but with more individuals in the same predicament, his unease dissipated. Asuma Sarutobi glanced at Uchiha Obito, mistakenly assuming he was also skipping class, and invited, shall we go together? Together, let's go? Obito thought he was being invited to school and nodded eagerly in agreement. Yuichi observed the two with a quizzical expression, then cleared his throat, opting not to comment further and instead suggested, let us get moving. Noticing Yuichi's peculiar demeanor and recalling his earlier statement about Obito's habitual lateness, Kurenai too displayed a fleeting look of curiosity. Kakashi had no objections to Obito joining them. He had resigned himself to the fact that he would be reprimanded by the teacher for skipping, so having another companion meant he could endure less scolding. On their way, Obito caught his breath from the hurried run. I must tell you all, yesterday on my way home, I saw a cat that could do backflips. If you wish to see it, feel free to visit my home. After a brief pause, Obito added, my house is quite spacious. No, I have no desire to see it, Kakashi replied, distancing himself slightly. Although Obito's words were directed at everyone, his gaze fixated on Kakashi, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Obito stomped his foot, muttering, that accursed masked man. I shall teach you a lesson. I think you could refer to him as the mysterious masked man, Yuichi suggested, drawing closer to him. Hey. Kakashi turned to Yuichi, saying, don't give me strange nicknames. How about Dark Kakashi? Pfft. Asuma couldn't hold back his laughter at the mention of Dark Kakashi. Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you actually have such a cringy title. If you're Dark Kakashi, then I shall be Justice Asuma. At this, Kakashi fell silent. Kurenai looked at Yuichi with a sweet smile. How wonderful, Yuichi has made some friends. Yuichi had previously struggled with friendships, and though it was unclear why he spent so much time alone, my guy was the only one who could be considered a friend. Kakashi Hitaki had only met them a few days prior to enrollment. However, witnessing the jovial banter of Asuma Sarutobi and Obito Uchiha brought her genuine joy. Yuichi's smile had also become more frequent. The group continued their light-hearted conversation and soon arrived at the summit of Hokage Rock. It was only then that Obito Uchiha, somewhat belatedly, realized where he had been brought. He halted in his tracks, his emotions a tumultuous blend, observing the others still engaged in laughter and chatter. Suddenly at a loss for words, Sensing his lagging presence, Asuma Saratobi turned to him, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, Obito, why have you stopped? Kakashi Hitaki, upon hearing this, also turned to look at him with his placid, deadpan gaze. Glancing at Yuichi, Obito hesitated before inquiring, where exactly are we headed? Asuma, with a hearty laugh, approached him, patting his shoulder with enthusiasm. We're going to train. I forgot to tell you. There's a concealed training ground up here on Hokage Rock. That's our destination. With another cheerful gesture, Asuma draped his arm around Obito's shoulder, adding, You must be skipping class to train as well. How clever of you. By directly avoiding class, you want to need to devise a plan to escape the school. Obito's lips twitched at this as he forced a sheepish smile. He was merely late. This was not a deliberate act of truancy. Yet, with Asuma praising him and calling him clever, he felt too proud to admit the truth, instead maintaining, indeed, school is terribly dull. I was just about to seek a secluded spot for training. As he spoke, Obito wore a woeful expression. Kakashi, ahead, regarded him with suspicion, recalling that this fellow had been tardy during class yesterday. His brows furrowed slightly, and a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. At that moment, Yuichi placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and smiled. Observing Yuichi's demeanor, Kakashi glanced again at Obito. You knew all along, didn't you? Of course, Yuichi replied with confidence. Looking at the oblivious Asuma, he continued, Obito must have been late and happened to run into us, mistakenly thinking we were also tardy. You really do have a mischievous streak. Kakashi suppressed a retort. It's unfortunate that Obito has made your acquaintance. Ah, come on, Yuichi dismissed casually. Training together is a good thing. As he regarded Kakashi and then glanced at Asuma, who was animatedly chatting with Obito, Yuichi pondered silently. Even if the future remained unchanged and Obito ultimately became that infamous figure, the camaraderie forged in their youth would always hold a certain beauty. This is an insurance he has taken for himself. Although he does not believe that without his existence, Uchiha Obito would become that labor camp convict. It does no harm to be prepared. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. At that moment, Saratobi Asuma and Uchiha Obito seemed to have finished their conversation and were approaching them. Observing Yuichi Jiejing and Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito feigned a complaint, saying, You all know about this place and didn't mention it. Quite unfair. Saratobi Asuma chimed in, Indeed. If I hadn't asked you two today whether you were skipping class, you would have kept it to yourselves. He pretended to be indignant. He did not harbor any aversion towards interacting with Yuichi Jiejing and Hitaki Kakashi. In fact, he relished this sensation. No one treated him differently because his father is the Hokage. Others were aware of his father's status and sought to curry favor with him, which he found quite repugnant. He vowed to break free from the influence of his father and live for himself. Upon hearing their words, Yuichi Jiejing shrugged. Kakashi discovered this place. I only learned about it yesterday. So, you should direct your inquiries to him. Yuichi gestured towards Hitaki Kakashi, suggesting they take their grievances to him. Indeed, that detestable Kakashi. Uchiha Obito glared at Hitaki Kakashi and declared, Once we arrive, I shall challenge you. You will witness the genius of the Uchiha. Absolutely. I too wish to challenge you. Saratobi Asuma nodded in agreement. Yuhi Kurenai stood beside Yuichi, observing the group with a smile. However, she felt a twinge of worry. Yuichi, is the teacher truly all right? Hearing her concern, Yuichi turned to her and playfully tousled her hair. Do not fret. Everything is fine. Kurenai, somewhat resistant, brushed his hand away and complained, Stop messing with my hair. If you do that again, She faltered, blushing under Yuichi's gaze and finally said, I want to talk to you for half a day. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi chuckled and gently tapped her forehead with his index finger. Kurenai, you are simply adorable. As he spoke, he noticed the glances from Obito and the others, turning to meet their eyes, which were filled with a hint of resentment. Kurenai also noticed their stares, her face instantly turning crimson. While she was shy, Yuichi remained unfazed, looking at the trio, and inquired, What are you staring at? Don't you have childhood friends? When the 3 remained silent, Yuichi continued, Surely, there's no way anyone among you is truly friendless. That infuriating guy. I really want to punch him. Saratobi Asuma glared at Yuichi's teasing demeanor, then cast a glance at the adorable Kurenai, his fists clenched in frustration. Upon his first encounter with Sunset Hong, he felt a flutter of excitement. However, she was hand in hand with Yuki Yuichi at that time, prompting him to relinquish his aspirations. Yet now, these two were shamelessly displaying their affection right before him. How much more could one endure? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but reminisce about Noara Rin. feeling a wave of frustration as he watched their public display of love. Sarutobi Asuma exchanged a glance with him, and together they charged forward. Observing this, Yuki Yuichi seized Sunset Hong's hand and sprinted towards the training ground, shouting, "If you want to beat me, you still have 2 millennia to wait. You insufferable scoundrels. Come at me all at once." Sarutobi Asuma yelled, pursuing him alongside Uchiha Obito, and soon the 4 of them vanished into the forest. Watching their retreating figures, Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but smirk beneath his mask. As he followed them inward, he mused to himself, "This feeling, it seems rather pleasant." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene through a crystal ball, a smile gracing his features. It appeared that Asuma had finally discovered his own bonds. Though he was Hokage, some matters of the heart were beyond his jurisdiction. His relationship with Asuma was not particularly amicable, and he was well aware of Asuma's desire to break free from his influence. While Asuma had friends, most were merely seeking to curry favor with him. However, it seemed that Asuma had indeed found companions of his own. "Yuki Yuichi," Hiruzen murmured, picking up a dossier filled with various information about the boy. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "Allow Kaya Ichiraku to relax a bit. Gifted children should be afforded the freedom to grow." "Understood," came a voice from the hidden Umbu, unseen yet present. On the other side, Yuki Yuichi and Sunset Hong arrived at the training ground, but upon seeing it, Yuki halted in his tracks, astonished by the sight before him. The 2 pursuers behind them also came to a stop, mouths agape as they gazed at the training area concealed within the forest. They had expected merely an open space, but upon closer inspection, they realized their assumptions were misguided. It was indeed an open area, yet it was enveloped by trees and equipped with various training apparatus. Several wooden stumps, a locked ninja tool rack, and even a wooden structure for resting, complete with a sizable medical kit perched on a bench, were present. It was noteworthy that training grounds within the Leaf Village typically consisted only of wooden stumps, devoid of any additional equipment. Yet here, they found an abundance. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake approached, and upon witnessing the scene, his expression mirrored that of Yuki Yuichi. Conversely, Sunset Hong appeared unfazed by the surroundings, her gaze inquisitively fixed on the astonished 4. "What is wrong with you all?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued, followed by a cautious glance around. "Is there something amiss here?" At this moment, Yuichi J.K. regained his composure from his astonishment and clarified that these items were not present yesterday. "Huh?" Kurenai Yui was taken aback, as she had assumed these items were always here, especially since Yuichi had mentioned that this place was a training ground established by Minato Namikaze. Yuichi chose not to continue speaking but instead turned his gaze towards Kakashi Hatake, who was also observing him, both harboring a sense of bewilderment. Logically, it seemed that not many people should be aware of this place. Furthermore, how could such items possibly be arranged here? Just as their eyes met, Obito Uchiha suddenly interjected. "Look, there seems to be something over there." He pointed to a note resting atop a medical box. Upon hearing this, Yuichi turned and dashed over, taking a glance at the note before inhaling deeply. "Minato is truly a good person." Kakashi approached, glanced at the note, and inquired, "What does it say?" "Let me show you," Yuichi replied, handing the note to Kakashi. After a considerable pause, Kakashi exhaled deeply as well. The note was left by Minato Namikaze, containing only a few succinct phrases. Yet, these words stirred emotions in both Yuichi and Kakashi. The essence of Minato's message was simple. This training ground was entrusted to the 2 of them, having been refurbished for their use. Obito and Asuma Sarutobi leaned in over Kakashi's shoulder, both equally intrigued by the note's contents. "My old man used to say that Minato-sensei is the kindest and most amiable person in Konoha," Asuma remarked, reflecting. "And he even has the title of Little Sunday. It seems my old man wasn't lying." "Little Sun?" Obito queried, puzzled. Kakashi offered an explanation. "It means that Minato is warm and sunny like the sun." "Oh, I see." Before Obito could respond, Kurenai suddenly had an epiphany, slapping one palm against the other. Obito also realized, so Little Sun means that. He sounds like a really nice big brother. A medical box, a resting pavilion, 4 wooden stakes, a ninja tool cabinet, and some soldier pills. Yuichi mused as he walked up to the ninja tool cabinet, opening it to find several unsharpened kunai, shuriken, and shuriken scrolls. Minato is indeed a sincere person, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, at Minato's home, Kushina Izumaki was eagerly pursuing him with questions. "So, how did it go? Did you deliver it?" Seeing Kushina's expectant demeanor, Minato chuckled helplessly. "Don't worry, Kushina, I've already delivered it." "That's good," Kushina sighed with relief, patting her chest. Wufeng Shuimin appeared somewhat perplexed. Kushina, if you wish to assist Yuichi, you can go by yourself. Why do you need me to deliver it? Hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina let out a disdainful snort, crossing her arms. You ought to inquire with that old Hokage. Although he hasn't explicitly stated it, Yuichi possesses the Sharingan, and he would undoubtedly prevent me from approaching. As she spoke, she gently touched her abdomen, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The nine tails signifies power, yet it also serves as a prison. Hence, even without Sarutobi Hiruzen's explicit words, she was acutely aware of this reality. In response, Wufeng Shuimin sighed, glancing at her abdomen. Rest assured, I shall take good care of Yuichi, he assured her, a gentle smile gracing his face. Moreover, I have grown quite fond of this child. Upon hearing his words, Uzumaki Kushina leaped toward him. Minato, I knew you were the best. Embracing Kushina, Wufeng Shuimin felt a mix of exasperation and happiness. I must attend to a mission now. When I return, I will request Lord Hokage to allow you to mentor Yuichi. You have another mission? Uzumaki Kushina paused, her expression shifting to one of concern as she regarded him. Do not worry, with the Flying Thunder God technique, I shall be safe. All right. At that moment, Yuichi remained oblivious to the fact that the items here were not actually orchestrated by Wufeng Shuimin. Under normal circumstances, he would not be the one to deliver such items, considering their considerable expense and the time required to procure them. These were gifts from the Uzumaki clan. Though he bore a different surname, he was still Uzumaki Yuichi. His father, Uzumaki Aoshui, adopted the name Juchi Aoshui to conceal his identity, indicating that he had not severed ties with the Uzumaki lineage. This fact was a significant reason for Kushina's willingness to assist him. After the initial shock, everyone began to come to terms with their surroundings. The abundance of resources and complete facilities were indeed advantageous. Uchiha Obito was the first to leap forward, directing his exuberance toward Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, I told you I would challenge you. This time, I shall leave you searching for your teeth. Obito's voice resonated with confidence, igniting excitement in Sarutobi Asuma, who was somewhat bewildered. Having witnessed the strength of both Kakashi and Yuichi during their previous battles, he was aware of their capabilities, yet he knew little of Uchiha Obito, the young scion of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Uchiha members were renowned as geniuses within the Ninja Academy, and it was reasonable to assume Obito was no exception. What an anticipated battle, Asuma mused with eager anticipation as he watched the two. Yuichi, listening to their conversation, cast a curious glance at Asuma, but chose to remain silent. If you enjoy your daydreams, then by all means, continue, Obito remarked. Was Obito's strength formidable? Among commoners, it was indeed impressive, perhaps even formidable, for he was, after all, an Uchiha. However, among the ranks of shinobi or their descendants, his prowess was rather mediocre. He existed in a realm of being neither the strongest nor the weakest. Kakashi Hatake cast a glance at Obito Uchiha, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. However, the one who will be beaten is you, Obito Uchiha. In the expectant gaze of Asuma Sarutobi, the two stood in the center of the arena, forming their respective hand seals. Yugao Yuzuki whispered to Yuichi Ketsuki beside her. Who do you think will win? Without turning his head, Yuichi continued to fixate on Kakashi and Obito, replying, it's a 50-50 chance. Really? But isn't Obito a genius from the Uchiha clan? Yugao inquired, puzzled. Although she wasn't well versed in many matters, she had heard the rumors of the Uchihas being prodigies at the Ninja Academy. Turning to her, Yuichi smiled. Obito possesses great talent. Yet it does not manifest in ninjutsu or taijutsu. This only deepened Yugao's confusion as she blinked her large eyes curiously, hoping for further clarification. Observing her reaction, Yuichi chose not to elaborate further, instead playfully tousling her hair again. Hee, you can ask Uncle Jinhong about it when you return this afternoon. Compared to ordinary individuals, the Uchiha's prowess is often reflected in their personalities. The kinder and more emotionally expressive they are, the stronger their abilities tend to be. Many Uchihas exemplify this trait. For instance, Madara Uchiha awakened his eyes during his farewell with Hashirama Senju. One could assert that Madara is powerful and proud, yet one cannot deny his emotional depth. Similarly, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were also rich in emotion. The most representative of all, Yuichi's gaze fell upon Obito Uchiha. He is undoubtedly the most emotionally expressive Uchiha. At this moment, the two had already begun to engage. Kakashi, wielding a wooden sword, eyed Obito with caution. Having had limited interactions with him, he was unaware of Obito's true abilities and treated him merely as Uchiha genius. However, Obito, noticing Kakashi's demeanor. Felt a surge of pride. "Prepare yourself, Kakashi," he declared, charging toward him. Observing this movement, Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Why does every action he takes seem to be a flaw? Is he deliberately showing me this? Frustration ignited within Kakashi. "Stop underestimating me." With that, he charged forward. Sword in hand. It's beginning. Asuma Saratobi held his breath, his eyes fixated on the unfolding duel. Thud. The wooden sword struck Obito's head squarely, causing a prominent bump to form instantly. Obito immediately crouched down, clutching his head in agony. Kakashi glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, then at the crouching Obito, and finally directed his gaze toward Yuichi, suddenly at a loss for words. "Did you just deliberately expose your flaws to me?" The expression of Asuma Saratobi, who had been eagerly anticipating an exhilarating showdown, froze on his face. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? He merely witnessed two figures charging towards each other, anticipating an exhilarating duel. However, to his astonishment, Uchiha Obito used his head to receive Hatake Kakashi's wooden blade. Indeed, it was not Kakashi who struck him, but rather his own head that collided with the wooden sword. Obito, as Yuichi Yuki stood beside Kurenai Yuhi. Even her gentle demeanor could not bear to observe this scene. "Obito, you." "I, Sai." Yuichi approached Uchiha Obito, hesitating for a considerable time, ultimately dissolving into a sigh. He had envisioned this lad facing a dismal defeat, yet he never anticipated that the cause would be his head meeting the wooden sword. This was truly a situation where he had no idea where to begin with his ridicule. Uchiha Obito crouched on the ground, nursing his head for a moment, then stood up, sporting a significant bump. Upon witnessing the audience's restrained expressions, he blushed and hastily defended himself, claiming, "I wasn't prepared." In that moment, the youth's blush surpassed all else. Yuichi cast a meaningful glance at him, and as Obito believed he was understood, Yuichi nodded gently, patting his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. We all understand." His words prompted Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Saratobi to nod in agreement. "It's fine, Obito, you can always come back stronger next time." Asuma approached with a smile, draping his arm around Obito's shoulders, embodying the belief that perseverance is the essence of a ninja. Though Asuma's intention was to comfort him, it only deepened his discomfort. "Just you wait. I will defeat you," Uchiha Obito declared, pointing at Hatake Kakashi. "Once I awaken my eyes, I will surely give you a beating." As he spoke, Obito retrieved eye drops from his pocket, tilting his head back to apply them. Curiously, Asuma inquired from the side, "Is that a special solution to awaken the Sharingan?" Before Obito could respond, Kakashi interjected, pointing at the bottle labeled eye drops, stating, "No, that's just eye drops." With a pair of lifeless eyes, he taunted, "Give it up. You will never surpass me in this lifetime. I have never heard of anyone awakening their Sharingan with eye drops. Attempting to do so is sheer folly." Just as he finished, he noticed Obito casting a peculiar glance towards Yuichi. Meanwhile, Yuichi cheerfully approached him, placing his arm around Obito's shoulders, saying, "Are you referring to me?" Although the Sharingan of Yuichi J-Ki is a bestowed template to outsiders, it appears as though he awakened it through the eye drops of Obito Uchiha. Thus, Kakashi Hatake's remark not only referenced Obito Uchiha, but also insulted Yuichi J-Ki. Observing Yuichi, who had draped an arm over his shoulder, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, I forgot this guy awakened his powers with eye drops." Upon hearing Yuichi's words, everyone else felt a wave of confusion. Obito Uchiha, clutching his head, retreated to a nearby gazebo. Seeing this, Kurenai Yuhi retrieved a swelling relief ointment from her medical kit and handed it to him. "Here, this is for you. My father once said that this ointment is quite effective. It can reduce swelling in just a day." Obito accepted the ointment, cautiously applying it to his head. "Ouch. That hurts." Just then, Asuma Saratobi's voice reached their ears. Look, they're about to fight." Kurenai rose, moving to the edge of the arena, her gaze filled with concern for Yuichi. Meanwhile, Obito sat on a bench, applying the ointment while watching the standoff between Yuichi and Kakashi. "Yuichi J-Ki, this time, you cannot possibly win against me," Kakashi declared, charging forward with his wooden sword. Observing this, Yuichi dashed forward as well. "Go, Yuichi. Give Kakashi a good beating." Obito also rose to cheer him on. Hearing this, Asuma glanced at Obito and joined in the encouragement. "Kakashi, you must not lose again." Kurenai stood at the forefront, yet remained silent, her eyes expressing worry for Yuichi. A silent understanding passed between Obito and Asuma, their gazes colliding in the air, as if a faint spark flickered between them. Simultaneously, their shouts grew louder. Neither Kakashi Hatake nor Yuichi J. employed any ninjutsu, both tacitly agreeing to refrain from such dangerous techniques they had yet to master, especially in the absence of a teacher. A misstep could prove catastrophic. Thus, they relied solely on taijutsu and swordsmanship throughout the encounter. Yuichi charged directly at Kakashi, benefiting from a passive damage reduction of 20% due to his unique physique, making taijutsu his most suitable combat style. Kakashi, Yuichi shouted as they rapidly closed the distance. Kakashi swung his wooden sword, generating a gust of wind aimed at Yuichi's head, while Yuichi retaliated with a kick aimed at Kakashi's abdomen. However, in the fleeting moment before impact, both adjusted their stances, evading one another's strikes. In unison, they exclaimed, "You think that would hit me?" Their words echoed, yet their movements remained uninterrupted. Yuichi, leveraging his formidable physical strength, executed a kick with one leg while the other remained suspended, targeting Kakashi's arm from the right. Unperturbed, Kakashi rolled backward to evade the incoming attack. However, the speed of Yuichi J. was astonishingly swift. Even though Kakashi Hatake attempted to evade, he was a fraction too slow, given the distance. Yuichi's kick was initially aimed at Kakashi's arm, but due to his movement, it redirected to strike his waist instead. Kakashi quickly discerned this and desperately raised his wooden sword in defense, yet Yuichi's kick shattered the weapon effortlessly in two. The force of the kick propelled Kakashi back several meters. In an ordinary world, such strength would be extraordinary, but this was the realm of Naruto. Although Yuichi's power was considerable, it hardly approached the realm of the monstrous. Kakashi collided with a wooden post, causing it to tremble slightly. Rising from the ground, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and glanced at the broken remains of his wooden sword, discarding it with disdain. "You've grown stronger," he exclaimed. "But I have also improved." With that declaration, Kakashi charged forward, prepared to engage Yuichi in a contest of physical prowess. Yuichi, witnessing this, chuckled heartily, welcoming the challenge. A true man should always engage in direct confrontation. He too rushed forward. As they clashed, Yuichi immediately sensed the strength in Kakashi's arms was formidable. This was only to be expected. After all, Kakashi trained rigorously in the Hatake sword techniques, honing his striking power daily. Meanwhile, Asuma Sarutobi and Obito Uchiha, who had been cheering them on, now stood transfixed, watching the duel unfold. Is this the extent of their abilities? Asuma mused, envy filling his gaze. If he possessed such remarkable talent and strength, perhaps no one would speak ill of his father. He too yearned for recognition. The battle between Yuichi and Kakashi continued unabated. Yuichi's strength was significant, but Kakashi's was also impressive, though perhaps not quite as potent. Nonetheless, his attacks were still formidable. Moreover, Kakashi exhibited greater agility. Trained under the guidance of his father, Kakashi had undergone rigorous ninja training. Caught off guard, he landed a punch squarely in Yuichi's chest, causing a surge of blood to rise within him, and he felt the heat in his throat, as if blood might spill forth. However, catching a glimpse of Kurenai Yuhi from the corner of his eye, Yuichi forcibly stifled the urge. Bending slightly, he gasped for breath, raising his head to meet Kakashi's gaze. Kakashi's condition was not much better. The earlier kick had hampered his movements, and he had endured a few blows as well. A distinct bruise marred the area around Kakashi's right eye, swollen and darkened. After regaining his composure, Yuichi stood tall once more. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan granted him enhanced recovery abilities. Though he could not heal instantaneously, a brief respite allowed him to recover some strength. Noticing Yuichi back on his feet, Kakashi assumed a combat stance, yet still managed to quip, "That was quite the punch, wasn't he it? This is my full power strike." Hatake Kakashi continued to gasp for breath, speaking in fragmented sentences, while Yuichi Jukyuk had calmed considerably, tearing off the tattered remnants of his battle-worn attire. His upper body was exposed, revealing a dark bruise shaped like a fist on his chest. For an ordinary person, this would be considered a serious injury. The blow had been substantial and delivered directly to the chest. Yet, for a member of the Uzumaki clan, such an injury was hardly worth mentioning. Discarding the torn clothing, Yuichi Jukyuk laughed maniacally. "Humph. Ha. Mere heavy injuries are nothing to fear. Onward." His voice resonated with vigor, causing Kakashi's heart to skip a beat. How could he recover so swiftly? However, there was no time for further contemplation. As Yuichi charged towards him, Kakashi had already expended significant energy in their previous exchanges and had yet to fully recuperate, leaving him to fend off the onslaught in a state of frantic defense. Each of Yuichi's punches grew increasingly forceful, prompting Kakashi to silently lament his plight. Seizing the opportunity, Yuichi's eyes gleamed as he exploited a momentary gap in Kakashi's defense, grasping his arms and forcefully throwing him aside. Kakashi, it is no shame to be defeated by me. The real disgrace lies in not daring to confront me. I shall gladly call you the strongest. Kakashi was hurled through the air, landing heavily upon the ground. Yuichi stood triumphantly in the center of the training field, brimming with confidence as he regarded Kakashi. Their battle appeared fierce, yet it was not without its risks. Kakashi rose to his feet, his entire body aching. Yet, he perceived this pain as a necessary trial. His father had taught him from a young age that a ninja must endure what others cannot. Just then, Kurenai approached, carrying a medical kit. It was likely that Minato had never anticipated that this kit would be needed so soon. After applying the necessary ointments, Yuichi, Kakashi, and a few others sat beneath a pavilion. Observing Yuichi's bare torso, marked by a dark bruise, alongside the careful ministrations of Kakashi and the formidable Uchiha Bido, Asuma Sarutobi swallowed hard, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It was this kind of battle that ignited his fervor. Watching Kakashi tend to his wounds, Yuichi touched his own injury and then stood, declaring, "Everyone, let us prepare to commence our training. Such battles should not occur too frequently." Asuma blinked in surprise, turning his gaze towards him. Kakashi nodded, recognizing the delay this would cause in their training. Yuichi had initially intended to practice tree climbing today, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in a skirmish with Kakashi. It seemed that further training would not be feasible today. At that moment, Kurenai quietly suggested, "Shall we take a look around here?" Upon hearing the words, Yuichi Jincheng was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Kakashi Hitaki and inquired, "Do you know what lies around here?" Kakashi shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "I am not often in this vicinity either," he confessed. "I typically train at home or at the training grounds in Konoha. Although I discovered this place previously, I have little need for it." He had only thought of it abruptly the day before, having scarcely visited it before. In search of a discreet location to train away from prying eyes, he had recalled its existence. Perhaps it is best to leave it for now and explore the area another time. Gently ruffling the hair of Kurenai Yuhi, he reclined on the bench. Kurenai gazed at Yuichi, who lay across her lap, pondering for a moment before nodding, then shifting her head away. "In that case, I shall also dedicate myself to training," she proclaimed earnestly, her hands clenched in determination. "I have people I wish to protect as well." With that, she dashed towards the training ground to practice the fire release, dragon fire technique that Yuhi had taught her the previous day. Asuma Sarutobi and Obito Uchiha exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Seeing Kurenai's disciplined demeanor, they felt compelled to match her fervor. Just days prior, after Obito's enrollment, he had received the fire release, great fireball technique from the Uchiha clan, a gesture of support for their kin. In the future, as Obito ascended to a Genin and then a Chunin, he would continue to receive ninjutsu from the clan. Asuma had a similar experience, having learned the fire release, great flame technique upon his entrance to the academy. This secret fire technique had been passed down through generations of the Sarutobi clan, capable of unleashing fierce flames that could reduce foes to ashes in an instant. Such was the nature of the shinobi lineage. Even those like Obito, who did not exhibit exceptional talent, were still afforded resources for their ninjutsu training. As he observed the trio practicing their techniques, Yuichi reclined on the bench and turned his head to watch them. Among the five of them, they could not muster a single water release technique. It was all fire release. Kakashi, meanwhile, refrained from training, his body still racked with pain. Sitting on the bench, he looked helplessly at the languid Yuichi beside him. "I must ask, are you truly not going to train? Your injuries shouldn't pose much of an issue, should they?" Yuichi, upon hearing this, closed his eyes and replied lazily, "You've inflicted internal injuries upon me. I cannot train today." Kakashi's mouth twitched in response. Having known Yuichi for some time, he had come to recognize the latter's extraordinary physique. He was acutely aware that the injuries he had caused did not hinder Yuichi's ability to train. Nevertheless, witnessing Yuichi's leisurely repose on the bench, Kakashi chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Kurenai was diligently forming hand seals and exerting all her effort to control the chakra within her. "I must succeed. I absolutely must," she silently prayed to herself. Just moments ago, the battle between Yuichi Jetsuin and Kakashi Hitaki unfolded. Although she was preoccupied with concern for Yuichi, it would be impossible to claim that she felt nothing. "Yuichi is so formidable, I cannot afford to lag behind. I wish to protect Yuichi as well." The seriousness on Yugao's petite face was evident as she completed the necessary hand seals. In the next instant, a fire pillar, neither long nor particularly large, erupted from her mouth, scorching the surface of the wooden post before her, rendering it pitch black. Beside her, Obito Uchiha, who had just gathered chakra in his throat in preparation to unleash his own technique, coughed, bending over to expel sparks and smoke. This. Obito was astonished, gazing at Yugao with disbelief. He had never anticipated that he would be outperformed by her in ninjutsu. Asuma Sarutobi, witnessing this scene, was equally taken aback. Is this a joke? Ignoring their expressions, Yugao jumped with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray! I have also performed the fire release." Hearing her exclamation, Yuichi opened his eyes, glanced at Yugao, then at the charred wooden post, and looked questioningly at Kakashi. Was this created by Yugao? Kakashi met his gaze, nodded slightly, affirming the inquiry. With this confirmation, Yuichi sprang to his feet and approached Yugao. "Yuichi, I have also executed the dragon fire technique." Yugo beamed with delight, positioning herself before Yuichi, exuding an air of pride. Eager for praise. Naturally, Yuichi did not hold back his compliments, ruffling Yugao's hair and declaring, "You are truly amazing, Yugao." He. Yugao grinned foolishly. "I will protect Yuichi too." She paused for a moment, then added, "And Dad." Indeed. Yuichi nodded, affirming that Yugao would undoubtedly become a powerful ninja. Family, who truly understands. Ninjutsu is something others learn first. Mastering it is one thing, but then to flaunt it in front of them is another. Obito and Asuma exchanged glances, both recognizing the discomfort reflected in each other's eyes. The sorrow of witnessing a friend's success often eclipses one's own failures, especially when that success is paraded before them. Afternoon arrived, and it was clear that training could not extend throughout the entire day. Furthermore, they could not afford to skip classes any longer. Otherwise, their presence at the Ninja Academy would be rendered inconsequential. Have you attended the Ninja Academy? Yes. Where are they? They did not come. They arrived just in time for class. As the five of them entered the classroom, the previously chaotic environment fell silent. The civilian ninjas in the front row regarded them with envy. They resented their fortunate backgrounds, their greater accomplishments, and the fact that they did not have to endure the same rigorous studies. Meanwhile, the students in the back row mostly felt admiration. They bore no real jealousy. As they were all in the same boat, they had merely skipped class. What was there to envy? However, admiration was indeed present. Skipping class was not something everyone dared to do. Upon encountering Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin felt a twinge of concern. However, upon spotting Yuki Yuichi and others, she refrained from approaching. Conversely, Uchiha Obito, upon seeing Rin, was filled with excitement and stepped forward. "Rin, let me tell you about what happened this morning." Uchiha Obito passionately recounted the events of the morning to Noera Rin. With a smile, she listened quietly, but as she observed his remarkable demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Rin, what are you laughing at?" Uchiha Obito inquired, puzzled. "Obito, you look so amusing like this," Noera Rin remarked, playfully poking at the large bump on his head, causing him to grimace in response. Noticing his reaction, Noera Rin paused, her expression shifting to one of apology. "Obito, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you." Before she could finish, Uchiha Obito waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. It will heal soon. Let me bandage it for you." As Noera Rin tended to Uchiha Obito's wound, Yuki Yuichi smiled and took a seat beside Yuhi Kurenai. "Yuichi, where did you go this morning?" Might Guy approached, curious, and added, "Skipping class is not right. Youth should be dedicated to learning." In response, Yuki Yuichi produced a bag containing dango and handed a skewer to Might Guy, saying, "Kai, this is for you." He continued, "We were training this morning. Youth is about seizing every opportunity to improve ourselves." While they conversed, Aino Ichiraku entered, glancing at Yuki Yuichi and the others without uttering a word, before picking up a book titled Will of Fire. "Classmates, today's lesson will continue with chakra extraction techniques and literacy. Please turn to the third page of Will of Fire." Yuki Yuichi and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged glances, initially bracing for a reprimand. Not only them, but Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, and Uchiha Obito were equally baffled, all five prepared for a scolding. However, the teacher acted as if nothing were amiss. Just as Yuki Yuichi pondered the situation, a faint blue panel suddenly materialized before him. Achievement unlocked. I want to do as I please. Having skipped classes, I shall continue to do so. For those I cannot skip, I shall escape even more. First evade, then face reprimand. This is the privilege of a genius. Reward. Ninja Body Technique. You. Ninja Body Technique. You. passive 20 damage reduction effect. Perhaps it is worth attempting to withstand the Tenkai Shinso and discover what the netherworld truly entails. Ninja Body Technique. You upgraded to level 2, Ninja Body Technique. You level 2, passive 20 damage reduction effect, can be actively activated for 1 second. Doubling the damage reduction effect with a cooldown of 1 day. This time, you may finally glimpse hope in withstanding the Tenkai Shinso. Why would I want to withstand the Tenkai Shinso? He couldn't help but scoff at the sudden appearance of the achievement reward, particularly the final description. What transgression have I committed to provoke the heavens and challenge the celestial bodies? Despite the myriad of grievances, Yuichi joking still fixated on this achievement. It was his first realization that such an ability could indeed be upgraded. The enhancement from a constant passive damage reduction of 20% to an active doubling of damage mitigation seemed minimal at best. While it may sound impressive to have such a significant reduction, the grim reality remains. A single strike could still be fatal. The blade of a ninja will not dull simply because of damage reduction. Even with a 50% decrease in damage, one would still succumb to death. Unless the reduction reached a full 100%. Imagine engaging in combat, and as an adversary's kunai approaches, one confidently activates this ability. What should have easily penetrated now encounters some resistance yet still finds its mark. Or perhaps the kunai penetrates with a reduction of just 60%. In that moment, Yuichi was even reminded of that iron block from the neighboring pirate world. Seemingly due to overconfidence, it stood there, foolishly enduring blows. No, I must not think this way. I must not rely upon it. Shaking his head, Yuichi resolved internally that this ability should be avoided whenever possible. If it became a habit, he could only imagine the dire consequences that would follow. Perhaps he would, in a moment of folly, find himself under Madara's wrath. Foolishly braving the heavens. Yuichi. Yuichi. The voice of Kurenai Yui grew clearer, pulling him from his reverie. He turned to her, offering a smile. What's wrong? Nothing, Kurenai replied, shaking her head but revealing her concern. You were staring at the table, utterly still, with such a strange expression on your face. One moment you seemed to be crying, the next laughing. I'm a bit worried about you. Kurenai's eyes retained their worry. Perhaps we should have your father take you to the hospital when we return home. Her gaze shifted to Yuichi's chest, where an injury lingered, suggesting that perhaps his mind was equally affected. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought. Oh, Kurenai nodded, choosing not to press further. Instead dedicating herself to attentively listening to Aino's lecture. Yuichi once again immersed himself in the achievement panel, this time focusing on the description of his accomplishment. For the classes I could evade, I shall flee. For those I cannot, I shall flee even more. To escape first and chastise later. As permitted by the village chief, this is the mark of genius. From this statement, it was evident that this achievement was indeed born from the act of skipping class. The mention of the village chief's permission underscored the notion of genius even further. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen made such declarations? Yuichi pondered silently. At times, the achievement system inexplicably reveals itself, providing insights. This instance was an intelligence boon for Yuichi. Observing the description, it was not difficult to deduce that Sarutobi Hiruzen, citing genius, had instructed Aino not to intervene too much. This also explained why Aino had not summoned them to the office for reprimands as he had done the previous day. Although it seemed unlikely that they would be given free rein to skip classes without consequence, it was a relief to think so. As Yuichi contemplated this, a smile crept across his lips. The burden of skipping class has dissipated. While explaining the will of fire from the podium and concurrently teaching students to recognize characters, Kaya Ichika inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yuichi Jinsheng's smile, causing a sudden tightening in his chest. Why did he suddenly feel a chill run down his back? The afternoon lessons remained as tedious as ever. Although Yuichi Jinsheng had discerned Sarutobi Hizashi's thoughts, neither Kakashi Hitaki nor the others had. Even Kurenai Yui spent the afternoon anxiously watching Kaya Ichika, fearing that he would summon them for a reprimand. However, their concerns were unfounded. As the school day drew to a close, Kaya Ichika had yet to call them out. Yuichi, the teacher didn't reprimand us, Kurenai whispered, a smile adorning her face as she chuckled innocently. Hey, let us hurry home. If the teacher remembers, we're doomed. Kurenai assumed that Kaya Ichika had forgotten and cautiously nudged Yuichi Jinsheng with her hand. As Kaya Ichika continued his lecture, his ears perked up at Kurenai's words, causing his lips to twitch. Oh, so you think I'm unaware of this? You believe I've forgotten? Kurenai's comment left Yuichi Jinsheng both amused and exasperated. No matter how one viewed him, Kaya Ichika was a seasoned nin. How could he possibly overlook such a matter? With that thought, he patted Kurenai on the head. reassuring her that the teacher was not so petty. After hearing Kurenai's words, Kaya Ichika's attention shifted entirely to them, and upon hearing her comment, he nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the school bell rang. Kaya Ichika did not prolong the lesson, but promptly announced the end of the day. However, just as Yuichi Jincheng and the others prepared to leap through the window, Kaya Ichika cleared his throat and called, "Yuichi Jincheng, come here." He held a favorable impression of Yuichi. Although he had initially perceived him as a troublesome student, he later discovered that he was not as unruly as he seemed. Especially after they both skipped class yesterday, Yuichi's attitude in admitting his mistake was commendable, indicating that he was a good child. Today's absence was likely a result of Kakashi Hataki's persuasion. Kaya Ichika thought as he glanced at Kakashi, then let out a heavy sigh. This left Kakashi bewildered. "Teacher, what are you doing?" he wondered, perplexed by the sudden sigh directed at him. As he stood in confusion, Yuichi Jincheng passed by and couldn't resist patting his shoulder. "Kakashi, don't be like that. The teacher is doing this for your benefit." Kakashi stared at him in disbelief, pointing at himself and then at Yuichi. You, not I." His words tumbled out incoherently, with his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. At that moment, Kaya Ichika's perception of Yuichi Jincheng improved even further. Look at this wonderful child. He must have been led astray by that delinquent Kakashi, he mused. Not only Yuichi, but also Kurenai, and even Obito Uchiha seemed to have been influenced negatively. Even the child of the Hokage had turned out this way. Upon contemplating this, Aikawa Ichijo cast a somewhat unfriendly gaze towards Hatake Kakashi. Nevertheless, adhering to his responsibilities as a teacher, he earnestly advised, "Kakashi, you must learn from Yuichi and the others." Hatake Kakashi, taken aback, could only respond with a puzzled expression. In his moment of confusion, Yuichi Juchi followed Aikawa Ichijo away. The worried voice of Yuhi Kurenai resonated in his ears. "I hope Yuichi will be all right." "Fear not, Kurenai," boomed Uchiha Obito. "That guy Yuichi is not one to be easily subdued." Hatake Kakashi glanced at him before nodding in agreement. Although Uchiha Obito was somewhat foolish, he had inadvertently hit the nail on the head this time. Observing Kakashi and Obito reassured him. Sarutobi Asuma lounged in his seat, hands cradling the back of his head. "Are we waiting for him here?" In front of Sarutobi Asuma, Mitarashi Anko, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "By the way, where did you all go this morning? Were you off indulging in delicious food?" Her enthusiasm for food was palpable. Witnessing her excitement, Yuhi Kurenai smiled. "You must be Anko, right? We went training." Kurenai's response left Mitarashi Anko somewhat disinterested. She preferred daydreaming in class over rigorous training. While they conversed, Yuichi Juchi trailed behind Aikawa Ichijo, pondering what his teacher might want. They arrived at a secluded spot where Aikawa Ichijo turned to him with a smile. "Yuichi, could you share with me where you went this morning?" Aikawa Ichijo's intention was straightforward. The Hokage had merely suggested he keep one eye open and one closed, so he thought it would be harmless to inquire. Surprised, Yuichi nodded. There was nothing wrong with sharing. "Yesterday, we encountered Brother Minato and Uncle Hokage. You should be aware of this teacher, correct?" Yuichi glanced at Aikawa Ichijo, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yuichi continued, "We went to the training ground atop Hokage Rock, where we met Brother Minato. Hence, today Kakashi took us there for training." Aikawa Ichijo nodded in realization, finally understanding why they had skipped class. Although skipping was not ideal, he recognized that the current lessons were exceedingly mundane for these children who had already mastered the content. Since it was not a frivolous escapade, he decided to turn a blind eye. With that thought, Aikawa Ichijo smiled and encouraged Yuichi to head home. As Yuki Yuichi turned to leave, Amiya Ichijaku reflected on his purpose for bringing him along. He spoke up decisively. "If that is the case, you all should come to school in the morning, then skip class to train. However, you must attend the afternoon lessons." Amiya's tone brooked no dissent, and Yuki nodded in agreement, understanding that he had to be present in the afternoon as well. After all, one cannot attend school and not see familiar faces. Moreover, the afternoon's lesson was about the will of fire. He was the inheritor of the will of fire. It was a mandatory attendance. Not only must he listen, but he also needed to take notes. Once Yuki departed, Amiya Ichijaku couldn't help but murmur, "What a disciplined young man." Suddenly, he became aware of something. Kakashi was taking them to the training grounds. Amiya softly murmured, his face reddening, "I knew it was Kakashi. How could such a fine boy as Yuki be led astray in this manner?" Amiya Ichijaku felt a surge of anger. If Kakashi Hatake were here, he would undoubtedly reprimand him thoroughly. As Yuichi Yuki returned to the classroom, His gaze was instantly met by the worried eyes of Hinata Akane. Seeing her expression, he smiled gently and embraced her, his hand tenderly stroking her small head. It's all right, he reassured softly. The other students, witnessing this scene, appeared as if they had just tasted something unpleasant. Obito Uchiha cast a glance at Rin Noara, a tinge of envy evident in his eyes. He longed to share such moments with Rin as well. Silently, Obito pondered, then turned his gaze toward Yuichi, who was still holding Hinata, gritting his teeth inwardly. Cursing the inherently wicked Yuichi Yuki, Rin Noara observed the two with a hint of envy, glancing at Kakashi Hitaki, who wore a dark expression nearby, before smiling at Obito. By the way, what are you all doing here? Yuichi asked, separating from Hinata and addressing the group with curiosity. It's after school. Shouldn't you be heading home? We were a bit worried about you, Hinata explained bashfully, blushing slightly as she sensed the collective gaze upon her. So everyone waited here for you. Taken aback by Hinata's words, Yuichi looked at the others, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. It's nothing really, he clarified. The teacher just asked where we went this morning. From now on, we only need to come to the classroom before morning lessons. And then we can head off to train. He smiled at the group, trying to ease their concerns. But we must attend class in the afternoon. Really? Obito exclaimed, his eyes widening, excitement brewing within him. Absolutely, Yuichi affirmed with a nod, then spread his arms wide, grinning. In any case, we are free. Laughter erupted among them. And Kakashi Hitaki sighed, feeling a chill down his spine for reasons unbeknownst to him, yet recognizing this as a positive turn of events. They could now skip class openly, quite delightful indeed. After a brief moment of cheerful exchanges, everyone returned to their respective homes. As they walked along the path, Hinata glanced at Yuichi, harboring some hesitation before ultimately voicing her thoughts. Yuichi, is there something going on with Kakashi? Huh, why do you ask? Yuichi replied, surprised by her inquiry. Because you often look at Kakashi when you speak, Hinata stated earnestly, her finger resting on her lower lip. Yuichi only makes such gestures when he is setting a trap for others. Having grown up alongside him, Hinata knew Yuichi better than she knew her own father. In response to her words, Yuichi wrapped his arm around her shoulder and grinned mischievously. Well, it's not really a trap. It's just that the teacher thinks Kakashi has led us astray. I simply noticed that and mentioned that Kakashi took us to the training ground. Seeing Yuichi's playful demeanor, Hinata couldn't help but laugh. Yuichi, you are so mischievous, do you like it? As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Hinata Akane lowered her head, nodding like a quail. Her voice barely a whisper. Upon their return home, Akane was already waiting at the dining table. Tada, Aunt, they exclaimed in unison. Hearing this, Akane turned towards the door, her face lighting up with a smile. You're back. You two are later than yesterday, she remarked, casting a mock-fierce glance at Yuichi, playfully scolding. It must be you who distracted him along the way. Dad, Hinata pouted, her cheeks puffed out. You mustn't say such things about Yuichi. Akane's fierce expression faltered, leaving her in a moment of doubt. Isn't a daughter supposed to be her father's little cotton-padded jacket? Why does it feel different in this case? She pondered. Rather than being her own little cotton-padded jacket, it seemed that Hinata Akane was more of a cotton-padded jacket for that rascal Yuichi. Yuichi, observing Akane, offered an awkward yet polite smile. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of his future father-in-law, unceremoniously plopped himself down at the table. I'm so hungry, he declared, rubbing his stomach. Having barely eaten anything at noon, he had just nibbled lightly and was now feeling ravenous. Seeing his evident hunger, Akane didn't hesitate and promptly served the dishes. Dig in, she encouraged. Upon seeing the food, Yuichi's eyes sparkled with hunger as he devoured his meal with great enthusiasm. Observing him, Akane turned her gaze towards her daughter, curiosity piqued, yet her brow furrowed. What is wrong with him? Hinata, also engrossed in her meal, her mouth full, mumbled. Yuichi and Kakashi had a spar, and he exerted too much energy. Yuichi, possessing the blood of the Whirlpool clan, had an inherently robust physique. Yet such strength demanded greater consumption. Thus, his appetite exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the intense battle against Kakashi and having eaten little at noon, he was understandably famished. Even Hinata's own appetite had increased significantly today. She had been practicing her ninjutsu in the morning, which required chakra. Regardless of the success of the techniques, chakra, a fusion of energy and mental strength within the body's cells, meant that its depletion indicated a loss of both physical and mental stamina. Spending an entire morning on ninjutsu practice was akin to engaging in vigorous exercise. Throughout the meal, Akane listened to the conversations between Yuichi and Hinata, gradually piecing together the events of their day. Upon finishing, Hinata rubbed her little belly, a satisfied expression on her face. But when she glanced at her father, a hint of confusion crossed her features. "Dad, aren't you eating?" Akane had not partaken in the meal, knowing that if she joined in, there might not be enough left for Yuichi and Hinata. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Instead, she smiled and replied, "I had already eaten before you returned." At this moment, Yuichi-ju was also finished with his meal, and he was not as easily deceived as Akane Yuhi. Observing the empty bowls and chopsticks in front of Akane, he remarked, "Stop fooling around. You haven't eaten yet, have you?" After glancing at the vacant bowl on the table, he scratched his head and, feeling a bit embarrassed, suggested, "How about we go out for ramen?" "No need." Akane Yuhi declined, then added, "I truly have eaten. I initially intended to join you for a meal, but upon seeing your state, I decided against it." With a smile directed at Yuichi-ju, she seemed to commend his perceptiveness. "Now, we shall commence our lesson. We will discuss the transformation of chakra and its properties." With a smile gracing his lips, Akane Yuhi prepared to share various knowledge concerning ninjas with the two before him, rather than instructing them in ninjutsu just yet. This constituted advanced knowledge pertinent to the Ninja Academy. "What do you mean by transformation of chakra and property transformation?" Akane Yuhi inquired with curiosity, raising her hand. After casting a glance at his daughter, Akane Yuhi elaborated, "This refers to the transformation of chakra." As he spoke, he conjured a sphere of chakra in his hand, transforming it into various objects before the watchful eyes of Yuichi-ju and Akane Yuhi. "Behold, this exemplifies the transformation of chakra. The release and practice of ninjutsu necessitate such transformations," Akane Yuhi continued, not pausing in his discourse. He then addressed the two. "For instance, the fire release, dragon fire technique you both are training in requires a transformation of chakra. However, the requirements for this technique are not stringent, even without prior training. You could still execute it. Moreover, there are certain ninjutsu that require both transformation and property transformation to be performed," Akane Yuhi expounded diligently, occasionally demonstrating for them. Listening intently, Yuichi-ju gradually grasped the distinctions between the two concepts. He came to understand that chakra transformation could be seen as the ability to control chakra, while property transformation served to enhance its potency. For instance, a high degree of chakra transformation essentially demands excellent control over chakra, while property transformation intensifies the flames, increasing their temperature. When employing the dragon fire technique, for example, a normal temperature might reach 500 to 600 degrees, but with the addition of property transformation, it could escalate to 800 or 900 degrees, or even 1,000. At this point, Yuichi-ju comprehended everything fully. He resolved to practice his chakra control the following day, intending to subsequently focus on property transformation. Noticing his expression, Akane Yuhi silently nodded. Having grasped the lesson after just one explanation, he truly was his son, the red-haired one. Casting a glance at the darkening sky, now past 7 in the evening, Akane Yuhi remarked, "You two should head off to rest." He then retrieved some money from his pocket and handed it to Yuichi-ju, adding, "I'll be leading a team on a mission tomorrow, which may last 5 to 6 days. During this time, you two can manage your meals outside." Receiving the money he offered, Yuichi-ju counted it in front of him, then lifted his gaze, declaring, "It's insufficient." "Insufficient?" Akane Yuizuki was taken aback. He had calculated the amount, so how could it possibly be inadequate? Observing his bewilderment, Yuichi spoke with unwavering confidence, "We have training to undertake in the coming days." With a faint expression of melancholy, he glanced at Akane and lamented, "I can endure hunger for a few days, but Akane is still growing. How pitiful it is that Akane must go hungry." Akane Yuizuki retorted, "If you want money, just ask for it. Why involve Akane?" As he grappled with his speechlessness, Akane glanced at her father and then at Yuichi, resolutely siding with him. With a pitiful tone, she declared, "It's all right, Yuichi. I will go hungry with you." Upon hearing this, Yuizuki inhaled deeply and withdrew a 1,000 tael note, saying, "Enough, enough, take this." 1,000 taels was considerable. A bowl of ramen at Yao only cost 60 taels, meaning this sum could last quite a while. Moreover, they had received some earlier, so their current funds exceeded 1,000 taels. As expected, upon receiving the bill, Yuichi grinned widely, exclaiming, "I will take good care of Akane. Uncle Yuizuki. You can rest assured." Yuizuki felt an unprecedented level of exasperation today. The way Yuichi spoke made it seem as if he were on the brink of death. Casting a glance at the money in Yuichi's hand, Yuizuki scoffed softly before turning to organize supplies and ninja tools. As the leading instructor, he had preparations to make, even if the task was merely to clear out bandits. Although he felt a pang at having given Yuichi 1,000 taels, the thought of having 3 capable students to earn for him alleviated his discomfort. S-rank missions yield over 1 million, presenting the highest difficulty. A-rank missions range from 15 to 100,000, B-rank missions from 5 to 15,000, C-rank missions from 1 to 5,000, and D-rank missions from 3,000 to 10,000. As the leading J-nin, he would receive half of the earnings, while the remaining half would be divided among the 3 students. Thus, freshly graduated genin were undeniably akin to laborers. However, this was a tradition of this world. Leading a team was no easy task. It required imparting various ninja knowledge while ensuring their safety. Watching Yuazuki's retreating figure, Yuichi silently vowed, "I too shall become a leading instructor one day. It's relaxed, involves fewer responsibilities, is close to home, and most importantly, the money comes swiftly without the need for exhausting missions." These were the ordinary thoughts of Yuichi Ju at that moment. Turning to Akane, he flashed a mischievous smile and shared half of the money with her. "Akane, we have money now." Akane accepted the money, gazing at Yuichi with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with affection. She had intentionally cooperated with Yuichi's request for money. Although she did not require such a large sum, she was willing to support him. Unaware of the appearance of the setting sun, Yuichi Yuki leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Come to my room tonight. I have something beautiful to show you." Taken aback by his words, Akane Yuhi hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is that really appropriate? We're still so young." Yuichi, not catching her soft-spoken concern, gazed earnestly at her and urged, come on, it's something lovely." After a moment of indecision, Akane nodded, seeing her agreement. Yuichi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and they sat together in the small courtyard, gazing at the stars. As Akane inhaled the scent of Yuichi, her cheeks flushed, and she gently rested her head on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Akane's mother, Shinju Yuhi, emerged from the house and, upon witnessing this scene, paused in surprise before breaking into a smile and returning to organize their supplies. The fate of a ninja is peculiarly uniform. They either perish in the midst of a mission or in the throes of war. Few ninjas live to an old age. Shinju did not consider herself among the fortunate. She merely hoped that should she meet her end on a mission, Akane would have someone to rely on, and Yuichi possessed that capability. Moreover, these 2 children had grown up together as childhood friends, their bond strong and unwavering. Yuichi, whom she had raised herself, was well known to her. Though a bit mischievous, he was indeed a good boy. As the night deepened, Akane cautiously opened Yuichi's bedroom door. He had promised to show her something beautiful, a fact that lingered in her mind. Observing Yuichi soundly asleep, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Wasn't he meant to show her something? How could he be sleeping? Tilting her head in contemplation, she approached the bedside and gently poked his cheek. "His skin is so smooth," Akane murmured to herself, smiling as she continued to prod Yuichi. Sensing a disturbance, Yuichi furrowed his brow and smacked his lips. Noticing this, Akane prepared to poke him one last time before leaving, but just as she reached out, Yuichi suddenly stirred. He grasped her hand, pulling her onto the bed. Instinctively, Akane wanted to gasp, but she swiftly stifled the urge. If she woke Yuichi or her father, she would be utterly mortified. Yuichi drew her onto the bed and, with a swift motion, enveloped her in his embrace. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Akane's face turned crimson as she buried it against his chest. Girls tend to mature faster than boys, particularly in this world, where early maturity is the norm. This was not what she had desired. It was Yuichi who had forcibly pulled her close. Akane rationalized to herself, allowing herself to drift into a peaceful slumber nestled against Yuichi. The next day, dawn broke. As Yuichi Yuki slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the petite, cat-like figure of Hanatsu Akane curled up in his embrace, causing his mind to momentarily stall. She. Oh dear. Yuichi was still not fully awakened from his slumber, yet the instant he beheld Akane, clarity washed over him. At that moment, Akane smacked her lips and murmured, "I like Yuichi the most." Heh. Is she really talking in her sleep? Yuichi shook his head at Akane's innocent whimsy and glanced at the clock. There was still ample time before school. Just a bit more sleep, he thought, pulling Akane closer and shutting his eyes once more. However, Akane cautiously opened one eye, revealing a triumphant smile. Sometimes, the hunter appears in the guise of the prey, as is the case now. Observing Yuichi with his eyes closed, she too shut her eyes again, unaware of the subtle smile that crept upon Yuichi's lips. Indeed, there are times when the hunter masquerades as the hunted. Last night, he merely intended to showcase his remarkable recuperative abilities to Akane, but unexpectedly fell asleep in the process. Ding ding ding, the alarm clock rang, prompting both Yuichi and Akane to open their eyes simultaneously. Their gazes locked, and Akane nuzzled her head against Yuichi's chest. "Red, how did you end up in my bed?" he inquired, bewildered. "Wasn't it you who invited me over, Yuichi?" Akane pouted, her small mouth forming a cute frown. "You clearly asked me to find you last night, but by the time I arrived, you were already asleep, and then you dragged me into slumber with you." Despite her feigned annoyance, her voice brimmed with joy. Being with Yuichi was simply wonderful. Recalling Akane's words, Yuichi's mind drifted back to his hazy memories from the previous night. It seemed he had indeed grasped someone and held them close while sleeping. Embarrassment washed over him as he chuckled sheepishly. "I just wanted you to see my recovery abilities," he explained, shedding his pajamas to reveal his unmarred chest. The bruises that had marred him since their return home had vanished shortly thereafter. For an ordinary person, such marks would take 4 or 5 days to fade. It was a testament to the extraordinary nature of his vortex physique. Akane gazed at Yuichi's sculpted abs, honed through years of vigorous training and brawling, and swallowed hard, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch them. The moment she realized what she had done, her face flushed crimson, and steam seemed to rise from her head. She resembled a steam maiden in that instant. Yuichi, momentarily taken aback, shrugged off the incident and changed into fresh clothes, while Akane hastily made her exit. As he contemplated Akane's delicate, supple form, Yuichi couldn't help but muse about the desire to grow up quickly. Once Akane had dressed, the two set off towards school, both tacitly avoiding mention of the morning's events. By the time they arrived at the classroom, most of their classmates had already gathered. Upon witnessing Yuichi, Jincheng, and Akatsuki Waihai entering hand in hand, Kakashi Hitaki merely glanced up. As the two approached, he inquired, "Shall we go?" Asuma Saratobi was peering in their direction, seemingly poised to follow at a moment's notice. Hearing Kakashi's words, Yuichi scratched his head, pondering whether this urgency was a bit premature. "Red and I have only just arrived. Besides, the teacher instructed us to come to school first each day. Haven't we already done that?" Kakashi looked at him in surprise. Yuichi continued, "Are you suggesting we merely come to school without even acknowledging the teacher? If the teacher were present, it would be inappropriate for them to leave, wouldn't it?" Observing his bewilderment, Kakashi explained, "Surely the teacher wouldn't allow us to skip class right in front of him." At this, Yuichi nodded, conceding that Kakashi's reasoning was quite sound. "So, shall we go?" he suggested, pointing towards the window. "Let us go," Kakashi exclaimed, leaping out first. Yuhi and Yuichi exchanged glances before following suit, with Asuma Saratobi trailing behind like a gust of wind. Just as Yuichi prepared to jump out as well, Might Guy intercepted him, earnestly declaring, "Yuichi, skipping class isn't right. The teacher will be displeased." Might Guy's seriousness prompted Yuichi to drape an arm over his shoulder and whisper, "The teacher told us to leave. Would you like to join?" Might Guy paused, taken aback. The teacher sanctioned skipping class? While he understood Yuichi's words individually, he struggled to grasp their combined meaning. Nevertheless, seeing that Yuichi was not jesting, he hesitated briefly before nodding. He trusted that Yuichi would not deceive him. With his agreement, Yuichi beamed. "Then let us depart together." With that, he leaped out, and Guy, feeling the weight of the surrounding gazes, clenched his teeth and followed suit. Although Might Guy was a perennial genin, his initiation was not lacking in clarity. Thus, he too was among those exempt from attending class. They rushed out, while Obito Uchiha was dashing towards the school. Outside the school, Asuma and the others were intrigued to see Might Guy burst forth alongside Yuichi, yet they refrained from commenting further. The presence of an additional training partner mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Only Kakashi, observing Might Guy, recalled his father's words, "This fellow in the green spandex is my lifelong rival." It was difficult for Kakashi to reconcile Might Guy with the notion of a rival. In his heart, his only rival was Yuichi Juku. The seemingly unreliable Might Guy could never be his opponent. Kakashi Hitaki silently pondered, then a smile graced his lips, albeit concealed by his mask. "Might Guy could never be a match for me, Kakashi Hitaki." Just then, the school bell rang. "Let's hurry," Asuma Saratobi urged. Though the teacher may turn a blind eye, lingering at the school gate might lead to being mistaken for a truant. Asuma's words prompted Kakashi and Yuichi to exchange curious glances. Kurenai Yui hesitated before finally speaking. "Aren't we, at this moment, the very students skipping class?" Asuma replied. I may have overstepped. The group continued toward the training ground, fortuitously encountering the sprinting Obito Uchiha. Obito, are you late? Asuma inquired uncertainly. It had been 4 days since school commenced, and Obito had failed to arrive on time for 3 of them. Even Asuma, usually slow on the uptake, sensed something amiss. Breathing heavily, Obito retorted, I'm not late. I was merely waiting for you all. This statement seemed absurd not only to Yuichi and the others, but even to Asuma, who had known Obito for just a day. Just as he was about to respond, a green figure bolted past them. Asuma's words died in his throat. Obito, you actually waited for us here. This is the exuberant spirit of youth, Might Guy exclaimed, enveloping Obito in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face. Startled by the sudden gesture, Obito, still recovering from his vigorous run, found himself gasping for breath as he frantically patted Guy's back. Wah, Obito, have you also felt the passionate youth within you? How thrilling. Might Guy released Obito but then seized his shoulders, shaking him vigorously. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion. Witnessing this scene, Asuma took a few steps back and leaned closer to Yuichi and Kakashi, whispering, I have a distinct feeling that Obito is on the brink of collapse. Fear not, though Guy can be somewhat unreliable at times, he is undoubtedly attentive. Before Obito meets his end, he will surely be delivered to Konoha Hospital. Yuichi replied with a smile, yet his words were laced with irony. What does it mean to be sent to the hospital before one dies? Is that not tantamount to saying he would be left half dead? Kakashi, filled with exasperation, cast a glance at Yuichi with his signature deadpan stare. We should be on our way. At this moment, within Hatake Kakashi's heart, both Yuichi JY and Uchiha Obito were relegated to the ranks of the unreliable. Much like Might Guy. Don't be so serious. It's 50-50, Yuichi JY said with a grin. You're destined for solitude with such thoughts. Kakashi, slightly flustered by Yuichi's words, retorted, those girls had better not bother me. Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Yuichi shook his head, hoping that when Jiraiya eventually pinned the paradise of affection, his fifth lady would not be too preoccupied. Speaking of which, Yuichi was quite curious about the paradise of affection, eager to discover what kind of colorful novel could captivate the entire ninja world. As for colorful novels, he had encountered many in his previous life, including the conclusion of A Certain Emperor of Love. He had even browsed these novels on adult sites, with titles like The Neighboring Aunt, The Landlady, and My Female Superior. I should take the opportunity to explore, he murmured softly. Yuhi Kurenai, noticing his distraction, turned her head curiously and asked, what do you want to check out? Her question pulled Yuichi back from his reverie, and before he could respond, Kurenai continued, whatever it is, I would love to accompany you. As she spoke, a sweet smile graced her face, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Yuichi stared at her, momentarily taken aback, before finally uttering, Kurenai, you are truly wonderful. Kurenai lifted her chin, as if to say, I have always been this way. Kakashi and Asuma Saratobi exchanged glances and silently advanced, separating Obito and Might Guy, each dragging one toward the training ground. Asuma vowed to seek a girlfriend even gentler than Kurenai. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Asuma's monkey-like appearance, shaking his head. He said nothing, yet conveyed everything. Asuma, incensed, exclaimed, what do you mean by that, you jerk Kakashi? Nothing at all, Kakashi continued walking, adding, don't be defensive. At that moment, Asuma resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bouncing in indignation. Defensive? What do you mean by defensive? I am not defensive. Accusing someone unjustly can lead to serious consequences. Indeed, you are not defensive, Kakashi sighed, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth hidden beneath his mask, though his eyes remained as lifeless as before. This sensation was rather pleasant. Yuichi and Kurenai followed behind, hand in hand, trailing the 4 of them. For today's training, he was determined not to slack off. He intended to diligently master the transformations of Chakra's form and nature. He had not forgotten the Chidori among the 3 skills bestowed upon him by Uchiha Sasuke, the Sharingan. 1 Fireball, 1 Sharingan, and 1 Chidori. Sasuke's template was far superior to that of the inept Sakura Haruno. With 1 bloodline limit and 2 ninjutsu, each was undeniably beneficial to him. Yuichi resolved to legitimize the Chidori. After all, it would take Hatake Kakashi, the creator of the Chidori, another 6 years to master this jutsu. Yet, I cannot wait that long. The sensation of possessing a technique yet being unable to use it is quite distressing. Imagining striking Hatake Kakashi with Chidori is exhilarating, isn't it? Yuichi Jujo cast his gaze upon Kakashi, who was dragging Might Guy along. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine and turned abruptly, only to meet Yuichi's puzzled stare. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Kakashi silently mused, perhaps it was merely my imagination. Surely, no one would wish to harm me. I have no enemies in Konoha. With a slight easing of his mind, Kakashi continued walking ahead. The group soon arrived at the training ground. Upon seeing the well-equipped facilities, Might Guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Incredible! You have transformed this place into such a magnificent arena. Hearing Guy's exclamation, Uchiha Obito stepped forward, hands on his hips. Lifting his goggles as he proclaimed, maintain a calm mindset. This is to be expected. Just look at me. As Obito patted his chest, he encouraged. Strive to be a man of great stature, Guy? Indeed. Might Guy nodded vigorously, realizing that this was the very essence of youth. Let us start with 200 push-ups. Then, throw punches 500 times. Finally, complete 50 sets of frog jumps. Guy shouted, immediately dropping to the ground to begin his push-ups. Upon hearing his training regimen, both Uchiha Obito and Asuma Sarutobi gasped in astonishment. Has he always been this insane? Indeed, Yuichi nodded. Guy's talent for ninjutsu is rather lacking, which is why he dedicates himself entirely to physical training. He has known Might Guy the longest and understands him better than anyone else, even better than Guy himself. Such determination, Asuma remarked, then felt invigorated. Since Guy has begun his training, I cannot afford to lag behind. With that, Asuma dashed off to practice fire release techniques at the place he had trained yesterday. Kakashi watched Might Guy with a solemn expression. The intensity of this training far exceeded his own. It seems I cannot afford to be lazy either. Uchiha Obito and Kakashi also began their training, and upon seeing this, Yugao decided to continue practicing the dragon fire technique, but Yuichi stopped her. Huh? Yugao looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he had held her back. Yuichi smiled at her and pointed to a nearby large tree. Let us practice chakra control. Upon hearing this, Yugao paused in surprise. Now, yes, Yuichi nodded. We can cover our feet with chakra and then step vertically onto the trunk to enhance our chakra control. As Yuichi Juchi spoke, he made his way towards the trees. For climbing and traversing water are fundamental applications of chakra that they must master. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his foot firmly pressing against the trunk. Chakra adhering him securely to its surface. Upon experiencing this sensation, Yuichi felt a surge of joy as he lifted his other foot off the ground, placing it upon the tree. However, as he attempted to control the chakra in both feet, he suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Rising from the earth, Yuichi brushed off the dust from his clothes, having inadvertently stepped a bit too high. Though he sustained no serious injuries, the pain was still present. Fortunately, he had activated the body flicker technique just in time, and though it lasted but a brief second, it significantly alleviated his discomfort. Yuichi, are you all right? Kurenai Yui approached, concern etched on her face as she regarded him. I'm fine, Yuichi replied, but I suppose I need to find something to cushion my fall. With that, he made his way down the mountain while addressing Kurenai. Kurenai, you can continue training here. I will go and purchase something before resuming the tree climbing practice. Nodding in response, Kurenai affirmed, The training ground lay behind Hokage Rock, beneath which were several shops. Yuichi casually entered a store selling ninja tools. What can I help you with, young one? Inquired a kindly-looking man who appeared to be quite amiable, not belittling Yuichi due to his age. Despite the man's seemingly gentle demeanor, Yuichi was not naive enough to assume he was a good person. In the ninja world, ninja tools are akin to weapons, and a seemingly benevolent merchant could very well be dealing in arms. Not everyone can operate a ninja tool shop amidst the multitude of ninjas. Scratching his head, Yuichi inquired, Do you have any mats for climbing trees? Unaware of the specific items typically sold in such shops, he assumed that climbing and traversing water were widely recognized enough to warrant their availability. As anticipated, upon hearing his request, the shopkeeper smiled and replied, Indeed, we have them. There are mats priced at 3,000 Ryo, 5,000 Ryo, 7,000 Ryo, and 10,000 Ryo. Which one would you like, young customer? Pondering for a moment, Yuichi asked, What are the differences among them? The higher the price, the better the cushioning, the shopkeeper explained. This prompted Yuichi to stroke his chin in contemplation. Uncle Akihiro had left him with 14,000 Ryo. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen costs 60 Ryo, and for 2 people dining 3 times a day, that amounts to 360 Ryo. Leaving 4,000 Ryo for meals, he realized he could purchase 2 mats priced at 5,000 Ryo each. Yuichi mused that perhaps he could negotiate a favorable deal with the 2 mats. After all, both Kakashi Hatake and Asuma Sarutobi were not financially constrained. And although Obito Uchiha had some limitations, The financial support from the prestigious Uchiha clan alleviated his monetary concerns. After all, the Uchiha clan has long dominated the business of ninja tools, and with years of accumulation, they possess a substantial amount of funds. Contemplating this, Yuichi J. spoke. I would like 2 mats, each priced at 5,000 ryo. As he said this, he retrieved a 10,000 ryo bill from his pocket. The shopkeeper accepted the bill and approached the shelves, retrieving 2 mats vacuum-sealed in plastic bags. Here you go, young customer, the shopkeeper remarked, handing the mats to Yuichi. When you wish to use them, simply tear open the bag, and the mats will return to their original state. Exiting the ninja tool shop, Yuichi walked down the street, occasionally glancing at his newly acquired items. He found himself at a loss for how to perceive this world, with vacuum sealing in use. It seemed incongruous that the ninja realm still relied on hose for farming. Despite the existence of computers, the transmission of information remained dependent on human effort or summoning beasts. The contradictions within the ninja world left him with a myriad of mixed emotions. Carrying the 2 mats, Yuichi swiftly returned to the training ground. Upon his arrival, Kakashi Hatake paused his sword practice, while Asuma Saratobi and Obito Uchiha ceased their respective tasks to approach him. Yuichi noticed that only Might Guy remained focused, oblivious to the external world as he continued his frog jumps. Yuichi, what do you have there? Obito inquired, eyeing the flattened, bundled bags in Yuichi's hands with curiosity. Could it be something delicious? That certainly doesn't appear to be food, Asuma remarked, patting Obito on the shoulder with a bemused expression. It looks like something meant for training. Asuma glanced back at Yuichi with uncertainty. These are cushioning mats, Yuichi replied without hesitation, although Kakashi had already provided the answer. Oh, you actually know about them, Yuichi said in surprise, looking at Kakashi. He had assumed they wouldn't know about such things before beginning their tree climbing and water walking practice. After all, with vacuum sealing, the mats should look quite different from the actual items. Upon hearing Yuichi's words, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at him. We have those at home. I bought them with my father. Of course, I know what they are. So, what do you intend to do with them? Naturally, they are for training chakra control. Yuichi responded without a moment's hesitation, as this was no secret. Climbing trees and walking on water effectively enhances chakra control, and these techniques can be applied in various situations. For instance, when standing on water or a wall, one can disregard obstacles and move vertically along surfaces or even run on water, among other things. This information was gleaned from other ninjas. Moreover, once chakra control improves, the difficulty of learning jutsu diminishes, allowing for more precise manipulation of one's inner chakra. It could be said that this endeavor yields multiple benefits. That's impressive, Obito exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, and Asuma beside him shared the same enthusiasm. Although one of them hails from the Uchiha clan and the other is the child of the Hokage, no one has ever mentioned this to them. Upon hearing it now, they naturally feel a surge of excitement. Observing their expressions, Yuichi Jueki revealed a mysterious smile and said, I purchased 2. As he spoke, he waved the cushioning pads in his hand. We can buy them together and use them jointly. What do you think? He directed his gaze towards Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Might Guy approached and, having overheard the conversation, scratched his head and raised his hand, saying, I would like to join as well. That is perfectly fine. Asuma Saratobi glanced at the 2 pads in his hand and nodded in agreement. His allowance was quite limited, especially after a spat with his father, which had further diminished his already modest funds. This arrangement was ideal, as they could pool their resources and utilize the pads for training. Kakashi Hatake observed the group and shook his head, stating, I will not participate. I already have one at home. Very well, Yuichi nodded, not finding it particularly surprising. He merely thought of it as gaining one more participant. Now we have 5 people and 2 cushioning pads, each costing 5,000 ryo, which means 2,000 ryo per person. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, Uchiha Obito exclaimed without even glancing at the pads in Yuichi's hand. I will bring the money tomorrow. Asuma and Might Guy chimed in enthusiastically, me too. Having reached an agreement, Yuichi placed the cushioning pads beneath a tree and tore open the plastic wrapping. The previously deflated pads seemed to absorb the air, gradually expanding and becoming soft. Remarkable, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed an item that had been vacuum sealed. It seems I must work even harder, Might Guy declared. If the cushioning pads are so resilient, my youth cannot fade away. With that, he dashed off to train. Watching his retreating figure, Yuichi fell into a contemplative silence. So, how did you link the cushioning pads to youth? I shall train as well, Asuma remarked, glancing at the pads on the ground. Let us train separately for now. Once you and Kurenai have mastered tree climbing, we shall resume our training together. Asuma's suggestion resonated with Uchiha Obito, who readily agreed. Indeed, although we contributed funds together. You will be training first. If it weren't for your instructions, we would still be unaware of this training method. Therefore, you too should begin your training. Uchiha Obito, though seemingly reckless, proved to be reliable at crucial moments. Asuma patted his shoulder, and, before Yuichi could respond, he led him away. Let us compete to see who completes their ninjutsu training first. I will not be defeated. Impossible. Victory shall be mine. Then let us see. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Red Yuhi approached Yuichi Jisei, casting a glance at Asuma Sarutobi and Obito Uchiha, and smiled. Their bond appears to be quite strong. Yuichi Jisei, momentarily taken aback, thought of Rin Noara and glanced at Kakashi Hatake, who was diligently practicing his sword techniques. At this moment, Rin had yet to reveal her affections for Kakashi. Although he and Obito had their differences, they remained within the bounds of normalcy. However, it seemed inevitable that chaos would ensue in the future. Yuichi pondered, stroking his chin. Could it be that Rin has seen the true face beneath the mask of the mysterious figure? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he resolved to commence his training. Redirecting his gaze towards the two cushion mats positioned beneath a large tree, he recalled instances from the original narrative where individuals had injured themselves while attempting to climb trees. Did they not consider the utility of a cushioning mat? Even in the absence of such resources, placing something soft beneath would suffice. Were they intent on enduring suffering to cultivate their strength? Yuichi firmly believed that suffering is merely suffering. It does not yield success. The pursuit of hardship is unwarranted. Honing one's will is essential, but suffering is unavoidable. Once one learns to endure hardship willingly, they are destined to endure it for a lifetime. While these thoughts lingered in his mind, Yuichi's actions remained unperturbed as he ascended the tree trunk once more. This time, he aimed to sense the flow of chakra within his feet. Uncle Akihiko had mentioned that chakra possesses both repulsive and attractive properties. Although Yuichi remained perplexed as to how the energy from his cells and mental energy could manifest these forces. Nevertheless, he adhered to this line of reasoning. Observing Yuichi repeatedly ascend the tree, only to subsequently descend and land on the cushioned mat with a muffled thud, Red Yuhi blinked. Despite his falls, she noted the gradual increase in his height with each attempt. It seemed that Yuichi adjusted himself with every descent, allowing him to climb higher each time. Yuichi is truly remarkable, she thought, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Clenching her small fists, she resolved not to be outdone. This rigorous training persisted for 4 days. And Red Yui's talent for chakra control surpassed even Yuichi's. If Yuichi's progress could be likened to a sluggish snail, then Red Yuhi was akin to a brisk walk. Though not exceedingly fast, she advanced significantly in comparison, standing vertically on a tree trunk 3 meters above the ground. Yuichi fell silent as he observed Red Yuhi nearing the pinnacle. I recall possessing a title that enhances my training, he mused. Ninja Apprentice. Wearing this title increases ninjutsu efficacy by 10% and training effectiveness by 20%. Gazing at the azure panel before him, Yuichi's silence deepened. With a 20% enhancement to his training, if he still struggled, how poor must his innate talent truly be? His talent is indeed not lacking. Whether in physique or chakra, he stands out among his peers. However, the control of chakra is undeniably challenging for him. The greater the chakra, the more difficult it becomes to control. Conversely, with less chakra, control is significantly easier. Due to his heritage from the Uzumaki clan, his chakra is exceedingly vast, rendering its management considerably more arduous. Moreover, Yuhi Kurenai is inherently a genius in the realm of Genjutsu. Having ascended to the rank of Genin through her mastery of illusions, Genjutsu heavily relies on the adept control of chakra. If Yuhi Kurenai possessed poor talent for chakra control, how could she possibly have become a Genin specializing in Genjutsu? In comparison, he, Jujo Yuichi, appears utterly inept. While she has reached the pinnacle, he has barely managed to ascend a mere 2.5 meters. As he pondered this, Yuhi Kurenai's voice reached his ears. Hooray! I did it. She stood triumphantly atop a large tree, her face radiating joy. Jujo Yuichi exerted himself, performing a somersault in midair before landing gracefully, a smile adorning his face. If being inept is his fate, so be it. If Kurenai is happy, then he is happy too. He could accept being surpassed by her. Yuhi Kurenai descended the tree trunk, landing steadily on the ground, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Jujo Yuichi with a beaming smile. Hey, I can climb trees now. Her demeanor resembled that of a kitten awaiting praise. Jujo Yuichi smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, affirming that indeed, Kurenai is the best. He. Yuhi Kurenai chuckled innocently, then continued, I can share the key points of tree climbing with you. Then I shall listen intently. Not only Jujo Yuichi but also Sarutobi Asuma and others gathered around, having heard the commotion she caused. They approached, greeting Yuhi Kurenai with smiles, only to tease her afterward. Sarutobi Asuma laughed heartily. You really are lacking, Yuichi. Uchiha Obito removed his goggles, adding, Indeed, Yuichi is just pathetic. Observing the two, Jujo Yuichi chuckled. So? You both consider yourselves quite brave, do you? Sarutobi Asuma, sensing the impending trouble, shielded Obito, falling silent. Yet Uchiha Obito remained oblivious, boasting, I'm super brave, you know. Then allow me to show you something impressive, Jujo Yuichi said, pulling Uchiha Obito away. Watching Obito being led to the arena, Sarutobi Asuma shook his head, relieved at his own cleverness. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Obito. Glancing at him, Hatake Kakashi chuckled. So, you really think that guy will let you off easy? Having spent ample time with Jujo Yuichi, Hatake Kakashi had also adopted a more playful demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Sarutobi Asuma's smile faltered, his expression stiffening as he looked at Kakashi, wondering, surely, that can't be the case? The anguished cries of Uchiha Obito echoed through the air, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He cleared his throat and spoke. I just remembered there are still some matters I must attend to. I shall return shortly. See you this afternoon. With that, he dashed down the mountain with remarkable speed, a rarity to behold. The few individuals present were well aware that they would not refrain from confronting him merely because he was the son of the Hokage. This understanding was part of the bond he shared with them. Here, he was Asuma Sarutobi, not the Hokage's son. Yet, at this moment, he earnestly wished that Yuichi Jichuan and the others would regard him as the Hokage's progeny, thus sparing him from a beating. After a while, Yuichi Jichuan returned. A look of satisfaction on his face, followed closely by a disheveled Uchiha Obito. Where's Asuma? Yuichi inquired, noticing his absence and turning curiously to Yugao. He ran away. Yugao scratched her head in confusion. Huh? Yuichi was taken aback. Why did he flee? He fears your retribution, Might Guy interjected, performing push-ups beside them. Am I truly perceived as such a vengeful person in your eyes? Yuichi exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, a look of sorrow and despair enveloping him. Is there no trace of love left in this world? His expression was one of profound sadness, yet both Kakashi Hatake and Obito regarded him with impassive faces. As if to say, you are indeed that kind of person. You have greatly disappointed me. Yuichi sighed. I am merely trying to help you loosen your muscles. His words prompted Yugao to express her incredulity. The ability to speak such blatant falsehoods was indeed a rare gift. Enough about that. I shall continue my tree climbing. I will practice water walking. Yugao raised her hand enthusiastically. They weren't devoid of other activities beyond training, at the very least. They had thoroughly scouted the surroundings of the training ground. Not far off, there lay a shallow stream, its deepest point merely reaching Yuichi's abdomen, making it ideal for practicing water walking. This might also be one of the significant reasons why Minato Namikaze had established this training ground here. Had they been left to find a suitable location on their own, it would have been nearly impossible to discover such an ideal spot, secluded, sparsely populated, and equipped for various ninjutsu and taijutsu training, as well as opportunities for climbing and water walking. While they trained, Minato returned to Konoha. Although he could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home, he opted for a leisurely walk instead. Minato was home. Was there anything more comforting than returning home? The answer was evident. There was not. At the village gate, Minato smiled at his two companions. I shall take my leave now. I entrust you with the task at hand. His teammates were two ordinary nin, with Minato as the captain of their small team. However, he did not issue commands. Instead, he consulted with them. Captain, you should head back. Leave the task handover to me and this fellow, Asagami, a middle-ranking ninja. Marked by a scar across his face, patted his chest in gratitude. I am truly thankful, he said. While the renowned Minato Namikaze clasped his hands in appreciation before his figure vanished in an instant. The captain is remarkably powerful, mused a ninja named Asagami, unable to contain his admiration. This mission was only possible thanks to our captain. Wouldn't you agree, Shinya? Indeed, Shinya replied, sharing his awe. He is incredibly strong yet excessively humble. As they conversed, they made their way toward the Hokage building, concluding that having Minato as their captain was a stroke of fortune. Bang, bang, bang. Kushina, I have returned. Minato announced as he materialized at the door, knocking vigorously. In the kitchen, Uzumaki Kushina, engrossed in her cooking, dropped her spatula and dashed out, throwing herself into Minato's embrace. "Minato, you are finally back," she exclaimed. "The mission wasn't arduous, so we completed it ahead of schedule." Minato's radiant smile was infectious. "Now we can truly relax." However, before he could finish, a burnt smell wafted from the kitchen, causing Kushina's expression to shift dramatically as she sprinted back, exclaiming, "Oh no, my food." Watching Kushina's hurried retreat, Minato smiled, realizing that this was indeed the essence of Kushina. He followed her into the kitchen, and together they toiled for a while before finally preparing the meal. Seated at the table, Kushina, while eating, inquired, "Now that you're back, there shouldn't be any issues, right?" Although framed as a question, her tone carried a sense of certainty. Minato, gazing at her with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "There should be no problems." Upon hearing this, Kushina's spirit soared, and with a sweeping gesture, she declared, "Then let us go speak with the third Hokage about Yuichi. This child is the last hope of the Uzumaki clan and deserves proper guidance." "Indeed," she continued, while Minato nodded in agreement, embodying the ideal boyfriend: strong, gentle, helpful, handsome, and most importantly, adoring of his wife. Meanwhile, Yuichi J-Suk remained blissfully unaware of being regarded as the last hope of the Uzumaki clan. This status carried significant political weight in Konoha. Although the Uzumaki clan had been decimated, they left behind substantial hidden assets. For instance, the very street where Kushina lived was a testament to their legacy. At that moment, Yuichi tumbled from a tree, only to be approached by Kakashi Hitaki, who held a wooden sword in both hands. "It's about time. We should head for lunch," Kakashi remarked. Yuichi glanced at the sun, mentally estimating the time. Realizing it was roughly noon, with classes at the Ninja Academy starting at 1 in the afternoon, they could grab a quick lunch and return in time for a shower before lessons commenced. "Let us go then," Yuichi said, turning back to admire the marks he had carved into the tree trunk. He was now able to reach halfway up the trunk. The vastness of Chakra presents both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the extended blue bar, allowing one to expend Chakra without fear. However, the drawback is the difficulty in executing precise control. Thus, even with a 20% training enhancement from being a ninja student, he only surpasses the average individual in tree climbing by a slight margin. Nonetheless, he has grasped certain techniques and should soon achieve success in his tree climbing practice within a couple of days. At this moment, Uchiha Obito continues his endeavor of climbing the tree. Meanwhile, Yuga Uzuki has moved to a nearby stream to practice water walking, leaving the mat available for Obito. After recently receiving a beating from Yuichi JK, he has placed the mat a distance away, rendering him oblivious to the conversation between Kakashi Hitaki and Yuichi. He persists tirelessly in his ascent, relying solely on brute strength to cover his feet in chakra, causing the massive tree to tremble with each step. Consequently, due to this crude method, he can only manage to walk 2 steps along the trunk. Observing his plight, Kakashi's lips twitch. One must understand that a regular person without chakra could walk more than 2 steps after some practice. "Time to eat," Yuichi's voice booms, not merely notifying Obito but also prompting Might Guy, who has been training on the opposite side, to rise and wipe the sweat from his brow. "Ah, this is youth." Obito halts his climbing, his aggressive technique having consumed a considerable amount of chakra, leaving him breathless as he collapses onto the mat, wiping his sweat away. This is exhausting. Gazing at the dent he has created, Obito beams with a sense of accomplishment. "What are you staring at?" Yuichi approaches, squatting beside him, also inspecting the indentation. Unable to suppress his teasing, "You really are putting in the effort." "Indeed, I am a hard-working genius," Obito replies without hesitation. "As a genius, I strive diligently. Just wait until I awaken my Sharingan. I'll be able to overpower you." Kakashi. Initially, he intended to claim he would crush Yuichi, but upon recalling that Yuichi also possesses the Sharingan and is physically more formidable than himself, he hastily redirected his comment towards Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi raises an eyebrow and mocks, "Fool. You jerk, Kakashi." Obito retorts, springing up from the mat. "Just wait. I will soon pin you to the ground." "Huh." Kakashi responds with a derisive laughter, his lifeless gaze not even glancing in Obito's direction. As the two engage in their banter, Yuga emerges, soaked to the skin, leaving a trail of water with each step. Observing this, Yuichi approaches, momentarily forgetting that beginners might fall while practicing water walking. Nevertheless, he remains unconcerned. After all, Yuga is not a delicate flower. she aspires to become a ninja in the future. Yet, the necessary concern remains. Seeing Yuichi approach, Yugao smiles. Yuichi. This water walking is quite challenging. However, I feel I will master it soon. As the crimson sun set, it revealed yet another smile from Shari Hong. She initially believed that wading through water would be a daunting task. However, she discovered that it merely required the same skills she employed in climbing trees, albeit with a touch more finesse. Nonetheless, it remained an effortless endeavor for her. Yuichi Ju and Akane Yuzuki did not join their companions for lunch, as Akane was completely soaked. Thus, they returned home first to take showers and change into fresh attire. Akane, that outfit is quite unappealing, Yuichi remarked, stroking his chin as he observed Akane donning a new ensemble. Huh? Is it really that bad? Akane questioned, turning to face the mirror. It was purchased by Dad, so it shouldn't look too terrible, right? While she saw nothing amiss, Yuichi found the garment utterly lacking in charm. Uncle Shinju's taste is truly poor, he mused. Huh? Akane looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ignoring her confusion, Yuichi took her hand and led her outside, declaring, "Let us go shopping for some new clothes this afternoon." Previously, he had thought the outfit was acceptable, but now, in light of Akane's attire, he realized it was indeed atrocious, an egregious eyesore. For a moment, Yuichi pondered how Uncle Shinju could have given rise to a girl like Akane, who exuded a cute demeanor in childhood, yet blossomed into a sophisticated young lady. Fortunately, they had the means to procure a few new outfits for her, and since it was Shinju's money, it seemed entirely reasonable to use it to care for his daughter. At 1 o'clock, the bell at the Ninja Academy rang punctually. Yuichi and Akane sat in their seats, engaging in casual conversation. The class bell had been ringing for some time, yet Ikaka Hainu was absent from the classroom. Uchiha Obito was late, and Ikaku was currently outside reprimanding him, with occasional sounds filtering into the room. Obito, having been accompanied by Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, had been tardy due to their collective delay. Yuichi. Why is Obito always late? Akane prodded Yuichi gently with her finger. Her curiosity piqued. It seemed that Obito was perpetually behind schedule, unsure how to respond. Yuichi hesitated before stating, "Perhaps it is the guidance of fate? Honestly, I have no idea why he is consistently late." In his recollection, Obito was often the one assisting others, resulting in delays. Yet, given the frequency, he could only attribute it to fate's whims. Ikaku's scolding did not last long, and around 1:30, he ushered the 3 latecomers into the classroom. Kakashi Hatake, donning a pair of weary, lifeless eyes, slumped into his seat. Yuichi poked him along the spine, inquisitively asking, "Did you encounter a helpless old lady in need of assistance?" "No," Kakashi replied. Turning back to Yuichi with a despondent look, "We were halted by a black cat, and we couldn't evade it." Yuichi and Akane exchanged glances, taken aback by Kakashi's earnestness, leaving Yuichi to lament the increasingly bizarre nature of their world. Just as the 3 fell into silence, Ikaku cleared his throat at the podium and announced, "We shall commence the lesson now. Everyone, please turn to page 10 of the Will of Fire. Today, we delve into the legacy of the formidable third Hokage. In the early days of Konoha's establishment, the third was revered as the most powerful Hokage. At the lectern, Aikawa Ichiju delivers a lecture, while Yuki Yuichi feigns earnestness, lost in thought. Nevertheless, even in his reverie, he occasionally nods in tacit approval. The notion of the Will of Fire is merely for superficial contemplation. It is not to be trusted. To Yuki, Aikawa's teachings resemble a form of brainwashing, employing anecdotes and vacuous slogans to indoctrinate the audience. Though Yuki was an ordinary person in his previous life, he had encountered a plethora of ideas on the internet, and he perceives this level of indoctrination as childish play. His primary concern is ensuring that Hinata Kurenai remains unaffected by this manipulation. However, with himself and his father, Hinata Makoto, who solely imparts survival skills, he believes Kurenai is unlikely to succumb to such influence. As Yuki contemplates, his thoughts begin to wander. Earlier that morning, while practicing tree climbing, he discovered he could manipulate the gravitational and repulsive forces of his chakra with relative ease. Although his power is modest, it should suffice for tree climbing and walking on water. Yuki even suspects that the ninja's ability to climb trees and walk on water employs this very technique. Yet, with Hinata Makoto away on a mission, he lacks anyone to consult about it. He resolves to wait until Makoto returns to inquire further. Nonetheless, this idea takes root in his mind, and a faint red chakra materializes from his fingertips, transforming into a slender thread that dances across the tabletop. Yuki possesses both lightning and fire attributes in his chakra, and until he masters other chakra types, he can only wield lightning and fire release techniques. Since these attributes are innate to him, his chakra inherently carries the essence of both. As he releases chakra from within, Kurenai observes with curiosity, attempting to summon chakra from her fingertips as well. Her chakra, also a pale red, appears deeper in hue than Yuki's. She mentally endeavors to retract the fire attribute within. Yuki's voice resonates in her ear, guiding her. Following his instructions, she notices her chakra, initially a richer red than Yuki's, begins to lighten, and as she exerts control, the red diminishes further until it transforms into a colorless thread of chakra. Lacking any hue, this represents a non-elemental state. The Rasengan is an example of a non-elemental technique. It originally began as a non-elemental jutsu, evolving into wind release, Rasengan as it was further developed, followed by wind release, Rasen Shuriken, and the Great Rasengan, among others. It can be regarded as a versatile jutsu. Incorporating any elemental attribute into the non-elemental Rasengan will yield a corresponding elemental Rasengan, thus allowing for the development of various series of spiral techniques. Yuki finds the Rasengan intriguing, though not overwhelmingly so. The Rasengan is not suited for him. Despite his reliance on taijutsu in combat, overpowering individuals such as Kakashi Hitaki with his formidable physique, he perceives himself as a ninjutsu-type ninja. My physical strength and recovery abilities do not detract from my identity as a ninjutsu practitioner. Contemplating the various aspects of the Rasengan, Yuichi Jikawa mused within himself that if he were to master both the transformation and nature changes of fire release, perhaps he could harness the properties of fire release to develop a flying ninjutsu. His desire for progress was overwhelming. Moreover, he did not believe that he could solely depend on the achievement system. Yuichi Jikawa vowed to never be lesser than others. If Minato Namikaze could create the first Rasengan in the Rasengan series, why couldn't he, Yuichi Jikawa, develop his own series of ninjutsu? There was absolutely no issue with that. Deep in thought, Yuichi unconsciously retracted the chakra thread in his hand, his head still occasionally nodding in rhythm with the beat set by Ichiraka eyeing. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kushina Izumaki kicked the door open, entering with Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in the myriad affairs of Konoha when a loud crash drew his attention. He looked up to see Kushina and Minato stepping inside. Minato's face bore an expression of embarrassment. He was at a loss for words regarding Kushina's behavior, which seemed to lack respect for the third Hokage. Although Minato felt awkward, Hiruzen set down the documents he was handling and greeted Kushina with a warm smile. "Kushina, what brings you both here?" His smile was amiable. Yet Kushina paid little heed to formalities and approached the desk, leaning forward with her hands resting on it, her gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen, causing him to feel a prickling unease. At that moment, Minato cleared his throat and gently urged Kushina to sit opposite him, saying, "We have a matter we wish to discuss with you, Hokage-sama." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's eyes brightened. Minato's words indicated that Kushina had a request for him. Her matters were his concerns, and as long as they were not overly unreasonable, he would be inclined to accommodate them. Observing Hiruzen's demeanor, Minato felt reassured, thinking that the Hokage appeared amenable to conversation. "Do you remember Yuichi Jikawa?" Minato asked tentatively. Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment before feigning ignorance and replying, "Are you referring to that kid we met at the ramen shop?" "Indeed," Minato affirmed with a nod. "What does this have to do with Yuichi Jikawa?" Hiruzen inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Kushina. He was well aware of Yuichi's existence, having orchestrated their previous encounter at Ichiraka Ramen intentionally. This child, possessing the bloodlines of both the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans, had remained in his thoughts. Upon learning that Yuichi had awakened his Sharingan, he recognized that a genius born of the fusion of Uzumaki and Uchiha blood had emerged. Yuichi Juchi exhibited remarkable physical prowess and resilience from a young age, characteristics emblematic of the Uzumaki clan. His recent awakening of the Sharingan was a source of profound astonishment. Upon learning that Yuichi had awakened his Sharingan through the use of eye drops, he pondered whether the bloodline of the Uzumaki could indeed facilitate the development of such ocular abilities. He had never encountered a method of awakening the Sharingan quite like Yuichi's. Seeing the two linger, Kushina Uzumaki stood up, her impatience palpable. The reason she had invited Minato Namikaze to accompany her was merely to bolster her presence. Had she not been concerned about the possibility of the third Hokage denying her request, she would have broached the subject much earlier. "Little Yuichi is of my kin and the last hope of the Uzumaki clan. I must teach him the art of sealing." Observing Kushina's fervent demeanor, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a twinge of discomfort. You? Teach sealing techniques to others? That could elicit laughter from anyone who hears it, seemingly attuned to his skepticism. Minato offered a radiant smile. Kushina has taught me the art of sealing. I have faith in her. At this, Hiruzen glanced between Kushina and Minato, his fingers drumming lightly on the table. Let us not rush. We shall observe him first. As he spoke, Hiruzen retrieved his favored crystal ball from a drawer, swiftly forming hand seals, causing Yuichi's visage to materialize within. The crystal ball's perspective could not penetrate the building's layers, thus the view was from outside the classroom window. As the scene unfolded, both Kushina and Minato leaned closer, their gazes fixed upon Yuichi within the crystal sphere. Kushina nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed. This is the genius of our Uzumaki clan. Just as eager to learn as I was in my youth." Minato hesitated, contemplating his words, while Hiruzen cleared his throat, encouraging them to continue watching. He was all too aware of what Kushina had been like in her childhood, a true embodiment of a power-hungry schoolyard bully. Meanwhile, Yuichi remained lost in thought, oblivious to the three observers scrutinizing him. He continued to nod intermittently, his gaze vacantly fixed on a corner of the room. Kakashi Hanyu had already noticed Yuichi's demeanor and recognized that his attention was not on the lecture, yet he chose not to comment. Geniuses have their own ways, he mused. Focus solely on expediting the literacy and chakra refining lessons. Once those were concluded, Yuichi and his companions would likely not skip class again. As Kakashi continued narrating the tale of the Leaf Village hero's sacrifice for the will of fire, time flowed serenely. Yuichi continued to nod occasionally, while Kurenai Yui sat beside him, her right index finger extending a thread of chakra. She skillfully manipulated the thread to attract various objects, thoroughly enjoying herself. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen and his two companions regarded Yuichi with expressions of satisfaction. Although the crystal ball provided a view from outside the classroom, they could not see Yuichi's vacant expression, yet they could witness his intermittent nods. Everyone believed he was listening intently. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the crystal ball and returned it to his drawer, for it was his treasured possession and he must safeguard it from that scoundrel Jiraiya. Upon seeing Hiruzen stow away the crystal ball in silence, Uzumaki Kushina clenched her fists and smashed a punch mark onto the desk, vehemently exclaiming, "Old man, you wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" With a light chuckle, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for her to take a seat. Minato Namikaze, standing beside her, gently tugged at her sleeve, encouraging, "Kushina, let us listen to what the Hokage has to say." Bestowing her gentleness upon Minato, Kushina huffed in annoyance but complied and took her seat. Seeing this, Hiruzen sighed in relief before continuing. "I plan to have you become the team leader for Yuichi Jusuke after their graduation. However, you cannot interfere with his development at this time." As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Kushina. His mention of not interfering with growth was merely a casual remark. Yuichi Jusuke, possessing both the Uzumaki and Uchiha bloodlines, was someone he intended to cultivate a favorable rapport with while still in the Ninja Academy. This was the foresight of the Hokage. Team leader. Kushina pointed at herself in disbelief. Indeed, Hiruzen affirmed with a nod. Appointing Kushina as the team leader was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a resolution he had long since made. Although Yuichi possessed the Sharingan, he was not of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Yuichi's lineage was impeccable, and Hiruzen had intelligence on his upbringing. Being raised by Akane Yuyaka, he shared a significant bond with her daughter, which was a crucial connection. Most importantly, Yuichi was the perfect candidate to serve as a potential Jinchuriki. It was a flawless plan, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He could placate Kushina, enhance his own reputation, and encourage her to teach Yuichi sealing techniques. However, the anticipated response did not manifest. Kushina merely scoffed at him. "I am here to discuss teaching Yuichi now, and you tell me to wait until after graduation? Are you serious?" Enraged, if not for Minato's firm grasp on her arm, she would have been tempted to present Hiruzen with a renovation proposal. "Calm down," Hiruzen sighed, observing her agitation. While other matters could be negotiated, this point was non-negotiable. Yuichi must be nurtured under the radiant light of the will of fire. That was his unwavering stance. This child serves not merely as a vessel for the tailed beast, but is also intended to ease the strained relations between the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, letting out a heavy sigh. A formidable aura emanated from him. While other matters could be negotiated, this particular issue was non-negotiable. He was still at the twilight of his peak strength. Although age had begun to diminish his abilities, he had not yet fallen too far from his former prowess. He remained a paragon of the shinobi world, a revered master of ninjutsu. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Namake's Minato understood that negotiation was futile. He expressed his gratitude to Hiruzen, assuring him that he would appoint Kushina as the leading jonin. With that, he took Kushina, who was eager to spar with Sarutobi, and departed. Once they left, Danzo appeared seemingly out of nowhere, his presence ominous as he approached Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it seems you cannot control the Jinchuriki. I have stated before, hand her over to me, and I shall forge her into Konoha's sharpest weapon. Never. It is out of the question. Hiruzen retorted coldly. It was still daylight. He should not indulge in such fantasies. Meanwhile, JKYY had no inkling that his actions had nearly provoked a conflict in the Hokage's office. The afternoon lessons were straightforward, requiring minimal movement. As Yumino Iruka imparted the will of fire and taught them to read. Before they realized it, the school bell rang. At the sound, Iruka paused, announcing that those who had mastered reading and chakra extraction could leave. As his words echoed, nearly all the students, except Uchiha Obito, stood and made their way outside. Obito too wished to leave, but seeing no Rin still seated, diligently listening to the lesson, he chose to remain. In this vast world, Rin is the most important. As JKYY and Yuhi Kurenai strolled down the corridor, they could faintly hear Iruka's voice resonating from the classroom. Iruka was a dedicated teacher. He could have dismissed the students right after class, as his time thereafter was personal, regardless of the world or circumstance. A teacher willing to devote their personal time to instruct students unquestionably possesses commendable ethics. After school, JKYY and Yuhi Kurenai did not return home immediately. Instead, they indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, which served as their dinner before heading to the training ground atop Hokage Rock. I must master tree climbing before Uncle Akane returns, Y declared, clenching his fist resolutely. If I fail, I shall train with Guy for an entire month, doubling my efforts. Having grasped the techniques of tree climbing swiftly, he was determined. Kurenai was on the brink of mastering water walking. If he couldn't even climb a tree, it would be a great embarrassment. Observing Y's determination, Kurenai tilted her head. Then I shall learn water walking before my father returns. With that, she flashed a smile, preparing to surprise him. Time swiftly passed, and on the afternoon of the third day, Yuichi Yuki and Akane Yuzuki returned home, their bodies drenched. During these 3 days, Yuichi had successfully mastered the art of climbing trees, although he had yet to learn how to walk on water. Conversely, Akane had managed to master this skill on the second day of practice, and her current state of wetness was a result of Yuichi's splash when he fell into the water. As they stepped through the door, the voice of Akane's father, Shinji Yuzuki, reached their ears. Why are you two back so early? He inquired, approaching them. Upon noticing their soaked appearance, he paused momentarily but refrained from further comment. You both should take a shower and change your clothes, he suggested. Akane nodded and hurried off to the bathroom. Yuichi timidly raised his hand, saying, actually, I could shower together with her. At this, Shinju's eyes widened, and he cast a disapproving glare in Yuichi's direction. While he had no objection to Yuichi and his daughter developing a relationship, that was a matter for the future, not the present. As Yuichi's words left his lips, Shinju regarded him with the vigilance one might reserve for a thief, asking, how did you get so wet? We were practicing walking on water, Yuichi replied candidly. Seeing no reason to conceal the truth, Shinju reacted as if he had heard a joke. Walking on water? You started with that? That's quite amusing. Of course not. We have already learned how to climb trees. The laughter of Shinju abruptly ceased, and he stared at Yuichi in disbelief. If his memory served him correctly, he had only been away for a few days. How had Yuichi managed to learn tree climbing without any guidance? Noticing Shinju's perplexed expression, Yuichi ventured to ask a question that had been nagging at him. Uncle Shinju, is it true that tree climbing and walking on water utilize the gravitational and repulsive forces of chakra to adhere oneself to surfaces? Shinju, slightly bewildered by Yuichi's query, nodded in acknowledgement. Every chakra possesses attributes of attraction and repulsion, albeit weak ones that are ineffective in combat. Yuichi nodded in understanding. He too had realized that the gravitational and repulsive forces within chakra could only assist in daily life, enabling one to manipulate simple objects rather than apply them in battle. However, Yuichi remained skeptical. But is it truly impossible? He mused. The Rinnegan of the elderly could manipulate repulsion and attraction, and he, Yuichi, as a notably handsome young man in the region, could certainly do the same. If not, I can always strive to obtain the templates of Nagato or the Elder. Yuichi's thoughts were grounded in reality. With determination and effort, he believed he could achieve his goals. If all else failed, his unique advantages might prove beneficial. Observing Yuichi deep in thought with his damp hair, Shinju shook his head in response. What is this young man contemplating? His thoughts are as clear as a mirror. In the past, while he was mastering the art of climbing trees and walking on water, he pondered whether he could manipulate these two attributes within Chakra. However, his attempts, undoubtedly, ended in failure. Nevertheless, he refrained from sharing this with Yuichi Juchi, allowing him the opportunity to explore for himself. After all, his talent for illusionary techniques was honed during those moments of trial and error. Even if the young man fails to grasp anything substantial, it would serve as a small lesson for him. Without further discourse with Yuichi, Akane Yuhi found a comfortable position and reclined on the sofa. Each mission undertaken was a form of torment for him, even though he led the team and was not required to exert himself. The task, a mere C-rank mission to eliminate mountain bandits, was still taxing. He resolved to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Stretching luxuriously, he languidly remarked that the life of a ninja was not akin to the endless respawns found in video games. In the original narrative, Team 7 completed merely 7 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission over 6 months. Meanwhile, my guy's team accomplished 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions in a year and a half. Typically, when not engaged in missions, they would either train or partake in leisurely gatherings. Only during wartime did the frequency of missions increase. Routine tasks, such as clearing waterways or assisting in harvests, occurred periodically. However, to keep some of the lower-ranked ninjas occupied, Konoha frequently assigned trivial missions, like retrieving lost pets. Having just completed a C-rank mission, Yuhi found himself with no immediate tasks at hand. At that moment, Akane emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a fresh outfit. I'm done with my bath. Upon hearing her declaration, Yuichi Juchi lifted his head and dashed to his room to retrieve his clothes before rushing to the bathroom. Returning from the training grounds, he was drenched, and with the sun blazing overhead, he felt uncomfortably damp. Akane paused, surprised by Yuichi's sudden entrance into the bathroom, and then, as if struck by inspiration, called out, I haven't filled the tub yet. It's all right, I don't mind, came Yuichi's voice from within. At his words, Akane's cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, pervert. Yuichi, however, felt no sense of filth. After all, they had both fallen into the creek countless times. What was there to be dirty about? It was merely the discomfort of being soaked through, and besides, they had bathed together before. After a while, Yuichi nonchalantly emerged from the bathroom. Greeted by the sight of Akane animatedly recounting their recent exploits to her uncle, Jinro. Upon seeing her, he flashed a radiant smile. Akane, noticing his gaze, felt her face heat up once more. While her cheeks burned, Jinro's expression darkened. Sensing trouble, Yuichi swiftly grasped Akane's hand and bolted outside, exclaiming, Uncle Jinro. We're off to school. As the crimson sun set, I took a deep breath, reflecting on the fact that I had nurtured this moment. It must not be squandered. As the school bell rang, Yuichi J-Suk and Akatsuki Yuhi entered the classroom and settled into their seats. Instinctively, I glanced around and was taken aback to see Obito Uchiha present. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. I poked the back of Kakashi Hitaki in front of me, curiously inquiring, has Obito not arrived late? Kakashi turned to look at me, then glanced at Obito and replied, to avoid being tardy. He bought some dango on the roadside to bring to school. Hearing this, Akatsuki Yuhi was momentarily perplexed. To avoid being late, he brought food to school? What an extraordinary fear of tardiness. She mused, recalling Obito's peculiar traits, and quickly came to terms with it. If this were anyone else, she would have been puzzled, however. For Obito, she could only express understanding. He seemed to possess an inherent, remarkable quality, especially when it came to punctuality. The afternoon lessons continued to be monotonous, dominated by the will of fire. The indoctrination of Konoha was quite a tale of its own. Yuichi J-Suk rested his chin on his hand, boredly contemplating how he could easily manipulate these individuals. Their widespread ignorance and obsession made them remarkably gullible. Even the few clever individuals were consumed by their fanaticism, such as Orochimaru. The obsession within the ninja world was not limited to the Uchiha. Rather, it was a shared trait among all ninja. The Uchiha were simply more extreme, driven to the edge by the potential of the Sharingan. Yet, obsession was a commonality among all. With the right approach, such individuals could be easily deceived. Yuichi sighed, regretting his lack of skills and manipulation, for if he could, he would thrive in the ninja world. Life had become a monotonous routine, training in the morning, enduring indoctrination at school in the afternoon, and studying with Akatsuki Yuhi in the evening. This cycle persisted for 4 days. The morning sun was not yet overpowering as Yuichi joyfully stepped onto the surface of the flowing creek. I've done it. I have succeeded. he exclaimed, laughing heartily. His elation reaching its zenith, causing his 1-5 Tomo Sharingan to unconsciously manifest. Asuma Saratobi stood nearby, drenched and enviously observing Yuichi. He had completed his tree-climbing training. Asuma displayed commendable control over his chakra, though it seemed to stem from prior compulsion. Past efforts materialized in that moment, regardless of their origin. Kakashi also stood nearby. Slightly wet but in a far better state than Asuma, only his lower half was damp. Kakashi Hitaki's talent is undeniably remarkable. Ranking among the most distinguished figures in the annals of Konoha's history, he is a former prodigy who commenced his training in walking on water, mastering the art of tree climbing in a single day, and has been practicing water walking for the past 2 days. It appears he is on the verge of mastering this skill as well. Yuichi Jingu stands atop the water's surface, observing the few individuals before him with unabashed arrogance. In comparison to me, none can be deemed exceptional. Yuichi Jingshu's words were quite provoking, causing the veins on Kakashi Hitaki's forehead to bulge. Had he been capable of overpowering the boy, he likely would have charged forward for a fierce confrontation. "You little brat, your arrogance is quite unseemly," he thought. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged, and both Kakashi Hitaki and Asuma Saratobi instinctively assumed a combat stance, as if facing a formidable enemy. In contrast, Yuichi Jingshu and Kurenai Yuhi exchanged glances, revealing little reaction. They had discerned the identity of the speaker. Kushina Izumaki appeared before the 4 of them, accompanied by the warm-smiling Minato Namikaze. With her arms crossed over her chest, Kushina looked at Yuichi and teased, "If an elder were to witness your behavior, they would undoubtedly label you a naturally wicked brat." Yuichi understood precisely who that elder was, yet he refrained from probing further, instead casting a curious glance at her and then directing his questioning gaze toward Minato. "Brother Minato, what brings you here?" Noticing that Yuichi had disregarded her, Kushina shot an indignant glare at Minato, exclaiming fiercely, "What do you mean by brother? You should call me sister-in-law." Yuichi was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and seized the opportunity, saying, "Sister-in-law Minato, what brings you here?" Glancing at Kushina, who was still glaring at Yuichi, Minato helplessly tugged at her, trying to explain, "It's just that your sister-in-law," but his sentence was abruptly silenced as Kushina placed her hand over his mouth. "Don't say anything reckless," Kushina exclaimed, pulling a ninjutsu scroll from her robe and tossing it to Yuichi. "We happen to have an extra scroll for the shadow clone technique at home, so take it. You better not slack off." She feigned a fierce demeanor, warning, "If I come back next time and find you haven't mastered it." As she clenched her fist, a series of cracking sounds echoed, instilling a sense of dread in Yuichi. After all, when Kushina spoke of punishment, she meant it. Casting a pleading glance at Minato, Yuichi noticed Minato shrugging helplessly, as if to convey that he had no solutions either. Observing Kushina, Yuichi silently nodded. Regardless, he had acquired a ninjutsu scroll, albeit he pondered whether Kurenai might also possess this technique. Many techniques in Konoha were not permitted to be taught without authorization, and Yuichi was uncertain if the shadow clone technique fell under such restrictions. Surveying the surrounding individuals, Kushina nodded in satisfaction. "Although you don't quite measure up to my past self, you nonetheless show promise. Keep up the good work." With that, she used the body flicker technique and vanished from sight. Minato, upon witnessing this, shook his head and turned to Yuichi, stating, "Your sister-in-law has spoken with the Hokage, and once you graduate, you will be assigned to her team. At that time, she will instruct you in sealing techniques." He had also learned the art of sealing and understood the challenges it posed, particularly in terms of chakra control. He continued, therefore, to emphasize the importance of honing chakra manipulation over the years. As he spoke, Minato Namikaze vanished from sight. Yuichi Jichin gazed at the spot where Minato had just been, filled with confusion. Although he too belonged to the Uzumaki clan, it seemed excessive for Kushina Uzumaki to show him such kindness. She arranged training grounds, provided ninjutsu, and even appointed a Jainin to guide him in sealing techniques after his graduation. This was, in his mind, quite over the top. He perceived his relationship with Kushina as akin to that of distant relatives. She might offer him some protection in Konohagakure, but such generosity felt unwarranted. In the shadows, Kushina Uzumaki complained to Minato, "Why are you discussing this with that brat? It undermines my authority as a senior." Minato chuckled softly, "Kushina, sealing techniques are notoriously difficult to master. Without a strong ability to control chakra, it would take Yuichi a considerable amount of time to learn from you. By informing him in advance, he can work on his chakra manipulation skills, alleviating any concerns you may have later." Humph. Kushina huffed, The Minato's reasoning was sound. Still, she muttered under her breath, my teaching skills are exceptional, you know. Indeed, Kushina is the greatest, Minato said, ruffling her hair with a sunny smile. Kushina, accustomed to this, pouted, you can't do that next time. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore. All right, I won't do it again. Minato replied, as if soothing a child, reveling in the playful exchange. With a chuckle, Kushina linked her arm with his, and they strolled down the hill. Meanwhile, by the brook, Yuichi cautiously stepped onto the shore. Yuichi, you've kept this well hidden. Asuma Sarutobi exclaimed. I can't believe Minato is your brother-in-law. Kakashi Hitaki looked at him in surprise. Isn't that quite normal? Don't you know about the Uzumaki clan? In all of Konoha, only Kushina and this guy are descendants of the Uzumaki. Minato and Kushina are in a relationship. It's only natural. Asuma stared incredulously. But Yuichi's last name isn't Uzumaki. He was aware of the Uzumaki clan, which was a distant relative of the Senju clan and had a strong relationship with Konoha. They were a powerful ninja clan, strong enough to be likened to a nation, showcasing their might. It was unfortunate, though, that they had been exterminated, reportedly due to a surprise attack by the Mist Village in collusion with others, leaving Konoha unable to provide timely support. Idiot. Kakashi shot him a glance, choosing not to elaborate further, and resumed practicing water walking. What do you mean? You idiot. Asuma retorted defiantly, feeling unjustly insulted. As Yuichi looked at the scroll, he spoke. My crimson hair serves as proof. In the ninja world, such red hair is predominantly found among the Uzumaki clan. He paused, then continued. Moreover, the relationship between Minato and Kushina is well known, making the connection quite apparent. Unless one completely neglects intelligence gathering, it would be impossible to remain unaware. Sarutobi Asuma fell silent. Yuichi was indeed correct. He had not conducted any intelligence investigation. After a moment, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fist and declared, I shall also become an information ninja. Upon hearing this, Yuichi looked up and smiled. Yes, intelligence Asuma. Keep it up. As a ninja, aside from strength, what is most crucial? Intelligence? Assassination? Infiltration? None of these. The most vital aspect of being a ninja is to discover the gem within your heart. Asuma, you are on the wrong path. Sarutobi Hisashi observed his busy son, feeling a mix of emotions. He struggled to express his thoughts, knowing that his relationship with Asuma was strained, and doubted that Asuma would heed his advice. I hope you come to understand the true essence of the gem soon, he silently mused. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Asuma gazed contentedly at the intelligence he had gathered during his free time, a smile gracing his face. Sarutobi Asuma shall become an information ninja from this moment onward. Every afternoon after school was designated for learning. However, today, Akane Yuhi did not explain the principles of various ninjutsu techniques, but instead held the scroll containing the shadow clone technique bestowed upon Yuichi by Kushina Uzumaki. Stroking his chin, Akane Yuhi examined the text for a long while before speaking. The shadow clone is indeed a remarkable technique. I had intended to teach it to you in due time. He then turned to his daughter. Red, you must continue to train your chakra control. Your chakra is insufficient, and your recovery speed is lacking. Although the shadow clone technique can assist in training, it may yield counterproductive effects, so it is best not to learn it just yet. Yuhi Akane was well aware of Red's strong chakra control abilities. However, the learning curve for the shadow clone technique was steep. The rank of a ninjutsu reflects the difficulty of mastering it, and the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, which is no small feat. Although mastering this technique could significantly enhance learning efficiency, it was still too early for Red to tackle it. A B-rank ninjutsu represents the proficiency of a chunin. Rather than wasting time on this technique, it would be more beneficial for Red to improve her chakra control, allowing her to learn several genjutsu in a shorter period. Yuhi Akane held high hopes for Yuichi and Red, primarily for their survival. As long as they could ensure their safety, everything else could be discussed. Yuichi nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the many applications of the shadow clone technique. Although the learning curve is steep, he possesses unwavering confidence in himself. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. He recalled the childhood template of the 7th generation he had initially received. That formidable clone strike was ostensibly derived from the shadow clone technique. Yet it exhibited characteristics akin to a mere clone. Only when utilizing the skill did this clone transform into a shadow clone, delivering a powerful strike to the opponent. It was perplexingly abstract. This template offered him no advantage whatsoever. Were this a conventional skill, he could exploit the clone's ability to shift between reality and illusion, playing tricks on his adversaries. Alas, it resembled the SCHR Dinger's clone. Yuichi Jingu had, on several occasions, clandestinely summoned a rather lackluster clone that merely sat there with its rear end protruding. He could scarcely imagine the mortification he would endure in battle if his opponent witnessed him conjuring a clone with such an embarrassing posture. Thus, he dared not utilize this skill. As Yuichi pondered, the voice of Akane Yuhi reached his ears. The shadow clone technique, an advanced ninjutsu created by the Second Hokage, grants the clone's physicality, the chakra is evenly distributed among them. As Yuhi spoke, she formed hand seals, summoning a shadow clone beside her. The clone took over her task, retrieving a cup from the table. This is indeed a shadow clone. The strength of the shadow clone lies in its ability to evade detection by Byakugan or other sensory ninjutsu. However, the shadow clone itself cannot sustain attacks. Just as the clone articulated this, Yuhi unexpectedly delivered a punch, obliterating it, and continued her explanation as if nothing had occurred. After the shadow clone's disappearance, its memories would flood back to your consciousness. Yuichi sat quietly in his chair, attentively listening. He understood the purpose of the shadow clone. Although primarily used for stealth and intelligence gathering, it was even more beneficial for training. Upon the clone's dissolution, memories would be relayed back to the original, implying that this ninjutsu serves as a conduit for experience. While it may not deepen muscle memory, it allows for the practice and development of ninjutsu. In Yuichi's view, this represents the true essence of the shadow clone technique. Unbeknownst to Yuhi, Yuichi's thoughts remained unspoken as she continued elucidating the characteristics of this ninjutsu and the methods to master it. Despite his understanding of the shadow clone's attributes, he remained quietly attentive. Beside him, Akane Yuhi blinked her large eyes, curiously absorbing the lesson. Although her father had advised her to focus primarily on genjutsu, she was equally intrigued by this ninjutsu. As Yuhi elaborated, Yuichi gradually comprehended how to cultivate this technique. The following day, Yuhi stealthily entered Yuichi's room, gently nudging him while cautiously glancing towards the door. In a hushed tone, she urged, "Yuichi, wake up." Slowly, Yuichi opened his eyes, rubbed them, and yawned, saying, "Akane, the alarm hasn't gone off. Why are you waking me so early?" He was puzzled. Usually, it was only after the alarm had rung that Akane would come to wake him. Yuichi glanced at the clock beside him, noting that there was still an hour until his usual rising time. Sensing his hesitation, Akane appeared somewhat anxious, frequently glancing towards the door as if anticipating some impending disaster. "Yuichi, let us commence our training," Akane exclaimed. Last night, she had shared a plethora of information, encompassing not merely the techniques of shadow clones, but also the methods for chakra enhancement, which she had meticulously devised herself. Within the entirety of Konohagakure, only the Uchiha and the Kurama could rival Akane in the realm of genjutsu. The prowess of a genjutsu master is far from illusory. Akane possessed her unique training regimen, which she was now imparting to both Yuichi and herself. Hearing her words, Yuichi cast another glance at the clock, hesitated momentarily, and then nodded. In truth, he yearned for a few more moments of slumber. However, the sight of the clock extinguished that notion instantly. Any further attempts at sleep would only leave him more fatigued. Upon Yuichi's acquiescence, Akane beamed with delight, rushing forward to embrace him. "I knew you would agree, Yuichi." As he inhaled Akane's fragrant scent, Yuichi instinctively remarked, "It smells wonderful." At his words, Akane's cheeks flushed crimson. She released him with a shy smile, saying, "I shall take my leave now," before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Yuichi smiled to himself. For the ensuing period, Yuichi's primary focus became honing his shadow clone technique. His innate talent was commendable. His previous struggles with tree climbing and water walking stemmed merely from an overwhelming chakra reserve that he had yet to master fully. However, it was only a matter of time before he would conquer it. After all, he was not burdened by the presence of a tailed beast within him. His chakra was inherited from the Uzumaki clan, immense and vibrant. The chakra control abilities of the Uzumaki clan were not to be underestimated. Their specialty lay in sealing techniques, which demand a high degree of chakra control. While initially challenging to manage such a vast reservoir of chakra, Yuichi's proficiency in chakra manipulation significantly improved as he completed his training in tree climbing and water walking. "One day, my chakra will rival that of the tailed beasts," Yuichi silently vowed, filled with confidence. Beside him, Akane practiced the fire dragon technique. Both Yuichi and Akane had already learned this ninjutsu, yet Akane having later devoted her time to tree climbing and water walking, had not yet mastered it thoroughly. Coupled with the chakra control methods taught by Akane's mentor, she eagerly delved into practice. The chakra control technique imparted by her mentor was straightforward: control the chakra within her body while minimizing the chakra expended when executing ninjutsu. Manipulating chakra within the body to perform ninjutsu also served to enhance one's control capabilities. Generally, when ninjas employ ninjutsu, they tend to use more chakra than necessary. A reflexive action. As the setting sun cast its warm glow, Hinata focused on mastering the dragon fire technique, skillfully manipulating the chakra within her. This dual practice not only honed her chakra control but also refined her prowess in the dragon fire technique, a harmonious convergence of training. Yuichi cast a glance at Hinata before immersing himself in the rigorous training of the shadow clone technique. The hand seals for this technique were remarkably simple: rat, snake, tiger, just 3 swift seals. Drawing a deep breath, Yuichi executed the seals with a calm precision, then proclaimed, shadow clone technique. With a plume of smoke rising, 8 identical clones of Yuichi materialized beside him. Indeed, I am a prodigy. Naturally, I succeeded on the first attempt. If I am not a genius, then who is? Who boasts of invincibility? Shut up. Do you not feel awkward repeating that every day? Fine, let us stick with that, for the sake of my red-haired friend. The clones engaged in a lively discussion, initially elated and basking in his own pride. Yuichi recalled how Naruto Uzumaki had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique in a single night. Was it too much to expect that I, Yuichi could learn the shadow clone technique in a day? Yet, as he reveled in his accomplishment, the chatter of the clones reached his ears, and he felt his forehead tense with frustration. While he should have been delighted to summon 8 clones at once, their words soured his mood. The clones created through the shadow clone technique inherently reflected the subconscious personality of the original. In other words, the clones embodied the true essence of their creator. Freed from the fear of death and the burden of various concerns, their true natures emerged. Thus, one could often discern an individual's character through the behavior of their clones. Observing these clones, Yuichi dispelled them, plunging into contemplation. Where had he gone astray? How had the nature of the clones shifted? He would rather believe he had executed the technique incorrectly than admit to flaws in his own character. Just as he pondered this, Kakashi Hitaki and his companions arrived. Upon seeing Yuichi, Obito Uchiha grumbled, "You're really infuriating. Skipping school and making us wait for you." Obito's words were eloquent, but Yuichi saw through him and retorted, "You? Waiting for me?" "Of course," Obito replied, unwavering, as if his claim were undeniable. "You have no idea how long we've waited for you." "Is that so?" Yuichi replied, offering a polite smile. "I do not believe you." "You." Obito began to protest, but Asuma Saratobi intervened, urging him to step back. How embarrassing. Anyone present knew that Obito Uchiha had never been punctual for school. Obito continued to resist, but Asuma firmly restrained him. Kakashi, intrigued, turned to Yuichi and inquired, "Are both of you skipping school?" "Well, the teacher doesn't mind us not attending, so it's no big deal," Yuichi replied. Having observed the situation over the past few days, Kakashi Hitaki observed the indifferent Yuichi, his fists clenching tightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to confront him. He inquired, "Then why did you not share this with us?" Noticing his demeanor, Yuichi feigned sorrow and replied, "Those who are willing do not require guidance. Those who are not will never learn." "Kakashi, you simply do not understand me." Kakashi retorted, "How can I comprehend if you remain silent?" Yuichi shrugged nonchalantly, "Well, over the past couple of days, we went to school but left without encountering our teacher, who has not sought us out either. This indicates that our attendance in the morning is of little consequence to him." "Kakashi." Yuichi murmured his name with a sense of wistfulness. "You still have much to practice." Kakashi expressed his disinterest in further conversation, moving towards the cabinet to retrieve a wooden sword. He approached a wooden post and began to strike it, the dull thuds of the wooden sword against the post resonating rhythmically across the training ground. It appeared as though Kakashi envisioned the wooden post as Yuichi, delivering each blow with unrestrained fervor and intensity. Mike scratched his head, opting to train alone in a corner. Similarly, Obito Uchiha and Asuma Saratobi followed suit. The training ground momentarily divided into 4 distinct areas: Kakashi's domain for swordsmanship practice, Guy's zone for physical training, and a section where Yuhi Kurenai, Obito, and Asuma honed their ninjutsu, leaving Yuichi in stark contrast, idly observing. Witnessing the diligence of his peers, Yuichi inhaled deeply, resolving to strive harder himself. My years of effort have culminated in my current strength. I cannot allow them to surpass me. He mused, proceeding to form seals at a steady pace. As smoke rose, four shadow clones materialized before him. Do you grasp my intention? He queried. The clones shook their heads in confusion. You must understand, regardless. Yuichi dismissed their bewilderment. Though the shadow clones possessed their own consciousness, they remained extensions of him, with Yuichi holding absolute control. However, such control was seldom necessary. Pointing at one of the clones, Yuichi began. You understand the development of fire release, right? I do, exclaimed the clone, eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Back in the day, I unleashed the wrath of the Buddha's flame lotus. And he? Yuichi's lips twitched in irritation. Do you think I haven't watched battle through the heavens? After sending the first clone away, he locked eyes with the second. I will develop Chidori, while you accompany him to explore it. Each clone was assigned a task. You and Clone 1 will work on fire release, while the rest of us delve into Chidori research. Yuichi patted Clone 4 on the shoulder. We all have a bright future ahead. The fourth shadow clone cast a disdainful glance at Yuichi Jiechuan, an expression of contempt gracing his features. I am you. There is no need for you to paint grand visions for me. You will inevitably come to regret this. With a cold huff, the fourth shadow clone turned and headed in the direction of the first clone. Watching the retreating figure, Yuichi Jiechuan scratched his head. After a moment's contemplation, he managed to utter, I am the true original. The research on Chidori was not genuine scholarly work. It merely required a plausible justification for the emergence of such a ninjutsu. His lightning-based chakra served as that justification. Accidentally developing an A-rank lightning ninjutsu seemed quite reasonable. Did it not? Yuichi Jiechuan believed it to be so. Yesterday, when he returned home and shared the shadow clone technique with Akane Yuhi, he recounted the tale of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Upon hearing this, Akane merely glanced at him and posed a question. If an entire clan perished, and one individual lived elsewhere, only to encounter a child of the same lineage one day, what do you think would happen? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuichi Jiechuan responded. Naturally, one would feel a sense of kinship. After uttering this, he suddenly realized the weight of his words, while Akane simply smiled in silence. Kushina Uzumaki bore no malice towards him. On the contrary, she viewed him with kindness. Yesterday, she had asked him to call Minato brother-in-law, which stemmed from this very sentiment. It seemed rather pleasant to have such an older sister, Yuichi Jiechuan mused. Kushina Uzumaki, the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, wife of the fourth Hokage, mother of the seventh Hokage, and distant relative of the fifth Hokage, was akin to a weapon of mass destruction in Konoha. As a sentient weapon, her deterrent power was formidable. Additionally, with Minato Namikaze and Akane Yuhi backing him, the strength he possessed was sufficient to protect himself within Konoha and even allow him to become a formidable force. Thus, in this context, the fact that he was a genius did not require concealment. Yuichi Jiechuan shamelessly thought to himself, considering himself an unparalleled prodigy. While the shadow clones were diligently training, Yuichi Jiechuan would not allow himself to be idle. Minato had informed him yesterday that Kushina would serve as his guiding jonin, also instructing him in sealing techniques. Therefore, he needed to hone his chakra control skills. With this in mind, Yuichi Jiechuan formed hand seals, and in the next instant, shadow clones 5 and 6 materialized. The task of mastering chakra control is entrusted to you too. Work diligently. I shall not shortchange you, he said, patting the shoulders of his two shadow clones. What a lazy original! The two clones glared at him with indignation, but Yuichi Jiechuan remained unfazed. What was wrong with receiving a few extra glances? Under his guidance, the two clones dutifully set about refining their chakra control abilities. 6 shadow clones, paired into groups of 2, with 2 responsible for fire techniques, 2 for the development of Chidori, and 2 for honing chakra control abilities. Time flows serenely, yet it is but a fade, for some bear the weight of burdens. In the world of Naruto, enduring hardship does not elevate one above others, but consuming others does. Even if these individuals are one's own shadow clones. Achievement unlocked, cannibalism. When I become ruthless, I even exploit myself. In this world, a heart of stone is the trump card for survival. Will you act? If you hesitate, there are plenty of shadow clones to do the work. Reward, summoning technique, fire crow. Yuichi Jiechuan gazed at the azure screen before him, his mind swirling with questions. What in the world is this fire crow? He had anticipated that through achievements, he might obtain a summoning beast. Yet his desire was for a panda. He was eager to envision how a panda, as a summoning technique, would manifest. However, This achievement reward did not bestow upon him a panda, nor had he ever heard of this summoning beast. It seemed unlikely to be from any game he knew. Nonetheless, the summoning beast sounded formidable. With a thought, Yuichi summoned his personal panel before his eyes. Achievements: childhood sweethearts, lifelong rivals, the beginning of a ninja. Clocking in for a delicious ramen, Obito's promise, I do as I please, cannibalism. Rewards: Naruto Uzumaki, ninja trainee, ninja body technique, control LV2, Sakura Haruno Shippuden. Sasuke Uchiha, Sharingan, ninja body technique, Fury, summoning technique, Fire Crow. Title: Ninja trainee, equipped. Special reward: Uzumaki bloodline. As he perused the panel, Yuichi felt an obscure space materializing in his mind, within which floated a summoning scroll. A glance at the others made him refrain from revealing it. If a summoning scroll were to manifest now, it would lead to complications. Just as he shifted his attention away from the personal panel to the scroll in the darkened space, an ethereal message whispered in his mind, informing him that he had successfully signed a summoning contract with the Fire Crow. Simultaneously, a subtle pull beckoned him, though not overpoweringly. Yuichi sensed that if he wished, he could reverse the summoning. The information in his mind ignited a sense of urgency. Casting a glance around, he ventured deeper into the forest. The 6 shadow clones looked up at him. The 2 engaged in idleness sat against a tree trunk. Hey, what is this fool doing? One clone wondered. Doesn't he realize he's embarrassing us shadow clones? Indeed, we completed the Chidori development in such a short time, yet there are no rewards. I've never encountered such an inept original. As these words escaped, the nearby shadow clone shot him a surprised glance. They all originated from the same entity. How could this clone be so shameless? Yet, he found it amusing. Yuichi remained blissfully unaware of the clone's opinions of him. Thus, the tale continues. Surveying his surroundings, Yuichi Ju murmured to himself before responding to the call from the void, transforming into a wisp of white smoke and vanishing from sight. In the southern region of the 3 mountains lies a peak known as Chien Mountain, where flames dance upon black rocks, and the earth is abundant with fiery essence. Spanning 200 miles, it is home to a beast, the Fire Crow, which encircles itself in flames, resembling a crow with 3 legs, its black feathers shimmering like gold. Capable of human speech, proclaiming, Fire Crow, consume it to invigorate your vitality. What brings me here? Yuichi Ju pondered, gazing at the stone tablet before him. A sense of bewilderment washing over him. The overwhelming semblance of the classic of mountains and seas was perplexing. Just as his confusion deepened, a sudden cry echoed through the sky. A colossal, flame-enshrouded 3-legged fire crow descended, towering 7 or 8 meters, making Yuichi Ju appear insignificant in its presence. Are you the covenanter of my clan? The fire crow spoke with an air of antiquity. Yuichi Ju, taken aback by its imposing figure, could not help but swallow nervously while nodding in affirmation. Before encountering the fire crow, he had envisioned it as merely the size of an ordinary crow, albeit with some extraordinary traits. However, the reality of the fire crow shattered his preconceived notions entirely. Could a crow truly grow to such a size? Indeed, the 3-legged fire crow could be deemed a crow without exaggeration. I am the crow immortal, the sovereign of this realm. The voice of the crow immortal resonated with a rugged timbre. With a proud gesture of its wing, it pointed towards the stone tablet. This is the emblem of our lineage, a legacy passed down since time immemorial. Following its wing, Yuichi Ju's gaze returned to the stone tablet, his attention ultimately resting on the final words, consume it to invigorate vitality. Is this what you dare to call a stone tablet? Yuichi Ju internally scoffed. Is this not merely a recipe? At that moment, he felt the air around him grow increasingly warm, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping above. Simultaneously, a chorus of ya echoed in the air. Glancing upwards, he beheld a sea of flames approaching him. As the fiery tide drew nearer, Yuichi Ju became increasingly agitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The crow immortal, seemingly aware of his discomfort, bellowed a curse. By the heavens! Everyone, calm yourselves. This is our covenanter. The crow immortal remained irritable. With its utterance, the fiery sea dissipated, replaced by a dense mass of 3-legged fire crows. In contrast to the crow immortal, these fire crows were of standard crow size, yet distinct with their 3 talons. Their plumage bore hues akin to flames, albeit some were not entirely cloaked in this coloration, suggesting that the vibrancy of their colors was indicative of their strength. A multitude of fire crows descended around Yuichi Ju and the crow immortal, with the leader raising its head to address the crow immortal. Brother, this fellow is scrawny, lacking natural energy within. Can he truly lead us into battle? Of course he can. The crow immortal chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is our covenanter." As he gestured towards the stone tablet, he continued, "These words have been passed down alongside the stone tablet. One day, a red-haired youth will lead our Fire Crow clan into battle." The crow immortal asserted confidently, casting another glance at Yuki Yuichi. "I have been awaiting this day." Yuki Yuichi responded, "You are not the Fire Crow clan. You are merely a band of rogues, aren't you? Moreover, what do you mean by a red-haired youth leading you into battle? I am not Naruto Uzumaki. This is clearly the prophecy of that great toad sage, isn't it?" The azure-eyed youth merrily called upon the names of 9 wild beasts. Is it so simple as to alter a few words and claim it as a new prophecy? Despite feeling somewhat strained, Yuki Yuichi could not help but inquire, "Crow Immortal, is your ability the manipulation of fire?" Upon hearing this, the Crow Immortal took flight, wings flapping majestically. With one claw, he grasped a local specialty, the black rock, and ground it into powder. His voice resonated with authority. The Fire Crow clan possesses a hard, sharp beak, powerful claws, and formidable wings, alongside the ability of fire release. So, go forth to battle. The Fire Crows shall heed your command. With that, the Crow Immortal soared into the distance. Yuki Yuichi gazed at the departing Crow Immortal, momentarily enveloped in silence. At that moment, the Fire Crow that had just conversed with the Crow Immortal perched upon his shoulder. "I am Caldia, and pay no heed to what my brother spoke earlier. Prophecies and battles, he has lost his mind. Should you require assistance, you may summon me or any other Fire Crow. As long as you need us, we are willing to fight for you." Diya's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to that of the Crow Immortal. Observing Diya upon his shoulder, Yuki Yuichi took a deep breath and gazed at the stone tablet. He had yet to utter a word before Diya began to explain. "You likely wish to inquire about the stone tablet, correct?" "Ah." The final phrase of the stone tablet. Yuki Yuichi felt a bit embarrassed, asking such a question in front of her. Even his usual boldness faltered. Diya, unfazed, replied, "This stone tablet has been passed down for ages. It is said to record our origins. However, it holds little significance. As for the last segment," her tone took on an unusual quality that was inscribed by my brother himself. He originally intended to write, "Consume it for virility, burn it for demise." Yet, he ran out of space. Yuki Yuichi remarked, "Goodness, he inscribed a recipe for himself." Diya's disposition was exceptionally gentle. Regardless of what Yuki Yuichi asked, she answered with patience. After 2.5 hours, Yuki Yuichi grasped the situation of the Fire Crow clan and understood the nature of this place. It existed independently from the ninja world, akin to Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest. The 3 great sanctuaries are, in essence, realms of a different dimension. The Fire Crow clan is similarly situated. Yet unlike the 3 sanctuaries, it remains entirely disconnected from the outside world. This otherworldly space is not particularly vast. The inscription on the stone tablet indicates a radius of 200 li, approximately 100 kilometers. While one might argue it is small, it is not insignificant. Conversely, it is not overwhelmingly large either. The Fire Crow clan has resided within this dimension for ages, subsisting on the black rocks that dot the ground. Furthermore, Yuichi Juetching has come to comprehend the strength of the Fire Crows. It aligns closely with his earlier conjectures. Their power is gauged by the extent of the golden hue adorning their bodies. The more golden coverage, the greater their strength and, correspondingly, their status. After acquiring this knowledge, Yuichi Juetching rose to depart. However, at that moment, the great crow tilted its head as if struck by an idea and remarked, "It appears that your kind can learn our abilities." Yuichi Juetching gazed at the great crow in astonishment. The creature continued, "Did I not mention earlier that you lack natural energy? It is improbable for you to lead us into battle." Although initially intended as a jest to pacify its elder brother, it was not entirely untruthful. "You are truly weak, devoid of any natural energy." "Natural energy?" Yuichi Juetching's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you suggesting that I could learn this from you?" The great crow regarded him for a prolonged moment before nodding affirmatively. "It can amalgamate with another form of energy within you." This statement left Yuichi Juetching puzzled. Upon hearing about natural energy, he had anticipated the possibility of directly acquiring it. Noticing his confusion, the great crow hopped onto his head and clarified, "The natural energy absorbed by our clan is wild and belongs to the essence of fire. Direct assimilation would lead to indigestion. However, you possess a different type of energy within you that could serve as a counterbalance." Tilting its head, the great crow gazed down at Yuichi Juetching, whom it had been using as a perch. In this scenario, the natural energy cultivated may indeed be somewhat weaker than ours. Yet it might also yield a fascinating fusion with your inherent energy. The Great Crow's words were clear. While it is possible for him to cultivate natural energy, the outcome remains uncertain. Yuichi Jueching fell into deep contemplation. This concept felt remarkably familiar. What energy resided within him? Was it not chakra? The fusion of natural energy and chakra? Could this not be the essence of sage mode? Excitement surged within him as he exclaimed, "Great Crow, I wish to learn." "No, you do not," the Great Crow replied, shaking its head. "Your foundational capacity is insufficient. Your current strength is still quite feeble." The Great Crow pondered for a moment, attempting to comfort Yuichi Jueching. "With your present physical resilience, absorbing natural energy would result in an internal combustion." "Ah," the Great Crow squawked twice, flapping its wings and soaring into the air, circling gracefully above him. The originally half-black and half-red hues of the Great Crow suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, with flickering flames emanating from its form. In an instant, the Great Crow, which appeared harmless and bore no distinction from an ordinary raven save for its third claw, metamorphosed into a blazing firebird, spiraling through the air. The Great Crow did not soar high. Yuichi Keijo could still feel the searing warmth radiating from its body. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the fire release, feather dispersal technique. Under Yuichi's watchful gaze, the Great Crow executed no extraneous movements. However, the flames enveloping it transformed into feathers, shooting downwards towards the ground. The feather dispersal technique persisted for several seconds, and only after its conclusion could Yuichi discern the situation below. What once appeared as an unremarkable pile of black rocks was now riddled with countless holes. Wisps of white smoke rose from the openings, a clear indication of the high temperatures that had scorched the surface. At this moment, the Great Crow retracted its flames, reverting to its previous innocuous form, perched above Yuichi's head. "Do you see? This is the natural energy we cultivate. It is a unique ability of our Firebird clan. You may learn it, but you must neutralize it with the power within you. And, moreover, you need a robust physique." Yuichi inhaled deeply. He aspired to master this sage mode. He had initially thought that after learning the shadow clone technique, he could relax. After all, he had set his sights on becoming a ninjutsu-type ninja, believing that a sufficient physique would suffice. Thus, after mastering the shadow clone, he had planned to let the clones undertake his learning. However, it now became evident that he must also focus on enhancing his physical prowess. While the experience gained through shadow clones could be utilized for learning ninjutsu, it would not contribute to his physical development. As he continued to converse with the Great Crow, Yuichi came to fully comprehend the status of the Crow Sage. The Crow Sage represented the pinnacle of the Firebird clan, evident from its imposing stature. Out of sheer boredom, it had been dozing off. In addition to cultivating natural energy, some Firebirds dedicated themselves to fortifying their physical forms, possessing considerable strength and size, albeit with lesser mastery of natural energy. Conversely, those Firebirds specializing in natural energy bore little difference in size from ordinary crows, save for their more aesthetically pleasing appearance and an additional claw. It was said that evolution was within their reach. Just as Yuichi prepared to depart, the Great Crow expressed a hint of nostalgia. Yet, this was merely an ancient legend. Nevertheless, many clan members were diligently striving for evolution. As the Great Crow spoke, it pecked at the hard black stone beneath, shattering it effortlessly with each bite, producing a crisp sound that made Yuichi wince. He had just discovered the hardness of the black rock, attempting to scratch its surface with a shuriken, leaving only a faint white mark. In contrast, the Great Crow shattered it with ease, leaving Yuichi to ponder the incredible sharpness and strength of its beak. In the mind of Yuichi Jincheng, the Great Raven remained oblivious to his thoughts. It continued its discourse, expressing its dedication to the mastery of natural energy, aspiring to evolve through this force. In contrast, the brutish beings focused on physical cultivation, hoping to harness their formidable physiques to enhance their lineage and achieve evolution. However, it appeared that in their pursuit of physical prowess, they had neglected their intellect, rendering them nearly speechless. Nevertheless, despite this deficiency, they remained remarkably powerful, albeit perhaps lacking in cognitive acuity. When called upon to engage in battle, one must remember to avoid convoluted phrases, as these rugged creatures might struggle to comprehend them. Upon hearing the raven's words, Yuichi recalled the scant memories he possessed. Pondering whether Orochimaru's dragon cave also offered the possibility of evolution, perhaps even into a dragon? What, then, was the nature of the Fire Raven clan's evolution? Contemplating this, Yuichi boldly inquired. If you could evolve, what form would you take? I do not know, the raven replied, shaking its head, indicating its own ignorance. For no one had ever undergone evolution, not even its elder brother. This notion remained but a legend, albeit one with a high degree of credibility. As the raven spoke, it regarded Yuichi, for the prophecy had indeed come to fruition. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yuichi's mouth as he probed further. Are you truly certain this isn't some concoction bestowed upon your fire raven clan by the system? Perhaps I could offer you a reference. Yuichi's gaze fell upon the raven, which was pecking at the obsidian ground, particularly fixating on its talons. Curious, the raven turned its head towards him, pondering what he might have in mind, and replied, such matters are unnecessary, yet speculating wouldn't hurt. After all, you are the one foretold by prophecy. I once encountered an ancient tale about a revered being in flames, representing the sun deity, the Jinwu. What relevance does that hold for us? The raven tilted its head, observing him intently. The Jinwu, also known as the three-legged golden crow, is born of the sun. You may wish to reflect upon this. With that, Yuichi flashed a smile and joined his hands in prayer, preparing to depart. The raven, still tilting its head, glanced down at its own form, half of which had transformed into a golden hue, and fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, it sighed, truly, you are indeed the one of prophecy. I am destined for greatness. When Yuki Yuichi was present, she suppressed her true nature and remained gentle. However, now that Yuki Yuichi is departing, she has reclaimed her essence. I shall surely become the three-legged golden crow. The great crow mused, flames igniting her entire being as she soared into the sky. Everyone, take flight. Yes, big sister. With her command, the once dormant Chien Mountain, stilled by Yuki Yuichi's presence, regained its vigor. The flames that had paused now roared back to life, as the fire crows, engulfed in flames, coalesced into a blazing inferno in the air. Wherever they passed, a chain reaction ensued, with orange flames erupting from the ground. The desolate Chien Mountain had transformed before their eyes. The crow sage observed this spectacle, smirking. Isn't it I who has enabled you? If the contract holders can withstand the intense heat here, you needn't flaunt your prowess. Back at the training ground atop Hokage Rock, Yuki Yuichi stroked his chin, pondering the drastic change in the great crow. In the moment of her disappearance, he seemed to hear her voice and catch a glimpse of her ascending into the sky. Shaking his head, he thought, impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a gentle crow refer to herself in such a manner? With that thought, he made his way toward the training field. Upon his arrival, his 8 shadow clones gazed at him with discontent, while Yuhi Kurenai approached with concern. Yuichi, where have you been? Why did you take so long? Seeing the worry in her eyes, Yuki Yuichi replied with a grin, I just took a look in the forest. Curious about what lay around here. And did you discover anything of interest? Kakashi Hitaki approached, intrigued. He was aware of a river nearby, but little else. Yuki Yuichi shook his head, just trees. It seems there is nothing else. At that moment, Asuma Saratobi, Obito Uchiha, and Might Guy also arrived. Asuma glanced at the group and remarked, while I was, playing in the old man's office. I came across some records regarding the area surrounding Konoha. The village is encircled by a forest, with only one road leading out at the village gate. You all know this, right? The group nodded. Rather than being surrounded by a forest, it was more accurate to say that Konoha was established within it. Let me share something quietly, Asuma said, glancing around before lowering his voice, according to the documents in the old man's office. The forest surrounding Konoha was created by the first Hokage. That can't be true. Obito exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Even the third Hokage, renowned as the strongest, could not possess such formidable power. Humph. Asuma scoffed at Obito's retort. What does he know about being the strongest Hokage? Asuma Saratobi, composed of 50 pounds of stubbornness and 50 pounds of flesh and blood, spoke without the slightest hesitation. The information I possess is classified. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and your ancestor, Uchiha Madara, united to bring an end to the Warring States period. One is revered as the god of ninjas. The other as the Azura of the ninja world. My old man can clearly see he is merely boasting. How shameless. Yuichi Ju and Kakashi Hitaki exchanged glances. A peculiar look directed at Asuma Saratobi. What a fortunate son the third Hokage has. Kurenai Yuhi scratched her head. Is it appropriate for us to speak of Lord Hokage in this manner? I said it. Asuma Saratobi, as if in a fit of pique, retorted. It's true. He is clearly inferior to the previous Hokage, yet insists on bragging. Even the typically carefree Might Guy found it hard to bear, awkwardly shifting the conversation, Shall we go for a meal? I'm hungry. Upon hearing Guy's words, Yuichi Ju finally registered that it was indeed noon. He had been at Chien Mountain for nearly 4 hours. It was about time for a meal. Casting a glance at the shadow clones still laboring diligently, Yuichi Ju promptly declared a break for them. Before vanishing, the clones indignantly cursed him for his lack of shame. As the 8 clones dissipated, their distinct memories merged back into his original self. The once steady Yuichi Ju stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but was swiftly caught by Kurenai Yuhi. Yuichi, are you alright? She asked with concern, noticing his pale complexion. I'll take the afternoon off from class with the teacher. You shouldn't attend, he replied. Feeling dizzy and seeing 3 images of Kurenai. Damn, just 8 clones, and 2 of them were slacking off, and I can't handle it. His current state indeed precluded him from attending class, so he nodded, suppressing his discomfort, and said, let us do it that way. Please inform the teacher that I've perished from utilizing 8 shadow clones. Upon hearing his words, Kakashi and the others exchanged bemused glances, realizing his logic was faltering. Kurenai, please escort him home, Kakashi instructed, aware of the side effects of the shadow clone technique. For most, creating even 1 or 2 would be the limit. Thus, when he witnessed Yuichi Ju manifesting 8 clones that morning, he had assumed the boy was far superior to himself. It turned out to be a FAAD. Dazed, Yuichi Ju was guided home by Kurenai Yuhi, his mind still pondering why Naruto Uzumaki could produce so many clones. This technique is truly toxic. Meanwhile, Kurenai Yuhi was watering flowers when she spotted the returning Yuichi, supported by her expression changing in concern, fearing he had been harmed. What happened to him? She questioned, worriedly supporting Yuichi, who had become this way after dispelling several shadow clones. As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Sunset Akane furrowed her brow and approached Yuichi Ju, observing him for a moment before exhaling a sigh of relief. He was unscathed. It was merely an overwhelming influx of memories that he struggled to bear. Upon hearing Akane's words, Sunset Hong also visibly relaxed. Phew, you scare me to death. She pouted. If you keep this up, I shall ignore you. Gazing at her little cabbage, Akane nodded in agreement. Indeed. Forget about him. Leave this rascal to me. You should go to school and, by the way, take this little imp off for a day. Hong nodded, though a flicker of concern crossed her face as she cast one last glance at Yuichi Ju before departing. Despite her declaration of indifference towards him, her worry lingered. Once Hong had left, Akane sighed as she looked at Yuichi Ju. Initially, she had intended to be angry, but recalling that she had not informed the boy that the shadow clone technique could not be overused, her ire dissipated. Was this her fault? But who could have anticipated that he would master such a technique in such a brief span of time? While Akane lamented, Yuichi Ju gradually opened his eyes, still dazed. His memories in disarray. Under Akane's watchful gaze, he produced a palm-sized scroll from beneath his garments. Akane raised an eyebrow. Is there a pocket down there? Though perplexed by how he managed to retrieve such an object, she stepped forward to examine it. The scroll was somewhat smaller than a typical summoning scroll. As she unfurled it, her expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she read aloud the words inscribed upon it. Each syllable pronounced with care. The crimson flame crow shall inevitably strike the toad with a punch and kick the great serpent. Casting her gaze to the left, she was startled to see Yuichi's name emblazoned prominently. Is this a summoning scroll? While anyone can learn summoning techniques, not everyone possesses a summoning beast. How did this boy suddenly acquire such a thing? After folding the scroll, she glanced at Yuichi's lower half, pondering before placing it on the table. In his muddled state, Yuichi remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently exposed the existence of the Fire Crow clan. Dizziness clouded his mind, and all he could perceive was Akane standing before him, her peculiar expression lingering in his fading consciousness. At 3 in the afternoon, Yuichi slowly opened his eyes to a foreign ceiling. Still disoriented, he mumbled incoherently under his breath, only to suddenly snap his eyes wide open and leap from the bed. The familiar ceiling greeted him. What happened to me? Standing on the bed, he rubbed his head, and in the next moment, the memories of his demise surged forth. Damn that Naruto Uzumaki. Yuichi Juchi initially believed that as a member of the Vortex clan, endowed with the Uchiha bloodline and a 1/5 Tomo Sharingan, he could safely create numerous shadow clones. Although aware that utilizing too many shadow clones was inadvisable, he thought producing a mere 8 clones would pose no significant risk. However, the reality proved to be far more perilous than he anticipated. He had no doubt that had he attempted to create more clones, he would now be lifeless. The distinction between shadow clones and the technique of multiple shadow clones is minimal. The former requires a gradual production of clones, limiting the number that can be created at once, whereas the latter permits the instantaneous creation of thousands. Beyond this difference, the two techniques share similar effectiveness given sufficient time. As if sensing the commotion within the room, Akane Akatsuki appeared at the doorway, casually leaning against the frame, holding the summoning scroll of the Fire Crow clan. She tossed the scroll to Yuichi, inquiring about its origin. Instinctively, Yuichi received the scroll and opened it, discovering it belonged to the Fire Crow clan. He attempted to sense the dark space within his mind but found himself unable, confirming his lack of awareness regarding how he had acquired the scroll. After contemplating Akane's words for a moment, Yuichi recounted, "Earlier today, I encountered a small bird engulfed in flames in the forest behind the Hokage rock." Stealing a glance at Akane, who listened intently, he continued, "I doused it with a bucket of water to extinguish the fire. Once the flames were out, it asked me to sign my name on this scroll before flying away." He gestured with the summoning scroll in his hand. Akane fell silent, reflecting on his account. If memory served him correctly, the scroll was associated with the Fire Crow, though he had never heard of the Fire Crow clan. The name alone suggested a connection to fire, likely indicating that the little bird was indeed a member of that clan. Its fiery appearance hinted at some form of training. Yet remarkably, it did not express resentment towards Yuichi for extinguishing its flames. Instead, it had invited him to forge a summoning contract. Akane reevaluated the sequence of events in his mind, left somewhat bemused by the peculiar circumstances. He did not doubt Yuichi's honesty, despite his mischievous nature and propensity for mischief. He recognized the boy's inherent goodness and his unblemished record of truthfulness. After all, what deceit could arise between a parent and child? Furthermore, this development was undoubtedly a fortuitous one. After all, it involved a summoning beast, an intelligent one at that. Just because many ninjas possess summoning beasts did not imply that forming a contract with one was a simple endeavor. It is essential to recognize that the summoning scrolls of the spirit beasts are the very foundation for many ninja clans. Take, for instance, the Sarutobi clan, renowned for their ancestral ninjutsu and their summoning beast, the Saruma. This connection is indeed their lifeblood. It is worth noting that the Uchiha clan is still in contract with ninja cats. Do they not yearn for something more? It is merely that they lack a suitable combat summoning beast. Pondering this, Akatsuki Shinju inhaled deeply and turned to Yuichi J-suk, speaking with gravity. "You must keep this scroll safe. It is both your fortune and your skill. Guard it well, for losing it would be catastrophic." Listening to Akatsuki's words, Yuichi regarded the scroll in his hands, feeling a deep resonance with her sentiments. This scroll indeed required careful safeguarding. The cost of recreating it would be ruinous. He found no concern regarding anyone secretly signing their name upon it. After all, one must have the response of the Fire Crow to validate such an act. Curious, Yuichi gazed at Akatsuki and asked, "Uncle, will you not sign?" Upon hearing Yuichi's inquiry, Akatsuki raised an eyebrow and shook her head. "I possess my own summoning beast. Moreover, this is your beast, and it requires the Fire Crow's consent for the agreement to be valid." Akatsuki understood the gravity of possessing a summoning scroll. Such species are not easily swayed. Without their approval, no contract could be established, much like Jiraiya's incident long ago. The tale of Jiraiya's unexpected disappearance while performing summoning techniques is no secret in Konoha. His ability to contract with the toads of Mount Maiboku was indeed a stroke of fortune. Upon his return, did no one covet the summoning beasts of Maiboku? Akatsuki could only chuckle at the thought, recalling whispers that a certain elder of the Hokage had once coveted them, only to be soundly beaten. Reflecting on this, she cautioned once more, "Be wary of being deceived." A former high-ranking official who sought another summoning beast was met with a harsh lesson. And even the one who signed the contract faced retribution from their own beast. Take heed that you do not incur the wrath of your own summoning beast. That would be exceedingly embarrassing. Upon hearing Akatsuki's advice, Yuichi's mind immediately conjured the image of a certain enigmatic figure wrapped in bandages. It must be you, Danzo. In Konoha. Nay, throughout the entire ninja world, if a scapegoat is needed, it can be laid squarely at Danzo's feet. While it may be erroneous to assign blame to all 10, it is certain that at least 9 of the accusations would find their mark. This exemplifies the shadowy prowess within the ninja realm. It is important to acknowledge that Danzo, an elder of Konoha, had the audacity to venture outside and undermine the Akatsuki organization. The midnight wails of the old sow at the village gate may very well be linked to Danzo's machinations. The first Hokage of the land of the hidden fire, Shimura Danzo, once proclaimed, "Wherever smoke rises, a pot must exist, for it is the pot that, when set aflame, brings happiness to the people. This is the will of the pot." After a moment of contemplation, Yuichi's thoughts turned to Akatsuki. He desired for her to sign the contract with the Fire Crow clan. If his memory served him correctly, the Crimson Sunset appeared to be merely an illusionist jonin, relatively weak compared to those who wield extraordinary abilities. His capacity to offer assistance seemed limited, with the Karyu clan being one such avenue. He sought little, just a modicum of self-preservation. Illusionist ninjas were notoriously fragile. Yuichi Juchi pondered, casting a glance at the Crimson Sunset. His countenance lacked the usual playful demeanor, replaced instead by a serious and earnest expression. Uncle Akane, I wish to forge a contract with the Crimson. Upon hearing this, Akane's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially intended to dissuade Yuichi from exerting unnecessary effort. Yet, witnessing the gravity of his expression, he let out a sigh, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Although Yuichi and the Crimson Sunset were, respectively, one an adopted child and the other his biological offspring, both were regarded as his own. The prospect of these two young ones coming together stirred within him a mix of emotions. However, seeing Yuichi's demeanor now, he felt concerned about the potential reproach from the summoned beast, yet he also felt a sense of pride. After a moment's contemplation, Akane spoke. Your summoned beast requires your communication. If it consents, then it is indeed feasible. Understood. Yuichi nodded emphatically. He had not considered whether the Karyu clan would heed his call. What harm could there be in securing a contract for his future wife? There was no issue at all. Akane did not linger for long, merely advising Yuichi to be mindful of his mental state before descending the stairs. Yuichi sensed that Akane's footsteps had become notably lighter as he departed. As for the admonition regarding his mental well-being, Yuichi found that he was not as affected as he had been earlier. The throbbing headache that had plagued him in the morning had considerably subsided. Though a slight twinge remained, it was hardly detrimental. He resolved internally never to conjure so many shadow clones simultaneously again. With this thought, he could not help but mutter, "Curse Naruto Uzumaki." He had placed too much faith in Naruto, forgetting that the Uzumaki clan's physique merely allowed him to create numerous shadow clones, but did not aid in healing his mental state. Presently, his chakra reserves were abundant. The dragon fire technique he had mastered merely days prior could be employed dozens, if not hundreds, of times in one go. Yet, this only reflected physical adequacy. The multiple shadow clone technique required two conditions: ample chakra to ensure that hundreds or thousands of clones could survive, and a lack of cognitive complexity, an empty mind. He had only satisfied one of those conditions, unlike Naruto, whose mind was devoid of burdens. Having traversed the era of the internet explosion, his thoughts were undoubtedly overloaded. Not to mention, he was attempting to have the shadow clones research ninjutsu. With these reflections, Yuichi cast a glance out the window. The day was still young, and he could still visit the Karyu clan. Although the summoned beast was a reward from the system, he felt it prudent to inquire further. Otherwise, should he truly encounter trouble, it would be a significant loss of face. Acting upon impulse, Yuichi Juchi promptly donned his garments, ready to embark towards Chien Mountain. When his peripheral vision caught sight of the summoning scroll he had carelessly set aside. Instantly seizing the scroll, he concentrated his thoughts and vanished from the room. However, he soon reappeared, disheveled and covered in soot. It was sweltering. The heat was overwhelming. Upon entering, he was greeted by a blazing inferno that danced chaotically in the air, while countless flames erupted from the ground below. The sensation was entirely unlike his initial venture, back then. He merely perceived a heightened warmth in the air compared to the outside world, but nothing more. Now, he was acutely aware of the formidable powers possessed by the Fire Crow clan. Terrifying, truly terrifying. If he were to summon such a multitude of fire crows, he could undoubtedly decimate numerous ninjas. Contemplating this, Yuichi decided against proceeding any further. He resolved to allow the Fire Crow clan to revel in their domain. With this thought, he concentrated once more. A fire crow, bearing a scar over one eye, materialized before him in an instant. What is the matter? Are we going to fight? The fire crow inquired, surveying its surroundings as it ascended, flames radiating from its body, alert to any potential threats. After a moment, seeing no imminent danger, it extinguished its flames and landed, gazing up at Yuichi with a proud demeanor. Are you my summoner? Upon hearing this, Yuichi smirked. Why did the Fire Crow clan resemble a gang so much? The Crow Sage was like this, the Great Crow was like this. And even this ordinary Fire Crow exhibited the same traits. Yuichi was now certain that his earlier experiences upon returning from Chien Mountain were not mere illusions. Initially, though his focus was consumed by the fiery spectacle overhead, he had still heard the resounding voice of the Great Crow. Hurry up. How am I supposed to fight like this? Shaking his head to dispel the memory, Yuichi turned his attention to the fire crow standing on the ground and asked, "What is your name?" "Me?" The fire crow paused, lowered its head in contemplation, and replied, "I didn't have a name before, but since you asked, you can call me Scar from now on." It gestured to the scar on its left eye with a wing. "This is a testament to my journey from the northern reaches of Chien Mountain all the way to the southern expanse. I am quite proud of it." When I flapped my wings, 3,000 subordinates surged forth in unison. Yuichi thought to himself, "Yes, it is confirmed. This one enjoys boasting." However, there were pressing matters at hand, and he could not afford to listen to Scar's self-aggrandizing tales. "Hold on. I have questions for the Crow Sage. Or perhaps I can seek the Great Crow." "What is it?" Scar tilted its head inquisitively. "You can also come to me. If the Great Crow can make decisions, am I not capable as well?" Yuichi responded. "Aren't you called Scar? But you can also refer to me as Second Crow. I do not possess a specific name, nor do I wish to live under anyone else's shadow. I have vowed to become the Second Sage." Yuichi J.K. had never felt so helpless as he did now. "So, what do you wish to inquire?" Observing the scarred figure, Yuichi contemplated for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "I wish for others to enter into a contract with your Fire Crow clan. I seek your guidance on this matter." Upon hearing this, the scarred individual appeared indifferent. "If you wish to sign, then simply do so. The scroll is in your possession. Why seek our counsel?" Yuichi replied. "Are you all this nonchalant?" "Ah, well, the scroll is yours to handle as you please. We are merely here to fight alongside you." "Enough of this chatter," the scarred one remarked, leaving behind a piece of advice. "Just sign your name on the scroll and show it to the Great Crow. I must return to my dance." With that, he dispelled the summoning technique and departed. Once the scarred figure had left, Yuichi sat contemplatively at the edge of his bed. The Fire Crow clan's demeanor towards him was surprisingly amiable. However, at present, he had no immediate use for their assistance as he was not in need of combat. And he could not yet master Sage Mode. He thought it best to have Yujido sign the contract and leave it at that. With this in mind, Yuichi made his way towards the door. Upon seeing him descend, Yujido asked curiously, "Are you going out?" Nodding in affirmation, Yuichi replied, "I'm going to fetch Kurenai." Upon hearing this, Yujito furrowed her brow, about to voice a concern, only to witness Yuichi dash out the door. Once he had left, she shook her head and called out, "Be mindful of your spirit." "Spirit? My spirit is just fine," Yuichi shouted back as he sprinted towards the Ninja Academy. Although he understood that Yujito's comment was in reference to his use of Shadow Clone Jutsu, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was a veiled reprimand. Yet he had no evidence to support this notion. Yuichi moved swiftly, arriving at the Ninja Academy before the school day had concluded. The place was devoid of students. Peering inside, he noted the absence of any sort of gatekeeper. If this were the heart of Konoha, where numerous nin instructors resided, a guard would be expected. This absence only indicated that Konoha was in a dire state of peril, rendering the existence of the Ninja Academy unnecessary. Glancing within, Yuichi observed no one. The Ninja Academy dismissed its students at 5 in the afternoon. He had checked the time before leaving, and it was just past 3 o'clock, meaning it was still early. Just as he was about to enter, he heard a voice behind him. "Hey, you little rascal, skipping class again?" Turning to see Kushina Izumaki approaching with her arms crossed, Yuichi felt a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. When she noticed him looking her way, Kushina chuckled and reached out to pat his head. "I was merely taking a leave of absence." Dodging her hand, Yuichi stepped back, his face flushed with irritation. "Don't pat my head. What's wrong with an older sister wanting to give her little brother a pat?" Kushina Izumaki let out a cold chuckle, reveling in the escalating resistance of Yuichi Yagyu. Initially indifferent to the act of patting heads, she was now determined to indulge in it. Observing his stubbornness, Yuichi turned to flee, abandoning his path to the Ninja Academy. Shouting, "You still call yourself my sister? Patting heads will stunt my growth. There are only 2 of us in the Uzumaki clan. If I'm not your brother, then what am I to you?" Kushina trailed behind him, tauntingly suggesting, "If you refuse to call me sister, you may as well call me aunt." Upon hearing this, Yuichi nearly stumbled, exclaiming, "Aunt? That is utterly unnecessary." Kushina had merely ventured out for a stroll, but upon spotting Yuichi lurking at the entrance of the ninja school, she couldn't resist greeting him. To her surprise, the little rascal was quite entertaining. She mused inwardly about having one just as amusing in her own family. As Yuichi attempted to escape, Kushina pursued him with relentless vigor, relying solely on her formidable physique rather than any ninja techniques. After a brief chase, her patience waned, and she charged ahead, effortlessly lifting Yuichi by the collar of his shirt in a single motion. "Let me go," Yuichi protested, while Kushina gleefully ruffled his hair, exclaiming, "What delightful hair you have! Truly a hallmark of our Uzumaki lineage." Fuming, Yuichi glared at her, vowing, "I will surely return the favor." It seemed the time for him to develop his own head-patting techniques had arrived. He was determined to make Kushina bald one day, unfazed by his irritation. Kushina set him down, dusted off her hands, and declared, "All right, sister will treat you to ramen." "Okay, sister," Yuichi replied eagerly. His hunger peaked after sleeping through the afternoon without a meal. Seeing the swift change in his demeanor, Kushina couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite shameless. Aren't you? You know that those who understand the situation are the wise ones." Yuichi replied earnestly, "It's just a head pat, nothing serious." "Haha, let us go. I'll treat you to ramen." Kushina laughed heartily, taking Yuichi by the hand and leading him away. Their pursuit was short-lived, and they soon arrived at a Chakra ramen, which was conveniently nearby. As they entered the shop around 4 in the afternoon, they found it nearly empty, not yet bustling with dinner patrons. The chef greeted them with a smile. "What can I get for you too?" He had a lasting impression of Yuichi, who, over the years, was among the few to boldly declare him the finest in the art of ramen. Recently, Yuichi Yuki frequently brought his young girlfriend and several friends to the ramen shop. "Handmade, old rules. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, with extra Naruto rolls." "Uzumaki Kushina, just as I did before, please." "Certainly. 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen with extra Naruto rolls, and 1 bowl of miso ramen," the chef replied, immediately commencing his culinary craft. "Hey, kid, why aren't you at school?" While the chef was busy, Uzumaki Kushina turned her gaze to Yuichi Yuki. "Did I not mention it before?" "I took the afternoon off," he replied. "Then how did you end up at the school gate?" Kushina questioned, perplexed. "Are you foolish?" "I was looking for Red," Yuichi Yuki retorted with a quizzical expression. Kushina, momentarily speechless at Yuichi's response, clenched her fist and smiled at him, as if to say, "You dare to repeat that?" Seeing her expression made Yuichi Yuki gulp. He seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. The Uzumaki Kushina before him was famously known as the Blood-Red Pepper. Would his words provoke her wrath? Upon checking his abilities, he noted the skill Ninjutsu, Defense Level 2. Ninjutsu, Defense Level 2, grants a passive 20 damage reduction effect, which can be activated for 1 second to double the damage reduction effect, with a cooldown of 1 day. This time, you finally see the hope of withstanding a blow from the Celestial Obstruction Star. It appeared that his ability might not withstand a punch from Uzumaki Kushina. Observing her formidable fists, Yuichi decided to tread carefully. "I have some matters to discuss with Red." He hadn't anticipated encountering the kind, beautiful, gentle, generous, and cultured sister Kushina here. "You truly have an eye for talent." Kushina beamed, patting his shoulder. "It's surprising that even Minato failed to recognize these qualities in me. Yet you have." As they conversed, the chef completed his tasks and placed 2 bowls of ramen on the table, cheerfully looking at the pair. "Your sibling relationship is truly heartwarming. It reminds me of lost youth." The chef had no doubts about the sibling bond between Uzumaki Kushina and Yuichi Yuki. Her vibrant red hair was a telling sign. "Haha, absolutely." Kushina laughed heartily, placing her hands on her hips. "I am quite the wonderful sister." Observing her genuine delight brought a moment of silence to Yuichi Yuki. He had not anticipated that a simple remark from the chef would evoke such joy in Kushina. This heartfelt happiness was palpable, even to him. Tilting his head, Yuichi recalled the original story of the Hokage, where his sister had perished at the beginning. Just then, he felt a sudden tap on his head. Kushina Uzumaki playfully tapped him again with her chopsticks, as the ramen had finally arrived. "Don't let your mind wander," she teased. Yuichi Yagami nodded in response and began to eat alongside Kushina. Although he was savoring the ramen, his thoughts were still consumed by the events of the Ninetales night. Reflecting on how kindly Kushina treated him, he quietly resolved, "I cannot allow such a thing to occur." He lacked a clear goal or dream, merely wishing to survive in this world. Yet, he was not devoid of emotion. He too felt deeply. Despite their few encounters, he sensed that Kushina genuinely regarded him as family. After all, are we not all human, capable of feeling? Achievement unlocked. The beginning of protection. To safeguard those cherished. This is the essence of protection. The boy who finds his bonds, this marks the commencement of guardianship. Reward: Ninjutsu, Guard. Ninjutsu, Guard. Passive effect granting a 20 damage reduction. Only through immense strength can one protect their loved ones, embodying the essence of guardianship. Ninjutsu, Guard Level 2 upgrade to Ninjutsu, Guard Level 3. Ninjutsu, Guard Level 3. Passive effect granting a 20 damage reduction. can be actively activated for 2 seconds, doubling the damage reduction effect with a cooldown of 23 hours. Have you safeguarded those you wish to protect? Yuichi was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the panel before him. He had not anticipated that such an achievement could be triggered this way. Glancing at Kushina, who continued to eat her ramen without lifting her head, he slurped his noodles as well. He had always thought that achievement rewards required specific actions to trigger. Yet, unexpectedly, simply harboring such intent had directly unlocked one. After striving for so long without achieving anything, was it merely a matter of fate? Nonetheless, the reward this time was the Ninjutsu guard, seemingly a repeatable reward. As Yuichi contemplated, he silently calculated the effects of Ninjutsu guard level 3. The cooldown had decreased by an hour, and the previously 1 second damage reduction effect was now doubled to 2 seconds. The changes were indeed significant. Most importantly, it appeared that this reward had no apparent limit. Would it ultimately evolve into a permanent damage reduction, or perhaps even amplify the reduction multiplier in the future? The thought filled Yuichi with excitement. He resolved to retract his earlier disparaging remarks about this scroll. As he finished his ramen, savoring the broth and letting out a satisfied burp, he patted his belly, content. Aren't you going to find your little girlfriend? Kushina, having finished her meal, remarked as she noticed he was done too. It's almost time for school. She pointed to the clock hanging in the ramen shop, indicating that it was 16:47, leaving just 13 minutes until dismissal. No rush, Yuichi replied calmly. It's only a 10-minute walk to school, and Red won't be out too early. We have plenty of time. If it were not for him, Yuhi would have wished to linger after class every time the teacher kept students behind. Upon hearing Yui's words, Kushina Izumaki chuckled softly and asked, So, you still haven't told me why you took a leave of absence? Yuhi was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed not mentioned it. Rubbing the back of his head, he candidly replied, I was struck by a backlash from using shadow clones, which is why I asked for leave. Backlash? How many clones did you create? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued. 5? She suggested. Not quite. Yuhi stood up and gestured. A full 8. You must be out of your mind. Even though our Uzumaki clan possesses unique physical traits, creating 8 shadow clones right from the start is akin to courting death. Who gave you the delusion that you could manage 8 clones? Seeing her anger, Yuhi shrank back, thinking it best not to mention that it was the offspring she would bear in the future who had instilled such a notion in him. He resolved that when Naruto was born, he would certainly seek retribution for today's grievances. Yuhi hold a grudge. As he recoiled, Kushina gradually regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, in the future, you should only create 2 clones in the morning. Release them when you go to bed. You might feel discomfort, but a good night's sleep will remedy that. This way, even if the clones accumulate experiences and thoughts, 1 night will suffice to digest them, and it won't lead to significant side effects. Kushina continued to expound on the precautions regarding shadow clones. Once she felt she had conveyed enough, she pondered for a moment and added, although you are training, you should also focus on chakra control practice. Our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques are formidable. Kushina's assertion was entirely accurate. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were renowned as the most powerful in the ninja world, with numerous applications. A prime example being the luminous moon that graces the night sky, which falls within the realm of sealing techniques. Thus, in Kushina's heart, Yuhi, possessing the Uzumaki bloodline, was the ideal heir to these techniques. Now, as the elder of the Uzumaki clan, she reflected on the once thriving lineage that had dwindled to just 2 members. As the sole male descendant, Yuhi bore immense expectations. As long as there were still members, the Uzumaki clan could not be deemed extinct. Watching Yuhi, Kushina silently contemplated. When Yuhi was born, she had been filled with excitement, for it signified the revival of the Uzumaki clan. Alas, fate proved fickle. Yuhi's mother had perished during childbirth, and his father, renamed Kiyoshi Yuhi, had met his end on a mission. Thus, the Uzumaki clan was reduced to merely 2 individuals. Reflecting on this, Kushina smiled gently, reaching out once more to ruffle Yuhi's hair. Once you graduate from the Ninja Academy, you will officially begin your studies in our Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Upon hearing this, Yuichi Yuzuki nodded, yet he remained somewhat conflicted about his name. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, bearing the name Yuzuki felt rather peculiar. It was not that he denied his name, it simply struck him as odd, akin to having 5 members in the 4 heavenly kings. Perceiving his inner turmoil, Kushina Uzumaki paused in her departure, turning to gaze at Yuichi. The surname Yuzuki is indeed quite pleasant. Once you reclaim your Uzumaki heritage, many will undoubtedly set their sights upon you. In his current state, people would merely regard Yuichi as someone fortunate enough to possess red hair, rather than recognizing him as a surviving descendant of the Uzumaki clan. After all, red-haired individuals do exist in the ninja world, albeit in small numbers, as she was aware. Chiyo's son from Sunagakure also had red hair, although it might not be long before Yuichi's lineage as an Uzumaki is discovered. It would at least afford him some time to navigate the initial vulnerable phase of his strength. It is worth noting that even she had once been kidnapped. Even within Konoha, safety is never guaranteed. This was precisely the reason why Uzumaki Aoshue had opted to change his surname. Acknowledging Kushina's words, Yuichi nodded. For he was not an innocent child, he understood this. Nevertheless, the sense of unease lingered, possessing the Sharingan and the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. It is only fitting that I am called Yuichi Yuzuki, is it not? Kushina imparted some fundamental knowledge on chakra manipulation to Yuichi before taking her leave. Yuichi stood in contemplation for a considerable time until suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he glanced at the clock hanging on the wall of Ichiraku Ramen and gasped. Oh no, I forgot about the red. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuichi dashed off. The time he had just seen was already past 5:10. The ninja school had dismissed students a good while ago. Although Kurenai Yui enjoyed listening to the lectures, one could never be certain. After all, she had suffered considerable damage from the shadow clone technique. When Yuichi arrived at the school, a multitude of students were already streaming out. He could not ascertain how many had left. Ignoring the onlookers, Yuichi hurried towards his classroom, attracting some curious glances along the way. Upon reaching the classroom, Yuichi halted and peered through the window. At that moment, he heard the voice of Ikuka Heian reprimanding the students within. If you do not strive to learn now, when your classmates become chunin or even jounin, while you remain jinin, you will come to understand. Your efforts today lay the foundation for your future achievements. You are not attending school for my benefit, but for your own. You are indeed the worst class I have ever taught. The thunderous outburst from Heian resonated within the classroom, and Yuichi swallowed hard. He had never witnessed this side of Heian before. In his memory, Heian was always gentle and reasoned. He had not anticipated that such a facet of his character existed. Peering inside, many students had already departed. Yet primarily, it was those seated in the rear who remained. However, there were exceptions. For instance, Uchiha Obito was still present. Following Obito's gaze toward the window, he noticed that Kurenai Yuhi was also there, prompting a sigh of relief from Yuichi Juchi. Yet, what perplexed him was that Kakashi Hitaki was also present, showing no inclination to return home. At that moment, a voice from the corner, belonging to Ikuka Heian, echoed through the room, seemingly expressing fatigue as he called out to Kakashi. Why do you think the teacher has kept you here for class? Yuichi, standing by the window, observed Kakashi's expressionless gaze, reminiscent of dead fish eyes. Although masked, the weight of his despair was palpable. I don't know, Kakashi replied, eliciting a scoff from Ikuku. Well then, focus on your studies. No more mischief. Though you are a genius, only a maturing genius is truly a genius. Kakashi, feeling despondent, cast a glance at Obito before noticing Yuichi's head peeking through the window, prompting a cold snort from him. Although he couldn't fathom why the teacher seemed to target him so, he was certain Yuichi was behind it. What's the matter? Are you unconvinced by the teacher's words? Ikuku's voice rang out again, to which Kakashi shook his head decisively, harboring thoughts of wanting to graduate early. He truly had no desire to attend such classes. Seeing Kakashi's refusal to engage further, Ikuku resumed his lesson. Outside the window, Yuichi shook his head in sympathy. Poor Kakashi, a mere puppet in Ikuku's hands. With a sigh in his heart, Yuichi leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down, subtly suggesting his own fatigue. He then tousled his hair, contemplating whether to rise, but reconsidered, forming a hand seal to create a shadow clone that also crouched beside the wall. Exchanging glances, the shadow clone quickly formed seals, exclaiming, "Illusion technique. This place is not what it seems." This was the only illusion technique he had mastered. Although this technique distorted perception, the enhancement of the Sharingan provided a degree of suggestion. The shadow clone observed the dazed Yuichi and nodded in approval. Indeed, I am clever. With that, the shadow clone vanished, and as it returned, Yuichi dispelled the illusion. His face appeared somewhat pale, and his hair was disheveled, giving him a look of lethargy, an obvious sign of mental fatigue yet to be recovered from. However, this was merely a facade. In truth, he had already regained his strength. After tidying himself, Yuichi, with his tousled hair and pale countenance, made his way to the classroom door. As soon as he appeared, Kei noticed him. And upon seeing his countenance, he offered a smile, albeit tinged with concern, and inquired, "Yuichi, is there something you need to discuss?" Yuichi Juchi slightly parted his lips. His voice hoarse. "Teacher, Uncle Akaguro asked me to find Red, saying there's a matter at hand." Upon hearing this, Kei furrowed his brow, not questioning the veracity of his words, but rather feeling that Akaguro had crossed a line. He had already learned about Yuichi's predicament during afternoon classes, where he had suffered due to the Shadow Clone incident. It was utterly unacceptable for him to be summoned into action without proper rest. At that moment, Kei's mind was solely occupied with the thought of seeking an opportunity to report this to Lord Hokage. After all, Akaguro was a Jonin and Yuichi's guardian. Yet, he was also Yuichi's teacher, and it was his duty to safeguard his students. Kei offered a gentle smile, his gaze filled with compassion for the boy. This child must have endured great hardship growing up in such a family. Contemplating this, he turned to Akaguro once more and said, "In that case, Red, you should take Yuichi back home." Akaguro had already gathered her belongings upon encountering Yuichi, and, upon hearing Kei's words, she promptly made her way towards the door. Just as they were about to leave, Kei couldn't help but call out, "Red." Akaguro turned back, puzzled, unsure of what he wanted. "Please be a bit kinder to Yuichi at home. Do not let anyone bully him," he admonished, his expression serious as he nodded at her. Akaguro blinked in confusion but nodded nonetheless, raising a fist in front of her. "I will certainly protect Yuichi." Kei nodded in appreciation. He held great trust in Akaguro. She was well-behaved, understanding, and had a gentle disposition. At school, she often stayed close to Yuichi, indicating a strong bond between them. With Akaguro looking out for him, it was likely that Jonin Akaguro would not be too harsh on Yuichi. As Akaguro and Yuichi walked away, Kei resumed his lesson. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hitaki, seated in the classroom, found himself engulfed in self-doubt. If he recalled correctly, Yuichi's expression had not been so troubled at the beginning. In that moment, Kakashi seemed to grasp the cunning tactics employed by Yuichi. That boy was indeed quite devious. Unbeknownst to Kakashi and Kei, Akaguro was currently gazing at Yuichi with a look of deep concern. "Father is truly unreasonable. He knows Yuichi is injured yet still sends you out," she exclaimed, puffing out her cheeks in anger, an utterly adorable sight. Yuichi chuckled softly beside her but refrained from speaking. Being in school, he deemed it prudent to remain discreet for the time being. After leaving the ninja school and walking a short distance, Yuichi Jukigumi quickly rubbed his face in front of the astonished gaze of Akane Yuhi. Subsequently, his complexion visibly returned to its normal rosy hue. Akane's mouth slightly agape. She found herself perplexed by the situation. Observing her expression, Yuichi smiled broadly, recalling how the teacher had just been furious upon their arrival at school. "I thought I would make myself appear worse, so the teacher would take out their anger on me." Hearing Yuichi's reasoning, Akane was momentarily at a loss for words, staring at him in disbelief. After a long pause, she managed to utter, "So, you've recovered from the injuries this morning?" "Yes," Yuichi replied with a smile, patting his chest. "You know my physique. No matter how severe the injury, a good night's sleep will remedy it." This time was no different. Upon hearing Yuichi affirm his recovery, Akane visibly sighed in relief. She then suggested, "In that case, let us hurry back." As she spoke, she took his hand and began running towards home, muttering about her father's possible reasons for calling her. At that, Yuichi cleared his throat and remarked, "Your father, Uncle Shinju, is looking for you." Akane halted, turning to look at him in confusion. Yuichi glanced around before leaning closer to her ear and whispered, "Let us go to the training ground. I'll explain everything when we get there." Akane nodded in agreement. Since it was her father who was seeking her out, it must be Yuichi with something important to discuss. However, she thought, if there was something to say, he could just wait until she returned home instead of coming to the school. As they arrived at the training ground, they were taken aback to see Guy Mato diligently practicing. "Guy, what are you doing here?" Yuichi exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "Oh, it's Yuichi and Akane." Guy, performing one-handed push-ups, did not pause his exercise. "You cannot afford to waste a single moment. One must always strive to train. That is the brilliance of youth," he proclaimed. "Are you here to train as well?" As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. "You have finally embraced the essence of youth." Boo-hoo. Seeing his enthusiastic display, Yuichi couldn't help but smirk. With Guy's constant reference to youth, he certainly didn't wish to mirror the fiery enthusiasm of the Mato father and son. Nevertheless, he was about to commence training to enhance his physical strength and chakra control, so he could indeed join Guy in his regiment. With that thought, Yuichi's expression turned serious. Guy, I will start training in taijutsu with you tomorrow. A man should be tough. Well said, Guy shouted, ceasing his movements to stand and gaze at Yuichi. Tears still flowing, yet he flashed a radiant smile and gave Yuichi a thumbs up. As the sunset bathed the surroundings in a warm glow, Akatsuki, unable to bear the scene any longer, turned to Yuichi and inquired, Yuichi, what have you summoned me here for? In response, Yuichi retrieved the summoning scroll of the Fire Crow clan from his pocket. I wish for you to sign this summoning contract, he said, unfurling the scroll to reveal the inscriptions upon it. Fire Crow? Akatsuki questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion as she regarded the summoning scroll. What is this? Lacking knowledge about summoning beasts, her understanding was limited to the notion that such creatures were typically contracted directly, rather than by signing a scroll. Noticing Akatsuki's bewildered expression, Yuichi smiled broadly and, disregarding the eager presence of Might Guy, explained, this is a summoning beast. If you inscribe your name here, you will be able to summon the Fire Crow clan to aid you in battle. He pointed to his own name inscribed upon the scroll. Although he had never signed it himself, his name had appeared automatically when he received rewards. Akatsuki glanced at the name on the contract before looking back at Yuichi, her large eyes blinking in surprise. But isn't the summoning contract supposed to be established directly with the summoning beast? Both parties must consent, right? Confusion clouded her thoughts. In her worldview, summoning beasts were akin to ninjas, requiring a suitable animal to be found and permission sought. Recognizing her genuine confusion, Yuichi promptly clarified. That applies to ordinary summoning beasts. Generally, when contracting with a clan of summoning beasts, one simply signs their name on the scroll. He then took the scroll from Akatsuki, lifting it slightly. Swagwi, Might Guy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling in astonishment. So summoning beasts can function this way? I must also sign a contract with such a powerful clan in the future. Casting a glance at Might Guy, Yuichi felt a slight twitch in his lips, but, recalling a certain unfortunate turtle, encouraged him. You will, Guy? Striving for the beliefs in your heart is the essence of youth. Youth ablaze. Well said, Might Guy cried, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Yuichi with fervor. Truly, you are one of my two greatest rivals. Let us show the world the strength of our youth starting tomorrow. While observing the two, Akatsuki found herself at a loss for words. She had always known that Yuichi could converse fluently with anyone, yet such abstract dialogue was beyond her comprehension. Seizing the moment while they spoke, she produced a pin from seemingly nowhere and inscribed her name following Yuichi's on the scroll. Yuichi, Akatsuki. As the final stroke of her pen was made, Akatsuki felt an inexplicable connection binding her to the multitude of fire crows. The actions of the Crimson Sunset did not escape the notice of Yuichi Juk, who, upon seeing her sign her name, promptly rolled up the scroll. It was one thing to entrust the contract to the Crimson Sunset. After all, she was someone he had raised. As for the others, it was of little consequence. He intended to pass down the summoning scroll of the Fire Crow clan as a cherished heirloom. Yuichi, I feel a profound connection with many things. The eyes of the Crimson Sunset sparkled with joy as she looked at Juk. It seems that as long as I desire it, I can summon them all. However, there are numerous formidable entities within, and my chakra appears insufficient. The Crimson Sunset said this while absent-mindedly brushing her hair, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Upon hearing this, Juk nodded. He too experienced a similar sensation, albeit not extensively, perhaps it was limited to just one. Aside from the Crow Sage, he could summon all other fire crows. The reason being, he possessed an abundance of chakra. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, while he may lack in other aspects, his chakra reserves were indeed substantial. He hardly needed to consider chakra consumption. If we were to gauge it by Kakashi's standards, his chakra would be at least 3 times that of the average. This was still during his developmental years, where his chakra levels were not yet fully realized. By the time he reached 17 or 18, he would possess no less than 50 times that amount. This was equivalent to the chakra reserves of 50 elite Genin. Despite Kakashi often appearing low on chakra in the original narrative, it was indeed considerable compared to other ninjas. The constant drain from his Sharingan was merely the reason for his apparent depletion. The fact that he could perform numerous jutsu amidst the relentless consumption of his Sharingan attests to his impressive chakra levels. Contemplating this, Yuichi Juk took a deep breath and turned to the Crimson Sunset and Might Guy, stating, "You too, come over here." Afterward, he addressed the Crimson Sunset again, saying, "Your chakra is limited, so let me summon something for you to see." Upon hearing his words, the Crimson Sunset nodded her small head, then hid behind him, cautiously peeking out with a timid expression that brought a smile to Jook's face. Might Guy mirrored this excitement as he stood behind Jook, eagerly watching. Though he lacked a summoning beast of his own, it did not hinder his desire to witness another summoning, all the while silently motivating himself. One day, he too would summon a powerful beast to fight alongside him. Steeling himself, Yuichi Jook inhaled deeply once more and then clapped his hands together. Summoning technique. With his action, far away in another realm, the great crow halted its flight and shouted, "Everyone, fly properly. I'm going out for a bit." "Yes, big sister." And in the training ground at Hokage Rock, the great crow materialized into existence, surrounded by flames, spiraling through the air. After surveying the surroundings, it gently inquired, "Yuichi, what is going on? Where is the need for battle? Though I am gentle, my combat style is quite fierce." Hearing this, Yuichi Jook cast her a peculiar glance, but refrained from commenting. Since the great crow stubbornly declared herself gentle, he would accept that notion for now. There was no immediate need for combat. Upon hearing these words, the flames enveloping the great raven gradually subsided as it gracefully descended to the ground. Curiously peering out from behind Yuichi Ketsuki, the curious Hanajuku inquired about the magnificent creature. Similarly, Meitei Kai gazed at the raven with intrigue, a hint of bewilderment evident in his expression, captivated by the peculiar spirit beast that possessed 3 claws. Noticing Meitei Kai's remark, the raven turned its gaze towards him, contemplating bestowing a lesson upon this indiscreet individual. Such commentary regarding another's third limb was hardly a display of courtesy. Yet, before she could act, Meitei Kai's voice reached her ears once more. "Wow, that's so cool. I wish I could have such a stylish spirit beast." At these words, the raven paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "Indeed, our Fire Raven clan has always been this magnificent." With a glance towards Meitei Kai, she felt a fondness for his innocent enthusiasm. "Then I shall certainly contract an even more extraordinary spirit beast than yours." Meitei Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement, the raven's third claw striking a chord in his heart. "That is simply impossible. Nothing could surpass the coolness of our Fire Raven clan." In mere seconds, the raven transitioned from feeling offended to appreciating the sincerity of his youthful spirit. Yuichi Ketsuki observed the exchange with a mix of bemusement. After sharing a few words with Meitei Kai, the raven turned her attention back to Yuichi Ketsuki, only to quickly notice Hanajuku behind him. Realizing the connection with Hanajuku, the raven suddenly understood. This was an introduction to her new contractor. "You are our Fire Raven clan's new contractor?" she inquired, gazing at Hanajuku. "Why, yes." Hanajuku stepped out from behind Yuichi Ketsuki, squatting before the raven. "My name is Hanajuku. I look forward to your guidance." She extended her hand, and the raven, upon seeing this, gently pecked at her palm, causing Yuichi Ketsuki to break out in a cold sweat. He had witnessed the sharpness of the raven's beak firsthand and had no doubt that, had it been a kunai forged from fine iron, the raven could effortlessly produce several sizable holes. Fortunately, the raven was mindful of her strength, and Hanajuku's hand remained unscathed. After pecking Hanajuku, the raven spread her wings and took perch upon her shoulder. "From now on, you shall be our Fire Raven clan's second contractor. Should you ever need assistance, you may summon us. And if any disobedient creatures arise, do inform me." The raven declared proudly, puffing out her chest. "I shall deal with them." Hanajuku nodded in agreement. "You may call me Raven, just as Yuichi does." "Yes, yes." Hanajuku responded joyfully, nodding enthusiastically. Subsequently, the raven shared tales of the Fire Raven clan, particularly emphasizing the brutish individuals solely focused on physical prowess and bloodline evolution. She also demonstrated the combat techniques and abilities of the Fire Raven clan, allowing Hanajuku to attempt summoning for the first time. Before departing, the great raven cast a glance at Yuichi Ketsuki and Akane Yuzuki, silently marveling at the fact that they could summon beings like him to exhibit their prowess. Another warrior had joined their ranks. After the raven's departure, Akane Yuzuki gazed at the charred remains of the wooden post, inhaling sharply. The raven had merely demonstrated a simple technique, yet in an instant reduced the post to ashes. If such flames had engulfed a person, would they not succumb immediately? It was noteworthy that even when throwing shurikens with minimal force, they could not penetrate these posts, while the raven effortlessly incinerated them. The disparity was terrifying, even if Akane had limited understanding. Regrettably, her chakra could not summon the great raven, only a common fire raven. Although formidable, it paled in comparison to its majestic counterpart. However, she believed that as her chakra grew, she would eventually be able to summon the great raven. The strength of the Fire Raven clan was intrinsically linked to the natural energy within them, The greater the natural energy, the more chakra consumed in the summoning. Likewise, the power of these fire ravens would amplify correspondingly. Those fire ravens that honed their bloodline abilities were entirely dependent on their size. The larger the size, the greater the chakra consumption. This was a principle of energy conservation, applicable even in the world of ninjas. Once the matters concerning the Fire Raven clan were concluded, Yuichi Katsuki and Akane Yuzuki took their leave, while Might Guy remained behind, eager to exuberantly express his youth and soak the earth with his sweat. This place was indeed a sanctuary for youthful vigor. Might Guy's training regimen was exceedingly demanding, often leading to hidden injuries. Thus, he devised a specialized training method for his son. Nonetheless, it still resulted in the accumulation of latent injuries. In essence, this training method traded future longevity for strength. Having practiced martial arts for the majority of his life, Might Guy had gleaned numerous insights and identified many pitfalls through solitary experimentation. Consequently, in Might Guy's practice of the 8 gates, he had refined it significantly. This explained why, although both faced the same perilous gate, Might Guy could only send the 7 ninja swordsmen flying, while Might Guy was on the brink of delivering a decisive blow. Each generation surpassed the last. However, despite Might Guy's training method relying on the exchange of life for strength, it ultimately resulted in the long-term accumulation of hidden injuries. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Yuichi Katsuki was least encumbered by such concerns. His formidable regenerative abilities rendered him unconcerned about latent injuries. Regardless of the trials he faced, no matter how arduous or taxing, a mere night's rest would restore him to vitality the following day. Such was the might of the bloodline. While walking home alongside Akane Yuzuki, Yuichi suddenly recalled the words of Kushina Uzumaki, urging him to cultivate his chakra control. Indeed, sealing techniques in this world were extraordinarily potent, capable of containing the very progenitor of chakra. Given that sealing techniques were insurmountable, could they be employed to lock away? Yuichi Katsuki pondered, his thoughts drifting into the unknown. Subsequently, he became aware of his thoughts, his face flushing slightly as he discreetly glanced at the setting sun beside him, discarding that notion. However, the seed had been sown. Mastering this sealing technique was imperative. Not only must he learn it, but he must also attain a level of proficiency sufficient to develop sealing arts. For no other reason. It can only be said that those who understand do so, while those who do not will remain oblivious even if spoken to. As Yuichi Jasek pondered, the setting sun turned curiously to him and asked, "Yuichi, what troubles you? Your face is so red. Is the backlash from this morning still affecting you?" As she spoke, she began to worry, tugging at his hand as they hurried homeward. "Let us find father quickly," allowing himself to be led. Yuichi smiled at the sight of the setting sun pulling him along, feeling that such a simple, ordinary life was indeed delightful. A few acres of land. Working at dawn and resting at dusk, facing the sea with spring blossoms, this was his dream. Ordinary yet genuine, simple yet pure. This embodies the restlessness inscribed in the souls of his compatriots. If life falters, one seeks a few acres to cultivate, finding solace in the earth. If life flourishes, one seeks a few acres to reap the rewards, cultivating crops and enjoying a tranquil retirement. Achievement unlocked, a life of simplicity. I long only for a quiet life of farming, yet if others covet my peace, my ninjutsu shall not be without merit. Should they hinder my cultivation, I shall plant them in the very soil. Reward, setting sun, kimono, setting sun, kimono, skill, tricolor, illusion, haze. Enchantment, bind skill 1, tricolor, creates a vast expanse of red leaves to obstruct the vision of targets within 10 meters, simultaneously allowing for a teleportation ambush on a designated target. Caution is advised, for one can only teleport directly in front of the enemy. Skill 2, illusion, haze, conjures a phantom of oneself to attack forward. If the enemy makes contact, an explosion ensues around them. Skill 3, enchantment, bind, draws the enemy into an illusion, binding them to the trunk of a red-leaf tree, inflicting mental anguish. With the cycle of assault continuing for an hour, perhaps a contest with Itachi could be attempted to see whether Tsukuyami will torment you to death or vice versa. By the time they reached home, twilight had descended. The sun had completely vanished beyond the distant peaks, leaving only a scattering of light in the sky above Konoha. Recounting the day's splendor, upon seeing the setting sun hurriedly pulling Yuichi, the elder sibling, Shinju Akatsuki, leapt up from the sofa, believing something grave had occurred. "What is it? What happened?" The urgency in her tone was palpable as she anxiously scrutinized the pair. The setting sun, breathless and flustered, could not utter a word. Yet Yuichi smiled at her, reassuringly stating, "We are unharmed. It's just that Red was worried about a relapse of the injuries I sustained from my shadow clone earlier. Upon hearing this, Shinju scrutinized him from head to toe and then shook her head. She had never heard of mental trauma being capable of recurrence. With nothing amiss, there was no need for concern. Psychological trauma is not akin to physical injury. It does not exhibit recurrence. The meal has already been prepared. As the setting sun cast a crimson hue, Hinata Akane pointed to the bowl covered with another object on the table and urged, "Please, go and eat." When Yuichi Yukiyama awakened, he had already observed that this individual was in remarkably good spirits, requiring no concern from him whatsoever. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi glanced at the dishes concealed by other bowls on the table, nodded affirmatively, and then gently led Hinata Akane, who was still attempting to express her worries about his injuries, away. The night passed in silence, and soon daylight broke. Yuichi had only taken the afternoon off, and Akane, believing him to be fine, promptly ushered him out the door. "Yuichi, are you truly all right?" she inquired, her voice tinged with concern. She had not forgotten the sudden flush that had crossed Yuichi's face when he returned home the previous afternoon. In her heart, she was certain he still felt unwell, as his injuries had not yet healed. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Faced with her apprehensive expression, Yuichi felt a sense of helplessness. He could hardly divulge that he had been contemplating whether sealing techniques could enhance intimate encounters. Such a confession might be appropriate for Kakashi Hatake, but certainly not for Akane. He lacked the audacity to speak such thoughts aloud, despite his apparent shamelessness. As the duo made their way to the Hokage Rock training grounds, Yuichi cast a curious glance at some individuals surrounding them. "Akane, do you see that? Those people appear rather peculiar." He leaned closer to her, signaling for her to observe the crowd. Akane nodded in acknowledgement. She had already taken note of their odd behavior. "I just did a quick calculation," she proclaimed, puffing out her chest with pride. "Those exhibiting strange conduct are all clad in Uchiha attire." She pointed to an individual ahead of them, whose clan emblem was prominently displayed. This Uchiha seemed somewhat out of sorts, glancing furtively from side to side while attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. The stark contrast between these two distinct sensations was the source of their peculiarity. "Hey, what are you sneaking around for?" Just as Yuichi and Akane observed the Uchiha ahead, a voice called out from behind them. "Uh-huh, it's nothing, I assure you." The person dubbed Hikaru first responded in a fluster, then cleared his throat. Don't you have duty today?" Upon hearing the voice from behind, Yuichi instinctively turned around, spotting two Uchiha engaged in conversation. "Isn't this the rumor we heard earlier? Our captain actually believed it, granting us a day off to buy drops for his child. It's utterly laughable." Uchiha burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Uchiha Hikaru's shoulder. "Can anyone genuinely believe that persistent use of eye drops can awaken the Sharingan? Surely, there cannot be such a fool." Uchiha remarked, playfully patting Hikaru's shoulder. "Hihi. Indeed, how could anyone possibly believe such a rumor?" Uchiha Kuo discreetly concealed the eye drops from his pocket into his sleeve, responding with a hint of embarrassment. Witnessing this scene, Yuichi Juchi found himself at a loss for words, caught off guard by several key phrases. "Uchiha, eye drops, Sharingan. Let us leave quickly," he suggested, pulling Hinata Akane along as they hurried away. Naturally, Hinata Akane had heard the same things Yuichi did, and she soon understood the peculiar behavior exhibited by so many Uchiha today. Yuichi's method of awakening his eyes had not been a secret when he spoke to Hinata Akane. She was well aware that he had unexpectedly activated his Sharingan using eye drops. When she overheard the conversation between the two Uchiha behind them, she reacted even faster than Yuichi. As they reached the foot of Hokage Rock and were about to ascend, Yuichi suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to Hinata Akane. Scratching his head, "Do you have any money?" he inquired, taken aback by his question. Hinata Akane rummaged through her pocket for a moment and produced a silver note worth 1,000 ryo. "I still have 1,000 ryo. Do you need it, Yuichi?" she asked, although she promptly pressed the money into his hand. Looking at the money, Yuichi sighed. It was far from sufficient. It seemed he would have to resort to his old ways. With that thought, he handed the money back to Hinata Akane. "I was just asking. I want to buy some training equipment, but it seems I didn't bring enough cash." "What?" Hinata Akane exclaimed, her face turning serious. "What should we do? Shall we go back and ask Dad for some money?" She looked at Yuichi earnestly, knowing her father had plenty of funds. Yuichi shook his head in response. "It's fine. I have a plan. Going back now would take up too much time." With that, he made his way into a nearby Ninjutsu shop. Moments later, amidst the shopkeeper's beaming smile, Yuichi emerged, albeit with 2 dumbbells in hand. struggling under their weight. Observing this, Hinata Akane hurried to assist him. However, as she grasped them, she was taken aback. After tentatively lifting them a few times, she found them to be lighter than anticipated. She cast a curious glance at Yuichi, who merely shook his head, signaling that they would discuss it further at the training ground. Once the two had walked some distance away, the shopkeeper finally retracted his cheerful demeanor, yet the joy remained on his face as he held a note, addressing a nearby errand boy. You need to visit the Hinata residence and settle the payment with Shinju, the Jonin. He handed the note to the boy. Remember, don't be rude, understood? Don't worry, boss. I know the drill. How did you manage to acquire these items? Hinata Akane asked, lifting the two dumbbells, occasionally raising them to test their weight. While Yuichi continued to appear somewhat constrained in his movements. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi took a deep breath to steady himself before responding. I asked that boss to settle the bill with Uncle Akihiro. He sighed, the burden is truly heavy. Yuichi struck his body with two punches, producing a resonant sound of metal. To the casual observer, it seemed he had merely purchased a pair of dumbbells. In reality, he had acquired a full set of weights to aid in his training. As for whether this would hinder his growth, the Uzumaki clan is known for their resilience. Their formidable recovery abilities instilled in him a sense of fearless determination. As long as his nutrition was adequate, there would be no issue. He had specifically inquired about this matter with Akihiro the previous night. After all, it was wiser to seek counsel from the experienced Jonin rather than practice blindly. With someone of such caliber at his side, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Despite being a Jinjutsu specialist, Akihiro was still a Jonin, far beyond Yuichi's level of comparison. Noticing Yuichi's discomfort, Akihiro wrinkled her nose, resolving to train diligently herself, lest she fall too far behind. When the two arrived at the training ground, Might Guy was already present. Observing the sweat-drenched Might Guy, Yuichi realized that diligence is indeed a form of genius. The persistence and years of arduous training he exhibited were nothing short of a gift, even if his innate talent was not particularly high. As Might Guy had once remarked to Lee, geniuses are not all created equal. Lee is a genius of hard work. This sentiment could easily apply to both Might Guy and Might Dai as well. Sensing someone watching him, Might Guy lifted his head and, upon recognizing Yuichi and Akihiro, sprang to his feet and exclaimed enthusiastically, Yuichi, let us commence our youthful morning exercises. Naturally, Yuichi could not decline this invitation, having already resolved to enhance his physical prowess through taijutsu training. After all, mastering the sage mode of the Fire Crow clan requires a robust physique. However, he could not afford to neglect his chakra control. Additionally, there was the matter of rationalizing the Chidori technique. Although summoning 8 shadow clones would strain his spirit, he believed that a single night's rest would suffice for recovery. He was confident that those 2 shadow clones could not defeat him. With this thought in mind, he swiftly performed the necessary hand seals. As 2 plumes of smoke billowed forth, 3 Yuichi Juchis materialized in the training ground. Addressing his shadow clones, he asked, Are you aware of today's tasks? Affirmative. They replied in unison, glancing at the original Yuichi. The 2 clones exchanged knowing looks before dashing to the edges of the training area to commence their assigned duties. One began practicing chakra control, while the other released lightning chakra, forming arcs of electricity in his hands. This was the preparation Yuichi had set for himself. Sustaining this regimen for a year or 2 and subsequently developing the Chidori seemed quite reasonable, did it not? The training process was established, and the ninjutsu began to take shape. Anyone observing would undoubtedly perceive him as a genius. With the formidable support of Uzumaki Kushina and Yuhi Kurenai, there is no need for me to worry about entering that vast route. Is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki no longer required to maintain relationships? Has the spare host been entrusted to Danzo? What of the wielder of the Sharingan? Regardless of whether Sarutobi Hiruzen is a paragon as depicted in official texts or a schemer in fanfiction, these factors render it impossible for me to submit myself to Danzo. In this regard, Yuki Yuichi feels a sense of reassurance. In fact, the more talented he becomes, the more pleased Sarutobi Hiruzen is likely to be. After all, in a broader sense, he is also a member of the Hokage faction. Contemplating these thoughts, Yuki Yuichi shouted, Youth is all about striving diligently. Every morning that lacks celebration is an affront to youth. Charging forward. After observing Yuki for a while, Yuhi Kurenai suddenly glanced down at the dumbbells in her hands. A sense of inexplicable concern washing over her. Would Yuichi one day don that vibrant green attire? Kurenai whispered to herself, just as Hatake Kakashi appeared behind her. What green attire? Kakashi inquired, looking up, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Kurenai had blocked his view of Yuki and Might Guy. who were fervently pouring out their youth on the training ground. Has he been affected? Kakashi mused, casting a sympathetic glance at Yuki. Has he sustained an injury to his head due to the shadow clone incident yesterday? He had intended to engage Yuki in some sparring today to settle the score for his previous mischief. Yet, seeing him in this state made him reconsider. Pondering this, Kakashi retrieved his unsharpened ninja blade from the equipment cabinet. However, as he grasped the weapon, a sudden realization struck him. If Yuki were to transform into a version akin to Might Guy, would he not also seek to cling to him? At this thought, Kakashi could not help but shiver. No, that cannot be. Yuki is not that kind of person. Yes, surely not. Kakashi stole another glance at Yuki training alongside Might Guy, silently reassuring himself. Yuichi, this behavior is unacceptable, Might Guy admonished, observing Yuki's exaggerated gestures. You appear too feeble. The most intolerable thing for a man is to be deemed incapable or overly fragile. At once, Yuki sprang to his feet, delivering 2 resounding punches to his chest. Hearing the sound resonate like steel, Might Guy suddenly realized. This is weight training. He was aware of it. His father also engaged in weight training, and he had donned them before, yet his father's weights were far too heavy for him to bear. With no extra funds to procure suitable weights, he had no choice but to rely on diligent practice. I am bearing 50 pounds of weight. Once I acclimate, I shall upgrade to something even heavier. Yuki's sole objective was to enhance his physique. He had already envisioned himself in battle, with flames enveloping his body. Strength is fleeting, but being impressive is a lifelong pursuit. Only with formidable strength can one protect those they hold dear in their hearts. Kai, continue your diligent training. Although I may not match you at present, I am resolute that one day, even while burdened, I shall keep pace with your speed. Alas, you are indeed one of my 2 lifelong rivals. I shall not allow you and Kakashi to surpass me by too great a margin. As he spoke, Might Guy dropped to the ground, fervently performing push-ups, tears streaming down his face. Not far away, Kakashi Hitaki paused mid-swing, casting a blank stare at the two. Kakashi could hardly contain himself. You two can chatter away, but why must you drag me into this? He even envisioned a future where 2 spirited young men would incessantly cling to him. Moreover, why must they speak so loudly that he could hear them? With this thought, he increased the speed of his strikes. Just then, Obito Uchiha arrived fashionably late. Instinctively surveying the scene, he was about to speak when he suddenly realized someone was missing. Upon this realization, Obito felt a surge of excitement. Asuma has yet to arrive. This time, I am not the last to show up. No one could fathom the discomfort he felt each time he was labeled as tardy after assisting the elderly. No one wishes to be perpetually accused of being late. And Obito Uchiha was no exception. Casting a glance at him, Kakashi, already exasperated by Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy, remarked, Asuma is merely late today. Unlike you. This is a daily occurrence. Kakashi's words struck like a sharp dagger to Obito's heart, visibly reddening his face. Damn Kakashi, today I, Obito, shall teach you a lesson. Huh? Kakashi chuckled, further inciting Obito's ire. From the very first day of school, I have found you intolerable, Obito declared, rolling up his sleeves. Let me see what you're made of, Kakashi. Rather than simply disliking Kakashi, it was more about Obito's lack of confidence. From the very first day, he noticed that Rin Noira seemed to regard Kakashi differently, intensifying his sense of urgency. Come at me, you slacker, he shouted angrily. I am not a slacker, Obito roared, charging directly at Kakashi. Anticipating Obito's move, Kakashi, wielding a wooden sword, closed the distance as well. Their actions drew the attention of Yuichi Kesh and Might Guy, who were diligently training, as well as Kurenai, who had been observing them. Having trained together for so long, they had rarely engaged in combat. They had only sparred once at the beginning. Thereafter, it was mostly self-practice of their ninjutsu or sword techniques. Obito, give it your all. Kakashi, give it your all. Upon witnessing the two engaged in battle, Might Guy shouted words of encouragement. However, the combatants were too preoccupied to acknowledge him. As Hitaki Kakashi swung his blade in attack, Uchiha Obito swiftly rolled away, evading Kakashi's wooden sword just as it was about to make contact. He actually managed to dodge? Kakashi gazed at the re-emerging Obito, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Previously, he had struck this individual's head with ease and had anticipated a similar outcome this time. It appeared he would have to take the fight more seriously. Kakashi scrutinized Obito, contemplating, though he remained somewhat skeptical. Prepare to witness the might of the Uchiha's fire release. Fire release, great fireball technique. As he spoke, Obito rapidly formed hand seals, channeling chakra into his throat. Observing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and crouched low. launching himself forward just as Obito was about to complete his technique. His speed was remarkable, though not quite as swift as the body flicker technique. It was still beyond Obito's capacity to react. Before the concentrated fire chakra could be unleashed, Kakashi's blade struck hard against Obito's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The great fireball he had intended to unleash was abruptly interrupted, nearly causing him to choke. Cough, cough. Lying on the ground, Obito could not suppress his coughs, each one accompanied by wisps of heated black smoke. You bastard Kakashi, you actually ambushed me. Kakashi, upon hearing this, merely snorted in response, disregarding his words. As their clash concluded, Jasek number 2 rushed over with a medical kit in hand. Don't speak. Your voice is nearly gone. With that, Jasek no. 2 placed a small medicinal pill into Obito's mouth. It was a remedy for throat injuries, a cough suppressant from the Nara clan, known for its efficacy. Jasek number 2 was a shadow clone of Jasek Waiichi, designated as the second in the sequence of his shadow clones, continuing the numbering from No. 1 onward. Meanwhile, Jasek number 1 remained focused on practicing chakra control, casting only a fleeting glance at No. 2 as he hurried off before returning to his rigorous training. Unlike him, Jasek number 2 was merely pretending to develop the Chidori. In reality, he had already mastered it and only needed to simulate the process of gathering lightning chakra. Yet, despite the pretense, he was still engaged in actual training, after all. One could not simply gather chakra without any motion. Touched by the kindness of Jasek number 2, Obito gazed at him and rasped, "You're truly wonderful, young man." "You still need to practice," Jasek number 2 replied, shaking his head at Obito's grateful tone. He then raised his hand, transforming his entire chakra into lightning chakra and concentrating it upon his right arm. In an instant, the training ground was illuminated with flashes of lightning, appearing exceptionally bright even in the daylight. Obito, still seated on the ground, gazed at the spectacle with his mouth slightly agape, momentarily at a loss for words. What an immense chakra! Kakashi Hatake observed the scene nearby, contemplating silently. He had not forgotten that this was merely a shadow clone. The sheer magnitude of chakra possessed by such a clone left him astounded. He could hardly fathom the extent of Yuichi's chakra reserves. After subtly sensing the chakra within himself, he felt a twinge of unease. Given the performance of the shadow clone and the effect of the gathered lightning chakra, even 10 of him, expending all their chakra, would be unable to replicate it. As he pondered in silence, the second Yuichi spoke suddenly. "Darkness envelopes all. I am the sole ray of light." Shattering the darkness with thunder, a flash of lightning erupted. Oh. At the sound of the second Yuichi's proclamation, Obito Uchiha hoarsely yelled in excitement. "That is so cool." Yet, before he could express his admiration for long, the shadow clone, which had been wielding the lightnings, vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Yuichi, who was with Might Guy, watched in bemusement and suddenly felt a surge of memories flooding back. I sigh. Yuichi found himself at a loss for words, ultimately releasing a long sigh. It was the first time he had witnessed a shadow clone exhaust its chakra in a display of bravado. This led him to deep contemplation. Was he truly so ridiculous? Or did the shadow clones, when separated, completely abandon their self-restraint? After much reflection, Yuichi reached a conclusion. The shadow clones produced by the shadow clone technique were simply foolish beings liberated from their inhibitions. Once everything had concluded, everyone resumed their training. However, Obito Uchiha lay on a bench in the rest area, still feeling discomfort from Kakashi's earlier strike. Even after some time had passed, his chest continued to throb painfully. When Asuma Saratobi arrived at the training ground, he found Might Guy passionately shouting about youth while Yuichi leisurely engaged in physical activity. Meanwhile, Kakashi was lost in thought, gathering chakra in his palm. Yuhi Kurenai and Yuichi's shadow clone were practicing chakra control. As for Obito, Asuma did not notice him lounging in a corner of the rest area and remarked, "Did I arrive so late today that Obito has teeth shown up yet?" Here," Obito exclaimed, raising his hand and sitting up from the bench, the motion causing him to wince in pain. However, it was far less intense than the agony he had initially experienced. Due to the frequent wars and chaotic battles, the healing ointments in this world had significantly improved. Upon hearing Obito's voice, Asuma paused, turning towards the sound to see Obito's form come into view. "What happened to you?" "It's nothing. I just fell." Obito replied nonchalantly. "Really?" Asuma looked at him skeptically. "I don't believe you. Judging by his injuries, it didn't seem like a simple fall at all. It felt like he was deceiving someone gullible." However, since Obito chose not to elaborate, Asuma decided not to press further. "It is most likely due to the sparring sessions that one has been bested. Nevertheless, make sure to rest well. Today, I am determined to master the art of blaze. Asuma Saratobi proclaimed, dashing to the center of the training ground to practice fire release. Alas, one wooden post was missing, yet this was of little consequence. Training proved to be a monotonous endeavor, and the morning hours swiftly elapsed. Removing the heavy weights from his body and casting them aside, Yuichi Ju leaned back with a sigh. This burden was exceedingly weighty. However, such rigorous training is indeed the most effective path to improvement. Yuhi Kurenai appeared at his side, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Yuichi's bare torso. He was aware of her sentiments. I am merely taking a moment to rest, he remarked, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he clenched his teeth. I shall henceforth live my life encumbered by this weight. Without a fierce heart, one cannot stand firm. He possessed extraordinary advantages, a dual bloodline, and in this realm, he was inherently favored. If he did not strive diligently, how would he differ from the worthless? With a system, a template, the whirlpool physique, and the Uchiha Sharingan all within his grasp, he refused to be deemed as ineffectual. Upon hearing his declaration, not only did Kurenai find it difficult to bear, but even Might Guy appeared taken aback. Wouldn't this adversely affect your daily life? He queried. You'll adapt in time, Yuichi responded, inhaling deeply as he retrieved the weights once more. After securing them and donning his clothing, he was just about to suggest a meal when Kakashi Hatake approached. Seeing Kakashi, Guy flashed a bright smile and gave a thumbs up. Kakashi, yet. Before he could complete his sentence, Kakashi swiftly interrupted, I intend to apply for early graduation. Care to join me? His statement left the group momentarily speechless. Yuichi pondered for a moment. It seemed Kakashi had graduated shortly after enrolling. This thought led to Yuichi's confusion. What purpose lay in graduating so early? Curiosity piqued, he asked. Why do you wish to graduate at such an early stage? Kakashi met his gaze, tightening his fist. Of course, it is to become stronger. I aim to enhance my abilities and promote the Hatake swordsmanship, though his expression was concealed by a mask. The fervor in his eyes spoke of youthful ambition. But, isn't it possible to grow stronger within the school? This was the source of Yuichi's bewilderment. If one sought power, surely diligent training here would suffice for enhancement? The thought of whether one could indeed grow stronger had not even crossed Yuichi's mind. For he was well aware of the esteemed company gathered here, Obito Uchiha of the Uchiha clan, Asuma Saratobi, son of the third Hokage, Kurenai's daughter and adopted son, the offspring of Konoha's White Fang, and the Might Guy and his son, masters of the Eight Gates. Behind him stood the swirling figure of Kushina Izumaki. With such individuals at their backs, there was no need to fear a lack of guidance or protection. Obito Uchiha could be excluded from this, as he had but a grandmother remaining. However, apart from him, the elders of the others were all formidable figures. This assembly could be said to encompass illusions, ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques, and ocular techniques. Besides gaining practical experience and witnessing bloodshed sooner, he could think of no other means to enhance his strength. Upon hearing Yuichi Jingu's words, Kakashi Hatake wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words, falling into a contemplative silence. Observing his quietude, Yuichi began to tally up. Let me break it down for you. We train here every morning. Although it's just us, we can always consult our elders upon returning. There is no need to fear straying off course. We can also request training supplies from home, though we must attend school in the afternoon. I've discovered that I can practice chakra control discreetly beneath my desk. However, if you graduate now, you will have to undertake missions, which may involve killing or protecting others. While missions are not daily occurrences, they will consume a significant amount of your time. Can your team leader be stronger than your father? Will they teach you as selflessly as your father does? At this point, Kakashi was rendered completely silent. He had only considered the allure of graduating early to become a true ninja, oblivious to the myriad of considerations that entailed. Moreover, he recognized the validity in Yuichi's point. His team leader might not possess the prowess of his father, nor would they impart knowledge with the same generosity. Kakashi, stay. Might Guy gazed at him with unwavering determination. Although early graduation seemed advantageous, it signified an insufficient grasp of ninja knowledge. Despite his usual clumsiness, Guy was keenly aware. While the Ninja Academy might not currently impart practical skills, this was merely the beginning. Knowledge of assassination, protection, and poisoning was entirely foreign to them. Being a ninja was not solely about combat. Lacking mastery of these skills rendered one a veritable illiterate among ninjas. Regarding the matter of early graduation, Kakashi chose not to pursue the topic further, seemingly swayed by the discourse. Seeing his expression, Yuichi felt a sense of relief, not that he wished for Kakashi to graduate early, but rather out of regret. In his view, It would be more beneficial for Kakashi to spend additional years at the Ninja Academy, learning more and training steadily. Among the few present, he truly regarded them as friends. Kakashi's talent was extraordinary, possessing a remarkable aptitude. Yet even so, this individual would quickly catch up. Such a prodigy. Akin to an unparalleled genius, if only he could dedicate several years to stable cultivation, one could scarcely fathom the extent of his future terror. Although graduating early may seem prestigious, it comes at the expense of one's potential. The necessity to venture out and engage in violence at such a tender age, instead of focusing on steadily enhancing one's abilities, appears rather abstract. This is precisely why Kakashi Hataki's exceptional talent shines through in the original narrative, making it seem as though his spirit waned due to repeated setbacks. Entering the academy at 5, graduating the same year, becoming a Chunin at 6, and attaining Jonin status by 12, one can discern that Kakashi has squandered a considerable amount of time. Shall we go for a meal? He suggested. Kakashi nodded in response, contemplating Yuichi Jeching's words internally. There were aspects he resonated with, yet others he failed to grasp, prompting him to consider inquiring with his father upon returning. Yuichi Jeching and Kakashi led the way, with Kurenai Yui trailing beside Yuichi, while Might Guy and his companions followed behind. Not far off, a shadow clone, having completed the day's training, exhaled in relief and promptly vanished. Obito, how are you faring? Asuma Sarutobi inquired upon noticing Uchiha Obito approaching. Are you all right? I'm fine now, Obito replied, his voice still hoarse, yet markedly improved, with the pain in his chest having diminished significantly. One could only remark on the astonishing efficacy of the medicinal remedies within the ninja world. That's a relief. Asuma chuckled as he draped an arm around Obito's shoulder, delivering a few hearty pats, causing Obito to grimace. Idiot. It just doesn't hurt as much. Observing Obito's grimace, Asuma offered an awkward chuckle. Next time, I'll let you hit me back. Damn it. You and that wretched Kakashi. I will certainly give both of you a thrashing. Obito's fervent declaration prompted Kakashi, who was ahead, to glance back, slowly uttering 3 words, dead last. How infuriating. Upon hearing Kakashi's taunt, Obito glared fiercely, just wait. I will defeat you in front of Rin. Kakashi was left bewildered by Obito's words. Who is Rin? Although puzzled, he merely shrugged. The dead last will always be the dead last. You will never surpass me. Witnessing their banter, Yuichi subtly edged closer to Kurenai. Their camaraderie is rather strong, he remarked. Kurenai glanced at Obito and Kakashi, nodding in agreement. Indeed, their bond is quite profound, she mused, tilting her head slightly. However, her observation seemed to evoke a sense of rebellion in both boys, who chorused, I do not have a great relationship with this guy. Yuichi, grinning, turned to the group. Look at that. Such synergy in their responses. Those insufferable fools. Do not mimic my speech, they exclaimed, laughter echoing through the air. Asuma Sarutobi doubled over in mirth, proclaiming, Your relationship seems rather strained. Indeed, Might Guy nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Such is the essence of youth. With a resounding shout of exhilaration, he celebrated the camaraderie of youth alongside his companions. Amidst the exasperated expressions of Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha, the group joyfully descended the mountain. Yuichi Jinguji and his friends exchanged banter, while Obito continued to spar verbally with Kakashi. Observing their antics, Yuichi couldn't help but smile. Such days were truly delightful. Were they not? The afternoon classes were uneventful, a monotonous routine. Upon dismissal, Yuichi and Kurenai Yuhi made their way home. As they entered, they found Kurenai standing in the living room, her expression dark. Recalling the morning's events, Yuichi gulped nervously and forced a smile. We're back. Kurenai's cold smile remained fixed upon him, a white slip of paper in her hand. Yuichi, could you enlighten me as to what this says? Handing the note to Yuichi, Kurenai adorned her face with a deceptively gentle smile. Yuichi merely glanced at the note, clearing his throat. He didn't need to read the contents to understand its implications. The boomerang he had carelessly tossed that morning had returned to strike him squarely between the eyes by nightfall. Seeing his demeanor, Kurenai, perceptive as ever, stepped protectively in front of Yuichi, arms spread wide. That is something I intend to purchase. Dad, you mustn't speak of Yuichi. Kurenai glanced from Yuichi to the note, her gaze finally landing on the scribbled weight of 50 pounds. You expect me to believe this is a gift from your beloved little cotton-padded jacket? She retorted, incredulity in her tone. Yet, witnessing Kurenai's fierce protectiveness caused a pang of discontent within her. This hardly resembled her cherished little cotton-padded jacket. Kurenai found herself lost in thought. It is often said that daughters are their father's little treasures, yet everything seemed to have shifted since Yuichi had entered their lives. Although Kurenai had been just a year old at the time and had yet to exhibit such traits, since they both learned to speak, her daughter had continuously shielded Yuichi from her. In that moment of realization, Kurenai felt a wave of betrayal wash over her. This was no cherished little cotton-padded jacket. It was her conniving little rascal. Noticing Kurenai's fluctuating emotions, Yuichi sensed impending trouble. As anticipated, Kurenai snapped back to reality, casting a fierce glare at Yuichi before tossing the note onto the table. Hurry up and eat. Soon, I shall instruct you both in the art of physical techniques. Though for us ninjas, physical prowess is often a last resort, it remains crucial for rigorous training. The crimson abacus of the setting sun. Not only the astute Yuichi Sarayu, but even Akane Sarayu could discern it. However, upon witnessing her father's demeanor, Akane decided it best not to voice any objections. The thoughts of Yuichi J-Ki and K-Ka-Y-Hi are in alignment. It appears that he is about to face a beating. However, this may prove to be beneficial. Although K-Ka-Y-Hi might take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, the instruction will indeed be genuine. After their meal, Yuichi J-Ki and K-Ka-Y-Hi stand in the courtyard. Yuichi wields a kunai, while K-Ka is unarmed. As long as you can shatter my shadow clone, you will have succeeded. K-Ka-Y-Hi's voice resonates from the side. The courtyard, separated from the interior by a mere layer of glass, showcases the standoff between Yuichi and K-Ka's shadow clone. Observing the shadow clone, Yuichi remains vigilant. After all, it is a projection of A.J. Nin, not something he can easily defeat, unless he employs traps or a swift ambush. Come on. The shadow clone, embodying K-Ka-Y-Hi's personality yet unrestrained, exudes a palpable malice towards Yuichi. Watch me soar like a crow, Yuichi exclaims, charging forward, kunai in hand, aimed directly at the shadow clone. K-Ka-Y-Hi shakes her head at the sight. Such a foolish rush is tantamount to courting disaster. As expected, upon witnessing Yuichi's advance, the shadow clone smirks and mirrors his charge, hands positioned behind its back. In the instant they draw near, the shadow clone suddenly twists to evade Yuichi's kunai, swiftly swiping at his wrist, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. It then seizes Yuichi by the collar, using its muscular strength to pivot and leverage its core, declaring, "Prepare to fall." However, Yuichi remains unfazed, instead donning a peculiar grin. "You are the one who will fall, Uncle K-Ka." Though this is a shadow clone, it is still K-Ka-Y-Hi, and Yuichi's address remains unchanged. The shadow clone's strength is formidable. With a mere swing, Yuichi is lifted, his back crashing against the ground with a dull thud, raising a cloud of dust. Yet, in a twist of fate, the kunai that Yuichi had relinquished takes an unexpected trajectory, curving to strike at the back of the shadow clone's head. A glimmer of unique radiance emanates from Yuichi's right index finger. Is that chakra thread? K-Ka-Y-Hi furrows her brow. The ability to condense chakra into threads and manipulate shuikins or kunai is typically a technique mastered only by Ch Nin, a skill acquired a year or two post-graduation. She is astounded that Yuichi has achieved this. Could it be that this boy is truly a prodigy? K-Ka-Y-Hi's thoughts are complex as she contemplates this revelation. Meanwhile, Y-Hi, oblivious to the intricacies, excitedly exclaims upon hearing K-Ka mention chakra threads, "Yuichi, go for it. Give daddy a good thrashing." K-Ka-Y-Hi cannot help but glance down, confirming that this is indeed the mischievous heart. In the midst of the confrontation, the shadow clone seemed to sense a looming danger, opting not to pursue Yuichi J.Y. further, but instead sprinting forward. However, a shuriken relentlessly pursued him from behind. At this moment, Yuichi J.Y. rose to his feet, rubbed his shoulder, and brushed off the dust from his clothes before charging at the shadow clone once more. Just as he was seized by the clone, he activated the Ninjutsu, Defense, Level 3, which provided a remarkable 40% damage reduction. Although the impact was painful, he sustained no significant injuries, merely a slight ache in his back. This ability proved invaluable when dealing with blunt force. Watching from the sidelines, Azuma Shinju couldn't help but marvel at the boy's resilience. As a jonin, she recognized that Yuichi J.Y. had not faced the full might of the shadow clone. Nevertheless, even a mere fraction of that power was beyond what an ordinary genin could endure. One would expect to be left groaning on the ground. Yet this boy stood up as if nothing had happened. Azuma Shinju attributed this astonishing endurance to the Uzumaki clan's remarkable physiology. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan was formidable. Curious about his musings, Y-Hi KK glanced up at him. Sensing her confusion, Azuma Shinju elaborated. The Uzumaki clan possesses the most powerful constitution in the ninja world. Their recovery abilities are extraordinary, and their vitality is robust. Even severe injuries can be mended with but a night's rest. This impudent boy is no exception. Azuma Shinju's explanation was succinct, but YHKK's focus shifted elsewhere. Pouting, she retorted, Yuichi is not a brat. Azuma Shinju, momentarily at a loss for words, noted a flicker of irritation in her expression. That annoying red-haired brat. Ultimately, Yuichi J.Y. found himself on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Sporting a bruised face, he cast a resentful glance at Azuma Shinju, silently lamenting what happened to using the shadow clone. Why did both the clone and the original attack together? Someday, I shall exact my revenge. Ignoring Yuichi's glum expression and YHKK's reproachful gaze, Azuma Shinju looked skyward and declared, the teachings of taijutsu are false. This lesson is about trust. She then turned her serious gaze back to them and continued, in the world of ninjas, do not trust others. No. Trust no one. Lies are omnipresent. The very ally you place your faith in could be the one to bring about your demise. Azuma Shinju's words caused YHKK to take a startled step back. Can ninjas truly turn against one another? Yuichi J.Y. furrowed his brow and inquired. If memory serves, hadn't the Hokage spoken of camaraderie and bonds of friendship? Observing the expressions of Yuichi and YHI, Azuma Shinju remained unfazed. While mutual destruction is not permissible, false information can lead you to your doom. The Crimson Sunset. Indeed, I have encountered such individuals, those who, through deceit, intentionally provide false information that leads others to their demise, while they themselves feign failure of the mission. Although failure incurs punishment, such people do exist. Therefore, in the future, when joining a ninja squad, one must remain vigilant regarding information. Indeed, the Crimson Sunset nodded, emphasizing the importance of observation and caution. Even you cannot trust entirely. For in this world, there exists jutsu that manipulate others. Should I ever send you two on a perilous mission or towards certain death, do not doubt, it would no longer be me. The Crimson Sunset spoke with utmost seriousness, declaring, I will never place you two in harm's way. Remember this. Understood. Both Yuhi and Yuki exchanged a solemn glance before nodding in unison, their expressions equally grave. The subsequent days unfolded with simplicity, training in the morning, classes in the afternoon, and evenings dedicated to additional training for the two by the Crimson Sunset. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Observing the well-prepared students, Kaya revealed a satisfied smile. Within these 3 months, they had effectively completed a year's worth of curriculum. The first year lacked substantial courses, primarily focused on teaching literacy and refining chakra. Ban, Yama, you two must strive diligently. Kaya addressed the two students seated in the front row, his expression serious. The teacher has already covered the material ahead of schedule, and through the examination, the entire class has become literate. Yet, you two remain unable to refine your chakra. If, in the next 2 months, you do not succeed in this endeavor. Kaya hesitated. For the rules of the ninja school were clear. Failure to refine chakra within 6 months necessitated withdrawal from the program, signifying a lack of aptitude for ninja skills. However, there was no need for concern. If you encounter difficulties, you may visit me at my home or my office. Kaya observed the two students, silently sighing inwardly. Though he expressed encouragement, he had already delivered a grim verdict upon their prospects. Nearly 4 months had passed since the school year began, and still, they had not refined their chakra. It only indicated their unsuitability for the path of a ninja. The school's entrance assessments evaluated physical fitness along with the use of ninja tools and various other criteria. Generally, students who could not refine chakra were seldom seen. Nevertheless, each year, several students were eliminated within the first 6 months, leaving only those capable of harnessing chakra. This was the established rule, also crafted for the safety of all. A single ninja trainee could easily outmaneuver a group of adults, and those devoid of chakra were destined for a tranquil existence within the village of Konoha. Kai's words did not embarrass the two. Throughout these days, they had come to understand his character. He was indeed a commendable teacher. As Kwanban, Iyi, and Yamamoto-san looked at each other, they clenched their fists and turned their gazes towards Kei Ichikaku. Teacher, we shall certainly strive. Indeed. Kei Ichikaku nodded. Since only these two had yet to refine their chakra within the class, he had moved their seats to be directly in front of him. Before we commence our lesson, I have some splendid news to share, Kei Ichikaku declared, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. As most of you have already mastered reading and chakra manipulation, the Hokage has granted me permission to teach you the second-grade curriculum ahead of schedule. Hooray! No more dreary days. The students exclaimed enthusiastically. Teacher, can we learn ninjutsu now? All attention was drawn to Kei Ichikaku's words. Yu Cheng-yu propped his chin on one hand, listening with indifference to the discussions around him. Ninjutsu. You all are overly optimistic, he mused. He was well aware that the Ninja Academy only taught the body replacement technique. As for other skills, they focused primarily on physical training and various essential knowledge for a ninja. Though the existence of ninja schools shattered the barriers preventing commoners from becoming ninjas, ninjutsu was not freely bestowed upon anyone. At least at the Ninja Academy, only the body replacement technique was taught. While the idea of commoners becoming ninjas might be acceptable to the prominent clans, the dissemination of ninjutsu was an entirely different matter. Once assigned to a leading ninja, unless the leader was particularly benevolent, they would only teach a few simple C-rank techniques. Otherwise, obtaining ninjutsu required completing tasks to exchange for them. The requirement for exchanging ninjutsu was based on the task's rank. How many B-rank missions would one need to exchange for a C-rank or B-rank ninjutsu? This was another purpose of task rankings, aside from determining rewards and hazards. Before becoming a Jonin, the Hokage would not assign you missions. One would have to personally go to the Hokage building to accept tasks. As for the Genin teams in the original story receiving missions directly from the Hokage, one must consider their backgrounds and the identities of the leading Jonin. We will begin our second-grade curriculum tomorrow, so this afternoon, I will share insights about the world of ninjas, Kei Ichikaku continued. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng-yu raised his eyelids, his expression growing serious. He had some knowledge of the ninja world from his previous life, but that was the extent of it. Why Hayakane had never discussed such matters with them. Aside from vague warnings. Apart from Yu Cheng-yu, the others looked at Kei Ichikaku with curiosity. Even the ninja clan descendants seated in the back were no exception. After all, which parent would casually discuss the world of ninjas with their children? Thus, aside from commoners, they too possessed only a fragmentary understanding of the ninja world. Those who were stronger than these commoner ninjas typically boasted merely more robust physiques, an earlier onset of chakra, and superior family backgrounds. Kei Ichikaku cleared his throat and surveyed the room, seemingly pleased with the expressions of his students. Can anyone tell me about the prominent clans within our ninja realm? He inquired, directing his gaze toward the students below. Inform the students that these matters are of little consequence, as this is merely a third-grade curriculum. As soon as Yumino Irika's words fell, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. I know. There are the Uchiha and the Hyuga. I also know. And the Inuzuka and the Aburame. Sarutobi. Inuzuka, Tsukages. Listening to her classmates, Yuhi Kurenai turned her gaze towards Yuki Yuichi. Yuichi, didn't your father mention that you are a child of the Uzumaki and Uchiha? Yes, that is correct. Yuichi nodded affirmatively. But how come I have never heard of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha? Kurenai blinked her large eyes, curiously peering at Yuichi. Kurenai's question left Yuichi momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, he couldn't say they had all perished? After a brief contemplation, Yuichi replied, I'm not sure. They must be a ninja clan from outside Konoha. Last time, my sister Kushina mentioned that only the two of us remain in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Kurenai nodded thoughtfully. And suddenly, her face flushed red as she whispered shyly, Then Konoha will have a few more in the future. Huh. Yuichi was taken aback by her words and then furrowed his brow at her, silently pondering. Is Kurenai maturing too quickly? She is only 6, going on 7. How could she be talking about having children already? Is this even reasonable? Truly, this is the world of Hokage. With a sigh, Yuichi could only acknowledge the abstract nature of the ninja realm. As he contemplated, Yuichi leaned closer to Kurenai's ear and whispered, Then let us have more. Kurenai's little face turned even redder, shy as a quail. At the front, the teacher cleared his throat, and the chaotic sounds in the classroom faded away. In this class, Yumino Irika held considerable respect. The children in the ninja world were not only precocious regarding matters of romance, they exhibited early maturity in many aspects. Irika's actions were observed keenly, earning admiration from the ninja clan students and gratitude from the commoners. What you all say is true. However, you are referring to the prominent clans of Konoha. Beyond Konoha, there are also many ninja clans. As Irika spoke, he surveyed the room before continuing, for instance, the Yagami clan, the Yuki clan, and so forth. But for now, let us set those aside. What the teacher wishes to convey is that if you encounter special ninjas in the future, You must exercise caution. Teacher. Upon hearing his words, Noera Rin raised her hand. What constitutes a special ninja? Irika displayed an appreciative expression, seemingly pleased with Rin's interjection. A special ninja is one who possesses unique abilities. You may not be familiar with the clans outside the village, so let us focus on Konoha's clans, Irika elaborated, pointing to the Byakugan-wielding girl in the back, Hinata Hyuga. The Hyuga clan, to which Hinata belongs, is indeed a clan of special ninjas. They possess the Byakugan, enabling them to scout from a distance and perceive the flow of chakra within their adversaries. Furthermore, they are adept in the family's traditional gentle fist technique, marking them as elite among ninjas. How formidable! Upon hearing Hei Ijiao's words, Hinata Xia could not help but lift her head with pride. Despite being from the branch family and harboring resentment towards the main family, the praise for the Byakugan stirred a sense of pride within her. Teacher. Upon hearing Hei Ijiao commend the Hyuga clan, Uchiha Obito could no longer contain himself and retorted, the Hyuga clan is not that powerful. They cannot compare to us. The Uchiha. Obito's words caused a stir in Hei Ijiao's heart. He suddenly remembered the long-standing rivalry between the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Observing Obito's indignant demeanor, Hei Ijiao could only muster a smile, acknowledging the strength of the Hyuga clan while also recognizing the prowess of the Uchiha clan. He dared not state that the Uchiha were superior to the Hyuga for fear of provoking the latter, nor could he assert the opposite for the same reason. The Uchiha clan boasts the Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit that allows them to replicate their enemy's jutsu and counterattack effectively. Moreover, the majority of Uchiha members are proficient in fire release techniques, making them a formidable family within Konoha. Hei Ijiao briefly mentioned the Uchiha clan before deciding to move on. Let us proceed beyond the village. He needed to reflect on these matters for future lessons. Seeing Hei Ijiao's expression, Yuichi Juchi could not help but chuckle. Yuichi, what are you laughing at? Teacher, I am not laughing. I merely recalled something amusing, Juchi replied earnestly, fabricating a response. Hei Ijiao, skeptical, shot him a glance, suspecting that Juchi was mocking him. In that case, let the cheerful Yuichi answer a question for me. Please name a ninja clan outside the village. Glancing at Hei Ijiao, Juchi stood and declared, the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their sealing techniques and possessing a formidable physique and vibrant life force. Hei Ijiao had not anticipated that Juchi would be able to answer. He hardly registered the content of his words. Since that's the case, you may step outside, however. As he spoke, Hei Ijiao realized that Juchi had indeed mentioned a ninja clan. Yet, the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated, leaving only Kushina Uzumaki as its representative within the village. Contemplating this, Hei Ijiao shook his head. Although the Uzumaki clan still existed, it was, in truth, extinguished, with only Lady Kushina remaining, unable to propagate further. He did not connect Juchi's red hair to the Uzumaki clan, considering that their surnames differed. One belonged to the Sarutobi family, while the other hailed from the Uzumaki clan. It is worth noting that Kushina Uzumaki was still in Konoha. Had Juchi been a member of the Uzumaki clan, he would have been brought back long ago. Yumino Ikaku initially assumed that Waiichi Waiki was familiar with the Uzumaki clan due to their shared hair color. Please take a seat, and next time, refrain from speaking out of turn, he advised. Understood. Waiichi complied, propping his chin up with one hand as he listened to Ikaku's discourse. Much of it was already known to him, yet it was infinitely more engaging than the tedious tales of the Will of Fire. At the very least, he was bored. After Waiichi settled down, Kakashi Hitaki turned a glance at him, scrutinizing him thoughtfully before returning his gaze elsewhere. Waiichi paid no heed to this. He had never intended to conceal his Uzumaki lineage from Kakashi and the others, merely to keep it from outsiders. Upon exiting the school gates in the afternoon, Waiichi couldn't resist stretching, feeling the fatigue of a day filled with lessons. What a tiring day. Yet, today was the most relaxed I've felt at school. Not tiring at all, replied Kurenai Yuhi, gently touching her own face. I found the teacher's lectures quite fascinating. Well, it was tolerable, Waiichi mused. Without the memories of his past life, he might have found the material engrossing, but as a person with a sound perspective, he found the contents of the Will of Fire largely to be glorifications of the third Hokage as the strongest of all. The tales of various ninjas left him feeling discomfort, twisted and deranged. This was his interpretation of the Will of Fire. He vividly recalled one particular tale wherein a ninja, injured during a mission, chose to forsake returning to the village, despite his wife, 6 months pregnant, waiting for him. He resolutely opted for death under the pretense of providing cover for his teammates. This incident was lauded in the Will of Fire as an embodiment of true ninja way. Reflecting on this, Yuichi turned to Kurenai with a serious expression, leaning in to whisper, "The will of fire, do not even glance at it. If asked, simply say it's about protecting comrades and the village." He cherished such companions but hoped Kurenai and others would not become like that, brainwashed into foolishness. Feeling the warmth of Yuichi's breath, Kurenai's cheeks flushed. Though uncertain of the reason behind his warning against the will of fire, she nodded in agreement. If Yuichi disapproved, she would refrain from reading it, especially since her father had also advised against trusting the will of fire. "Oh, Yuichi and Kurenai? Long time no see." Minato Namikaze appeared before them, a smile gracing his features upon witnessing their hushed conversation. "Brother Minato, what brings you here?" Yuichi inquired. Stepping away from Kurenai's ear, curiosity evident in his tone. "I came out for a breath of fresh air," Minato replied, scratching his head. "I've been trying to develop a new jutsu, but have hit a creative block." Yuichi paused, struck by the revelation, but then pondered aloud. "What kind of jutsu is my brother-in-law working on?" The moment he referred to Minato as his brother-in-law, Minato was momentarily taken aback before realizing. He chuckled and responded, "Oh, it's nothing much, just working on a no-hand sign technique." As he spoke, Minato Namikaze articulated his thoughts. He didn't truly expect Yuichi Ketsuki to have any ideas. He merely felt a bit vexed and believed that expressing himself would provide some relief. The jutsu he was contemplating was essentially a mimicry of the tailed beast bomb. He was aware that Kushina Uzumaki had a tailed beast sealed within her and wished to develop such a technique to protect her. Upon hearing Minato's words, Yuichi nodded. This was indeed the Rasengan. Yuichi had a general understanding of the Rasengan's principles, though the more intricate details had slipped from his memory. Since it involved gathering chakra into a sphere in his hand, why not experiment with reversing the chakra's rotation? In his recollection, the Rasengan seemed to involve the alternating wrapping and spinning of chakra. "Yuichi, what prompted this thought?" Minato inquired, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Yuichi. Initially, he held little hope, but Yuichi's recent comment sparked a flicker of inspiration within him. "Reverse rotation?" Minato murmured softly, raising his hand to condense a sphere of chakra in his palm, albeit not a Rasengan. The chakra within the sphere began to rotate in a singular direction. But as he focused on the sphere, Minato endeavored to follow Yuichi's imaginative suggestion. Observing the chakra sphere in Minato's hand, Yuichi felt a wave of sentiment. This technique was a cornerstone of the entire Naruto saga and was regarded as a legacy, developed by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze to protect Kushina Uzumaki. It was subsequently taught to Jiraiya and Kakashi Hitaki, ultimately flourishing in the hands of Naruto Uzumaki. This could be considered an unconventional form of protection, he mused. His gaze fixed on Minato's hand. The once stable, yet harmless chakra sphere began to conflict, its originally perfect shape morphing into something irregular. After a moment, Minato dispersed the sphere and shook his head. Was that too ambitious? He had attempted to manipulate the chakra according to Yuichi's concept by splitting it into two opposing streams and reversing its rotation, yet the challenge proved formidable, causing chakra to dissipate uncontrollably. If not for his exceptional chakra control, the sphere would have likely expanded and vanished at the moment of collision. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied. Sensing a lingering pain in his hand, Minato smiled with joy. Although he had not succeeded this time, Yuichi's insight had illuminated the path to infusing this jutsu with lethality. "Yuichi, I cannot thank you enough. You have resolved a significant dilemma for me." Seeing Minato's elation, Yuichi shook his head. "You don't need to thank me, brother-in-law. We are family, are we not?" Yuichi also smiled, prompting Minato to reach out to ruffle his hair. "Yes, we are family. Don't mess with my hair," Yuichi protested, dodging Minato's hand. "It's impolite to ruffle one's hair." Upon encountering Yuichi Yuki, Minato Namikaze was reminded of the conversation he had with Kushina Uzumaki, where Yuichi seemed quite averse to others touching his head. With this thought in mind, he offered an awkward smile and remarked, "I shall refrain from doing so in the future." He paused momentarily before a radiant smile illuminated his face once more. "You two should head home. I must continue developing my ninjutsu. Once I have perfected it, I shall impart it to you." Observing his joyous demeanor, Yuichi glanced at Hinata Yui beside him, then took her small hand, preparing to depart. However, as they were leaving, as if recalling something, he called out, "Brother-in-law, you might consider compressing and rotating your chakra, layering it like a tornado, one layer clockwise, the next counterclockwise, and then compressing to maintain it." With that, Yuichi led Hinata away. Watching their retreating figures, Minato stroked his chin, contemplating deeply before finally exclaiming, "Yuichi possesses the spirit of the second Hokage." He too found Yuichi's idea to be quite feasible. He had been aware for quite some time that Kushina harbored a tailed beast within her. But it was only after witnessing a Jinchuriki from another village releasing a tailed beast bomb during a mission that he truly grasped the terrifying existence sealed within Kushina. The destructive power of the tailed beast bomb surpassed even that of the S-rank forbidden techniques he had encountered. Should it be unleashed within the village, it could very well reduce it to rubble. Protecting Kushina and safeguarding the village, that was the impetus behind his ninjutsu development. However, he had only just begun to explore this endeavor and was still in the initial stages. He had been troubled over how to imbue this technique with lethal force. But Yuichi's suggestion had illuminated his path. At that moment, he believed that Yuichi possessed ninjutsu development capabilities comparable to those of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Though still in the nascent stages of showcasing such talent, and not yet on par with the esteemed second Hokage, it was crucial to remember that Yuichi was merely 6 years old. What an astonishing prodigy. With these thoughts, Minato continued on his way. As they strolled, Hinata gazed at Yuichi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Yuichi, you're so amazing," she exclaimed. Minato. As she uttered this, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Realizing that her brother-in-law was developing ninjutsu, and that Yuichi had provided him with inspiration. Noticing Hinata's flushed face, Yuichi chuckled. "Of course. I aspire to become a master of ninjutsu. I aim to develop countless techniques." "Indeed." Hinata earnestly nodded her head. "Yuichi, you can definitely do it." She held an inexplicable confidence in Yuichi, believing that he could accomplish anything he set his mind to, a conviction she held steadfastly. Observing Hinata's earnest demeanor, Yuichi rarely displayed a genuine smile. "Hinata, you are truly wonderful." As he spoke, their hands, which were initially linked, intertwined their fingers. Who could resist the charm of a girl brimming with self-assurance? "Obito, why do you need to purchase such an excessive amount of eye drops?" Noara-rin inquired. Observing Uchiha Obito as he transported a cart laden with eye drops, she was aware that Yuichi Juchi had activated his Sharingan using eye drops. Yet it seemed implausible that Obito would require such a quantity. Upon hearing Rin's question, Obito broke into a smile, gesturing towards the cart behind him as he replied. "The prices of eye drops have surged recently." He was not deceiving her. Indeed, due to the popularity of the eye drops following Yuichi's activation of his Sharingan, sales had skyrocketed, resulting in a price increase. Even Konoha Hospital witnessed an influx of Uchiha clan members seeking treatment. Noticing Obito's demeanor, Rin regarded him with suspicion, her concern evident. "You wouldn't be considering soaking your eyes in the eye drops like your clan members, would you?" Obito initially contemplated affirming her assumption. Yet upon perceiving Rin's worry, he hesitated. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and exclaimed, "Absolutely not. It would be utterly ridiculous to remove one's eyes and soak them in eye drops. Then why are you buying so many?" Rin pressed. "I intend to take a bath in them," Obito declared proudly. "I suspect that the eye drops contain unique properties that could facilitate the awakening of the Sharingan. Thus, I wish to bathe in them to allow my body to absorb their essence and awaken my eyes." Rin looked at him, her expression filled with doubt. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively suggested, "Is it possible that Yuichi-kun's physique is simply exceptional? Is that so?" Obito pondered Yuichi's constitution, concluding that while it was indeed remarkable, boasting superior recovery capabilities and physical strength, it hardly qualified as extraordinary. Resolutely, Obito shook his head. "Impossible. That guy merely has a better physique." Seeing Rin's lingering concern, Obito leaned closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "Moreover, there are already clan members who have awakened their Sharingan. One individual, over 30 years old, had yet to awaken his eyes, but after soaking his eyes in the drops for 2 days and then reattaching them at the hospital, he awakened his Sharingan 2 days later. This is a rumor circulating within the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the eye drops wouldn't have remained so popular after all this time." Unbeknownst to Obito, the relative who awakened his Sharingan indeed soaked his eyes in the eye drops, but the true reason for his awakening was not due to the drops. It was merely a consequence of the extreme emotional turmoil he experienced upon realizing he had not awakened his Sharingan after the procedure. Nonetheless, both the others and this particular Uchiha attributed their success to the eye drops, which was precisely why they had remained in such high demand for so long. Once, within the Uchiha clan, there were those who mocked Uchiha Obito for using eye drops, but now many admire his foresight and show him great respect. To them, a boy who steadfastly applied eye drops long ago might easily awaken the Sharingan. In the Uchiha clan, Possessing the Sharingan and not possessing it are two vastly different states of being. As Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin conversed, they made their way homeward. With the first-year curriculum completed, Hayama Ichikaku no longer prolonged their lessons. "Hey, Obito." Rin. Upon spotting Uchiha Obito, Yuichi Jingu called out from a distance. "Oh, it's Yuichi and Kurenai." Uchiha Obito turned at the sound, greeting them with a broad smile. Noara Rin glanced at the hand-holding pair, blinked, and returned the smile. "What's this?" Yuichi inquired, eyeing the eye drops that Obito held. Obito wants to take a bath in eye drops, claiming it will expedite the awakening of his Sharingan. Despite hearing Obito's story, Noara Rin felt an unsettling sensation. Yuichi remarked, "Are you sure you're not suffering from some serious ailment? If it were merely about using eye drops, that would be one thing, considering you did awaken your Sharingan in front of me. But bathing in eye drops? That seems rather abstract, don't you think? I will awaken the Sharingan, and then give Kakashi a thorough thrashing." During these past few months, Uchiha Obito had been relentless, challenging Kakashi repeatedly only to be soundly beaten each time. Yet, despite this, he never wavered. Once his injuries healed, he would issue yet another challenge to Hitaki Kakashi. Enduring the cycle of injury and recovery, challenge after challenge. Similarly, Might Guy also frequently challenged Kakashi, much to Kakashi's growing annoyance. Though Obito suffered greatly in these encounters, there was merit in his struggles, his combat experience flourished, and he learned how to evade more severe injuries. Perhaps in the future, when faced with falling boulders, he might instinctively dodge them. Obito, hearing of his intent to challenge Kakashi, Noara Rin puffed her cheeks in frustration. "Don't challenge Kakashi anymore. It's not good if you get hurt again." She looked at him with genuine concern. Feeling her caring gaze, Uchiha Obito clenched his fists, touched by her concern. Yet he remained resolute in his desire to confront Hitaki Kakashi. He was determined to deliver a decisive blow to that guy. Glancing at the cart behind Uchiha Obito, Yuichi's lips twitched. "Do you truly wish to awaken the Sharingan?" "Absolutely." Uchiha Obito's clenched fist remained unyielding, raised high. For the Sharingan is the lifelong pursuit of the Uchiha clan. Have you ever pondered that those who awaken the Sharingan may not desire to unleash its power? Observing Uchiha Obito, Yuichi Ju pondered seriously. "You must be aware of this, right?" Upon seeing Yuichi's expression, Uchiha Obito nodded knowingly. "Thus, even amidst great suffering, you must awaken the Sharingan?" "Indeed." Uchiha Obito, now earnest, turned away, gesturing with his thumb to the Uchiha emblem emblazoned on the back of his attire. "I must possess immense strength, bearing the Uchiha crest to become Hokage. Moreover, I shall protect my comrades. Then go home and take a bath. Since you have resolved to do so, proceed." "Indeed." Uchiha Obito nodded heavily. "I, Uchiha Obito, shall undoubtedly become Hokage." After parting ways with Uchiha Obito and Rin Noara, Kurenai Yuhi glanced curiously at Yuichi Ju. "If memory serves me correctly, my father mentioned that the Uchiha Sharingan can only be awakened through the loss of love." Before Kurenai could voice her inquiry, Yuichi smiled broadly at her. "That fellow Obito is so desperate to awaken the Sharingan that he might as well give it a try," Yuichi remarked, pulling Kurenai towards home, simultaneously concocting a small scheme in his mind. Since Uchiha Obito desires to awaken the Sharingan, let him truly experience the essence of loss. Yuichi, however, had no intention of feeling such a sensation himself. Possessing an achievement template, he preferred to progress methodically. Though he bore Uchiha blood and could awaken the Sharingan, even the Manjikyu, he would rather abstain. The concept of loss as a trade for great power was unacceptable to him. Steady advancement would suffice. In an unknown location, within a secluded cave, Uchiha Madara listened to Zetsu's report, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Zetsu, are you truly certain?" "My lord Madara." The youth named Uchiha Obito and Yuichi Ju perfectly align with our selection, Zetsu replied respectfully. "Our time is limited. We must identify a successor before my demise." As Uchiha Madara spoke, his body swayed slightly, causing the oxygen tube behind him to fall away. Possessing both Uzumaki and Uchiha blood, having awakened a Tomo Sharingan, he is cheerful and clever, sharing a sibling-like bond with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, yet rather frivolous. The other has yet to awaken the Sharingan but exhibits a sunny disposition, is helpful, and has a crush. Who would have thought the Uchiha clan would produce such peculiar individuals? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Madara let out a boisterous laugh. For he knew the Uchiha all too well. Generally, they are proud, yet he had truly encountered individuals of such remarkable talent. Indeed, in Madara's eyes, Yuichi Ju and Uchiha Obito were both exceptionally gifted individuals. The Uchiha clan merely needs to diligently develop their Sharingan for their innate talents to manifest. Abundant emotions serve as the catalyst for unlocking the Sharingan's potential. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito possesses a greater aptitude than Yuichi Juchi, even though the latter has awakened his Sharingan and boasts the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Rising to stretch momentarily, Uchiha Madara reinserted the oxygen tube. His head bowed as he closely observed the two children, with particular focus on the one named Uchiha Obito. Yuichi Juchi was merely a backup. Indeed. He nodded resolutely and then departed quietly. Yuichi Juchi, huh? In the solitude of the cave, Madara's voice whispered. His talent is commendable, but his temperament is unstable. There are too many variables at play. The rationale behind his choice of Uchiha Obito is simple. The boy's personality is easier to control, and his strength can be managed as well. Furthermore, if he were to select Yuichi Juchi, setting aside his temperament, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan would allow him to coexist with the Rinnegan. Additionally, with another Uzumaki clan member housing the Ninetales in Konoha, even if he inscribed a curse mark on him, it would likely be undone. The risks are too great. Although Yuichi Juchi aligns well with his plans compared to other Uchihas, there is still the matter of Uchiha Obito. One successor is sufficient. Contemplating this, Uchiha Madara slowly closed his eyes. With age comes a greater need for rest. Perhaps one day, when he closes his eyes, he will never reopen them. As he shut his eyes, far away in Konoha, Yuichi Juchi lay in bed, reflecting on the unexpected achievement that had manifested. Achievement unlocked, the abandoned one. Sometimes being forsaken is not a misfortune. Take, for instance, Uchiha Obito, a focus of the Shura, destined to become the next Shura. However, my friend, the Shura no longer pays you heat. Reward: Ninja Taijutsu Fury. Ninja Taijutsu Fury passively gains a 20 damage stacking effect. Your attacks and damage will inflict an additional 20%. Why must I be abandoned? My fury can no longer be concealed. Old man, you have chosen your own demise. Ninja Taijutsu Fury upgraded to Ninja Taijutsu Fury LV2. Ninja Taijutsu Fury LV2 passively gains a 20 damage stacking effect, can be actively activated for 1 second. Doubling the damage increase effect, with a cooldown of 1 day. Just wait. My rage has ignited. I will surely sever your oxygen tube. Yuichi Juchi. Upon reading the achievement description, he understood why this feat had been triggered. Most likely, it was due to his presence in Uchiha Madara's field of vision, followed by his abandonment. Yet, this Ninja Taijutsu Fury is rather abstract. Is being forsaken by Uchiha Madara not advantageous? Must one sacrifice those around them and follow the old man? There is no need for that. If Tsunade or Kushina were to perish before him, he would unearth the very graves of Madara. With that thought, Yuichi Juchi felt a slight relaxation. Uchiha Madara has no intention of harming himself, which is indeed a fortunate circumstance. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, Yuichi Juchi gradually succumbed to slumber. In his dream, he awakened the Rinnegan, adorned by 9 golden chains tethered to various tailed beasts, confronting the Ninja Alliance. Do you wish to dance as well? The dream abruptly ceased at this juncture, causing Yuichi to jolt upright in bed. How terrifying! How could I have such a dream? His aspirations were merely to gaze upon the vast sea, bask in the warmth of spring, and lead a tranquil life with those he cherished. Reflecting on this, Yuichi's thoughts drifted to his achievements from the previous night, gritting his teeth in frustration. Indeed, it was the nefarious Uchiha who instigated this turmoil. The fact that he had fallen asleep while contemplating Madara was likely due to the depth of his musings, manifesting in such a nightmarish dream. Humph, Yuichi scoffed. Don't let me find an opportunity. When I do, I'll cut off your oxygen supply. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the voice of Kurenai Yuhi reached him. Yuichi, time to rise. Kurenai exclaimed as she briskly entered the room. Upon seeing Yuichi perched on the edge of the bed, she sheepishly scratched her head. You're up? Dad left breakfast for us on the table along with lunch money. I brought it for you. Kurenai said, producing a breakfast and several hundred ryo from behind her back. I'll go freshen up. Upon witnessing Kurenai's actions, Yuichi leapt from the bed, donning his pajamas as he hurried to the adjacent room to wash up. After sharing breakfast with Kurenai, Yuichi reattached his weighted gear, and together they ventured outside. Upon arriving at the training ground, Might Guy was already present, as always. However, today, besides Guy, Kakashi Hitaki and Rin Noira were also there. Upon spotting Yuichi and Kurenai, Rin greeted them with a sweet smile. Good morning. Kakashi, hearing her voice, turned to glance at Yuichi, then snorted dismissively before resuming his sword training. Good morning, Rin. Kurenai released Yuichi's hand and trotted over to Rin, the two of them drawing close together. Due to Obito Uchiha's influence, Rin had grown somewhat familiar with their group, with Kurenai being her closest friend. After exchanging a few light-hearted words with Kurenai, Rin curiously turned her attention to Yuichi. Yuichi-kun, why did you ask me to come here early yesterday? Rin inquired, puzzled. When they parted ways the previous day, Yuichi had requested her presence this morning, and although she was unsure of the reason, she still complied. Feeling a thrill at the notion of skipping class, Yuichi's group enjoyed certain privileges that she did not share. Hearing her question, Yuichi smiled. Didn't that guy Obito mention wanting to awaken the Sharingan yesterday? Rin nodded thoughtfully and pointed to herself. Is this related to why I'm here? Indeed, Yuichi affirmed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Kakashi Hatake paused in his actions, while Might Guy, curious, glanced towards Yuki Yui. Although Might Guy was somewhat oblivious, Kakashi was well aware that the Sharingan awakens only upon the loss of loved ones and friends. He was keen to see what Yuki Yui could possibly devise. Recalling that last month Yuki had expressed a desire to challenge him, asserting that he must first conquer his own inner struggles, Kakashi felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a good thrashing. The Uchiha Sharingan requires sacrifice. Thus, I want you to cooperate in this charade. A charade? Rin Noira exclaimed, pointing at herself in confusion. Indeed. In a moment, I will utilize shadow clone technique to impersonate ninjas from other villages and eliminate us all. With that, Yuki extracted several small packets of blood plasma from his ninja tool pouch, distributing one to each individual. When the time comes, you merely need to rupture the plasma at the designated spots. Observing the blood plasma in his hand, Kakashi frowned. Only a fool would believe that ninjas from other villages would attempt an assassination here, atop the Hokage rock, while the vicinity was forested. It was equally enveloped by Konoha's protective barrier. Assassins would hardly choose this location for their covert operations. After Kakashi spoke, he noticed Yuki's calm demeanor and suddenly realized that while Uchiha Obito was not a fool, he seemed to be bordering on it. Is this truly feasible? Rin Noira still gazed skeptically at the blood plasma in her hand. It is indeed, Yuki affirmed confidently. Given Obito's intellect prior to his descent into darkness, coupled with his infatuation for Rin, he would be easily deceived. Unavoidably, Obito would likely be the last to arrive. Although he had expressed great excitement upon learning that Rin would be training here and declared he would arrive early. After hearing Yuki's plan, Asuma Saratobi, filled with enthusiasm, took hold of the blood plasma. Rest assured, I shall perform with great fervor. At the moment you strike me, I will spin in midair and collapse to the ground. Shouting for Obito to run. Observing his excitement, Yuki smirked slightly. It need not be so dramatic. What if I cannot act? Might Guy scratched his head, being rather thick-skinned and lacking any acting ability. Hearing this, Yuki pondered for a moment, suggesting, shall we rehearse first? Excellent. The group responded in unison, particularly Asuma, who was especially animated. Yuki formed hand seals, and a shadow clone materialized. He handed the blood plasma to the clone, then cast transformation technique, morphing into the likeness of someone from his past life. Now, let us commence, Yuki declared, leaping into the forest as everyone resumed their training as usual. Looking at Might Guy beside him, Yuki whispered, just crush the plasma, smear it on your neck, and then lie down. You got it. Might Guy nodded. Youth is fearless. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha was blissfully making his way to the training grounds. Although he was momentarily obstructed by a black cat on the road and assisted an elderly person across the street, his pace remained swifter than usual. He was acutely aware that Noira Rin would be present at the training ground today, prompting him to depart an hour earlier than normal. Even before reaching the training venue, he was greeted by the cacophony of combat echoing from that direction, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He quickened his step, only to feel it insufficient, prompting him to break into a full sprint towards the training ground. Ha ha ha. So you are the prodigies of the new era of Konoha. Yuki Yuichi sneered at the gathered crowd. I never expected that I, Yagami Hikari, could eliminate you talented ones. Prepare to perish. The murderous intent in Yuki's eyes sent a jolt of alarm through Saratobi Asuma's heart. Though he recognized the ruse, the threat still unnerved him. Yuki brandished a non-edged ninja blade across Asuma's chest, and only then did the latter react, fighting through his fear as he clutched his chest and was sent flying backward, spinning in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood seeped from his chest, and as he attempted to raise his head to utter a few words, he caught sight of Uchiha Obito in his peripheral vision. Obito, run! His voice rang out, laden with desperation, so intense that it made Yuki question whether he had truly killed this young man. What the hell are you doing? Uchiha Obito ignored Asuma's cries and charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing Obito's voice, Yuki glanced back momentarily, pondering whether Asuma had merely been putting on an act. However, the spectacle had already commenced, and there was no stopping it. Ha ha ha. Yuki cackled maniacally as he lunged forward, locking eyes with Hatake Kakashi before delivering a downward strike, sending Kakashi reeling backward. Noera-rin and Yuhi Kurenai exchanged a glance and rushed in, calling out to Obito, "Obito, flee." 2 more strikes were launched. Just as Yuki prepared to deal with Might Guy and his shadow clone, he noticed that both had sustained injuries to their necks, collapsing into a pool of blood. Well, this simplifies matters, Yuki mused. He turned his attention back to Uchiha Obito. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated another visitor. Damn it. What on earth are you doing? As he surveyed the fallen figures in the bloodied ground, Obito's gaze fell upon Noera-rin. He had anticipated training alongside her, only to be met with this calamity. The deceased were his closest friends. Did you rush over to protect them? Yuki observed Obito's demeanor and decided to provoke him further. But what have you truly protected? Ha ha ha. They are dead, and you shall also fall beneath my blade. Uchiha Obito glared with fury as he rushed to the side of Noera-rin's lifeless form, tears cascading from his eyes as he cradled her in his arms. Rin. The moment he embraced her, Noera-rin's delicate face flushed crimson, though the bloodstains rendered it unnoticed. This is hell. Uchiha Obito cried out to the heavens, clutching Noera-rin tightly. Damn that wretch. As he felt the lingering warmth of her body and the faint fragrance that lingered, Obito's dark pupils began to glow a vivid crimson. Suddenly, a tomo detached from his black iris and began to swirl around him. The rotation accelerated, and Obito hunched over in immense agony. In that instant, the spinning Sharingan transformed from 1 tomo to 2. He abruptly lifted his gaze, filled with hatred, towards Yuichi J. Upon witnessing the Sharingan in Obito's eyes, Yuichi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was a 2-tomo Sharingan. Obito's innate talent in this regard was truly remarkable, although his memories were hazy. As the protagonist of the mobile game, he was still aware of Obito's feats. This man had awakened his eyes twice, first, directly from a non-Sharingan state to 2-tomo, and then from 2-tomo to the Manjiki. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Aside from Yuichi, the others were also fixated on him. Lying on the ground, Asuma Saratobi and Kakashi Hatake were taken aback upon seeing the Sharingan in his eyes. Since the Sharingan had awakened, they saw no reason to feign ignorance. With that thought, they rose to their feet. Seeing the 2 of them stand, Uchiha Obito, who had been glaring at Yuichi, was momentarily taken aback. You too. Obito's voice trembled slightly. At that moment, Yuichi dispelled his transformation technique and smiled at him. Kurenai Yuhi stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes and grinning at the sight of Noera-rin in his arms. Obito, you have a special connection with Rin, don't you? As Kurenai spoke, the others exchanged peculiar glances at the pair. Noera-rin blushed and struggled to stand, gazing into his Sharingan with gentle eyes. Congratulations, Obito. You've awakened your Sharingan. Obito stared blankly at Noera-rin, her face smeared with blood, caught in a moment of daze. Rin, everyone is all right. Yuichi approached and patted his shoulder. Didn't you say yesterday that you wished to awaken your Sharingan, no matter the pain? Can you now grasp the agony of unlocking your eyes? As Yuichi spoke, he settled beside him, glancing at Noera-rin before elaborating. The Uchiha Sharingan is the Eye of Love. What is the Eye of Love? Noera-rin inquired, smiling gently at Obito, who was gazing at her. It symbolizes the eyes of love, Yuichi explained, activating his 1-5-tomo Sharingan to look at the assembled crowd. After experiencing the myriad emotions of love, friendship, and familial bonds, the subsequent loss of such sentiments inevitably leads to the awakening of the Sharingan. Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast complex glances at Uchiha Obito. If this were indeed the case, then the recently awakened Sharingan of Uchiha Obito signified that he truly regarded them as close friends. The sacrifice of love in exchange for immense power encapsulates the essence of Uchiha. For the Uchiha clan, genuine talent transcends the Sharingan. The more profound their emotions, the greater their innate abilities. Consequently, the frequency with which one can awaken the Sharingan increases, alongside various losses and subsequent evolutions. At this juncture, Yuichi Ketsuki shared a morbid jest, suggesting that if he were to form a team with Obito and were to die one day, perhaps Obito would evolve his Sharingan to avenge him. The crowd stared at him in silence, yet upon reflection, it appeared Ketsuki's assertion held merit. An Uchiha who regarded one as a dear friend would unlikely turn against them. In the event of one's demise, they might even seek vengeance on their behalf. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Katsuki chuckled lightly before continuing, explaining that the process of awakening the Sharingan is fraught with anguish. Those who have lost cherished individuals often find themselves spiraling into extremes. Thus, it is common for those who awaken the Sharingan to experience profound psychological distress. The more Tomo one possesses, the more severe their affliction becomes, leading to increased obsession. Are you and Obito now both mentally unstable? Asuma Sarutobi inquired, casting a sympathetic glance at the two. Katsuki retorted, if you wish to remain silent, you are free to do so. Yuhi Kurenai, overhearing Asuma's words, regarded Katsuki with concern. Though aware that his Sharingan was acquired through eye drops, her worry lingered. Please, don't look at me like that, Katsuki exclaimed, feeling the weight of their gazes. I meant to say, basically, do you understand? My Sharingan was awakened through eye drops. I was not subjected to any trauma. He fervently defended himself, fearing the stigma of being perceived as mentally ill. Having witnessed in his past life how a seemingly normal individual could be labeled insane, regardless of their behavior, he was determined not to become that person. The group shared an awkward silence in response to his words, ultimately redirecting their sympathetic gazes towards Uchiha Obito. It was surprising to discover the grim prerequisites for awakening the Uchiha Sharingan. Asuma mused. Rin Noera gazed at Obito with tenderness. Obito, are you all right? At the sound of Rin's voice, Obito emerged from his stupor. Rin, if you're fine, then, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed sideways. Fortunately, Katsuki, quick on his feet, caught him before he fell. Has he fainted? Katsuki pondered, stroking his chin as he observed the unconscious Obito. It was understandable. Considering the emotional roller coaster, the sharp contrasts of joy and sorrow, coupled with the awakening of the Sharingan, could easily drain one's vitality, leading to fainting spells. Are we still training today? As he looked towards the crowd, Yuichi Katsuki inquired, shall we proceed? No, came the reply, he is covered in blood. And it appears that Obito is not in good condition either. Then let us take him to the hospital, was the consensus. Very well. After a brief discussion, Might Guy hoisted Uchiha Obito onto his back, and the group made their way towards the Konoha hospital. The pedestrians on the street, upon seeing them drenched in blood, instinctively recoiled. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene within the crystal ball, taking a deep draw from his pipe. He was taken aback to witness Uchiha Obito activating his Manjikyu Sharingan. Today, he had a sudden inclination to observe the training of Yuichi Katsuki and his companions, only to arrive at the moment when Asuma Sarutobi lay in a pool of blood, which startled him greatly. He was prepared to rush to the rescue. However, as he rose, he noticed Asuma subtly glancing at Yuichi's actions, and it dawned on him that it was all an act. Subsequently, Yuichi, masquerading as a ninja from another village, predictably refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Kakashi Hatake was sent flying, but that was merely him leveraging the ground to propel himself. The crystal ball had its limitations, and initially, he was unaware of their intentions, but with Obito's appearance, everything fell into place. They were aiding Obito in awakening his Sharingan. This method had been employed by the Uchiha clan before, albeit too conspicuously, making it unreliable. Eventually, it became commonplace for the younger generation to awaken it on their own. Nonetheless, there were still Uchiha who engaged in such theatrics. He was surprised to witness it firsthand. Upon hearing Yuichi's words, Sarutobi took another deep puff from his pipe. What a clever child, he mused. The crystal ball could not transmit sound, but he was adept at reading lips. Was the second Hokage's wariness of the Uchiha clan truly due to personal disdain? Even if he held reservations about the Uchiha, he was not one to harbor animosity. Nor did he lack his own convictions. If there were no genuine cause for concern, he would prefer to maintain a harmonious relationship with the Uchiha. As Yuichi had stated, the more Tomo present in the Sharingan, the more pronounced the symptoms of madness became. Many within the Uchiha had awakened their Sharingan. While they possessed formidable strength, their mental instability was equally severe. Beyond mere insanity, they often became increasingly fanatical, with radicals clamoring for a coup to become Hokage. Which Hokage would not be cautious of such Uchiha? He too wished to mend the relationship with the Uchiha clan, yet the results were minimal. The Uchiha's proud demeanor made them brutish during their duties within the police force, tarnishing their reputation among the common folk. Meanwhile, the radicals perceived his attempts as schemes to suppress them. Transforming this group of lunatics and zealots proved exceedingly difficult. Sarutobi sighed, taking another deep draw from his pipe. It seems the Uchiha, imbued with the will of fire, must be nurtured with care. He contemplated the possibility of supporting Obito to become the next clan leader when he awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. The Uchiha clan differs from the Hyuga clan in that the Uchiha clan leader is chosen from either the direct lineage of the clan leader or from several elder factions. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Kakashi are relatives, both belonging to the same faction and are also among those eligible to inherit the position of clan leader. At least in terms of status. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another drag from his cigarette, enveloping the entire office in a haze of smoke. Waiichi Kesho, truly a clever child. He mused, his opinion of Waiichi rising. He felt quite satisfied with Asuma's presence among them. Asuma, can you locate the existence of the? He whispered. Suddenly commanding the air, go warn Danzo to behave. Yes, came the voice from the shadows of the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention away from Waiichi and the others to attend to his official duties. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Obito lay in a hospital bed. Still unconscious. Aside from them, there was a young nurse present. The scent of blood emanating from Waiichi and his companions caused the nurse to frown. What happened to you all? Why are you covered in blood? Do you need a checkup? Hearing her words, Waiichi chuckled. No need. We just got a bit of blood plasma on us. The nurse, slightly speechless, replied, you should clean yourselves. The smell of blood is quite strong. Mike scratched his head, but there is no river around here, is there? The nurse fell silent at this remark. Wait here, I will fetch Lady Tsunade. Without waiting for a response, she hurried to Tsunade's office. Tsunade, now the head of Konoha Hospital, refrained from treating patients due to her fear of blood, instead focusing on other matters, which left her ample time to relax. She reclined in her chair with her feet propped up on the desk, engaging in light conversation with Uzumaki Kushina. Though she held the title of hospital director, her responsibilities were minimal, allowing her plenty of leisure time. Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, was unable to leave the village and often found herself bored. Tsunade provided the perfect remedy for her ennui. Additionally, Uchiha Makoto was another source of amusement, and the two frequently went shopping together. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware that interacting with the Uchiha clan was not advisable, he did not oppose Kushina's friendship with Makoto. As they chatted, a knock interrupted them. Tsunade, slightly irritated, called out, come in. The young nurse entered the office, and upon seeing Tsunade's relaxed demeanor, lowered her head with a hint of reverence. Lady Tsunade, may I allow a few children to use the hospital as bath? Tsunade, expecting a serious matter, felt exasperated upon hearing her question. What children? She wondered, questioning the need for children to bathe in the hospital. However, in the nurse's ears, it took on a different meaning, as she assumed Tsunade was inquiring about the names of the children. After a moment of contemplation, the petite nurse spoke up. There are several children, though I'm not entirely certain of their names. However, I do know that the child of the third Hokage is among them. Noticing that she had not grasped the implication of her words, Tsunade remained unfazed and continued. Do they require cleaning due to their injuries? Oh, no, that's not necessary. The nurse replied, lowering her gaze, though the lingering scent of blood clung heavily to her. Absolutely not. How could the hospital's bathroom be made available to outsiders? Tsunade's impatience was evident. Yet, beside her, Kushina Uzumaki seemed to recall something upon hearing that the third child was involved, and queried, is there a child among them with red hair and one with white hair? Upon hearing Kushina's words, the nurse lifted her head slightly and nodded. Indeed, there is a child with red hair and another with white hair. With this confirmation, Kushina felt assured. The children mentioned by the nurse must be Yuichi Juchi and his companions. She had suspected as much, considering it was only these few rascals who would create such a ruckus as to end up in the hospital. Observing this, Tsunade retracted her legs from the desk and glanced at Kushina before addressing the nurse. You may return to your duties. We shall visit shortly. The nurse nodded. Yes. Lady Tsunade. Once she departed, Tsunade turned her attention to Kushina with keen interest, asking, that child with red hair must be your younger brother, correct? Yes. Kushina affirmed with a nod, having never concealed Yuichi's existence from those around her. Tsunade was already well aware of this fact. To many, Kushina and Tsunade were merely distant relatives, yet in reality, after arriving in Konoha, Kushina had lived in the Senju household, sharing her life with Tsunade and Nawaki. Consequently, the bond between them was quite strong. For her, Tsunade was akin to an elder sister. It seems your younger brother is quite something, Tsunade mused, momentarily at a loss for words. After a thoughtful pause, she shook her head and suggested, let us proceed together. Kushina hesitated, glancing at Tsunade before reluctantly saying, perhaps I should go ahead. The nurse had mentioned that Yuichi and his companions were covered in blood. Tsunade realized this could trigger Kushina's fear of blood. Acknowledging this, Tsunade nodded. Then you go first and ensure they are cleaned up. I will follow shortly. I am eager to meet your brother. All right, Kushina agreed, rising to head towards the door. Having frequently conversed with Tsunade at the hospital, she was well acquainted with its layout. After casually inquiring with a nurse, she made her way directly to the room where Yuichi and Kakashi were located. Inside the room, the nurse had just returned and, upon seeing Yuichi and Kakashi, offered them a warm smile. I spoke with Lady Tsunade about your need for cleaning, and she mentioned she would be coming by shortly. She was somewhat perplexed as to why Lady Tsunade would personally come to address the matter of borrowing the bathroom, yet she surmised there must be no significant issue. Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade harbored a phobia of blood, a closely guarded secret known only to the upper echelons of Konoha and a select few others. To most of the staff at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade's apparent lack of involvement seemed to be an opportunity for them to hone their skills. Hearing the nurse's words, Yuichi Jueki scratched his head, uncertain of Tsunade's purpose for coming. It appeared that none among them had any direct connection to her, or so he thought. However, he did ponder that he and Tsunade shared a slight connection. Contemplating this, he stroked his chin, yet he reasoned that their interactions had been minimal, leading him to believe she was not seeking him out. Just then, Kushina Uzumaki pushed open the door and entered, her brow furrowing at the sight of the bloodstains on Yuichi and the others. Instinctively, she covered her nose, as the metallic scent of blood filled the room. Though ninjas often engaged in lethal encounters, they were generally not keen on witnessing such sights in their daily lives. This was especially true for Kushina, who had rarely undertaken missions. Sister Kushina. Upon seeing her, Kurenai Yui greeted her with evident joy. Yuichi also called out, Sister, nodding to both. Kushina lowered her hand and inquired, What has happened to you all? You are covered in blood, and one of you is unconscious. Her gaze shifted to the still form of Abido Uchiha, confusion evident in her expression. Having observed their training, she knew it was merely a routine exercise. Yet the blood and the unconscious individual perplexed her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuichi scratched his head and admitted, We were assisting Abido in awakening his Sharingan. But it seems we may have been a bit too forceful. His words rendered Kushina momentarily speechless, and as she glanced at the unconscious Abido, thoughts of the Sharingan crossed her mind. Observing the bloodstains on Yuichi and the others, she grasped the situation, her heart filling with sympathy for Abido. After understanding the circumstances, Kushina shook her head and advised, You should go wash up. She then turned to the nurse, adding, Please take them to the bathroom. Certainly, Lady Kushina, the nurse replied, promptly leading Yuichi and the others away. Moments later, Tsunade entered the room, her brow furrowing at the overwhelming scent of blood. A quick scan revealed no visible blood, which eased her tension. Her phobia had not yet escalated to the point of being overwhelmed by such odors. What is the matter with this child? She inquired, gazing at the unconscious Abido clad in a hospital gown. Kushina, sensing Tsunade's concern, looked at Abido with compassion. Had the stimulation not been excessive, he would not have succumbed to unconsciousness while awakening his Sharingan. This is a result of extreme mental compression and a reversal of intense emotions. Reflecting upon the words spoken by Yuichi Juchi, Tsunade shook her head in disapproval. Such recklessness. While it is indeed possible to awaken the Sharingan through this method, it imposes a significant strain on their psyche. If not handled correctly, this could lead to severe psychological disturbances. She intended to refer to it as a mental illness, but, considering the potential ramifications, opted instead for the term paranoia, which, in her view, is also a form of affliction. Surprisingly, many within the Uchiha clan had failed in this endeavor, yet some had succeeded. As Tsunade pondered the recent incidents concerning eye drops among the Uchiha, her expression took on a peculiar quality. If memory serves, the Uchiha's fervent acquisition of eye drops was instigated by your brother, was it not? Kushina Uzumaki paused momentarily, then recollected Yuichi Juchi's method of using eye drops to awaken the eyes, and nodded in agreement, albeit with a bemused look. Indeed, it seems that with him in Konoha, the Uchiha have truly found their fortune. Tsunade suppressed a chuckle and turned her gaze toward Abido Uchiha. She anticipated that once this young man's method of awakening spread, the Uchiha would not only be resorting to the eye drops but might also revisit the more extreme forms of eye awakening seen in the past. She was aware of the Uchiha who had previously removed their eyes to soak them in eye drops, only to awaken their Sharingan upon returning from the hospital. However, she scoffed at such methods. No one understands the Uchiha better than the Senju, not even the Uchiha themselves. The most profound understanding often comes from one's adversaries. The Senju and Uchiha have been embroiled in conflict for centuries, and their insight into the Uchiha is unparalleled. Most likely, it was sheer coincidence that the individual who removed his eyes succeeded in awakening the Sharingan, only to suffer a mental breakdown and credit the eye drops for his success, leading to this absurd outcome. Now, they could combine these methods. First, remove the eyeball to soak it in eye drops, then employ a stimulating technique. Tsunade could already foresee a few Uchiha emerging as successful in awakening their eyes, and they would surely express gratitude toward the young Yuichi Juchi. At this thought, Tsunade struggled to maintain her composure. If anyone were to genuinely believe in the eye drops as a means to awaken the Sharingan, it could very well lead to such an outcome. Sharing her musings with Kushina, both women found themselves amused. It was clearly nonsensical. Yet the Uchiha might still owe thanks to her brother. Though the situation was absurd, there was an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just then, Yuichi Juchi and his companions returned. Observing their new attire, resembling hospital gowns, Kushina couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why have you all donned patient uniforms? Indeed. Yuichi and his companions were clad in the hospital's designated garb. Hearing Kushina's voice, Yuichi responded with a hint of resignation. We didn't have any clean clothes, so we had to make do with this for now. With that, he jumped slightly, adding, to be honest, these clothes are quite comfortable. Certainly. You have just shed the burdensome weights, and now you find comfort in whatever you wear. Kakashi Hitaki, standing nearby, could not help but comment. I truly wonder how you managed to endure such heavy weights during your training. He had previously known that Yuichi Jinshin was carrying weights, yet he had assumed them to be merely 20 pounds. However, when Yuichi Jinshin discarded the weights while changing clothes, a dull thud echoed, revealing that the actual weight was far greater than he had presumed. Kakashi's remark did not astonish either Kushina Uzumaki or Tsunade. They were well aware of the exceptional physique of the Uzumaki clan. Their endurance was almost monstrous, possessing an ability to shake off fatigue after a mere night's sleep. As they conversed, Obito Uchiha, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and the double tomo of his Sharingan emerged as he shouted, Rin. His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, including an intrigued Kushina, who glanced at the blushing Rin Noera. Living in Konoha, she relished in such gossip. It seems this little rascal cares for you, Kushina teased, her gaze playfully directed at Rin. At that moment, Obito sat upright in his hospital bed. His expression one of bewilderment. Rin, everyone, you're all alive. His voice trembled with disbelief, but he soon exhaled in relief. I just had an extraordinarily long dream. He recounted how he had awoken early to train with Rin but discovered Might Guy and Yuichi Jinshin collapsed on the ground, and Asuma Saratobi was struck down. Then came the revelations about Kurenai, Yuhi, and Rin, followed by Kakashi and himself. After sharing this, Obito patted his chest, relieved that everyone was safe. Indeed, it was merely a nightmare. How terrifying. Still shaken, he added, but it seems I activated my Sharingan in the dream. What a refreshing sensation. If only it were real. Observing him recount his nightmare with the double tomo shining in his eyes, the others in the hospital room exchanged peculiar glances, particularly when he expressed a wish for the Sharingan to be real. Approaching Obito, Rin hesitated, her gaze uncertain. Obito. What's wrong? He asked, confused. Rin struggled to articulate her thoughts, prompting Yuichi to step forward and suggest, Obito, is it possible that it wasn't just a dream? At this, Obito recoiled sharply, pushing the bedding to the foot of the bed as he leaned against the wall, staring incredulously at Yuichi, exclaiming, What? No way. Tsunade crossed her arms, her ample bosom compressed by her embrace. Remember to tidy up the hospital bed. This time, I shall not charge you. With those words, she turned and departed. She held little interest in the boy, having merely come to glimpse the younger brother of Kushina Uzumaki. Now that she had done so, it was only natural for her to take her leave. In contrast, Kushina Uzumaki remained, her excitement palpable as she watched them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Life in Konoha was often dull, with few sources of amusement, and now, confined to the village, she had been stifled for far too long. Didn't I ask you yesterday? You asked me? Obito Uchiha replied, momentarily bewildered. What did you ask? I inquired whether you truly wished to awaken your Sharingan, knowing it entails immense suffering. You claimed you could endure any pain, Yuichi Jinchuriki remarked with a nonchalant shrug. Obito, recalling the conversation, felt a tremor of anxiety. Indeed. Yuichi had posed a similar inquiry. So, is this the process of awakening the Sharingan? His voice quivered, tinged with a hint of despair. If such power demands the sacrifice of a friend's life, then I refuse it. That is heretical. Kushina nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. If one were to exchange the lives of loved ones for personal strength, the very essence of that power would be rendered meaningless. Obito's words elicited no visible reaction from Yuichi, who merely cast him a glance before continuing. However, the awakening of the Sharingan is triggered by extreme emotions specifically. The kind that arises when witnessing the demise of those dear to you. To possess love is to lack power. To wield power is to forfeit love. The words of Yuichi Jiejing plunged Uchiha Obito into silence. Was there truth in it? Indeed, there was. Nevertheless, Uchiha Obito clenched his fist and resolutely declared, "Even without the Sharingan, I will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja." He was unwilling to experience the agony of loss again. Observing his demeanor, Yuichi Jiejing smiled softly. If it had been anyone else uttering such sentiments, he would have had little to comment on. The Uchiha clan possessed not only the Sharingan, but also an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu. After all, the Uchiha lineage had been passed down for millennia, enduring from the era of the Sage of Six Paths to the present day, particularly in the realm of fire release techniques, due to the existence of the Sharingan. The Uchiha's ninjutsu arsenal was arguably the most abundant in the entire ninja world, while the majority of these techniques were of lower rank. The accumulation over 1,000 years rendered the Uchiha's ninjutsu resources remarkably impressive. It was no wonder that Uchiha Obito could master the Great Fireball technique immediately upon enrollment. He had previously revealed that when he first encountered the ninjutsu scrolls, he sought guidance from Uchiha clan members who were designated to teach them. Even a clan with a somewhat tarnished reputation like the Uchiha, being a prestigious lineage, wielded tremendous power. An ordinary ninja, even without the Sharingan, could become powerful with such an abundance of ninjutsu resources, not to mention that Uchiha ninjas possessed far more chakra than typical ninjas. After all, Susanoo is a manifestation of their chakra. Just by observing their Susanoo, one could ascertain the magnitude of their chakra reserves. While it may not rival that of the Uzumaki clan Senju, it is certainly beyond comparison with ordinary ninjas. Thus, while he believed other Uchiha who claimed they could become strong without the Sharingan, Obito felt differently. The untainted Obito had no right to make such claims. Even in his darker moments, he had relied on his Manjiki Sharingan and the regenerative abilities derived from Hashirama's cells. As he pondered this, Kushina Izumaki leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, teasingly inquired, "Hey, kid, do you want to take a look at your eyes before speaking?" Upon hearing her words, Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if struck by a realization, he eagerly turned to Rin Noera, asking, "What's wrong with my eyes?" Noticing his slightly agitated demeanor, Rin hesitated before responding, "Your eyes, they have two tomos spinning." Ever since awakening, Uchiha Obito had not closed his Sharingan. Upon hearing Rin's words, he felt the chakra flowing into his eyes, rendering him momentarily speechless with excitement. He had stated that one could become strong even without the Sharingan. But if he possessed one, it would be all the more advantageous. After all, no one around him had suffered any loss. What could be more delightful than possessing a pair of pristine Sharingan? As he contemplated this, Uchiha Obito realized he had overlooked a crucial fact, and he stiffly turned to Rin, his voice trembling, "Tutomo." Indeed, Rin had limited knowledge of the Sharingan and assumed that awakening it would result in one or two tomo, especially since she had been present when Yuichi Jiejing first activated his, which had also featured two tomo in one eye. Receiving affirmation from Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha turned his gaze towards Yuichi Jy, seemingly seeking confirmation from him. Upon meeting his gaze, Yuichi nodded slightly. "I've made it." Obito Uchiha, still adorned with his Sharingan, could not contain his tears. Though he proclaimed that he did not require the Sharingan, his body betrayed his words. Amidst his excitement, Kakashi Hitaki, wearing his signature deadpan expression, glanced at the crowd and decided, "Since Obito has awakened, I shall return home to change my attire." "Are you not concerned about worrying the late White Fang if you return dressed like that?" Kushina Izumaki raised an eyebrow as she looked at him. "It's all right," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "My father is on a mission and is not home. He has been away for quite some time." As he spoke, Kakashi surveyed the group. "Do any of you need me to bring something from your homes? I can fetch some clothes or the like." "No need," Asuma Saratobi responded, shaking his head. "I intend to head directly to the old man's office as I am." In truth, had it not been for the overwhelming stench of blood on his original clothing, which would disturb civilians and others, he would have preferred to go in his blood-soaked attire. Nevertheless, the hospital gown would suffice, though it lacked the visceral impact of his previous garments. As long as he could conjure discomfort for that old man at home, Asuma felt compelled to assist. "Rin Noera, however, had different intentions and did not request his help in carrying clothes. Instead, she wanted him to visit her home to discuss the situation. In this case, returning in a hospital gown would be of little consequence. After all, it was rather inconvenient for a girl's clothing to be carried by a boy. After Kakashi nodded, he glanced at Yuichi and Kurenai Yuhi, who seemed inclined to speak. Just as they were about to, Kushina interjected, "There's no need for them." "Very well," Kakashi replied, acknowledging Kushina's awareness of their relationship. Shortly after Kakashi departed, Tsunade entered, donning her white coat with her hands in her pockets. She looked at Obito lying in the hospital bed and said, "Since you have awakened, you should rest a bit longer and then be discharged." She had just assessed his condition and found that he had merely exhausted himself to the point of unconsciousness. A good sleep would suffice. Once Tsunade concluded her statement, Kushina turned to her and said, "I will take them to buy some clothes shortly, so we shall take our leave." Tsunade glanced at Yuichi before nodding. "All right then. I also have a desire to inspect the casino." After parting ways, Kushina led Yuichi and Kurenai down the street. "Come. Tell me what kind of clothes you both wish for." Kurenai, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head and replied, "I could wear anything. I want something stylish." Yuichi declared boldly. With the renowned affluent woman of Konoha right before him, he saw no reason to be modest. The entire street belonged to Kushina. The cost of clothes could only be described as a mere drop in the ocean of her wealth. Glancing at the shameless Yuichi Juchi, Kushina Uzumaki affectionately ruffled the hair of Hinata Waihai, urging her not to feel shy. "I could easily purchase the tailor shop," she declared, taking Hinata's hand and leading the way forward. After all, this was the future daughter-in-law of the Uzumaki clan, and she needed to be well looked after. Indeed, Hinata. There's no need for such formality. Sister Kushina owns an entire street in Konoha, Yuichi chimed in cheerfully as he walked alongside them. Kushina cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking, "You seem to have done your homework." To which Yuichi replied, somewhat exasperated, "Was that even necessary? Just ask anyone, and you would know." The fact that Kushina owned a street was hardly a secret in Konoha, and Yuichi, having roamed around since childhood, was well aware of it. "Ah, is that so?" Kushina responded, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet she continued to hold Hinata's hand as they walked, her pace quickening. After a while, as they passed various shops, Kushina pointed at a particularly opulent ninja tool store and exclaimed, "Do you see that ninja tool shop?" Following her gesture, they observed the establishment, which was indeed quite lavishly decorated, with patrons entering and exiting. Yuichi nodded, inquiring, "What about that shop? Is there a problem?" "No, the shop is perfectly fine," Kushina replied, shaking her head, and then led them towards it. Yuichi exchanged a puzzled glance with Hinata before following her inside. Upon their entrance, a bald, middle-aged man approached them, oozing flattery. "Lady Kushina, what an honor it is to have you here. If you require anything, just send someone to inform me." Ignoring his sycophantic words, Kushina pointed at Yuichi and stated, "Kikuwa, spare me the pleasantries. He is my brother." Looking at Yuichi, who shared the same hair color as Kushina, the bald man, Kikuwa gave a thumbs up. "Ah, so he is the young master of the Uzumaki clan. No wonder he looks so distinguished. Has anyone ever told you how clumsy your flattery is?" Yuichi retorted dryly. Kushina crossed her arms and calmly regarded him. "My brother has recently enrolled in the Ninja Academy and needs tools and supplies. Your shop seems to have a comprehensive selection. In the future, he will be obtaining his ninja tools here, and I would appreciate it if the costs could be deducted from the rent." At her request, Kikuwa's eyes gleamed with excitement as he patted his chest, assuring her, "Rest assured, my shop is well stocked with all kinds of ninja tools." "Very well, that will be all," Kushina replied, nodding, and then turned to leave with Yuichi and Hinata. Watching the trio depart, Kikuwa rubbed his hands together in delight. "Boss, isn't having the rent deducted for ninja tools essentially the same as receiving direct rent payment?" One of the shop staff, observing his enthusiasm, inquired. "What is you so cheerful? You wouldn't understand," Kikuwa shot back, waving his hand dismissively. "Have you finished your tasks? Why aren't you getting to work yet?" After the employees left, Yoshikawa let out a few hums, asserting his authority as the boss while dismissing the others as mere workers. With the entire Uzumaki clan annihilated, the sudden emergence of a male in a hospital gown suggested he had just been retrieved, surely warranting the use of valuable resources. Yoshikawa muttered to himself, pondering for a moment, "No, I must acquire some chakra conducting metal. I need to make a substantial profit." As he strolled down the street, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a kept man while watching Uzumaki Kushina, holding hands with Yugao ahead of him. The wealth they displayed was truly opulent. Initially dazed upon entering with Uzumaki Kushina, he was rendered speechless after overhearing their conversation. Sensing his gaze, Uzumaki Kushina turned to him and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you captivated by my charm?" She laughed heartily. Unable to contain himself, Yuichi remarked, "Rich lady, I'm hungry. Let's eat." Taken aback, Uzumaki Kushina placed one hand on his shoulder and another on Yugao's, bursting into laughter. "Sister is indeed a super rich lady. I'll have my husband Minato say, 'Rich lady, I'm hungry when I get home.'" Haha. Claiming to be a super rich lady was no exaggeration. In Konoha, her assets were among the highest. Aside from the major clans, none dared to rival her financial strength. Even smaller families couldn't match her wealth. As an individual, Uzumaki Kushina could be deemed the richest in Konoha, fitting the type who could claim to be indifferent to money. Upon reaching the tailor shop, she strode in confidently. "Let us get measured," she exclaimed. This shop, where she frequently visited, specialized in custom tailoring. Once the measurements were complete, a girl who appeared to be the shop manager approached Yuichi and Yugao with a warm smile, asking, "What kind of clothing do you both desire?" Yugao hesitated. Uncertain and accustomed to having her clothing chosen for her by her mother, instinctively tugging at Yuichi's hospital gown. Aware of her dilemma, Yuichi quickly said, "I want something dashing." He then described a ceremonial robe with some modifications. "And what about this young lady?" the manager inquired, turning her attention to Yugao. Feeling shy, she struggled to articulate her preferences, prompting Yuichi to interject, "Just let your creativity guide you." The manager, seeking Yugao's approval, received a nod before tucking her notes away. "You can come back to pick them up by noon." As Uzumaki Kushina remained silent throughout, she finally leaned on Yuichi Yagyu's shoulder after they stepped outside. Smiling as she remarked, "I didn't realize you were so considerate of girls. Red, you ought to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, who knows when he might charm another young lady." Upon hearing this, Yugao Hinata immediately became alert, her large eyes fixed on Yuichi. "I am not that kind of person," Yuichi retorted indignantly. "Such comments should be directed at someone like Minato, not me." "Little rascal," Kushina sighed at his words. Then after a moment's thought, she continued, "Since we are speaking of Minato." Yuichi, thinking she was about to suggest they seek out Minato, was ready to agree, but Kushina's tone shifted. "You two should just wander around for a bit, then head to class after grabbing your clothes." With that, she turned to leave, stating, "I'm off to find your brother-in-law. Remember to tell them to make a few different outfits." In the future, updates would occur between 8 and 8:30, if that time frame was unsuitable. It might extend to 11:40 or 50, though it likely wouldn't happen frequently. Reflecting on Yuichi's mention of that blonde fellow, she felt a twinge of worry. Minato had been acting strangely lately, coming home late and appearing quite secretive. She needed to check on him, not out of concern that he might pursue other girls, but rather due to her apprehension about Jiraiya leading her precious Minato astray. After Kushina departed, Yuichi turned to Yugao, glancing at her blue and white striped hospital gown, and couldn't help but smile. "You look quite lovely like that." Hearing his words, Yugao tilted her head and looked down at her attire, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Hee. It's nothing. Let's go inform that shopkeeper to make a few more outfits," Yuichi said, unburdened by the thought that Kushina, being such a wealthy woman, was his sister. Yugao hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Kushina's money isn't ours." "Not at all." Yuichi shook his head, taking her hand and leading her back. Kushina's carefree nature made her treat money lightly, seeing it as a means of affection from sister to brother. At that moment, Yuichi felt a sense of joy in his identity as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Truly, he owed it all to his dear old dad. The last remnants of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha seemed to afford him some freedom to indulge. After speaking with the tailor about the clothing, the two made their way home. The garments wouldn't be ready until noon, and with several hours to spare, they needed to change out of their hospital attire. They certainly couldn't roam the streets clad in such outfits. On their way home, they encountered Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, who were awkwardly exiting the hospital. Once the crowd had dispersed, only the two of them remained in the hospital room. The mere thought of Uchiha Obito cradling her in his arms and calling her name with such heartfelt intensity made Noera Rin blush uncontrollably. Obito, too, was lost in the memory of his public display of affection, uncertain of what to say next. After walking a short distance, he scratched his head, forcing himself to dismiss the earlier incident and mustered a wide grin. "Rin, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, Rin looked at him with a sweet smile, her head slightly tilted to the left. Today, Obito was indeed quite brave. "Huh? Haha." Upon hearing this, Obito placed his hands on his hips, replying with pride, of course. Turning his back to Rin, he gestured for her to look at the Uchiha clan emblem behind him and declared, I aspire to bear the Uchiha crest and become Hokage. Humph, Rin chuckled, gazing at him. I will always watch over you. You will undoubtedly become a great ninja, Hokage-sama. Her words made Obito's cheeks flush. After a moment of silence, he affirmed, I will indeed become a ninja like Hokage-sama. I promise. They stood still, while onlookers cast glances at them, particularly at Rin, with a hint of pity in their eyes. In the distance, a girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, wiped her tear-filled eyes and sniffled, feeling deeply moved. The ailing girl and her radiant childhood friend. Fate often chooses the most unfortunate souls. Unbeknownst to Obito and Rin, they were perceived in such a light by others. Obito was unblemished by bloodstains, donning his own attire, while Rin wore a blue and white striped hospital gown. Shall we go? Rin said softly, smiling at Obito. Seeing her expression made Obito, already blushing, turn an even deeper shade of crimson. Scratching his head, he walked ahead, seemingly wanting to shield his flushed face from Rin's view. Following closely behind him, Rin whispered, You fool. Yet shortly after, she smiled again, her gaze towards his back softening considerably. No girl can resist a boy whose eyes are filled with her image. Previously, she had always regarded Obito as a big boy in need of care, constantly attending to him, but the scene from that morning had shifted her perspective. Obito appeared to possess considerable responsibility after all. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Rin noticed the unfamiliar surroundings and looked up, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Obito, you're going the wrong way. She was mistaken. Obito was still the same Uchiha Obito as ever. After changing clothes at home, Yuichi Kuka sprawled on the sofa, the very spot where Akatsuki often lounged. This place is surprisingly comfortable, he mused, while Akatsuki sat beside him. Yuichi decided to remain seated in that spot. With a playful smile, Akane remarked that her father was not fond of watching television. Upon hearing this, Yuichi instantly sat up, casting a peculiar glance in her direction. If his memory served him right, Uncle Akihiko would often lounge here, engrossed in television whenever he had nothing to do. How could Akane utter such a statement with a straight face? Nonetheless, he found it amusing. Just as he prepared to continue watching television with Akane, a cerulean panel suddenly materialized before him. Achievement unlocked. Fate Weaver. Fate is predetermined, yet simultaneously ever-changing. Who can claim that altering a set destiny is not a part of fate itself? Reward. Fate Weaver. Title. Fate Weaver. While bearing this title, prophetic ninjutsu will not affect you. You exist beyond the realm of fate. Note, when wearing titles, you may only benefit from the effects of 3 titles simultaneously. Current titles: Ninja Apprentice, equipped; Fate Weaver, equipped. Gazing at the impressive title, Yuichi felt a surge of joy within him. Since he began attending school, these achievements had become much easier to unlock than before. Although this particular achievement only granted him a title, its effects appeared quite promising. He was aware of how prophetic ninjutsu could be evaded. That great toad sage could foresee events in dreams. Who knew if there were others capable of such foresight? While he was curious to glimpse the future, he had no desire for others to pry into his own. He could look into it himself, but he did not want others to do so. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he shifted his gaze back to the cerulean panel. Regarding the 2 titles he had equipped, a satisfied smile spread across Yuichi's face. One title augmented his ninjutsu damage and training speed, while the other prevented others from peering into his future. Though not the optimal combination, it sufficed. Moreover, he had the ability to display one of the 3 equipped titles. Imagine, when using ninjutsu, showcasing this title behind him, others would be astonished at the visual effects accompanying his techniques. Just the thought of it filled Yuichi with delight. He cherished this title. What delighted him most was the unexpected emergence of this achievement title. He had been utterly bewildered upon its appearance. It felt akin to discovering a windfall of several $1,000s on the street. As he pondered this, Akane turned to glance at him, her expression laced with curiosity. Yuichi, what is the matter? You seem quite happy, she inquired. Her concern was palpable. Yuichi had always been by her side, yet he now appeared lost in thought, sporting a mysterious smile. This worried her, as she still harbored memories of the mental trauma caused by the Shadow Clone incident. Hearing Akane's words, Yuichi snapped back to reality and flashed her a charming smile. It's nothing. I was just recalling something delightful. Are you truly all right? Akane's gaze remained apprehensive, tinged with a hint of skepticism. She feared Yuichi might be deceiving her, for throughout their childhood, she had always been easily swayed by his words. Upon witnessing her expression, Yuichi Yuki reassured her repeatedly, declaring that he was truly fine. Yet, when she remained skeptical, Yuichi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I was merely contemplating what to name our future children." At the utterance of these words, the petite face of Hinata Akane flushed a brilliant crimson, and she playfully struck him with a soft fist, muttering under her breath, "Yuichi, you are so annoying." Observing her reaction, Yuichi chuckled and leaned in closer, teasingly asking, "So, do you like it?" Feeling the warmth radiating from Yuichi, Hinata's cheeks reddened further. Yet she replied in a barely audible voice, "I do." With a grin, Yuichi suggested, "Let us retrieve our garments at noon. For now, I wish to spend a little more time with you, Akane." Hinata raised her gaze to Yuichi, her eyes sparkling with joy, akin to red gemstones. She too yearned to linger at home with Yuichi a while longer. Meanwhile, near a river adjacent to the Konoha barrier, Minato Namikaze was concentrating and forming a chakra orb in his hand. Jiraiya stood beside him, observing the orb and shaking his head. "Minato, the lethality of this jutsu still leaves much to be desired." As he spoke, he too formed an orb and pressed it against the trunk of a nearby tree. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated destructive impact did not materialize. The tree merely bore a few scratches, its bark intact. Witnessing this, Minato was not surprised, having just conducted a similar experiment with identical results. Nevertheless, despite the lack of potency, Minato remained undeterred, reflecting, "Isn't the development of ninjutsu precisely about this? At the very least, it is a significant improvement from its initial state. The fact that it possesses some lethality, however minimal, indicates that this jutsu is indeed viable." With a radiant smile, he proclaimed, "With continued effort, I am certain this ninjutsu can be perfected." Hearing this, Jiraiya nodded enthusiastically before bursting into laughter. Indeed, with the assistance of Jiraiya, the great sage of Mount Myaboku, this ninjutsu will undoubtedly come to fruition. "Ha ha ha," Jiraiya exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Minato, witnessing this, could only smile with a hint of exasperation. He had long since grown accustomed to his teacher's eccentricities. As their conversation continued, Jiraiya's laughter abruptly halted, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he formed hand seals to summon a small toad. Upon its arrival, the little toad looked up at Jiraiya and said, "Master Jiraiya, the great toad sage has a new prophecy to share with you." Taken aback by the toad's words, both Jiraiya and Minato exchanged puzzled glances. Jiraiya nodded and instructed, "You may return now. I shall come shortly." "Understood," the toad replied, and promptly dispelled the summoning, returning to Mount Myaboku. Once the toad departed, Jiraiya turned to Minato, saying, "It seems you will need to develop this on your own today. No worries, though. I wonder what kind of prophecy the great toad sage has in store." Naruto Uzumaki shook his head thoughtfully and then spoke with a hint of confusion. "I'm not certain, but I shall investigate and uncover the truth. Upon my return, I will share my findings with you." Jiraiya chuckled heartily. "You must expedite the development of that ninjutsu. I'm eagerly awaiting the opportunity to learn it." "Indeed," Naruto nodded. "I already have a direction in mind." After meeting with Yuichi Ketsuki, he had gained considerable insight into the development of this ninjutsu. However, certain aspects still required experimentation. Nevertheless, he believed he could save a significant amount of time. After all, often the true challenge lies not in the complexity of the problem, but in the clarity of thought. With the right mindset, he could potentially develop a ninjutsu within a month. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Jiraiya's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He held great pride in his apprentice. This train of thought led him to reminisce about his other three disciples, pondering their current endeavors. Just days prior, he had heard rumors that they had established an organization aimed at ushering peace into the land of rain. The mere thought of this made Jiraiya's smile widen, as he firmly believed that Nagato, endowed with the Rinnegan, would indeed bring peace to the entire ninja world. He was, after all, the prophesied child. A notion Jiraiya held with unwavering conviction, for those were the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. While lost in these contemplations, Jiraiya's hands continued their swift movements, forming seals with precision, culminating in a puff of white smoke as he vanished from sight. Once Jiraiya departed, Naruto sat upon a stone by the riverbank, gathering chakra into a small sphere, lost in thought. Simultaneously, Yuichi Ketsuki's words echoed in his mind. Compress the chakra. Rotating layer upon layer, akin to a tornado, one layer clockwise and the next counterclockwise, then compress and maintain. As Naruto contemplated Yuichi's advice, the sphere in his hand began to take on an irregular shape, the chakra within clashing violently. The once fist-sized chakra sphere gradually compressed to the size of a fingernail. Just as he was about to envelop it with another layer of chakra, the compressed sphere began to expand. Seeing this, Naruto swiftly discarded it onto the ground. In an instant, the chakra sphere exploded outward, as if propelled by an unseen force, scattering the surrounding grass and leaving a small crater the size of his pinky finger in its wake. Another failure, he muttered with furrowed brows, reinitiating his focus as another chakra sphere materialized in his hand. The area around him bore witness to numerous similar craters, remnants of his earlier attempts. In the midst of his contemplation, Kushina Izumaki appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. "Naruto, what are you up to?" she asked suddenly, startling him, causing him to leap from the stone. Upon turning to see it was Kushina, he exhaled in relief but soon felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. This ninjutsu was meant to be a surprise for Kushina, and he could not allow her to discover it prematurely. "I haven't done anything." When Namake's Minato uttered these words, he could not bring himself to meet the gaze of Uzumaki Kushina. Observing his demeanor, Kushina narrowed her eyes slightly. "Were you not just with Jiraiya-sensei?" Upon hearing this, Minato was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, "How do you know that?" Kushina immediately erupted in fury. "Is that old lecher trying to take you for some peep show?" Seeing Kushina's irate expression, Minato swallowed hard and nodded, silently mourning for Jiraiya. "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei wanted to take me for some material gathering, but I declined. Thus, he went alone." Upon hearing this, Kushina sighed in relief, only to become furious again. "I knew that old lecher would lead you astray." With that, she marched towards Konoha. Minato, perplexed, called after her, "Kushina, where are you going?" "I'm going to settle the score with him," she retorted. After she departed, Minato murmured softly, "Jiraiya-sensei, please bear with me. We promised to surprise Kushina." Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya, far away in Myobokuzen, was blissfully unaware of the predicament his most cherished disciple had landed him in. At that moment, he was en route to the great sage frog's location, guided by the esteemed sages Fukasaku and Shima. "Little Jiraiya, you must stay and enjoy a proper meal today," Shima insisted with a firm tone. "It's been ages since you last dined with us." Hearing her words, Jiraiya felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He truly could not stomach Shima's insect cuisine. Chuckling awkwardly, he replied, "Today, Kushina has prepared a meal for me, and I must go eat it. You know how temperamental she can be if I don't show up. I might face dire consequences next time." As he wiped away non-existent sweat, he added, "Perhaps next time, I will bring Minato along to savor your dishes." He mentioned he adores them. "Really?" Shima's eyes sparkled with delight. "I had no idea little Minato was so fond of my cooking. Why hasn't he ever mentioned it?" Seeing Shima's attention shift, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. Minato is a sunny boy, always considering others. Shima nodded, well aware of Minato's character. Jiraiya continued, "He refrains from saying such things because he worries that it might burden you, making you busier than you already are. He truly is a good child." Shima sighed. "It seems I must prepare a grand meal for him next time, and you should both come over. I will prepare specialty dishes just for you two." The words of the sage Jima stirred a medley of emotions within Jiraiya, leaving him to ponder whether all his efforts had been in vain. Senin Shinsaki glanced at him, shaking his head as he remarked on Jiraiya's folly in attempting to draw out the young Minato, now rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yuichi Ketsuki and Kurenai Yuhi were present in a clothing store. Upon sighting the duo, the shopkeeper greeted them with a beaming smile, announcing that their garments were ready for fitting and inviting them to try them on in the changing rooms. As they followed her deeper into the store, it became evident that the premises were deserted, presumably as everyone had stepped out for a meal. The shopkeeper led them to the rear, producing a set of clothing for Kurenai, exclaiming with enthusiasm that she could not wait to see her adorned in the outfit. Viewing the attire in her hands, Kurenai nodded in agreement and promptly proceeded to the changing room. Yuichi, not one to linger idly, received his attire as well, while the shopkeeper gestured toward another changing room, suggesting he also try on his outfit. She explained that they had only crafted one outfit each thus far, as the remaining garments would be designed based on how they fitted. With her arms crossed, the shopkeeper exhibited a dedication to her craft akin to her meticulous approach to hand-pulled noodles. Yuichi offered no objections and slipped into the changing room. Upon emerging in his new ensemble, he found Kurenai twirling before the full-length mirror. "I told you it suits you perfectly," the shopkeeper remarked, her satisfaction evident. "Let us design several more outfits in this style, shall we?" Kurenai nodded in agreement, revealing her ambivalence towards clothing. Yet, as is often the case with young women, she found it hard to resist the allure of fashionable attire. When Yuichi stepped out, the shopkeeper assessed him with a keen eye, also nodding in approval. Let us create several variations in this style for you as well, she suggested. Certainly, Yuichi replied, before a thought struck him. Could we also have a few outfits made for training or combat? Absolutely, the shopkeeper replied with a hint of pride. As long as it's clothing. I can create it here. Then please make several battle outfits for Kurenai and me. Of course, she confirmed, jotting down the details in her notebook. After calculating, she announced that in 5 days, their garments would be ready for collection. As for the outfits they wore, she reassured them, you may wear them as you leave. They've already been washed. Exiting the shop, the pair indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku before preparing to attend classes. The previous day, their teacher had announced that the first-year curriculum had concluded, and they were set to embark on the second-year courses. Upon arriving at school, most students had gathered, though Obito Uchiha and Rin Noera were yet to arrive. Seated in their designated area, Yuichi poked Kakashi Hitaki's spine, inquiring, Kakashi, where's Rin? How should I know? Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Kakashi Hitaki turned his head, glaring at Yuichi J-Ki with his dead fish eyes. Could you refrain from poking me in the back? He said, his voice tinged with annoyance. In response, Yuichi nodded. All right, no problem, 5-5. Do not call me 5-5. Kakashi's voice grew more irate. Glancing at him, Yuichi sighed. Fine. If you take off your mask for me to see, I won't say anything further. Humph. Kakashi scoffed at this, turning away and refusing to engage in conversation. TCH, such a tsundere, Yuichi muttered under his breath. At that moment, Ikaku Hyanyama entered the classroom with Rin Noera and Obito Uchiha. Classmates, let us commence our lesson, he announced, directing the two back to their seats. As mentioned this morning, the afternoon session will be a practical class. You may now assemble on the playground, Ikaku instructed, holding a notebook while addressing the students. Hooray! Shouted a student from the Inuzuka clan, who then leapt out of the window, balancing a small puppy on his head. Following suit, many others scrambled out after him. Yuichi leaned closer to Obito and remarked, surprisingly, you're not late today. Humph. Obito chuckled. I won't be late in the future either. What an ambitious dream, Yuichi said, giving him a thumbs up. But why did you and Rin come in with the teacher? Obito glanced at Rin, who was walking a short distance away, scratching his head. Rin wanted to explain to the teacher why she missed class this morning. So I accompanied her. Yuichi nodded, understanding now why they had entered together. While Yuichi conversed with Obito, Rin and Kurenai Yuhi walked side by side. Rin looked enviously at Kurenai's attire. Kurenai, your and Yuichi's outfits are so lovely. The allure of beautiful clothing is indeed powerful among girls. Besides Rin, Anko Mitarashi and several other girls gathered around. Where did you buy that dress? I want to get one too. Yes. That outfit must be quite expensive. The chatter continued, and Kurenai, feeling a bit shy, scratched her head. I'm not sure how much it costs. It's custom-made. My sister Kushina helped pay for it. Upon hearing this, the group expressed disappointment. Noticing their expressions, Kurenai quickly added, but I can tell you the name of the store. With the teacher yet to arrive, everyone gathered on the playground, chatting in small clusters. Most were discussing how the afternoon practical class would be conducted. It should involve throwing shuriken. A boy named Yin Asajiri demonstrated a few throwing motions while mimicking the sound, swish, swish, swish. I think we'll be learning techniques like fire release or water release. No, I feel it's going to be a competition to determine who is the strongest. The speaker is Asuma Saratobi, who finds himself amidst a discussion regarding the afternoon class without knowing how he got there. It's about throwing shuriken. It's about mastering ninjutsu. It surely involves combat. The group, brimming with contention, glares at one another, as if on the verge of an altercation. Kakashi Hitaki stands to the side, observing their commotion with a sense of irritation. Might Guy leans closer, taking a deep breath, wishing fervently for a bout. Then I could challenge both you and Yuichi, casting a sidelong glance at him. Kakashi responds with exasperation, you still can't defeat us. Guy, undeterred, replies with utmost seriousness, fists clenched, I may not be your match now. But by confronting the gap and striving to bridge it, I shall not squander my youth. After all, youth can never fail, Kakashi. His voice booms, causing others in the discussion to turn their heads in surprise. Feeling their gazes, Kakashi instinctively steps back, attempting to convey that he is not acquainted with Guy. Yet, no matter how much distance he creates, Guy remains steadfastly close. Let us settle this, Kakashi. A duel to celebrate our youth. Kakashi retorts, why don't you challenge that fellow Yuichi instead? Guy boldly asserts, Yuichi said that to challenge him, one must first defeat you. Kakashi inwardly curses upon hearing this again, muttering to himself about being pushed aside to avoid Guy's persistence. He casts a fierce glance at Yuichi, who is still engaged in conversation with Obito Uchiha. At this moment, Ikekohaya approaches slowly. Clearing his throat before the gathered crowd, the cacophony quiets down as everyone acknowledges his presence. This afternoon's practical class will consist of combat. Ikaku announces, glancing at the roster in his hand, which contains the arranged matchups. The students, upon hearing of the afternoon's battles, become animated. Having never experienced a severe beating, they feel confident about this session, whether they belong to the ninja clan or are commoners. To the students of the ninja clan, this afternoon's combat offers the perfect opportunity to showcase their abilities. Meanwhile, the commoner students regard the ninja offspring as merely having learned to read and harness chakra earlier than they did. Except for the likes of Kakashi Hitaki and Yuichi, they fear no one. Observing the students' enthusiasm, Ikaku smiles, having meticulously crafted the matchups based on his experience. Each individual will face an opponent of equal standing, thereby igniting their competitive spirit and motivating them to strive for greatness. This is his little strategy, one he successfully employed with previous students, arranging battles in the first practical class and continuing to do so weekly. This experience not only compels them to strive for strength but also hones their practical skills. Thus, whether during missions or on the battlefield, their chances of survival will be significantly enhanced. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice, gazing at the notebook in his hands, and declared, "Now, I call upon the named students to step forward." The first to emerge were Might Guy and Obito Uchiha. Upon hearing his name, Might Guy felt a pang of disappointment. Alas, it was not Kakashi. Nevertheless, he recognized Obito Uchiha's prowess and felt a surge of excitement. In that case, he would engage in a youthful contest of strength with Obito. Hearing Might Guy's words, Obito Uchiha bristled with indignation. "You fool. I am not in the least inferior to Kakashi," he retorted. "Prepare to experience the might of the Uchiha clan." With that, Obito strode confidently to the center of the training ground, taking a deep breath. Might Guy scratched his head and followed suit, apologizing to Obito. "But rest assured, I harbor no contempt for you." With an increasingly resolute expression, Might Guy declared, "Let us see what you've got." In the midst of them stood Kaido Hayama, who bellowed, formed the pair seal. With his command, both Obito Uchiha and Might Guy simultaneously performed the required hand seals. A clash between an Uchiha and a civilian ninja was about to unfold, captivating the crowd, who were eager to witness how Might Guy would fare against an Uchiha. Aside from a small clique, everyone else regarded Might Guy merely as a civilian ninja, which was indeed accurate given his well-known background. After all, he had trained on the streets alongside Might Due since childhood, requiring no investigation. In contrast, while Obito Uchiha was often dismissed by Kakashi as lagging behind, his abilities were nonetheless considered average within their class, especially now that he had awakened the Sharingan, a significant enhancement from his bloodline limit. As the seals were completed, Obito Uchiha was the first to strike. "Under the gaze of my eyes, you stand no chance," he proclaimed, his Sharingan's tomo swirling ominously. "Surrender." Upon seeing the dual tomo Sharingan in Obito's eyes, Kaido Hayama was taken aback. Had he known earlier that Obito possessed the Sharingan, he would never have matched him against Might Guy. The disparity between an Uchiha with the Sharingan and one without was monumental. "Obito, even if I may not prevail, I refuse to yield." Might Guy's expression grew serious. Thanks to Yuichi J. Suk's explanation, he understood the significance of the Sharingan. "Let us see what you can do." With that, Obito made his move. Once the Sharingan was activated, everything around him appeared to slow down, his dynamic vision vastly enhanced, allowing him to perceive even the fine hairs of a mosquito several meters away. However, the Sharingan merely enhanced his reflexes and dynamic vision. He was still unable to counter the direct charge of Uchiha Obito, prompting Might Guy to rush forward as well. In the moment of close combat, Might Guy evaded Obito's punch by swiftly dodging to the left and aimed a kick at his abdomen. Yet, before the awakened Sharingan of Obito, his movements appeared agonizingly slow. Although his body struggled to keep pace with his reaction speed, he managed to twist away just in time, dodging Might Guy's kick, and subsequently seized his extended leg. "Guy, I have one," Obito exclaimed, grasping Might Guy's leg and spinning him around before forcefully tossing him aside. Might Guy crashed to the ground, stirring up dust, yet remained unscathed as he rose to face Obito, ready to continue the fight. At that moment, Konoha's Hade appeared behind him, gripping his shoulder firmly. This battle goes to Obito, Hate declared, glancing down at Might Guy. His dynamic vision is simply too formidable. As of now, you have lost. Hearing these words, Might Guy felt a pang of unwillingness. Observing his reaction, Hate refrained from saying more and instead proclaimed loudly, Uchiha Obito is victorious. Peace and reconciliation. After reconciling, Obito returned to Kakashi Hitaki's side, exclaiming, I must double my efforts. With that, he dropped to the ground to commence his workout. 500 push-ups. If I can't do it, I'll run 2 laps around Konoha this afternoon. The power of youth. Witnessing Might Guy's fervor, Kakashi Hitaki could only shake his head in bemusement. However, he remained silent, turning his gaze towards Yuichi Yagyu, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. Noticing Kakashi's intense stare, Yuichi shrugged. He feared no one among his peers. While Might Guy exerted himself, Uchiha Obito, basking in victory, approached Rin Noura with a beaming smile. What do you think? Am I impressive, or what? Rin giggled at his exuberance. Obito is the best. Hee. Obito chuckled, pointing proudly at his still active Sharingan. Before the prowess of my eyes, no one stands a chance. Noticing his burgeoning arrogance, Rin glanced at the locked gaze between Yuichi and Kakashi. Obito, do not be overly proud. Yuichi possesses the Sharingan as well. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a sudden weight in his chest. Before Yuichi awakened his Sharingan, he was already outmatched. Now, with Yuichi's newfound abilities, he felt even more inferior. Although he had awakened his own Sharingan, it seemed he remained at square one. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he found renewed vigor upon seeing Kakashi. If I can't defeat Yuichi, there's no way I can't surpass you, you arrogant Kakashi. Just as he was pondering this, Hate began calling for the next match. Next up, Kato Shizen vs. Mitarashi Anko. The battle was quite straightforward. Students of this age typically lacked any mastery of ninjutsu. Individuals like Yuichi Juchi and Kakashi Hitaki were indeed rare. Prior to enrollment, Yuhi Kurenai had taught them the illusion technique, which she had meticulously crafted, guiding them through the intricacies of chakra manipulation until they were able to grasp it. Otherwise, they would not have comprehended the scroll presented by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The skirmish between Kato Shizen and Mitarashi Anko concluded swiftly. The next match featured 2 civilian students. Yuichi Juchi observed their duel, clicking his tongue in disapproval. There was no semblance of technique, resembling the brawls of children, each employing crude punches, testing their endurance against one another. Nonetheless, even such a rudimentary contest captured the earnest attention of Ikaku Umi, who diligently documented the proceedings. When the outcome was evident, he would intervene. Much like Obito Uchiha and Might Guy, meticulously recording each participant's abilities. In the initial practical combat session, disparities in skill were inevitable, and documenting the students' strengths would prevent such imbalances in future encounters. The clashes among civilian students resembled mere brawling, yet when it was the turn of the shinobi students, the battles became considerably more engaging. These students had received some form of combat training at home, and while it might not have been spectacular, it was at least more refined than the previous display. As time passed, only Yuichi Juchi and Kakashi Hitaki remained. Next up, Yuichi Juchi vs. Kakashi Hitaki, announced Ikaku Umi. Closing his notebook, he remembered these 2 well enough to forego notes. Kakashi, wielding a wooden sword, stepped into the center of the arena and faced Yuichi, who approached him confidently. Ikaku then moved aside, cautioning, don't go too far, you two. He then declared, begin the hand seals. Once the seals were completed, Yuichi glanced at the wooden sword Kakashi held, feeling somewhat disadvantaged without a weapon. He turned his gaze toward Kurenai. Kurenai, toss me a kunai. Upon hearing this, Kurenai quickly retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and threw it toward him. Kakashi made no attempt to intervene, waiting for Yuichi to grasp the kunai before charging forward with his sword drawn. Seeing this, Yuichi mirrored his advance, brandishing the kunai. As they closed the distance, Kakashi swung his wooden sword with considerable force, the sound slicing through the air. Just as the strike was about to land, Yuichi executed a peculiar evasion. At that moment, his 1-5 Sharingan activated. In the presence of my eyes, you stand no chance, he proclaimed, as he deftly flicked his fingers, sending the kunai hurtling toward Kakashi's chest. Enough with the bravado, Kakashi retorted, his voice filled with determination. This time, I will not be defeated by you. In the morning, he trained. In the afternoon, he attended classes, all the while secretly honing his chakra control. At night, he practiced diligently until midnight. He resonated deeply with Might Guy's saying, hard work never betrays those who strive. His relentless efforts were aimed at surpassing Yuichi J-Suk, delivering a resounding defeat to him. If this were mere bravado, then the ninjas of the shinobi world would cease to speak the truth. As Yuichi J-Suk spoke, he paid no heed to whether Kakashi Hitaki managed to evade the shuriken that had just been thrown. Rapidly, he began forming hand seals. Since childhood, he had consciously trained the dexterity of his fingers, particularly the intricate art of hand seals essential for a ninja. Although his current speed could not rival that of many ninjas, it was by no means sluggish. With a speed of 2 seals per second, he swiftly completed the sequence. Focusing his chakra in his throat, he slightly parted his lips, unleashing a stream of fire that instantly transformed into a roaring flame pillar, augmented by various passive damage enhancements. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A flame pillar, a meter in diameter, surged directly toward Kakashi Hitaki. Kaido Umi, observing from the sidelines, paled at the sight, preparing to intervene at a moment's notice. Evasive from Yuichi's shuriken, Kakashi looked up to see the flaming pillar rushing towards him. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he rapidly formed hand seals, summoning 2 half-sized ninja dogs. Just as the dogs appeared, their eyes widened at the sight of the approaching fire, and one let out a grumble. "You summoned me just to see this fire jutsu?" Despite their protests, the ninja dogs quickly dashed to Kakashi's side, whisking him away to safety. Meanwhile, the other dog circled around the dragon fire technique, charging toward Yuichi. After unleashing his jutsu, Yuichi was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the oncoming dog, only to realize it was Kakashi's summoned creature. As the dragon fire technique hit the ground, it kicked up a cloud of dust, raising the ambient temperature significantly. The ninja dog was swift, reaching Yuichi in the blink of an eye. "You're not enough." Just as the dog opened its mouth to bite, Yuichi swiftly kicked it away and formed hand seals once more. "I wanted to give you that chance." Kakashi's voice resonated, followed by a fireball erupting from the dust created by the dragon fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Upon seeing this, Yuichi's expression darkened. By the time Kakashi spoke, the fireball had already traveled a considerable distance. His situation mirrored Kakashi's just moments before, making it exceedingly difficult to evade this jutsu. Kaido, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt his heart race. Is this a student from the Ninja Academy? I would believe it if they claimed to be a seasoned genin. With mastery in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and summoning techniques, many need like to summon beast. Just moments ago, he had contemplated rescuing Kakashi, but now his thought shifted. With 2 ninja dogs aiding Kakashi, the scales of victory tilted in his favor. Now, it was Yuichi who required assistance. As he pondered, Yuichi Jincheng inhaled deeply, clapped his hands, and a cloud of smoke billowed before him. "Great Crow, assist me." The Great Crow caught in response, its flames igniting as it charged directly into the approaching fireball. Under the gaze of onlookers, the fireball, originally the size of a person, diminished at a visible pace, dissipating before it could reach Yuichi. The Great Crow materialized, enveloped in flames, its plumage shimmering in a striking blend of black and gold beneath the sunlight. Utterly astonished, Kaya did not anticipate that Yuichi possessed a summoning beast, let alone one that appeared so extraordinary. The surrounding classmates gaped, the entire playground engulfed in an eerie silence. A mere minute had elapsed since the commencement of Yuichi's battle with Kakashi Hitaki, yet their confrontation had left everyone awestruck. They employed taijutsu as a cover, quickly transitioning to ninjutsu. Just as they thought Kakashi was on the verge of defeat, his summoning dog shielded him from the attack, countering with a ninjutsu of its own. This unorthodox approach to combat was beyond their expectations. "Yuichi and Kakashi are incredibly strong," Lin Noera exclaimed, her admiration evident as she observed the two engaged in combat. Obito Uchiha beside her felt a twinge of jealousy. "I can be just as powerful." Upon hearing his words, Lin smiled. "Obito is impressive too." "Humph." Obito puffed his chest, though a smirk betrayed his excitement. "Yuichi-kun is so cool. No wonder I like him. Kakashi is strong too, and he looks so cool. Clearly, Yuichi is the coolest." "Nonsense. Kakashi is the best." Their classmates exchanged astonished remarks, with several girls even beginning to bicker. Hearing the chatter, Kurenai Yuhi instinctively furrowed her brow before relaxing. "Humph. Yuichi will only have eyes for me." In the midst of the playground, Yuichi gazed at Kakashi, who had also revealed his form, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could summon in response. Kakashi's summoning dog was indeed cunning. Contemplating this, Yuichi turned to the Great Crow and said, "Great Crow, I appreciate your assistance. No problem. This fire release technique is rather enjoyable, the Great Crow replied, glancing around at the spectators and then at Kakashi. Do you require my help again? Not necessary. Yuichi shook his head. The Great Crow's immense strength meant that should she intervene, it would no longer be a spar, but rather a battle to the death. I rewrote the chapter updated yesterday. Everyone can revisit it without additional charges. The revised version includes several hundred more words, Yuichi remarked, eliciting no objections from the Great Crow, who recognized this as a spar. Then I shall take my leave, the Great Crow declared before vanishing from sight. Seeing this, Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly and charged towards Yuichi once more. Dare you approach again? Upon witnessing this, Yuichi clapped his hands once more, exclaiming, Aren't you capable of summoning with a reverse technique? So am I. In the next moment, a towering fire raven, over 2 meters high, materialized beneath him. Caw-caw. This was indeed the massive fire raven that the great raven had spoken of. Sensing a presence upon its back, the fire raven instinctively intended to envelop itself in flames. Although they were purified bloodline fire ravens, they still possessed the ability to harness natural energy. However, upon recognizing Yuichi, the fire raven halted its intentions. Locking eyes with the creature, Yuichi requested, Please take me to the skies. The fire raven nodded and ascended into the heavens. Yuichi secured himself firmly upon its back with chakra. As Yuichi soared into the air, Kakashi Hatake paused, gazing upward at Yuichi, who now looked down upon him from his lofty perch, momentarily speechless. How could they possibly engage in battle? This was utterly absurd. Hanuma, witnessing this scene, felt a myriad of emotions swirl within him. Was this truly a student of the Ninja Academy? If they were to face off one-on-one, just the fact that he could summon a creature capable of flight would likely exhaust him entirely. In that instant, Hanuma felt a twinge of sorrow. How had he come to regress so much in life? Now, he couldn't even measure up to a student. What a dismal failure. Lost in these thoughts, Hanuma was jolted back to reality by Kakashi's reluctant voice. Teacher, I concede. His words pulled Age's attention back to the airborne Yuichi. The victor is Yuichi, he announced, then added, Come down quickly. Upon hearing this, Yuichi did not object and instructed the fire raven to return him to the ground. Next time, I shall surely defeat you, Kakashi declared. Yuichi merely chuckled enigmatically. You will never surpass me in this lifetime. Impossible, Kakashi retorted, then glanced at the bewildered fire raven and scoffed. Yuichi, you will regret saying that to me. Kakashi, I am the victor this time, he proclaimed. If you wish to compete with me, you still have much training ahead. Caw. The great fire raven exclaimed beside him, somewhat disappointed as it had expected a battle but only ended up flying him around. It looked back at Yuichi. Ever since their contract was formed, even though the fire raven spoke in a tongue unknown to humans, Yuichi could discern its general meaning. He promptly assured, Next time, I will certainly allow you to fight. The great fire raven nodded, and after receiving his promise, it dispelled the summoning technique, vanishing from sight. Achievement unlocked. So you can summon with a reverse technique? Purity has its presence everywhere. Just because you can summon, does it mean I cannot summon in return? Reward. Uchiha Sasuke, New Year Limited Edition. Uchiha Sasuke, a New Year Limited Edition. Skills. Rake Lion, Lightning Release. Chidori Blade, Lightning Release. Kirin. The new year has arrived. Yet I find myself alone at home. Skill 1. Lightning Slash. Utilize a straight sword to launch the opponent into the air, executing a series of consecutive slashes. Skill 2. Lightning Release. Chidori Blade. Infuse lightning chakra into a weapon, executing a swift strike while simultaneously imparting a paralysis effect. Skill 3. Lightning Release. Kirin. Requires the presence of dark clouds overhead. Summon lightning from the atmosphere, generating a vast area of thunderstrikes around oneself. And channeling the power of lightning to manifest as a Kirin, delivering a devastating attack. Special reward. Uchiha Bloodline. Upon gazing at this achievement, Yuichi resolved to relinquish all efforts. This achievement, after all, would be triggered whenever it deemed fit, no longer requiring his proactive pursuit. He realized that most of these feats were unintentionally triggered, and seeking them out proved to be quite challenging. For instance, the achievement "Would you not summon a spirit in return?" was entirely beyond his imagination, as this was not a game world where such things existed. Yet, such achievements still prevailed. Yuichi turned his attention to the New Year's template of Sasuke, which appeared quite formidable. It granted him a couple of ninjutsu techniques and an S-rank forbidden technique. In the ninja realm, techniques that involve channeling chakra into weapons or oneself for combat are collectively referred to as body techniques. The lightning release, Chidori blade, and lightning slash fall under this category. It seems he would need to acquire a straight sword. Reflecting on this, Yuichi opened his status panel. Achievements, childhood sweethearts, lifelong rivals, the beginning of a ninja. Visiting Ichiraku Ramen, Obito's promise, I will do as I please, man-eater, the beginning of protection, a mundane life, the abandoned, can you summon a spirit in return? Rewards, Naruto Uzumaki, ninja student, body technique, defense LV3, Sakura Haruno, Shippuden, Sasuke Uchiha, Sharingan, body technique, Fury LV2, summoning technique, Fire Crow, Kurenai Yuhi, kimono, body technique, Fury, Sasuke Uchiha, New Year's Limited. Titles, Ninja Student, equipped, Weaver of Destiny, equipped. Special rewards, Uzumaki Bloodline, Uchiha Bloodline. Upon examining the panel, Yuichi felt a sense of resolution. This constituted all his assets. While he may not yet rival the strongest, he had, at the very least, attained the combat prowess of a chunin. As for the two special rewards, he scarcely glanced at them. What use were rewards for something he already possessed? Would they merely purify his bloodline further? As he pondered this, a voice echoed from a distance. The seal of reconciliation. Casting a brief glance at Kakashi Hitaki, Yuichi stepped forward and extended a finger, mirroring Kakashi's action. Their fingers intertwined in a gesture of reconciliation. The afternoon's combat training session had now concluded, with much time having elapsed in their mutual battles. The time-consuming antics of the students were led by Wang Bakwin. Once everything concluded, Yuichi Jincheng and Kakashi Hitaki found themselves surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic girls. Yuichi-kun, you must be tired. I have delicious treats. Yuichi-kun, mine are even better. Eat mine. Eat mine. Kakashi-kun, you are so handsome. I want to have your children. The girls were exuberant, leaving Asuma Yuhi unable to join the fray. Watching Yuichi Jincheng engulfed by adoring girls, a pang of discomfort struck Asuma Yuhi's heart. With such popularity, would Yuichi-kun no longer harbor feelings for her? The mere thought brought her distress. Just as she was lost in her musings, Yuichi Jincheng burst through the crowd, spotting her and flashing a warm smile. Asuma, what are you thinking about? Startled by his sudden appearance, Asuma Yuhi exclaimed, then feigned indifference, pouting slightly. Even if he is popular, he is still Yuichi Jincheng. As he spoke, he took her hand and led her away. The girls behind them felt their hearts shatter at the sight. Wah, my love has ended before it even began. Yuichi-kun is so gentle. I like him even more. So do I. I will surely wait for Yuichi-kun to change his mind. Kakashi Hitaki cast a glance at the infatuated girls and snorted, just a bunch of lovesick fools. With that thought, he headed toward the classroom, though several girls trailed behind. Might Guy had intended to follow him, but Asuma Saratobi held him back. Guy, look at Kakashi. He's reveling among those girls. Asuma Saratobi, bruised and battered, remarked. His injuries were not from battle. He had not been grouped with Yuichi Jincheng or Obito Uchiha. So regardless of whom he fought, he would not have ended up in such a state. His wounds stemmed from an incident earlier that day when he donned a hospital gown to frighten the old Hokage, only to find that the old man was well prepared and promptly gave him a beating. Might Guy, puzzled by Asuma's words, questioned, Kakashi isn't like that, is he? Just look at him. He wears a mask every day, likely to conceal his smile. Asuma Saratobi asserted with conviction he might be grinning behind the mask. Might Guy scratched his head, feeling oddly convinced by Asuma's reasoning. Then I will wait until after school to seek him out. The circumstances surrounding Might Guy had diverged significantly from the original narrative. With Yuichi Jincheng's presence, they formed a truancy team. And Obito Uchiha and Asuma Saratobi recognized his efforts. Although his strength was not formidable, his determination garnered their respect, and they refrained from mocking Might Guy. In their truancy escapades, Might Guy found solidarity, with no one daring to ridicule him, as they all assumed he possessed strength akin to Yuichi Jincheng and the others. Human beings are innately drawn to strength. Once it became apparent that Might Guy possessed remarkable power, the mockery ceased. And even during training sessions with his father on the streets, the jeers diminished significantly. Taking Hinata's hand, Yuichi Kesh glanced around before gesturing towards the school wall. Hinata, let us return directly. Huh. Hinata seemed bewildered. But aren't we still in class? Yuichi chuckled softly. It's almost time for school to end. If we leave now, the teacher won't notice. He cast a sidelong glance towards the playground, having just spotted Kaiba head towards the office. With only half an hour until dismissal, their departure would pose no issue. Hinata hesitated for a moment upon hearing Yuichi's words before nodding in agreement. Observing her assent, Yuichi assessed the tall wall before making a swift sprint, channeling Chakra to his feet for leverage as he effortlessly vaulted over. Noticing this, Hinata glanced back nervously and mimicked Yuichi's actions, gathering Chakra beneath her soles. With a burst of speed, she pressed against the wall, gripping the top and using her core strength to propel herself over. However, upon landing, she found herself face to face with Kushina Uzumaki, who stood with her arms crossed. Observing Yuichi with a playful smile. Well, another pair of truants, Kushina mused, unable to suppress her amusement. Each time she passed this vicinity, she would catch Yuichi skipping class, now accompanied by Hinata. Yuichi, unable to maintain his composure, wondered why he was always caught when skipping class. Are you perhaps stationed around the school? Kushina, eyeing their attire, stroked her chin thoughtfully before commenting. Your outfits are quite decent. She had no intention of chastising them for their truancy, understanding as a former Ninja Academy student herself that such matters were better left to personal training. Continuing, she inquired, have you seen Jiraiya? Jiraiya? Hinata tilted her head. You mean the legendary Sannin? Kushina nodded affirmatively. That's him. Realizing Yuichi and Hinata had not encountered Jiraiya, she warned. Do not refer to him as Lord. He is merely a lecher. If you happen to see him, make sure to keep your distance. Kushina added, her expression turning serious. Especially directed at Yuichi. Do not emulate his lascivious ways. Yuichi fell silent, yet before he could respond, Hinata patted her chest reassuringly. Don't worry, Sister Kushina. I won't let Yuichi learn about peeping. Then I entrust it to you, Hinata. Kushina replied with a smile. I must take my leave now. Remember. Upon encountering the white-haired voyeur, keep your distance. At this moment, Jiraiya found himself in a chamber on Mount Myaboku, accompanied by Master Fukasaku and Sage Shima. They had been waiting for a considerable time. Observing the still slumbering great sage toad, Sage Shima leaped forward and called out loudly, Master, young Jiraiya has arrived. Awaken. Despite the volume of her voice, the great sage toad remained in slumber, prompting her to shout again, it's time to rise. Young Jiraiya has come. After several more calls, the great sage toad slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? Ah, I remember now. This is Mount Myaboku, he murmured, glancing at Jiraiya. And who might you be? Jiraiya, slightly at a loss for words, replied, I am Jiraiya, Master Sage. Jiraiya? The great sage toad's murky eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. He is young Jiraiya, our contract bearer, Master Fukasaku interjected. Noticing the great sage's struggle to recall, you requested him to come, as there is a new prophecy. Prophecy? The great sage toad muttered, then raised his head to look at Jiraiya. My apologies, I often forget things in my old age, but it's coming back to me. I just dreamt the great sage toad began recounting his dream, while Jiraiya, Master Fukasaku, and Sage Shima listened intently. The ability to prophesy through dreams was a unique gift of the great sage toad, and every prophecy held significant weight for the world. Although the great sage toad's eyes were still somewhat clouded, he gazed down at the two toads and the man beneath him, his murky vision momentarily clearing as he spoke. The prophesied one shall bring transformation and peace to the ninja world. However, the prophecy shifts. A new prophecy emerges. Ninjas will be erased from existence, and those who wield the power to obliterate ninjas will stain their banners crimson with blood. I hear the wails of ninjas and feudal lords. The nations of the ninja world have vanished. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's pupils widened in terror, his expression reflecting sheer horror. Not only him, but Master Fukasaku and Sage Shima also stared at the great sage in dread. Master, why did you not share such critical information with us? Didn't I? The great sage toad's confusion deepened. I thought I had mentioned it. No, you did not. Sage Shima was nearly frantic. Such a crucial matter, and you failed to disclose it. The notion of ninjas being wiped from existence, along with the disappearance of lords and nations, made this new prophecy seem like the harbinger of doom, a bloodthirsty butcher. Observing their distress, the great sage toad sighed, his murky eyes sharpening momentarily. Did I not mention it? It seems my memories are becoming increasingly jumbled, he remarked, then continued, although I forgot to say it. There is no need for excessive concern. The prophecy has changed once more. The child of prophecy will still arise from young Jiraiya's disciples. Perhaps the Crimson Demon has met an untimely end. The great toad sage spoke, his eyes gradually closing, guiding the prophesied child, young Jiraiya. This matter is entrusted to you. His voice dwindled into a whisper, soon replaced by the sound of his snoring. Jiraiya exchanged glances with the two sages, both feeling a sense of bewilderment. What was this? He had summoned them to announce a new prophecy, yet it remained unchanged. Jiraiya pondered, letting out a sigh. I have already found the prophesied child. He is a boy possessing the Rinnegan. A smile spread across his face as he continued. I am confident that under my guidance, he will undoubtedly become the great individual foretold in the prophecy. As he spoke, Jiraiya kept the previous warning from the great Toad Sage about the annihilation of ninjas, feudal lords, and nations in his mind. Prophecies are not to be taken lightly. Although the great Toad Sage suggested that the prophesied individual might have met with an unfortunate fate, Jiraiya resolved to remain vigilant. He could not bear to imagine a shinobi world devoid of ninjas, feudal lords, and nations. The thought was terrifying. Has blood stained the banners red? Sage Shima pondered, a shiver running down her spine. How many lives must be taken for the banners to be drenched in crimson? Truly a malevolent fate. However, it was a relief that the prophecy had reverted. Sage Fukasaku glanced at the now slumbering great Toad Sage, hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. Could it be that the banners were originally red? After all, the old sage's memory is quite unreliable. Impossible. Sage Shima shook her head vehemently. When it comes to prophecies, the old sage has never erred. Once spoken, it is truth. Sage Fukasaku nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the old sage often forgot things, he remained steadfast in this domain. Turning to Jiraiya, he advised, Young Jiraiya, you must also remain vigilant. If that individual is still alive, it signifies that something momentous has occurred to alter his course. Or he may have been led astray. Yet, there is also the possibility that he could rise once more. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya nodded, I will. However, he mused that locating this perilous individual within the shinobi world would prove challenging. He might already be dead. I shall remain observant. Upon returning home, Yuichi Kayuki and Hinata Kurenai found that Kurenai's father, Hinata Akihiko, was inexplicably absent. Where could Dad have gone? Kurenai wondered aloud, her bare feet padding across the floor as she searched the house for her father. Finding no trace of him, she eventually jumped onto the sofa, settling into a comfortable position. Her petite, flawless feet playfully kicked against the sofa. Noticing this, Yuichi approached and sat beside her. As soon as he did, Kurenai withdrew her feet and looked at him earnestly, saying, Yuichi, you must not be like Lord Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Yuichi Juki slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, pondering what could possibly lead you to believe that I would sneak into a bathhouse. Observing her serious demeanor, he broke into a smile, reassuring her, rest assured. How could I engage in such antics? I haven't even had my fill of Hong. His words caused the cheeks of Hinata Akane to flush a vibrant red. What are you saying, Yuichi? She retorted, turning her head away with a hint of pride. I wouldn't let you see. You will eventually, Yuichi teased, playfully approaching her and tickling her underarm. Caught off guard by his sudden assault, Akane collapsed onto the sofa, squirming incessantly. Haha, don't. Not like that. She laughed. In the midst of their playful banter, Akane attempted to retaliate, reaching for his underarm in turn. It was at this moment that Akane Shinju appeared at the doorway, her expression devoid of emotion as she observed the two. Each time she witnessed such a scene, she felt an urge to slap herself. Those who knew the truth understood that she was merely raising Yuichi Juki as a surrogate son, while others might mistakenly think she was grooming him as a child husband. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken in this little rascal, Shinju lamented internally. Noticing that the two were still frolicking, she cleared her throat to remind them of her presence. Upon hearing the sound, they paused their antics, and Akane peeked over the back of the sofa, her face flushing upon realizing it was Shinju. Dad, you're back, she exclaimed. Shinju nodded in response, thinking to herself that if she hadn't returned, who knows what mischief Yuichi might have gotten into with Akane. Casting a glance at Yuichi, who was also peeking from behind the sofa, Shinju addressed them both. I won't be giving you two a lesson today. I will be leading a mission tomorrow, likely for about 10 days. Please make sure you don't cause any trouble. As she spoke, a flicker of concern crossed her mind. Would Yuichi behave himself during her absence? She wasn't particularly worried about any inappropriate behavior, but rather about her precious Akane being taken advantage of. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, Yuichi patted his chest, confidently declaring, Don't worry, Uncle Shinju. I will take good care of Akane. Shinju cast a sidelong glance at him, inwardly grumbling, It's precisely your presence that makes me anxious. However, setting her concerns aside for the moment, she decided it was time to eat. With that thought, Shinju placed the food she had bought on the table. Let's eat first. If anything comes up during this time, You two can seek out Kakashi. I've already informed him. As she spoke, she glanced at Yuichi. To be honest, with Yuichi around, she felt a sense of security about leaving the two little ones at home. After all, this kid was small but clever, and he had the formidable support of Kushina Uzumaki, a unique presence in her eyes. In the eyes of not only him, but also the majority of the elite shinobi. Uzumaki Kushina is indeed a unique existence. The higher-ups exhibit an extraordinary level of tolerance towards her. She is not required to undertake missions nor to lead any teams of shinobi, and she enjoys the protection of the Umbu. They remain oblivious to the fact that the existence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been a closely guarded secret since the capture of the beast. Neither Uzumaki Kushina nor Uzumaki Mido has ever provided the Nine-Tails an opportunity to run amok. Naturally, in their perception, Uzumaki Kushina is regarded as a special entity. However, some individuals are aware of the presence of a Jinchuriki within the village, and considering Kushina's circumstances, they harbor their own speculations. Yet, this does not include Yuhi Kurenai, who is merely an inconspicuous Jinjutsu specialist and barely qualifies as an elite shinobi. He holds a modicum of influence in Konoha, but not significantly. Consequently, the relationship between Yuhi Kurenai and Uzumaki Kushina allows him to embark on missions with ease. Upon hearing Kurenai's words, Yuhi Kurenai glanced at Yuichi Jincheng, then nodded, indicating his understanding. He then moved from the sofa to the dining table. At that moment, Kurenai noticed their attire and curiously asked, "Did you purchase those clothes yourself?" Yuichi Jincheng, having also approached the dining table, smiled and replied, "These were bought for us by Sister Kushina. They are custom-made. A few more outfits are still in production." Hearing this, Kurenai looked at him and then nodded towards Kurenai, saying, "In that case, we must express our gratitude to your sister Kushina properly." With that, he pulled out a stack of bills from his pocket, uncertain of the cost for a few custom outfits, but assuming it wouldn't be excessively expensive. Kurenai counted out 7 or 8 large notes and handed them to Yuichi Jincheng. "Remember to give her the money." Accepting the cash, Yuichi Jincheng glanced at him and tucked the bills into his pocket. "What about our meal expenses?" Kurenai responded with confusion. "Didn't I just give you money? Clothing is quite expensive." Yuichi Jincheng confidently pointed at Kurenai, insisting, "Ask Kurenai if you don't believe me." Kurenai turned to his daughter, who nodded in affirmation, and sighed. "All right then, I shall give you another 10,000. After receiving the additional money, Yuichi Jincheng and Kurenai exchanged joyful glances. Observing their expressions, Kurenai said nothing, having already seen through his daughter's shrewdness. After their meal, Kurenai went to prepare the supplies for their outing, while Yuichi Jincheng and Kurenai engaged in training in the yard. Although Kurenai had suggested they take a few days off, both of them remained diligent, knowing that insufficient strength could easily lead to demise in the field. The following morning, as per usual, Yuichi Jincheng was awakened by Kurenai's call. By the time he rose, Kurenai had already departed. Yawning, Yuichi Jincheng made his way along the path, with Kurenai beside him, enjoying a steamed bun. The direction in which the two of them walked was not towards the training ground behind the Hokage rock, but rather to the ninja tool shop that Uzumaki Kushina had previously taken them to. Sighing, Yuichi Jincheng walked along, munching on a meat bun, while Yujido Hinata cast him a curious glance. "What's the matter?" she inquired. "I've been wearing this heavy load for several months, and now it's just vanished." "I spent my own money on it," Yuichi replied. Yujito looked at him, puzzled. "But wasn't that paid for by your father?" She distinctly remembered that Yuichi had asked the shopkeeper to contact his father for the transaction. Upon hearing her words, Yuichi cleared his throat, maintaining his composure. "But I did buy it myself, didn't I?" Yuichi is truly impressive. Yujito smiled sweetly at him. At her compliment, the corners of Yuichi's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, hands on his hips. "I am indeed the greatest." Seeing his demeanor, Yujito's smile softened further. She had read in a book that when it comes to charming boys, one must do so just as one would with a baby, simply shower him with praises. It seemed the method was effective. Determined, Yujito resolved to thoroughly study the book titled 100 Irresistible Traits of Boys. She would ensure that Yuichi could not resist her. As they walked, they soon arrived at the ninja tool shop. Upon their arrival, they spotted the middle-aged bald shopkeeper directing his employees to move items inside. His eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing Yuichi and Yujito, and he hurried over. "Do you two need any ninja tools? We've just received a new batch of high-quality items." Yuichi, observing the shopkeeper's excitement, scratched his head. He merely came to purchase a new weight. "Why are you so thrilled?" Is the allure of reduced rent truly that enticing? He questioned, bemused. The shopkeeper, gazing at Yuichi, felt as though he had encountered a deity of wealth. This is the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Surely, I should shower him with the finest goods. Is this not a fortune incarnate? Just yesterday, he had been contemplating procuring some chakra metal. You must have chakra-conducting ninja tools, right? If you wish. I happen to have some. With that thought, the shopkeeper continued, since it's your first time purchasing, I'll give you a 20% discount. Yuichi furrowed his brow at the shopkeeper, but still nodded in agreement. A shop operating in Konoha would typically not encounter issues. After all, Konoha served as a military base in the Land of Fire, where arms sales would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Yuichi then spoke up. I lost my weight and need to buy a new one. He paused before adding, do you have any straight swords? A straight sword? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. I have plenty of ninja tools here, he proclaimed, puffing out his chest with pride. Such items as straight swords were generally not sold in most ninja tool shops. Lesser shops would only offer standard items like shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags. Yet he is different. He possesses true strength. Do not mention the straight blade. With sufficient wealth, he could even procure forbidden techniques. When the price is right, all matters are negotiable. Upon hearing his words, you from the Jusuk family's eyes sparkled with understanding. For he knew that straight blades were seldom available in stores specializing in ninja tools. If such a blade were truly unattainable, he would have to seek out a craftsman. A process both time-consuming and laborious. Having drawn the New Year as Sasuke, he realized that without a blade, he could hardly harness the full potential of this template. Moreover, the Chidori blade. One could argue that the second pillar is arrogant, yet his allure is undeniable. The Chidori blade is indeed striking. Handsome individuals resonate with each other. At least, that is how you perceive it. After all, both he and the second pillar share the bond of being orphans. How much weight would you require? The bald proprietor inquired, glancing at you. I shall prepare it for you. You contemplated for a moment before responding, I need 60 pounds of weight. Previously, he had trained with 50 pounds and had become accustomed to it over the past few months. Now he felt ready to increase the burden. The bald owner regarded him silently for a moment before turning and disappearing into the store. Before long, he returned, bearing a weight vest and a straight blade. This is stock I received earlier. While the craftsmanship may not rival that of kunai or shuriken, it suffices for daily training, the proprietor explained, handing the straight blade to you. He paused before continuing, the price is reasonable, 14,000 ryo. Upon hearing the price, you immediately understood that this item was of inferior quality. It was no wonder the craftsmanship was deemed lesser than that of kunai and shuriken. Nevertheless, as the proprietor had stated, despite being a second-rate blade, it would serve well for regular training. With this in mind, you handed the straight blade to Kurenai and turned his attention to the weight vest held by the proprietor. This weight was markedly different from the one he had purchased previously, which was essentially a steel vest. The current vest resembled a garment more closely. Noticing U.S. interest, the proprietor elaborated, this weight vest is quite convenient. You can adjust the weight as needed. He demonstrated, opening the vest to reveal a series of small vertical pockets, from which he extracted a lead bar. Each bar weighs 1 kilogram. To increase the weight, simply add more lead bars, and to lighten it, remove them. I have already placed 30 lead bars inside. Afterward, should you wish to acquire more lead bars, you may purchase them from me. He then handed the weight vest to you, stating, the straight blade is 14,000 ryo, while the weight vest and lead bars total 35,000 ryo. Altogether, the sum is 49,000 ryo. With a discount of 20%, it comes to 39,200 ryo. You may settle for 39,200. The bald proprietor beamed. Shall I note it down for you? You nodded in agreement. Yes, please do. Although he was unaware of the prices of the straight blade and the weighted clothing, he reasoned that, based on his previous experience with weighted gear, they were not exorbitantly priced. Donning the weighted attire, Yuichi Juchi took the straight blade from the hands of Hinata Akane and prepared to turn away. Just then, the bald shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Young customer, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Yuichi turned to look at him, while Hinata Akane cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Is there something else, shopkeeper? She inquired with curiosity. The bald shopkeeper cleared his throat and began, you see, we are planning to procure some chakra metal for our store, and noticing that you are interested in the straight blade, I wanted to ask if you might need a custom-made one. Such a blade would be advantageous for both training and combat. He paused, glancing at the straight blade in Yuichi's hand, and continued, after all, Using one specific blade in training and combat is vastly different from using various ones. However, it may be somewhat costly. The shopkeeper looked at Yuichi, awaiting his response. He dared not underestimate anyone, even a child, for in the world of ninjas, the distinction between children and adults was negligible. Many children as young as 7 or 8 were sent into battle, exhibiting a striking maturity. He had encountered many such individuals. Upon hearing his words, Yuichi stroked his chin and fell silent for a moment. If he recalled correctly, Chakra conductive metal was indeed quite expensive. His sister Kushina had only instructed him to purchase ordinary ninja tools. A straight blade forged from Chakra metal would undoubtedly be costly. Reflecting on this, Yuichi shook his head and replied, "I need to consult my sister first." Hearing this, the bald shopkeeper's expression brightened. "I am not afraid of your inquiry. I fear your disinterest." He added, "I will await your news. If you decide to proceed, I will prepare immediately." Yuichi nodded in response. He was aware of the shopkeeper's subtle motivations. After all, his intentions were quite transparent. However, the shopkeeper neither deceived him nor pressured him into a sale, instead presenting the pros and cons for his consideration, which could not be faulted. "Well then, shopkeeper, we shall take our leave." With that thought, Yuichi waved goodbye to the bald shopkeeper. Once Yuichi's figure had completely disappeared, the shopkeeper let out a slow sigh of relief. Initially, he had hoped to profit more, but ultimately, he wished to establish a good rapport with the young boy. With a formidable background, the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan, and a diligent character, such a person, as long as they survived, was destined to rise. Though he was uncertain of the boy's innate talent, even if he were to be of mediocre ability, being the sole scion of the Uzumaki clan would surely bring him considerable fortune. After all, there was little risk involved. Should the boy become strong, the shopkeeper would benefit even more. If not, he could still glean some advantage from their association. With these thoughts, he smiled contentedly, affirming, "Indeed, I am quite astute." On the other side, Yuichi Yuki felt the weight on him and turned to glance at Akane Yuhi beside him. This burden was significantly better than the previous one. Akane tilted her head curiously towards him. Is this weighted attire really effective? Indeed. Yuichi nodded, noting that this new weighted garment was much more balanced than the last. With the lead rods positioned vertically, the weight distributed evenly across the attire, unlike the previous one, which had felt unevenly burdened. As expected, you get what you pay for, Yuichi remarked with a hint of admiration as he drew his straight blade. Rather than a mere straight blade, it closely resembled a tang sword, as they were nearly identical in appearance. He attempted to channel lightning chakra into the blade, and in an instant, arcs of electricity began to flicker around the otherwise ordinary weapon. However, he could hear a sharp crackling sound, suggesting that the blade struggled to withstand the tempestuous lightning. With a thought, Yuichi activated the lightning release, Chidori blade. What was merely a blade flickering with arcs of electricity now radiated with fierce lightning, the arcs transforming into a striking blue-purple hue. The cracking sounds intensified, as if the blade were on the verge of shattering. Realizing the imminent danger, Yuichi dissipated the lightning chakra, causing the blue-purple arcs to vanish and revealing the blade intact. Yet, he understood that this was merely an illusion. Should he dare to engage in a direct confrontation with this blade, it would likely fracture in a single exchange. The quality of the straight blade was regrettably poor, despite its initial appeal. Akane, witnessing this spectacle, gasped, "Wow, I thought that blade would break." To her surprise, it remained unharmed. She, too, had heard the sharp sounds, reminiscent of a colossal wrench attempting to snap the blade in two. With a hint of curiosity, she turned to Yuichi and inquired, "Yuichi, what was that?" The blade had arcs of electricity. It looked stunning. With a smile at her wide-eyed wonder, Yuichi explained, "I infused it with lightning chakra. However, it seems rather ineffective. The blade's quality is simply too poor." Akane nodded thoughtfully before beaming. "When my father returns, I'll ask him to give you his sword," she added with an endearing smile. Yuichi felt a wave of apprehension at her words. If Akane were to request her father's ninja sword, he feared he might be in for a severe beating. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he replied, "I think I'll seek out Sister Kushina instead. There's no need for Uncle Jihong's sword." "Eh?" Akane blinked in surprise, then hesitated before saying, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Dad even asked us to cover the cost for the custom outfits for Sister Kushina. We should just ask him." As Yuichi Jiki spoke, he grasped her hand and hurried towards the residence of Kushina Uzumaki. Although Kushina and Minato Namikaze were not yet wed, they had already begun cohabiting. He was quite aware of their living arrangements. At that moment, Minato and Kushina were enjoying breakfast, while Jiraiya sat opposite them, feeling somewhat awkward. Honestly, Jiraiya-sensei, if you are going to spy, you shouldn't bring Minato along. Kushina complained lightly as she placed a portion of breakfast in front of Jiraiya. She held him in high regard, but only as long as it did not involve Minato or those close to her. Otherwise, she would certainly show Jiraiya what it meant to have an erroneous name but an apt nickname. The title Blood Red Chili Pepper was not without merit. Listening to her words, Jiraiya dared not speak loudly, directing his gaze at Minato, his anger barely concealed. Minato returned the look, equally frustrated. He felt guilty for putting Jiraiya in a predicament, especially after Sage Jiraiya had summoned him the previous evening, promising a feast and encouraging him to visit soon. Although she did not explicitly mention Jiraiya, it was evident to anyone with Minato's intellect. When he visited Myaboka Mountain that afternoon, Sage Jiraiya had already hinted at a grand meal prepared for him. Only a fool would fail to connect the dots. This realization brought a sense of relief to Minato. He was glad he had inadvertently caused Jiraiya some trouble. Otherwise, he would have been unable to vent his grievances. The thought of Myaboka Mountain's insect banquet was one he wished to avoid at all costs. The last time he visited Sage Jiraiya, he had been served a bowl of wriggling insects, which had turned his stomach. Kushina continued, tapping the table, Jiraiya-sensei, if you keep bringing Minato along to spy, I will inform Tsunade-chan. At her words, Jiraiya's expression shifted dramatically. In Konoha, he feared no one but Tsunade. She would not hold back when delivering punishment. He recalled a time when he had been severely injured, spending an extended period in the Konoha hospital. Thinking quickly, he assured, I will not let Minato go spying. He turned to Minato, his tone serious. Minato, did you hear that? Don't cause Kushina any worry. Minato thought, splendid. Now this burden is being placed upon me. If it were any other matter, he wouldn't mind, but given the presence of Kushina and the nature of the situation, he would absolutely refuse. After a moment, Minato spoke, Jiraiya-sensei, please do not summon me next time. I am not particularly interested in such things. I already have the gentle Kushina. His words pleased Kushina immensely, for she prided herself on being such a tender-hearted person. Jiraiya-sensei, if I catch you again, Tsunade-chan will come after you. Kushina threatened. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya cleared his throat and changed the subject. I intended to discuss the prophecy from the great sage Toad yesterday, but some matters delayed me. Jiraiya reminisced about the charming young lady at the tavern yesterday, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Uzumaki Kushina, noticing his demeanor, cast a suspicious glance in his direction. Observing her reaction, Namake's Minato promptly interjected, what was the prophecy of the great sage Toad? At this, Jiraiya cleared his throat once more and replied, the prophecy of the great sage Toad has indeed changed. However, he neglected to inform us at that time. Just as he was about to continue, a knock at the door interrupted him, causing his brow to furrow in silence. Uzumaki Kushina, puzzled, inquired, at this early hour, who could be knocking? With that, she opened the door to reveal Yuichi and Yakumo standing at the threshold. Yuichi, Yakumo? What brings you two to my place? Kushina asked, ushering them inside. Upon entering, Yuichi and Yakumo greeted Minato with a respectful brother-in-law. However, upon spotting Jiraiya, Yakumo instinctively pulled Yuichi aside, seeking to distance themselves discreetly.